supporting entrepreneurs, building a strong startup ecosystem, and transforming India into a country of job creators instead of job seekers. These programs are managed by a dedicated Startup India team, which reports to the Department of Industrial Policy and Promotion, DPIIT. ELIP WeHub is a part of Atal Incubation Mission to help nurture these startups. An action plan with 19 action points for the Startup India initiative was designed and started by the Honorable Prime Minister. This action plan laid down a roadmap for the creation of a conducive ecosystem for Startup India. Subsequently, many activities have been undertaken to encourage startups. Startup India Seed Fund Scheme is one such scheme that provides financial assistance to early stage startups. WeHub helps the startups with an interesting idea and are working on it to bring it to action. We handhold them till the startup has successfully achieved the product market fit. We also guide the startups to expand and raise the capital. Seed fund offered to such promising cases can have a multiplier effect and validation of business ideas, leading to employment generation. Many innovative business ideas fail to take off due to the absence of this critical capital required at an early stage for proof of concept, prototype development, product trials, market entry, and commercialization. Funding from angel investors and venture capital firms becomes available to startups only after the proof of concept has been provided. Similarly, banks provide loans only to asset-backed applicants. Easy availability of capital is essential for entrepreneurs at the early stage of growth of an enterprise. ELIP WeHub helps to enable these startups to graduate to a level where they'll be able to raise investments. The broad scope of Startup India program is simplification and handholding, funding and incentives, incubation and industry academia partnerships. ELIP WeHub helps to implement the objectives of the scheme, and I, on behalf of ELIP WeHub, congratulate all the startups who are eligible to receive this grant, and all the best for your entrepreneurial journey. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Srimati K. Ramadevi, ma'am, President ELIP and Chairperson and CEO of AIC ELIP WeHub, to address the gathering.
Thank you, Shravani, and good evening, and my hearty welcome to Sir. I think it's the first time he's visiting ELIP. Welcome you, Sir, and also welcome to all the startups and also managing committee members and Dr. Jahur. We miss BC. He's supposed to be here. This is a national program, but somehow I came all the way from Kerala to be here. There are negative things and we have to look at it in a positive way. Most important today, the chief guest is GM Sidby. All of you know that he's going to be very important for startups. 7,600 crores are allocated for startups from Sidby Startup Fund. So, sir, fund of funds scheme, we know about it. We are hoping that you are going to support many of our startups who need investment. So we are trying to help them in a small way, giving them 20 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs. But a lot of investment can come from Sidby towards these startups. That's the reason we invited him today. So with this backdrop, I welcome you, sir, and we want you to be one of our partners in progress, because many startups are we have really achieved, Government of India recognized us, as my colleague Jyoti explained. All the ministries are collaborating with us. Even Ministry of MSME under Champion Scheme. Recently, Mr. Buchku, I don't remember his name, but his product is Buchku Subramanyam. He deposited and he is getting a 15 lakhs grant. So that's how I can give a number of examples. Sir is here. He got a scale-up grant from meeting.
40 lakhs.
36 lakhs. Sir is not recognizing. You got scale-up grant.
Yes, ma'am.
That you should tell them how, about 40 lakhs
Yes,
grant they
yes,
got.
I told them.
40 lakhs, it's not a small amount. The other person, Neo Inventronics, Sirisha also got 40 lakhs. She also got from LEP Hub. We are all very happy because at Pan India level, we are getting recognition, and many of our startups are getting grants and also support. It's not that you belong to LEP. I mean, we feel privileged to have such startups with us. That's a great opportunity even for our incubation. You can scale up in such a way, the main objective of this startup is not just giving you grant or something. Under Startup India scheme, there are so many things which you need to take advantage. When we set up our industries, there are a lot of issues, like it is not a single window system. But once you are recognized as startup, you have incentives, you have tax relaxation, you have a venture capitalist queuing for your product. There are other, you can even get into exports. The idea of Honorable Prime Minister is to enhance our global image through startups. And they are doing what not. Every scheme is encouraging startups today. It's like a startup fever. So take college students, they are just trying to see your watch and getting out of this hall, but I want you to get into the hall and be there as a startup and try your avenues. Don't look for jobs, you'll have to look for becoming a successful entrepreneur. This is what our country requires. This is the message I wanted to give. See, there are many success stories like Santoshi, like there are even EduTech, Jitendriya. She converted plastic into biodegradable. Today, I think Mr. Venkat has given, I have sent one video where plastic shoes are converted into some kind of product. All these shoes which are worn by us, and they are converted into some usable product. So this is recycle, reuse, environment, climate, all these are your opportunities. Take it. And India holds a great opportunity in that context. So with the government schemes, as Jyoti explained to you, we are supporting under MITI, we are supporting under MSME, we are supporting under AIM, we are supporting under SSF. Very soon, I'm going to announce we are supporting under HDFC also. We got shortlisted for HDFC. So these are avenues where if you are looking at funding is not the only thing, you have to sustain your project. So we handhold, we help you, we make you a successful entrepreneur. In your journey, we are there, partnering with your product, partnering with wherever you feel. We have people like Mr. Ramanan advising you. We have online contact with him. Every time, whenever you have any difficulty, he is advising our startups. There are a lot of mentors. Even Jahur has joined us now, Dr. Jahur also. He is going to mentor, help you in scaling up your business. Let us make a few unicorns whom, I just happened to see under Startup India, Gujarat is number one, but I want Telangana to be number one. So let us all think of it and make it big. All the best, and I thank Sir for his patience in waiting for this program, and I wish you all good luck and wish you a happy new year. Very, 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 successful year. We'll follow up. Maybe there will be a lot of announcements which will all be part of it, and LEP Hub strives to make all of you very successful entrepreneurs. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are all happy that you have joined for us in National Startup Day celebrations, ma'am. So now I request the team to play the Startup India journey video.
देश के दूर दराज तक पहुंचे, इसके लिए 16 जनवरी को नेशनल स्टार्टअप डे के रूप में मनाने का फैसला भी किया है।
resilient nation is only built when billions of dreams across every corner of the nation are nurtured. When every idea and aspiration gets wings to fly. When everyone plays a role in building one of the most promising economies of the world. Startup India was founded 7 years back in 2016 by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and preparing towards becoming one of the largest innovation ecosystem in the world. Today, India is one of the fastest growing startup ecosystems in the world. We are adding highest number of startups every day in the world. From 8 unicorns in 2016 to 108 unicorns today. We have emerged as the world's third largest unicorn nation. All of this has been possible through the impact of over 54 regulatory reforms that Startup India has brought about since 2016 to increase the ease of doing business, ease of raising investments and reduce compliance burden.
When government takes the responsibility of something, it takes proper care that it reaches every nook and corner of the country. So Startup India has been playing and will be playing a major role in the growth story of our country. And very soon, India will not only be seen as the largest consumer market, but also as the largest producer market of the world.
From 4 state policies in 2016, today we have 31 states and UTs with dedicated startup policies, spreading the reach of entrepreneurship to 663 districts.
I believe it's a great success for Startup India mission, and we have seen like people coming from different background and financial situation. All these schemes made the dream get closer to the reality, and it's been a great journey with Startup India.
We have grown immensely from 446 to 87,000 plus DPIIT recognized startups across 56 industries, employing over 8.48 lakh people.
Last 7 years have seen an exponential growth in the number of startups and in the different kind of startups that are coming out in India. This is all possible due to the last 7 years journey of Startup India thinking about policies in a wholesome manner.
Various initiatives by Startup India have enabled this momentous growth, including National Startup Awards, State's Startup Ranking Framework, Seed Fund Scheme, and the Government E-Marketplace or GEM.
Startup India has actually created a very good systems and processes for adoption of such technologies into government ecosystem. That's really helped us tremendously. And the platforms like GEM, the government e-marketplace, they have specific areas where startups can sell their product to government ecosystems.
This incredible journey spanning over 7 years has transformed India through its zeal for entrepreneurship and innovation. This is only the beginning of our journey to a more innovative and inclusive idea. A nation of not just job seekers, but also job creators. Start innovations, start dreams, start aspirations, start hope, start opportunities, start possibilities, start the future. Startup India.
That's a great journey. And any startup who wanted to avail the opportunities of Startup India can meet Mr. Suresh, Incubation Manager of AIC LEP Hub in detail. So next is to announce the Best Startup Award 2022. Sir, as already our madams has informed about this Atal Incubation Center, AIC LEP Hub. It's an Ellipse manufacturing multi-sector business incubator exclusively for innovative startups, which is being supported by Atal Innovation Mission of Niti Aayog Government of India. This provides services like co-working spaces, lab infrastructure and machinery support, mentorship, market connect, seed funding, networking, and facilitation to banks and VC funding. The focus areas are food processing, biotechnology, biodegradable technologies, electronics, engineering, 3D printing, and IT and ITEs. We are also recognized by MeitY, Government of India, Startup India, DPIIT, Government of India, and Ministry of MSME. We have at present 75 startups incubated at our incubation center and have 50 pre-incubation startups. Out of the startups promoted by AIC ELIP VHub, taking into consideration of innovation, urgent potential to scale up, investment support, employment, addressing the social needs, etc., we have selected few startups nominated for Best Startup Award 2022. And I request our chief guest to announce the Best Startup Award 2022.
Yeah, so the Best Startup Award 2022 goes to Ms. Santoshi Sushma Buddhirajan, founder of Autocracy Machinery Private Limited.
Hearty congratulations to Ms. Santoshi Buddhiraju, co-founder and CEO of Autocracy Machinery Private Limited, for achieving the award. Just to read out her achievements, she has been supported by Startup India with rupees 20 lakhs as debt funding and selected for Stanford Seed Spark. She is also selected for Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women program, and she is shortlisted for AIM's $1 million demo day. Congratulations. Now it's time to disburse the second tranche amount to the SISFS eligible startups. SISFS aims to provide financial assistance to startups for proof of concept, prototype development, product trials, market entry and commercialization. The size of the fund is up to 20 lakhs. We proudly say that it was very remarkable for AIC ELIP VHub to showcase the 13 startups from Pan India supported under this scheme in the year 2022. Now we are disbursing the second tranche to few startups who have achieved their milestones. I humbly request our chief guest, sir, to disburse the e-mandate form to Green Tattva Agritech LLP. I request the representative from the Green Tattva to receive the e-mandate form of rupees INR 5 lakhs. Receive the award on behalf of Green Tattva. I humbly request, sir, to disburse the e-mandate form to the next startup, H4 Solutions Private Limited. I request the co-founder, Colonel Padmapriya Sri Ramesh Garu, to come on to the dais and receive the e-mandate form of INR 5 lakhs. Now it's my privilege to introduce about Sri Pramod Kumar Garu, General Manager, SIDBI, Hyderabad. A BTech Computer Technology graduate having more than 25 years of experience with SIDBI in development, banking and finance in various departments at branches like Ahmedabad, Bhopal and Jaipur as zonal and head office level. He has worked at various levels handling credit operations, information technology and policy functions at SIDBI. I request you, sir, to deliver your valuable address to the participants of today's program.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, and off the dais, existing entrepreneurs and probably some future entrepreneurs are also there, students from colleges, etc. So I first of all I'd like to thank ELIP for providing me this opportunity of probably I think I came to Hyderabad last year in the month of August. So due to one reason or the other I have not been able to join a couple of your programs. Being out of station or on leave probably, so but better late than never. So it has given me immense pleasure in coming to the program and watching the presentation of the activities which ELIP has been undertaking since 1993. So I think ELIP is doing a wonderful work, and we can have a round of applause for the work which ELIP has been doing. And it was also very nice to hear the inspiring stories, journeys of various startups, entrepreneurs, Santoshi Madam, Alka Madam and Sri Ramesh Sir. They are all from the various different sectors and they have reached a certain level. And my best wishes to these startups and also all the other entrepreneurs who are here, that they would reach a certain scale in their operations and would make our country proud. at SIDBI, I'd like to give a brief background about SIDBI's association with the startup ecosystem. So, yeah, so in the year 1999, SIDBI first set up a subsidiary, SIDBI Venture Capital Limited, which started with a 100 crore fund which was focused on IT. So at that time in 99, startups and such kind of funding was probably unheard of in our country. So that was a time, and from the first fund itself in 99, one of the first investments was in BuildDesk, which was in 99, and then initially that business model could not probably work that well. Then in the year 2004, SIDBI Venture did a second round of funding, and after that they again changed their business model, and then they grew to a level, and then I think about say 15 years or so, SIDBI Venture made a very successful exit out of that initial investment. So that such investments have been made from various funds of SIDBI Venture Capital. SIDBI Venture Capital did around, right now they are managing 3 funds, and it is based out of Mumbai. So it is basically, madam, whatever investments we are doing from seed funding, so it is a initial stage. Venture capital comes at a slightly later stage in the journey. So that again is a subsidiary, 3 funds. One of the funds has been very recently launched. It is Atmanirbhar Startup India Fund. So it is being managed by SIDBI Venture Capital. After this SIDBI Venture Capital, SIDBI then lot of regional venture capital funds came up, notable being from Rajasthan, Gujarat, as you have told, it was a very successful one. Telangana also one fund was launched, Hive Fund, but somehow the investments did not do that well. So SIDBI has been, through its fund of funds operations, has been regularly contributing into the various state level VC funds, which have been set up by various state governments across the country. Karnataka also has one. The SIDBI was one of the anchor investors through its fund of funds in these state level VC funds, which were promoted by the state governments with contribution from state level institutions which are into the industrial development. Like in Andhra Pradesh, APIDC and APIIC were the contributors apart from SIDBI. Right. So right now what fund of fund operations is doing, it is investing into the AIF, SEBI registered AIFs. So in case there is any SEBI registered AIF, so subsequently from the state sponsored VC funds, we moved to private VC funds also with a corpus of 10,000 crore. 10,000 crore was the initial corpus. Right. So in that I have some figures. Cumulative sanctions of 7,200 crore and disbursements of 2,500 crore have been made to 86 alternate investment funds till March 22 from that fund of fund operations. And subsequently one Aspire fund has also been launched by Ministry of MSME, which is a 310 crore fund. It is also being managed by SIDBI through its fund of fund operations. So and this FFS is contributing into various VC funds which are focused on MSMEs, on startups, and most of them are MSMEs. I think almost all startups would be MSMEs to begin with. So SIDBI being a institution specifically and only for MSMEs, so that is one of our requirements, that our funds are going primarily to MSMEs. So startup ecosystem has been, SIDBI, we have been associated with this since 1999, and now also we are actively involved with this ecosystem and working very closely with DPIIT to make this initiative a success. So I think the kind of work which ELIP is doing and the various government agencies are also doing. I am seeing that METI is also giving grants, and a lot of other ministries. There is a Department of Science and Technology, Technology Development Board. So there are lot of schemes available with the various government departments. But due to lack of awareness, also a lot of those schemes, our entrepreneurs are normally they are not aware and they are not able to take advantage of various schemes. But I am sure that organizations like ALEAP would go a long way in creating that kind of support system and that kind of environment where all our eligible entrepreneurs are getting that support. I once again thank ALEAP for providing me this opportunity of coming to this. I have taken a round of various facilities, and I think, yeah. So there is a sewing and embroidery section, then the printing machine. So I have seen the facilities.
Actually, from potato chips to microchips.
So thanks, madam. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. And in case there are any questions, I would be happy to take those questions.
Santoshi, you have a question? No, actually, I'm glad that he's given me start, so I have a list of questions for tomorrow lineup.
You can, please let me know. We would be. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah.
I'll reach out to you soon, I think.
Sure. No, I saw. This is really, and I think the way you had indicated about your journey as a woman entrepreneur, so one could very well relate to that. When I did my engineering, I think you have very correctly indicated more than 50% were girls in this one. But in the mechanical branch, there was only one girl in the batch of 70. Achha. So I think that is the case in most of the engineering colleges.
Sir, you have seen only part of the facilities. There are other facilities.
Yeah, we will certainly have a look. Yeah. Thank you, madam.
I would like to mention here, we give reservation to men 25%.
I was wondering actually, because it is a association for lady entrepreneurs, but Yes, there should be no discrimination, madam. Absolutely wonderful, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for providing your valuable inputs on support system of SIDBI and other schemes that are available to startups and women entrepreneurs. Now it's time to honor our chief guest and other guests of today's occasion. I request Srimati K. Ramadevi ma'am to present a memento to our chief guest, Sri V. Pramod Kumar Garu. I request Srimati Vijay Lakshmi Garu, President Aila ALEAP and MC member ALEAP, to present a memento to Sri Papji Garu from SIDBI.
And they are also supporting the project. They have given a word.
We used to have a city and CM used to inaugurate on January 1st.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Srimati Y. Triparamba Garu, Vice President CED ALEAP, to present the vote of thanks.
Good evening, everybody. I'm supposed to give vote of thanks, but before that I want to say a few words about ourselves which missed during the program. ALEAP introduction was given very well, but sir, here we have a peculiar feature. This lady who thought of a women association, first of its kind in India, She was on the SIDBI board. She was in the Prime Minister's task force. She was on the board of EDII, now presently with MSME. Also, she is the one who was the bone behind creating the Zem portal. With all this, all of us were benefited. All the elite members were benefited because she was transmitting all the latest knowledge to us, and we were able to make use of all this. And SIDBI and we were traveling for the last few years together. SIDBI used to sponsor our stall in the industrial exhibition in Hyderabad for nearly 20 to 22 years, where the CM used to inaugurate that particular pavilion. And SIDBI used to sponsor EDP programs for CED, sir. You are a regular sponsor. We want to renew our relationship with you. And I happened to meet you in the frontline manager meeting in the RBI. So I recollect. I wanted to invite you that day, but I didn't have time. SIDBI is the agency like NABARD, where the budgetary allocation of Government of India for very many schemes are routed through. A small industries development bank of India, no other country has. I think we are the pioneers. SIDBI has many innovative schemes, and many of our entrepreneurs were benefited. Sir, we were the pioneers in introducing a scheme called ACGA, which was started before CGTMSC was created as a model from Italian Confidi. So let me confine myself to the duty given today. The pre-event session before this program was conducted by Dr. Murthy. He left, but it was very interesting. He has spoken to the children who participated in the other batch of workshop going on, and also the fresh college students, how IPR can help them to think about a proposal and also to launch safely. So that was a very good concept, and I attended the program. I also thank Dr. Pushpa, who was a leading IPR consultant who attended the program. I thank them both. I thank Dr. Zahurullah. Whenever we think about our VHub journey, he was with us from the beginning. He was a great support to us, and all the initial startups enjoyed his mentorship. We thank you, Zahur. We welcome you back. And Dr. Pramod Kumar, General Manager SIDBI, he has taken the office a year ago, but we didn't have many programs after pandemic, sir. We just started the physical programs and just now, and kindly guide us with all the new schemes. Our startup should get benefit, and we look forward for SIDBI's cooperation as usual. And
27th February we have business plan.
yes, sir, we are going to start an industrial exhibition in People's Plaza. We need your sponsorship also. We'll be meeting you very soon. And we could not get our another chief guest, Dr. Narasimha Reddy, Vice Chancellor, because he was preoccupied with the JNTU, with the government meetings. He could not make it. And I think we should call him once again for such a gathering, which will benefit the students mostly. All the students have left, but I would like to proudly say that we have an MOU with almost all the universities, prime universities of both the Telugu states and outside. So I thank all our staff who designed this program, Zahur for the presentation, and Madam who could make it from an outstation travel direct from the airport. Thank you, Madam. And Vijay Lakshmi Garu, who is sitting here as an ILA. She is one of the first electronics engineer from AU, and she is an exporter to many countries. She sits silent, but a very successful entrepreneur. She was 3 times secretary to ELI. We are very proud to have you here, Madam. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you both of you.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of all startups of AIC Elite VHub, I request our chief guest sir to present a memento to Dr. Zahurullah SMD as a token of recognition. Do you want to share in?
No, it's okay. We'll postpone this. They're getting it.
Sorry for the delay, sir.
Come, sir. You are engaged.
Before we conclude this, I want Tripura Garu to announce we received 2 national awards for our Agri Entrepreneurs, Government of India.
Sir, through Manage, and NABARD sponsors a program called ACABC through Manage, and we have 2 centers functioning from Hyderabad and Vijayawada. The Vijayawada, we have bagged 2 prizes in the national level. Today, the Agriculture Minister is handing over them, and those that girl and the boy, they both are going to get good recognition state-wise and also nation-wise. I wish them all the best. I think we can promote. Thank
you. We are celebrating Startup India today as per the guidelines of DPIIT. And this is a great opportunity for Elite VHub because we happen to be part of this program under Startup India scheme, where more than 70 entrepreneurs are encouraged under our Atul incubation mission, which promotes entrepreneurship and change makers of the country. We are looking forward to getting associated in various other ways also, like hand-holding support, and also the 3 pillars which are mentioned under Startup India. We would like to provide the total ecosystem for entrepreneur to scale up and become a unicorn in this country. So with this objective, today we have taken forward this Startup India Innovation Program, and we are privileged to say that we are associated with the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, and also Ministry of MSME, and also Ministry of Commerce, and also Atul Incubation Mission under Niti Aayog. We are promoting, and main objective of our organization is to bring convergence with academia and entrepreneurship. So we are involving many colleges, universities to get to make startup as their slogan, and achieve more entrepreneurs, and target more students to become entrepreneurs, to provide jobs for many youngsters. With this objective, we are also focusing on technology incubation and social concept also, where social entrepreneur is also encouraged to go to the rural areas and spread this word of innovation and incubation. So all of you are welcome to participate in this innovative acceleration program of Elite VHub. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Santoshi Buddhiraju, CEO of Autocracy Machinery. I have our founder with us, Mr.
Lakshman Volakadi.
Yeah, and I think in Autocracy Machinery, I think our journey has been close to around 2.5 years. I think what we currently do is provide heavy machinery in India. So India is going through a burgeoning growth when we say there are a lot of infrastructure projects, Jal Jeevan projects, fiber cable lines, oil and gas lines. So, and currently there's no machinery that is manufactured in India for this need. We didn't require this until last 5 years, and I think this is a need of the hour we have. And that's where we as Autocracy Machinery come in, and we manufacture these machinery. Currently we have monopoly in the market on this. And we should say we're very thankful to Aleep and Startup India for this opportunity that we've been given. We've been supported quite a bit in the as a part of the SISFS seed grant that we have received, and also from the exposure that we as an organization have received. I think if we have to say in 2.5 years, the amount of exposure that we have got through this organization or through AIM, Atal Incubation Mission, at least it took the product on a national scale, which helped which helped us a lot in our growth. Anything you would want to add?
No,
It helped us quite a bit in the growth. Say that now we are already providing our machinery in close to 14 plus states. We are providing it for, like I mentioned, for various projects like fiber cable lines, oil and gas, and Jal Jeevan project. So these are all which is the need of the hour, and we are able to support the country at this. And I think there should be a lot of startups like us. There might be 100 more, 1,000 more out there which need to be supported. And I'm pretty sure the government has taken first step, and Aleep has taken a lot more steps in recognizing them and supporting them, and I think we thank them for that. Thank you.
My name is Anubha Bhatnagar. I am the founder and CEO of Anuha Food Products Private Limited. We deal into manufacturing of dehydrated spices and cold pressed spices. We started this in the year 2020 with just 2 products, that is onion powder and garlic powder, and now extended our portfolio to 26 products. We have been thankful to Startup India as well as Aleep for helping us out with the seed funds during our initial stages. They also helped us out with the machine setup as well as the space so as to initiate our production in the initial stages. Now we have successfully been able to start our own unit and being manufacturing from the last 1 year. I would like to thank Aleep and Startup India for such a support. Thank you.
And Hi, my name is Alka and I am the founder and CEO of Pay8 Payments. We are a payment gateway platform company, which means that we help our customers to get payment solutions for their business needs. We help every customer to be able to sell online and receive digital payments. For those customers who do not have a website, we help them build their own website as well. We have products of invoicing as well as accounting, which can also aid every customer in getting payments. We had applied for the Startup India Seed Fund scheme, and through AIC Aleep VHub, we have received debt funding of 10 lakh rupees, of which the first tranche has come in, and we are well on our way to achieving the milestones given so that we can get our second tranche.
Welcome to the Founder Talk Show. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. I have with me Rajneesh, who's the founder of Antara IoT. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell us, what is Antara all about?
Yeah, at Antara we build a delightful range of IoT products. So typically when we talk about IoT as a system, you have vendors who provide the hardware. We have companies who provide the software, the platform. And we also have companies who provide the end user applications. What it means to clients is a complicated integration cycle and more time to realize value. And that deters actually most of the companies from kind of embracing the digital transformation. At Antara, we bridge the gap by providing integration across all these layers. So we are like the end-to-end shop, wherein right from the hardware all the way till end user applications, we give customers what they want versus what we have.
So the digital transformation is a buzz thing right now, isn't it? Especially among the MSMEs. How's been the response for you? When it comes to when it comes to you offering a solution and the acceptance at the client level.
Yeah, it's really good. MSMEs also want to have this digital transformation because for anyone, at the end of the day, it's about money spent versus money gained, right? And digital transformation is one such initiative wherein the MSMEs can actually save money and they can increase their bottom line. But the problem for them, in not really embracing this is the cost involved. Because the solutions, for example, the platforms are very expensive and they're built for handling very large things, right from end to end. As a customer, I might not need all the 100 features that these platforms offer, and I might need that 1 or 2 features. And that is missing in the market, and that's precisely what we do. We give, again, like what customer wants versus what we have.
So as Anta attending this event, how has been the experience?
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Thanks to ITAP for kind of organizing this, ITAP STPI APS. One, it kind of gave us an exposure in terms of what is the IT presence in the city. And two, it also kind of gave us a benchmark in terms of what is feasible for us as we grow in the city, because we wanted to be here and grow our company here. It kind of gave us a path, and also it gave us the opportunity to connect with fellow entrepreneurs, startups, and the ecosystem.
Great. Thank you for being on our show, Rajneesh, and wish you all the very best.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine.
So thank you very much for coming over. I think we are really very excited to launch the next cohort of Rubrics 2.0. We'll probably try and get into context about how we are thinking about innovation looking for going forward, right? We believe that how did Rubrics start, right? Initially we used to do only 2 programs, which is the Lab 32 program, which was a sort of a business readiness program. So this is how we look at supporting startups programmatically, right? We believe that in their life cycle of from idea to IPO, right? There are multiple, around 4 or 5 inflection points where the probability of the startup to fail is really very high, right? We did an exercise on trying to identify those inflection points on where they are and running programs to support those startups at those inflection points. To give you a bit of numbers, there are around 84,700 startups who are registered in India today, as per DIPIT, right? But if you look at startups who have raised any kind of funding, right? And why we calculate funding is because funding is one way of somebody is giving you money in exchange for no collateral, just equity, right? And if that doesn't work out, then that equity is not even worth the paper it's written on. Right? So funding is one of the elements for validation, right? So only 5,400 startups have received some kind of funding, right? So that means only 7% of the startups registered have got that one layer of validation, right? So that is one reason why we believe is that all of these inflection points at certain point where the startup ends up, giving up and not continuing the journey. So we've identified these 5 points and we want to support them at these 5 points to make them more successful. So initially we started off with just the Lab 32 program, where it was a business readiness program. But then we did a sort of a backward integration and realized that for people, there are very high percentage of failures which happen in the first and the second stage itself, which is the idea validation stage, which means I have an idea, and because I'm so convinced and I've so bought into the idea that I believe that idea will work. My idea will work, right? And this is the greatest idea and I'm sort of inventing fire and that kind of stuff, right? So what we do is we sort of go and give them a reality check. We also give them a lot of data points which they can use, a third person's objective view as to how you should be looking and what are the parameters which will help you identify if your idea can become successful or not. Who is your client? Who is your user, right? I mean, does it make business sense? What is the total market? Have you calculated the addressable market correctly or not? Does your idea make sense? Is the pain big enough for you to solve, and so on and so forth, right? The second piece where we realize where people fail is creation of product, right? If I have to take an example of a medical doctor, right? Then these guys actually know that this is a medical problem and this product will solve it, right? And maybe it is a big enough problem for people to solve, right? But how do I create a product out of it? So I am an MBBS doctor, right? So I don't have any experience in creating a product. So that is why we believe that this next stage, which is what the rubrics is all about, is to help you create that product which gives you the best chance of making your business alive. When I say business alive, from product, start generating revenue. That is when the life starts kicking into your business. You start getting the steady stream of revenue, right? You don't want to go to the market and then realize that this is not what the market wants, right? Or come back and then reinvent your product. We don't want you to do that reinvention of your product again and again, right? We want you to do it right and do it right the first time, right? Once that happens, what we also want to do is we also want to help you take your product to the market, which means that we also do a lot of corporate innovation programs. We are very well connected with a lot of corporates. We're connected with the government. So as a part of the previous cohort itself, while the cohort was underway, a lot of startups actually started generating revenue because we connected them. Like for example, there was a sustainable startup called Carbon Dynamics, right? So those guys actually went out and started generating revenue while the product was going on itself, because they were slightly advanced. When they entered itself, they had already done some amount of homework on product creation, right? They started already generating revenues even before the cohort was over. So even when the cohort was over, they had like a good healthy revenue pipeline of 50 to 70 lakhs and so on and so forth, right? So we want you to take your product out there, and if you're fast enough, early enough, maybe you can start generating revenues even before you leave the cohort and go out, right? What we also want to do is we want to use this as a feeder to our next program, which is a business readiness program, which is a Lab 32 program. Typically, the qualifying criteria for a Lab 32, which is a business readiness program, is you should be able to see some kind of traction, right? So if you're able to create your product, right, we would not only try and expose you to the market outside during the current program, or also we would like you to handhold you through our next program, which takes you and accelerates your business growth, right? So typically our Lab 32 program sees, since you already received a first sort of validation of your product, that focuses on business acceleration, which means how is your revenue pipeline growing? How is your sales pipeline growing? How is your unit economics? Is it working out or not? So that is the next step of evolution, of course, right? But for that to happen, the gap between after you fixed your product or made your product till you start generating revenue, right? That is a sort of valley that you have to navigate, right? So creating your product efficiently and effectively is very important, so that you can so that valley is very, very short. So you can jump that valley very, very easily. So I would like to request you to please focus on the program. We've got an amazing program structure set up. This program structure, we have sort of validated through multiple market inputs, right? We've got some really experts in business, people who have worked with, some really top-notch companies who have helped us design this program for us, right? Every element of the program, every initiative of the program has been very well thought of. We have some amazing partners on the program with us. We've got F5 with us, who's supporting like really greatly. We've got UCC, we've got Atom State, we've got GitHub. I mean, we've got all of these partners who are really top-notch in their business, right? Please leverage the entire program is what I request, right? We will also be trying to bucket you into red, amber, green, right? So, which means depending on the amount of engagement that you do with the program, right? अगर सोना बट रहा है और आप लाइन में नहीं हो खड़े लेने के लिए, right? Then it doesn't make a difference. You're not going to walk away with the gold, right? So we will be imparting a lot of value during the program, right? What we would request you is to please make optimal use of it, right? That is something that we would really request you. We will also be bucketing you in terms of red, amber, green, depending on the amount of engagement that you do with the program. So at the end of the program, if you're in the red bucket and have not engaged with the program, please don't come back to us and tell us the program has not added value, right? It's not added value because you've not engaged with the program, right? And we will again, as a part of during the program, we will sort of bring out the metrics, how the green bucket of last time did really very well, right? So please stay in the green bucket. Please stay in the engagement of the program. Please optimally utilize our partners who are there, who are supporting you, who come all the way to support you for your program, right? One of the reasons why we are able to keep our costs really down and make it affordable for early stage startups is because of the immense amount of help that we receive from our partners, right? So please give their due value for the effort that they are putting towards your success, right? That is something that we would really request you. After the Lab 32 program, right? Many of the startups or many investors today have started investing in early stage, even at the idea stage, right? What does it mean, right? It means that in 2021, the amount of funding raised by Indian startups were 44 billion, right? And the amount of funding raised last year right, was 24 billion, right? But the number of deals done last year, right, were 30% more than the number of deals done in 2021. Which means the average ticket size, or investors have started investing in earlier stage startups at smaller ticket sizes, right? So we will also try and expose you to investors who are interested in investing in early stage, so that your journey kicks off, that hockey stick starts kicking off earlier than what you expected. But again, it comes back to the same thing. Engage with the program, build a great product, prove to the investors that your roadmap is absolutely clean. It's not downs and ups, right? You have a clean graph, right? And those guys will buy into it, right? Exposing you to investors, exposing you to to partners, to our value partners, exposing to the program, that is something that we will do, right? But what I will suggest for you is, after that also we have a T-Angel program which is supposed to help you to raise a round of funding, right? So if your journey is fast, we can probably start exposing you to those investors faster, right? You raise your round of funding faster. But if he says that, boss, having all of these partners along with you, having all the programmatic support along with you, the startup is not able to build a product, right? How do you expect me to invest in him, right? Now that will be a very difficult question for you to answer, right? So please do take the program seriously. Subsequent to raising the investment, we have again a program for scale. Please believe me that more startups die due to indigestion than due to starvation. Okay, you get the money, now you don't know what to do with the money, pizza party, hey. Right, but that's not how it works. Okay, so we have a program which will help you deploy that money correctly. We will engage you with partners so that people support you as much as they can with credits and offers, so that the money that you generate can be properly utilized, right? Your roadmap is set out correctly, but that is at a much later stage. The point I'm trying to make is, if you get it right here, right, the rest of the journey becomes really very easy for you, right? So, and this is the right place to get it right, because यहाँ पे आप जितना deviation करते हो ना, 1 degree of deviation here, वहाँ पहुँचते it is totally out, right? सबने अपने engineering किया हुआ है, right? At the source, if you deviate by 2 degrees, it goes out by 20 miles on the top, right? So please get this program right. I am very sorry for being so firm here, but I would like to drive the point home. And a little of that is from my background, right? So prior to T-Hub, I was one of the founding team members of MyGate, right? And MyGate grew 10x every year for the past 6 years, right? Prior to that, I was a pilot, helicopter pilot, a wing commander in the Air Force for almost 20 years. I'm a Kargil and a Siachen veteran, right? So believe me, I've lived through it, right? I've traveled the journey, I've traveled this path, right? And what it takes is a lot of grit, is a lot of determination, and you should be asking yourself, how can I make it happen? Rather than, why is it not happening, right? You need to be at it, right? Make it happen. We are there along with the journey. Going back, then in that case, how can we make your journey successful, right? If you look to the left-hand side of it, we believe that is a framework that is available with us, right? So the red line on this box actually represents T-Hub, right? So within this building of T-Hub is, we provide all of these 8 elements, which we believe are mandatory for a startup to become successful, right? What does it mean? Which means that, for example, money, right? At a certain point of time, you will definitely require support to raise a round of funding. Startup founders talk English and investors talk Arabic, right? Oh, he'll 3 letter, 4 letter, 10 letter abbreviations फेंकेगा वो, right? Right? So ये बात can just, right? So I think that is where we support for money. So how are we thinking about it, right? We're thinking we go really very deep, right? Which means that we have a funding desk which is available in T-Hub. When you go to the funding desk will first clean you up, saying that, boss, where is your cash flow statement? What is your total addressable market, right? Are you thinking it right or not? How is your unit economics looking? Where is your pitch deck? Ask all of those relevant questions to you. Once you answer those questions and are sort of ready, we put you in front of an investor, not to ask for money, but to tell you what is wrong. Right? To show you the picture of, if I were to invest in you, why am I not investing in you right now? He gives you the holes, right? You go back, you fill those gaps, you come back to him, right? And then we will help you raise a round of funding subsequently, right? So that is how deep that we are looking at it. Programs, of course, we are running those programs, right? Which we already talked about earlier. Market access, which means that if you go to a corporate today and say, I want to do a proof of concept, I want to do a pilot, right? The probability is less. You go back to them and tell them, okay, I've been a part of T-Hub. I've gone through their product readiness program. I've gone through their entire program. And then we take you to the corporate and say, hey, you know what? We've been with them for 3 months. They're part of our program. We think they are in the green bucket. Again, the green bucket comes back, right? This green bucket will keep coming back to haunt you, okay? So they are in the green bucket. Now you might want to please give them a POC or a pilot, because we believe that they will do right. Right? The probability of you getting a pilot is higher, right? So market access is not only about generating revenue, right? It's about getting your user profile right, identifying who's your client profile and user profile, what is the difference? Somebody is using you like something that I buy for my kid, right? My kid is using, but I am the client, right? So what is the difference between user profile and client profile, right? Get that client profile right. Are you selling it like a product, or are you selling it like a subscription? Get all of those fit in market access before you go out and ask somebody to have a revenue generating, raise an invoice for somebody, right? We have an amazing group of almost 200 all mentors. We have a great selection program for mentors, which means for somebody to become our mentor, it is minimum senior vice president and above. If you're coming from a corporate background, they are CEOs, CXOs of companies. If you're coming from a startup founder background, you need to have at least raised a couple of rounds of funding to become a mentor with us. If you're coming from academia background, then you need to be a faculty of a tier 1 institution. If you're coming from a VC background, or an investor background, you need to have at least invested in 5 startups with a minimum ticket size of 10 lakh each. Right? Once you have, so those are the guys who are eligible for becoming our mentors. Right? So we have a great pool of mentors across, we have divided them across sectors. We have divided them across competencies. So please make good use of the mentor pool that we have. The mentor pool opens out to you because you're part of the program now. The next piece is motivation. Is what we would do is we align you with your sectors. We put you together in cohorts of, like for example, if you're a health tech startup, we have a health tech cohort. If you're a mobility startup, we put in a mobility cohort. If you're a Web 3.0, we put in a Web 3 cohort, right? There's a community. And there are around 20, 30, 40 founders again already existing in that community. So you share notes, the probability of your success becomes much higher, right? Manpower is where we help. If you're a startup, you're a bootstrap startup, right? How do I hire people? Because I am spending from my own pocket, right? How do I get interns, right? If Infosys calls for internship, the probability of somebody joining there is higher, right? How do I get interns for my startup, which is not even, 6 months old? Why will an intern join me? So what we do is we leverage the brand of T-Hub, right? So last month we had an internship mela where there were 75 startups who rolled out offer letter for almost 470 internships in 6 hours, right? So we leverage the brand. They come looking for brand T-Hub, right? We leverage that brand and we help you hire interns for your organization, right? We're doing another one on February 2nd or February 4th. I'm not very sure, right? We're doing another one. February 1st. We're doing another one February 1st, right? So this is how we help you with your manpower. I want to hire a CTO at a certain point of time, right? Not in your stage, maybe at a later stage. I want to hire a CTO, right? Now, how do I convince somebody who's drawing a 40, 50 lakh package to quit that and come back and join you as a CTO? How do you structure his ESOPs? How do you structure his equity, right? How do you vest it over what period of time? What is the minimum? What is the maximum? What is the going rate in the market right now for a CTO? What is the going rate for a CBO? What is the going rate for whatever it is, right? So we help you with that piece of manpower as to how can I get great talent at manageable costs. The next is partnerships, where when I say partnerships, what we do is we have identified approximately 13 categories, right? It could be categories from cloud computing, it could be DevOps, it could be HR, it could be legal support, it could be anything. BFSI, banking, financial services, it could be anything, right? And each of this, again, we've divided into subcategories. which is, if I'm looking at cloud, then how do I have cloud storage? How do I have cloud computation? How do I have, various things, right? Now we go back and sign up with these partners. We identified two things. Are these guys the best in the business? Point number one. Point number two, we go back and tell them, you know what, dude, there are like 1,000 startups who are going to be there in this building, right? And we are going to open up all of them for you. What is the best that you can do for them? So when you're looking for a lawyer or when you're looking for a company secretary, you don't have to spend that 3 or 4 months asking friends who's a good lawyer. And at the end of it, you still don't know how to evaluate a lawyer, right? So we have done that evaluation. We've empaneled them. We have talked to them to give you a great discount, right? So you just come and tell me, I need a lawyer. I'll give you these 3 options. Go to one of them and they will give you a 30% less than, at least a 30% less than card rate that is available outside, right? How we are thinking at it, if you get off the flight at Delhi, you get into Uber, you should be getting a discount. You get into an Oyo, you should be getting a discount. You get into HRC, you should be getting a discount. You catch your flight back, you should be getting a discount, right? So that is the kind of depth that we are looking to provide you with. Please leverage that, right? We have identified almost around 90, 97 odd partners who we have already engaged with. We have signed MOUs with them. They're already rolling out. Some of them are sitting right here, right? So they are our own, some of them are own T-Hub startups, right? So they are sort of, in fact, we sort of ask them to pay back, right? If you feel that we have done good for you, please extend that to our next generation of startups, right? And we will come back to you also, saying that if we have helped you, then why don't you extend back to the ecosystem, right? So that is how we look at partnership, and also we provide a lot of policy support. What is the current policy on I don't know, cyber currency, right? What is the current policy on EV? How is the government looking at it, right? We also are the sounding board for the government, where they put a lot of white papers to us where we ratify saying that this will work, this will not work. And we help them define their policies, right? That piece again we do. So we'll be able to give you a lot of policy support on that, right? My request to all of you would be, so this is what we have, right? Please leverage it. Please reach out. One of the deliverable for our own value partners desk is the amount of engagements that they will be able to make between our value partners and the startups. Okay? Uska variable पे depend होगा कितना engagements किया है उसने. Right? My value partners are very happy. So that's good. So I think that is how we're looking at it, so that you can be able, guys can get out a lot of value out of this. So I just want to run you through this piece, right? I think you will obviously have a look at it again, but these are your major milestones that you will achieve over a period of time, right? So if you are ahead or behind of the track, I think you should sort of evaluate yourself, saying that, I need to buck up, I need to take pace, I need to slack down, or whatever it is, right? So these will be some really major milestones that you have, right? Now coming to the next slide, it is how do we reach those milestones, right? Those milestones we go through with these 5 stages, right? Which means, and in every stage we will have those themes which will be get covered, which means in the defined stage, the themes are market landscape, user research, scoping the problem, solution fit, design thinking, customer journey, and prototype validation, right? So if you do this, then you would be hitting your problem solution fit in 20 days, right? Now, these themes, how do I get these themes across to you? We get it across to you with these interventions, right? So each of the theme, depending on the theme, either you'll be doing a workshop or you'll be doing a mentor session. Anyway, you'll get one dedicated mentor to you in any case, right? So how we achieve those themes, or we put those themes across to you, are with these interventions, which is workshop, mentor sessions, expert hours, office hours, and templates, right? This is how we put it across to you. Those are the themes. And if you hit those themes, you will hit that timeline, right? So that is how the program is structured. And of course, I mean, this is more like the review, and to ensure that you are at the checkpoint, we have these review mechanisms in between, right? Now, it is not only about the product, because the themes that we talked about is about the product, right? Beyond the product, you need to grow as a founder, right? Founder is not only about the product. So hence, these are also the narratives that we cover parallelly. These are not only, this has nothing to do with your product. although it's a product readiness program, right? But these are some things that will help you grow as a founder. Because parallelly आपको founder का भी growth चाहिए आपको. Product तो एक तरफ growth हो रहा है, right? You need to grow as a founder also, right? So this is to support so that you don't lag. I mean, you will be spending 1 day in a week or like 6 hours in a week creating a product, right? So this will compensate for that, for growth as a founder, which means you're not only spending time growing as a product, you're also growing as a founder, right? Which means you need to, once the product is ready, you have to be able to sell the product, right? So storytelling is something that we'll need. You need to manage your finances, right? Product ban gaya, baki sab kaun dekhega, right? You need to learn from others' experiences, right? What they did, how they failed, how they passed. And the last piece is once you create a product, you need to build a team. You need to build a great team. And how do you get that great team, make that great team aboard? A very big element is where you create ESOPs. Okay? So that is the piece which helps you grow as a startup. I think that is something that I just wanted to reiterate. Great work, I think, Vinay. I think it was very, very clear. But I just wanted to sort of get the guys to give a context of what we are trying to do throughout the course of the program and how the program is designed.
Welcome to the Founder Talk Show. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are at the Infinity Vizag event, and I have with me two founders. It's a unique team. It's a mother and son team, and they're into aquaculture. Welcome, Andy. Welcome to the show. Ratnakumari garu, meer cheppandi about మీ startup గురించి.
మాది ఆక్వా సొల్యూషన్ అండి మాది. అయితే మేము ఏంటంటే రైలు చెరువులో ఫీడరు ఎలా మేత కొడుతుందో చేత్తో కొడితే కనుక చెరువులో జారిపోవడం, లేదా అక్కడ కరెంటు వైర్లు ఉంటే అనుకోని పరిస్థితుల్లో షాక్ కొట్టడం, అలా కాకుండా ఏంటంటే కొత్తగా ఇప్పుడు చెరువులో బోట్ ఫీడరే మేము మేత కొట్టుకున్నట్లుగా అది తయారు చేసాం. అది చుట్టూత తిరిగి అదే కొట్టేస్తుంది. దానికి సోలార్ సెట్ చేస్తాము, బ్యాటరీ కూడా ఉంటుంది. అలాగే బ్యాటరీ ఒకవేళ వర్షం వచ్చినా అది 3 గంటలు పనిచేస్తుంది. తర్వాత మళ్ళీ మనం దానికి ఛార్జింగ్ పెట్టుకోవాలి. అలా కాకుండా రైతులకి ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మిషన్ ద్వారా అయితే కనుక ఎక్కువ సేవ్ అవుతాయి, కౌంట్ పెరుగుద్ది. అదే చేత్తో కొడితే కనుక కౌంట్ అంత ఇదిగా రాదు. దానివలన ఏంటంటే చాలా రైతు నష్టపోతాడు. అదే ఫీడ్ మిషన్ వలన అయితే చేత్తో కొడితే ఓ 10 రూపాయలు తక్కువ, మిషన్ అయితే కనుక ఓ 10 రూపాయలు సేవ్ అవుతారు. అలా యూజ్ అవుతుంది.
సో లోకేష్, మీరు చెప్పండి, ఈ బిజినెస్ ప్లాన్ గురించి ఈ బిజినెస్ ఐడియా గురించి ఎలా అనుకున్నారు, అంటే ఎలా వచ్చింది ఐడియా?
నేను 2015లో నా ఎడ్యుకేషన్ కంప్లీట్ అయిన తర్వాత మా పేరెంట్స్ ఉన్న ఫార్మింగ్ సెక్టార్కి నేను వెళ్ళిపోయాను. 2015 to 16 నేను ఎక్కువ ఫార్మర్ని. నేను రైతుగా ఉన్నప్పుడు చాలా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎదుర్కొన్నాను. బోత్ వెల్త్ అండ్ హెల్త్ 2 ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎదుర్కొన్నాను. ఇలాగా నేను సఫర్ అయ్యాను, మా పేరెంట్స్ సఫర్ అయ్యారు. ఇలాగ ఎవరూ ఉండకూడదు, మనం దీనికంటే ఒక సొల్యూషన్ ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలని చెప్పి మార్కెట్లో ఈ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ను ఓవర్కమ్ చేసే డివైజెస్ ఏదైనా ఉంటాయేమోనని చూశాను. ఆ టైంలో ఏం జరిగిందంటే ఇటువంటి డివైజెస్ అప్పట్లో మన ఇండియాలో అంత అందుబాటులో లేవు. 2015 ఆ టైంలో పారామీటర్ మానిటరింగ్ డివైజెస్ కానీ స్మార్ట్ ఫీడర్స్ కానీ. ఇంకెగైన్ మనమే చేస్తే పోలేదా టెక్నాలజీ ఎక్కడ ఎతికే కంటే అని చెప్పి డిసైడ్ అయ్యి అగైన్ మళ్ళీ 2016లో నేను ఇంజనీరింగ్ జాయిన్ అయ్యి 2018లో చిన్న స్టార్టప్గా స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. ఈ రోజున మావి సక్సెస్ఫుల్గా ఒక 5 మోడల్స్ అన్నది పైలట్ మోడల్స్లో టెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము. మా కంపెనీకి ఓన్ 10 acres R&D ఫార్మ్స్ ఉన్నాయి. R&D ఫార్మ్స్లో టెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము.
అంటే దీంట్లో మీకు ఏదైనా సహాయం దొరికిందా, సపోర్ట్ యాజ్ ఇన్ ఫ్రమ్ ది గవర్నమెంట్ సైడ్ కానివ్వండి?
ఓన్గా స్టార్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏంటంటే స్టార్ట్ చేసిన దగ్గర నుంచి కొంచెం ముందుకు వెళ్ళేవాళ్ళం. ఇప్పుడు స్టార్టప్ ఇండియా, స్టాండప్ ఇండియా స్కీమ్స్ ద్వారా ఏంటంటే కొంచెం మా స్టార్టప్కి రికగ్నైజేషన్స్ వచ్చాయి. అలాగే కొంత ఫండింగ్స్ ద్వారాను క్యాష్ ప్రైజెస్ ద్వారా ఏంటంటే ఐడియాగా ఉన్న మా థాట్ని ప్రోటోటైప్ లెవెల్ వరకు తీసుకురాగలిగాము. ఇంకా గవర్నమెంట్ ఇనిషియేటివ్స్ని యూస్ చేసుకుని మా ప్రోటోటైప్లో ఉన్న దాన్ని ప్రొడక్ట్లోకి తీసుకురావాలనేది మా ఉద్దేశం.
ఎప్పుడు దాకా మీరు కమర్షియల్ లాంచ్ చేయగలరు?
నెక్స్ట్ 6 monthsలో మాది ప్రోడక్ట్ పైలట్స్ కంప్లీట్ అవ్వగానే కమర్షియల్ లాంచ్కి సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాము.
రత్న గారు, జనరల్లీ పేరెంట్స్ చూస్తే బాబు ఒక కొలువు చూసుకో మంచి గవర్నమెంట్ జాబ్ అంటారు. మీరు మీ సొంతను కలిసి ఒక స్టార్ట్అప్ చేస్తున్నారు. మీరు చెప్పలేదు, ఎప్పుడు అనుకోలేదా అబ్బాయి జాబ్ చేసుకుంటే బెటరు గవర్నమెంట్ జాబ్ అలా అని?
లేదు, అనుకోలేదు. అయితే ఇలా కూడా మాకు చేయడం మంచిగానే ఉంది. మాకు చాలా గర్వంగా కూడా ఉంది, ఎందుకంటే మేము ఇలా చేస్తాడని మేము అనుకోలేదు.
వెరీ గుడ్, వెరీ గుడ్. అంటే మీరు కూడా యాజ్ అ మదర్ ఆయన ఒక ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ కదా, ఎందుకంటే మీరే ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్గా చేస్తున్నారు. అంటే ఒకటి ఉంటుంది, పేరెంట్ అంటారు ఒక మీరు వెళ్ళి చేసుకోండి అని, ఇక్కడ మీరు జాయిన్ అయిపోయారు యాజ్ అ ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్.
అవును.
సో హౌ డూ యూ ఫీల్ విత్ యువర్ వర్కింగ్ విత్ యువర్ మదర్? అంటే ఎందుకంటారంటే ఇంట్లో మదరు, అక్కడ అన్ని తప్పులు కనిపిస్తుంది, ఇక్కడ బిజినెస్ అలాగుంటుందా?
స్టార్టింగ్ అలాంటి ప్రెషర్ లేకపోవడం వల్ల నేను ఈ రోజున ఈ మైక్ ఈ స్టేజ్ వరకు రాగలిగాను. ఆ ప్రెషర్ ఉంటే కనుక స్టార్టింగ్లోనే ఐడియా స్టేజ్లోనే ఆగిపోయే వాళ్ళం. అదర్ సపోర్ట్ పేరెంట్ బ్లెస్సింగ్స్, తర్వాత మన టీచర్స్ ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళ బ్లెస్సింగ్స్ ఉంటేనే మనం ఈ స్టేజ్ వరకు రాగలమని నేను నమ్ముతాను.
లోకేష్ అండ్ రత్న గారు, ఆల్ ద వెరీ బెస్ట్, విషింగ్ యూ ఆల్ ద బెస్ట్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
Leadership has two major traits, and those two traits to me are, one is the humility. Please don't lose that. Positions will come, positions will go, money will come, money will go, but you will never lose yourself. Don't lose yourself for sure. So that personal humility is one of the strongest strengths, coupled with unwavering faith to achieve excellence.
So Siva, we'll start with you. You've been involved in electric racing since 2009, even before the start of Formula E, and you were part of the founding team of Envision Racing. Envision Racing is committed to use the technology and the platform not only to compete on track, but also for climate change activism. Could you explain a bit about how you go about that and how you're trying to accelerate the transition to e-mobility and a net zero carbon future?
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. I think we'll touch on it. Formally, is mostly about two things, right? The first pillar is technology innovation, which we'll talk about, and the technology in this car that will trickle down to road cars. But it's also about getting people excited about e-mobility and the overall ecosystem around it. So, Envision, we don't make electric cars, but we make everything else around it. We generate the renewable energy, we store it through batteries, we distribute it to grids, and ultimately it goes to the car. So I think what we are realizing over many years of touring the world is that there's still a lot of work to do to get people excited and get people to understand that full electric mobility is actually better in every way compared to what we are doing now. So it's using the platform of Formula E, not only for the technology, but using it as using the sports and the passion elements of the sport to get people engaged and excited.
Great, thank you. Alberto, you have a background working in Formula 1 and GP2 before you, together with Alejandro Agag, founded Formula E in 2012. Here we are for the first time in India. So do you want to explain a bit about how we got here and how that fits into what Formula E is trying to do internationally?
So good morning, everyone. Pleasure and an honor to be here in India. I think Sujay briefly spoke about it when we first met something like 1.5 years ago. There was a will from the Telangana government to host a Formula event. Obviously, we were attracted by this city. The first time I came here was 1 year ago, and as soon as I literally landed, I remember to be called into a meeting, and on that meeting there were already like 25 journalists, and we were actually announcing the Formula E race. He's Honorable Minister KTR. He has been passionate about bringing Formula E here, and today we're only 2.5 days away from the race. I'm super excited, and the first time that we're ever going to be racing here in India, and can't wait for it, frankly.
Great. I should say as well, if there are any questions from the audience, we have 10 minutes at the end, so we can try and take some questions. So moving on a bit more on the technologies you mentioned earlier, Silva. How do you evaluate the current situation around battery development in EVs? What innovations still needed to make a full e-mobility transition a reality? Well, I think the objective is not to force a transition to mobility. The cars, in my view, have to be better in every single way than internal combustion engines. So to do that, you need to develop cars that have a similar range or longer than petrol cars that can charge in an amount of time that is not really an inconvenience. These cars need to be cheaper over the life of the vehicle, and ideally soon even cheaper to buy. And of course all the ecological impacts and positives as well. So I think you have many ways of getting there. The first one, which is what we are doing at Formula E really well, is to improve the efficiency of the cars. Every time we improve the efficiency of a powertrain by 1%, in our case we tend to go 1% faster, but on road cars you make them go 1% longer. So the higher the efficiency of the electric car, the longer it will go, the smaller the battery you can have in a car, the smaller the cost, etc. So that's the main target. And to give you an idea, a very finely tuned petrol car will have an engine that's around 30% efficient, but that's over a cycle. If you drive that car for short journeys when the engine is not even warm, it's way below that. It can be 10-20%. An electric motor in an electric car you can buy on the road will be at least 80% efficient. So you're at least 3 times better, which means that for any given distance driven, the electric car will use 3 times less energy. It doesn't matter where the energy comes from, it will still use far less energy. In our Formula E cars, we are 90+% from the battery to the wheel, which is obviously not easy to achieve, but the idea is that will trickle down to road cars. And then the second one is batteries, of course. The more energy you have in your battery, the further you can go, but you don't really want to carry around large, heavy batteries. So it's all about energy density, what we call it. And overall, in the industry over the last 10 years, on average, the energy density has been improving by about 8% on average, year on year, which is quite a lot. So we're now in a situation where 10 years ago, we could have never designed a car that's competitive. Now, the latest electric cars on the market pretty much compare favorably to the best petrol cars on the market, whether it's performance, range, and so on. And of course, the last benefit is fast charging. If you have a high-capacity battery with the latest cell chemistry that can take a lot of heat, you can charge at 200, 300 kilowatt, and in our case, soon probably more. And that's really a game changer. That means that you charge at home or in the office most of the time, but when you need to do a road trip, you can charge 15, 20 minutes, and you will carry on. I mean, I drive an electric car myself, and quite often the car is ready before me. So that's where we need to be. That sounds amazing, and I think it brings us nicely to think about battery development in Formula E. Alberto, do you want to explain a bit about how the battery has developed over the 9 years of our lifetime and where you see it could go in the next generation?
Yeah. So, I totally agree with what Sylvain is saying. I think those are the 3 main factors in order to have a full adoption for the EV in the common people, in the people who is going to buy cars in the future. For Formula E, we just set the platform for those big manufacturers to showcase the different technologies. And in the case of the battery, even though it's a common battery for all the cars, we can say that from the first cycle of Formula E, what we call the Gen 1, during the first 4 years of history of the championship, we had to use 2 cars to finish the race. Only in 4 years, we helped develop the technology in a way in which in year 5, the drivers were using only 1 car. So to do the math, we basically in 4 years doubled the capacity of storage of energy into that battery in a lighter and less volumetric battery, which was a massive hit, a massive kind of a very well done thing, by all the different stakeholders that were part of it. For Gen 3, we touch based on what Sylvain was saying, ultra fast charging technologies that will allow you to stop, and eventually, he was saying 15-20 minutes, but I'm sure eventually we will be able to charge quicker. That takes you to refuel your car. and that's going to come. The technology is out there already. Now what we need is the source of energy to get to those levels. So definitely Formula E has been and will be a platform to improve all the technology that is related to the electric vehicles.
And so beyond the battery, and are there any other elements of the car that you think have moved on a lot in that 9-year time that you want to call out as well?
Well, everything, but I think again what it has more impact than anything else obviously is the powertrain and the battery, but we can talk about the software, and eventually you would see brands like I don't know, Nissan and their model, the Nissan Leaf, being I think at 15% more efficient due to the technology used at the track, at the Formula E track. Mercedes or I don't know, Porsche, being in this case 80% more efficient than the previous model. I mean, all those technologies that are being tested in Formula E are transferred to the public cars, and actually we have a way more efficient vehicles today in the streets thanks to Formula E.
And Silva, have you found that as Envision? What have you learned from participating in Formula E that you've been able to take back into the more general technology?
Yeah, for sure. So what Alberto was saying, you have to keep in mind, not only we went from two car per driver to one car per driver, but we did that whilst going a lot faster as well. And the Gen 3 car is the same. So if you take that to the internal combustion world, something has to give. If you want to go faster, when here we are still able to improve on all metrics, which is again thanks to this energy and power density. So yeah, overall, what's really good about Formula E is the way the ecosystem works. If I had with anybody, if you're the promoter, teams and manufacturers, to really be really focused on what we really want to focus our energy and resources on. So the fact that the bodywork is spec means that we can focus all our energies on the powertrain and related software and high voltage circuits and so on, which have a direct impact on road cars. So it's really interesting. And then what's good, I think, in Formula E is the variety of the ecosystem. You have biggest car manufacturers in the championship. You have traditional racing teams that also embrace this new form of racing, and you have companies like Envision, who are green tech companies, but are also essential to making the whole thing work. Electric cars really become a complete no-brainer when they are powered by renewable energy. So it's about using the platform to promote the whole package.
And it feels almost premature, seeing as we're so newly into the life of the Gen 3 car, which was launched this year. How do you want to see the platform continue to develop for Envision to get the most out of the sport?
Bigger, better, always, and going to more places. Like the recipe is perfect, really. It's about technology, but technology in itself only attracts a certain audience. What's really interesting is the mix of genuine technology innovation, but also mass market reach and passion. Only sports really can do that, right? Like you can go to any technical conferences. There are many great events out there, but they will have, by definition, a pretty limited audience. So we are here, we have this opportunity to talk to hundreds of millions of people literally every season, when, and it's up to us to do a good job. It's up to us to make it exciting. And, the technology is important, but that's why Alberto and his team are really focused on making the sport exciting, because if the sport is exciting, many people watch it, and then we amplify our reach.
Absolutely, a big focus of my role as well in the company. Formula E and motorsport more generally has been going through a huge growth of popularity recently, and as you say, sport is often seen as a driver for making societal change. Alberto, what does Formula E do to drive environmental sustainability and changing behaviours in our fan base?
Well, I think the fact that we are promoting the use of electric vehicles is the main factor. How do we do that? Because 12 years ago, it wasn't that obvious that there was going to be a full transformation into the electric vehicles, and that has happened way quicker than anybody expected. But by then, I remember having some discussion with people from motorsport championships, internal combustion engine motor championships, and they were a little bit like laughing about us, because we probably came with the idea now he has demonstrated no, but by then we even thought that it was a little bit too early, even to launch a championship like this one. But the adoption of electric vehicles I might talk in the past already, had two main barriers, to overcome. And both were mentioned by Sylvain before. One was the price, and the other one was the range of the battery. I think with a platform like Formula E, we're actually helping to overcome those barriers. With the battery, we have talked already, and then the technology that we're using today, is helping the technology of the battery to be more and more efficient every day. And through efficiency, it comes, a longer range, as easy as that. On top of that, obviously, the different components of the battery that we are using today, they are completely different than the one that we used 8 years ago. And it's not even a decade. And we're already talking that the battery is probably 4 or 5 times more efficient than it was right at the beginning. And then the second one, the price, is we are promoting again a championship in which all the different manufacturers are taking part on. So back 8 years ago, you didn't have so many manufacturers who had that clear the agenda for the next 5 to 10 years in terms of electromobility. Today, there is no one single manufacturer who is not saying that by 2025, 2030, combustion will be more or less over, and it will give the floor to the electric brothers, And when we talk about electric cars, we're talking about an electric motor. It doesn't really matter where is the source of energy that is sourcing the power to those motors, and we can talk about batteries, we can talk about hydrogen, we can talk about, aeolic, we can talk about solar, we can talk about so many other different sources of energies, but all of them are within, our technology, the electric technology and the technology used in Formula E. So yeah, definitely promoting our championship is the best thing we can do in order to basically to become bigger and bigger and bigger, and the people be more have a better decision about what car needs to buy the next one.
Yeah, more and more influence. And then beyond the EVs and the technology itself, Formula E is obviously very active in promoting its net zero carbon commitment and drawing attention to the climate crisis. So what are the other examples that Formula E is doing away from the EVs that try and influence the behaviors and the attitudes of people who watch the product?
Well, I think to start with the car, and I think you mentioned it at the beginning, a car that is, just the production of this chassis is 10%, is reducing 10% the CO2 emissions. The tires, which are 26% coming from fully recycled tires, and everything we do at heart, with in order to become more and more efficient, more and more using recyclable sources. But outside the track, we, at the end, and you said it before as well, there is certain CO2 emissions that we cannot avoid. We are a global championship, we travel the world, and this is where we need to become more and more efficient every day, and then whatever is left is when we offset. And on that offset, we are actively working with different partners around the world and using, again, renewable farms, farms that are using renewable energy or producing renewable energy. And with that, we offset all the carbon that we emit, basically.
Great, thank you. So when we were wandering around the Hyderabad Motor Show earlier, I just wanted to know if there was anything that caught your eye as being a particularly exciting piece of innovation or technology.
Yeah, what I love here is actually the variety of scope of e-mobility, right? E-mobility is not just cars, of course. On one hand, trucks. It was believed for a while that long-distance trucks will have to be hydrogen, but actually it's proven it's not the case. And you're going to see pretty soon, I think, a raft of heavy-duty electric trucks. And then on the other end of the scale here, you have so many two-wheelers and three-wheelers here, which are absolutely essential to electric mobility because obviously they're much lighter than an electric car, but they are still equally as efficient. But obviously you use far less energy again per mile travel. So it's all about reducing that amount of energy needed. Because the least amount of energy we use, the easier it will be to get it sourced from renewable energy. We'll get there eventually, but we don't want to get there in 100 years' time. We want to get there in 20 years' time. So any car, any vehicle of any form that's moved and proposed by electric technology is doing its bit by using less energy. So it's really great to see that, and in mass volume as well. Technology is one thing, where family is obviously the pinnacle. These cars are prototypes, basically. But it's all about scaling. And so it's all about making millions of them as quickly as possible. And that's what will have a big impact.
Great. Just remind the audience that if you do have any questions, I'm going to ask one more, but then we'd love to hear from what you think after one more question. So just throwing it forward 5 years to the future, Alberto, what's your ambition for where Formula E is and what Formula E looks like in 5 years' time?
Well, we were born to have an impact on the electric vehicles industry, and we're halfway there. Not even halfway there. I mean, there is a lot to do. We are very proud of what we have done, but there is a lot to do, and definitely we need to be raising in these big cities in the world to raise the awareness. About these cars are really cool. They're really fast, and that way we can have an impact on the younger generations, those who are going to decide to hopefully buy an electric car in the next 4 to 5 to 6 years. So raising in the biggest cities of the world, raising awareness about the big challenge that we are all facing with the climate change, and also so that will at the end have that impact on these young buyers, which is what we really want. At the end, it's very easy. We want the whole world to be driving electric.
That's your soundbite, love it. And Sylvain, for you, what are your hopes for the global electrification journey in the next 5 years? Are you optimistic? I hope so.
Yeah, very, more than ever. But you said earlier, the transition is happening quicker than planned, and it's true, and it's a mix of the technology. You have all from the battery cell manufacturers have invested so much money in R&D, and it's now, we're getting the dividends of that. And then obviously the OEMs, the car manufacturers are also ramping up. You can see most of them pretty much spending the entirety of their R&D budgets on electric vehicles, which obviously is going to accelerate that a lot. So, 5 years from now, it's pretty much when most cities and countries have committed they'll be fully electric. So, or just about. So the next 5 years are going to be really exciting on again, that transition from track to road. And many things we do here, like super high voltage, almost 1,000 volts, super high regenerative braking. All these things are making their way down. So it's going to be exciting. And then for us, it's going to be interesting, right? When most cars on the road are electric, what should we be, right? And you want the cars to be, I believe you want the cars to be, so you want the sport to be so aspirational, and you want the cars to aspire for all generations, but especially the younger generations, to look at these cars the way probably we looked at Formula One cars 30, 40 years ago. And saying these cars are just the best, they are the fastest, they are the most exciting, and then that will trigger a brand new generation that will just not even think about it or combustion engine. For them, the world is electric, and that's it. So I think our job is to get them excited, and then the rest will follow, I think, quite naturally.
Love it. Thank you. So we're going to give the opportunity now for anyone in the audience if you have any questions to ask to Alberto or Silva, or me, but I assume not. Do we have any audience mates? Or
Nacho, do you want to ask something? Or? It's good that we feel it. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, hi. I'm Aditya. I'm from the Maharaja Group. My question is to anyone on the panel. Really, actually, Harry asked something similar what I was about to ask. In which direction do you see the battery technology evolving? About 5 to 10 years in the future for Formula E specifically, considering the many new technological breakthroughs in the sector?
Let me answer that in a non-technical way at all, because we have an engineer here. So I think I said it before. I think it's so important to reckon that there are several technologies that could apply to an electric motor. Where is the world gonna go? I think that's the 1 million question today, and the people doesn't even realize that there are so many different technologies that we could that could source the energy for the electric motors. But I see in the short term commitment with batteries, full commitment from different manufacturers and where the world is going to come in the short term. Midterm, I mean, we could be talking about graphene, we could be talking about hydrogen, we could be talking about so many other things that at the moment they don't seem like a short-term solution, but they could easily become. I'm sorry not to be answering your question, but trust me, I think nobody knows. Maybe he tells me I'm wrong.
Yeah, a quick one. On batteries specifically, of course, you have solid-state batteries and graphene and these chemistries that are probably 5-10 years away. As you said, they are working at the kind of the cell level in the lab. They're working, making it a 50 kilowatt-hour pack that's reliable is another. But that's coming, which is really exciting. So that will, commit us to these technologies. Longer term, I hope we'll always stick to whatever's best. So do we know? I guess not. At the moment, it's a no-brainer, right? Nothing gets.
I wouldn't be here if I knew it. So
at the moment, as I said earlier, nothing gets even close to the efficiency of a battery electric vehicle, right? The problem with hydrogen is the fuel cell losses, right? So, but maybe that will get solved. Who knows? But what's good is that short term, the technology of batteries is evolving so rapidly that we can do some pretty amazing things with these race cars. And then longer term, we'll come back and you can ask again.
Do we have any other questions from the audience? Maybe time for one or two more? Well, I'll ask one in the meantime. We'll send a mic to you and I'll ask one first. So we have the race this weekend. Be good to hear some predictions or what you would like to see, maybe. You start with Alberto and then so I can get his political answer correct.
I'm sure Sylvain will have a very good prediction for himself, but me as a promoter, we cannot show, obviously, any favorite team or competitor. But obviously, we are in India, and I would love, an Indian team to be winning this weekend. Same way as I will wish you guys to win in London, no problem. But hopefully Mahindra or even Jaguar, as part of the TCS group or the Tata Consulting Group, it will be fantastic for them to celebrate at home.
Silva?
Yeah. Predictions are notoriously dangerous in the Formula E. And even one of us can get it wrong many times. So, yeah, of course, I want my team to do well. But as you know, the beauty of Formula E is that it's so close and so competitive. Like literally a tenth or two of a second is the difference between the front of the grid and the back of the grid. There's pretty much no other motorsport like that. So it comes down to us, the cars, and the drivers. Whichever driver comes up with a perfect qualifying lap will have obviously a great start.
Good answer. Do we have a question from the audience? Yeah, great.
Yeah. I think this gets routed more to Sylvain. Sylvain, if I can say it from a perspective, say F1 races generally have...
Sorry, do you mind holding the mic a little closer to me? Thank you.
Is it better now?
Okay.
Yeah. So I was trying to refer from the context of F1 races, where in F1 races, FIA tries to put in a lot of details in terms of restrictions. Say what kind of tires should they use, so that everyone gets maybe a right competition. Right? They define the kind of cars, they define the kind of tires that they should use, the actual limitations, so that everyone actually are racing in a similar context. In Formula E's perspective, say in the short term, we are looking at the battery packs as immediate solution to run the races. But eventually, do we have these kind of limitations? Right now, what is there in terms of the strategic limitations that every player has to go through, be it body or design of the tire, and eventually, do we have some leverages in terms of the battery packs that they use, like fuel cells, being discussed now. Hydrogen fuel cells are being seen as an alternate in terms of in comparison to the lithium-ion batteries. So, how does this work as on today?
So I think the question was about the balance between the number of parts that we allow teams and manufacturers to develop versus spec parts provided by Formula E, and how that relates into the strategy that the teams have on the race day.
Yeah, good question. I think it's a bit on what I alluded to earlier, which is Formula E is really all about accelerating the innovation on the technology that matters, technology that makes a difference. So we could spend a lot of money on aerodynamics. It will make the race cars go faster. It will have no positive impact on society. So we focus on what matters, which is powertrain efficiency, high voltage, high voltage software, low voltage, converters, batteries, of course, all the things that really will make a difference. And as you can see, it's still extremely interesting for the teams and manufacturers involved, because even though we are not designing the whole car, the freedom we have in the scope that we are able to design is much greater than any other motorsport. If you look at the rule book of Formula One, whoever is winning in Formula One is whoever read the regulations the best and was the cleverest, which is good. Here in Formula E, you look at the regulations for the powertrain, there's very few limitations. You can be a lot more creative. So that's what really makes the engineers and the teams and the manufacturers really excited. In the future, we'll see how that evolves. Maybe the scope will be greater. We'll see how that evolves. It's a balance between cost, return on investment, and technology. But at the moment, there's so many rewards, so many technology improvements we're achieving that the recipe is really working.
Great. Well then, unless we have any other questions from, one more question from the audience, and then I think that will be that.
Hi. Around 2 to 3 months ago, when the Indian Racing League happened here, the general impression of the track was that it's not very safe. But then the drivers who drove on the track told us that, over social media, they said that the track is pretty safe. But what are your impressions about the track?
Well, the track that we're gonna show on Saturday is one of the most fast tracks that we have ever done in Formula E. And that, with the walls being so close, is gonna be very attractive and very sexy to watch. I think we're gonna have one of the most remarkable races that we have ever done. Frankly, having been here like for 4, 5, 6 times, and having had the flexibility from the Telangana government, to modify the area almost the way we wanted in order to have a very exciting race. And we will see it on Saturday, but I expect a fantastic race to happen here. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you very much to Sujay for the opening address, to Alberto from Formula E, and Silva and Felipe from Envision Racing. Please show your appreciation.
Thank you to you, Harry.
Thank you. Man.
Welcome to Startup News. This special bulletin is for green mobility startups that are looking to raise funding. Are you a startup working in the green mobility sector and looking for funding? If yes, then apply for a special funding program before 31st March 2023. Sanchi Connect, a unique accelerator, has launched its first cohort. Under the program Incubated Green Mobility, startup will be given 75 lakhs in funding on day 1. Startup working in EVs, transportation, logistic micro-mobility, warehousing tech, agri-supply chain, finance and aftermarket can apply for the program. For more details, scan QR code on the screen or check out www.preseedaccelerator.com or follow the link provided below. The last date for application is 31st March 2023. Check out Mystartuptv for funding and incubation, news and updates from the world of startups.
India, being a developing country, cannot afford to do away with their caste. As of now, we want the government to take stringent steps in reducing the GST on battery. They tell you there are 3,000 cycles warranty. 3,000 cycles means at least a period of 10 years. And there is no guarantee the next year that guy will be there or not.
I'm here at the Hyderabad E-Motor Show 2023, and we're here with founder of Hawk EV, Dr. Anupam Deb. Welcome to the show, Anupam. So, firstly, let's start with you. Come from a Fauzi background, right?
Fauzi background, and I am doing a lot of work for the defense, sir.
Perfect. Let's start by understanding what Hawk EV is all about.
It started with a garage project where we wanted to do a car for ourselves. And then when this car came up, we out of the blue we took it for an expo, and there we got the best technology award where Hyundai was there. A lot of bigwigs are there. Then we realized that this has a potential to be a startup. So we pumped into this company. Today we stand with an order book of around 3,000 cars in a span of 2 years. And then we realized that this is the right thing what we are doing, because with the new government policy or scrapping policy of the government, India being a developing country cannot afford to do away with their cars. Half of the middle class society will be left with no cars. So the only way is to reuse the resources what we have. So we brought it up as a commercial product. Now today we stand to do retrofit of cars, and these cars will get 10 years of more life after they are retrofitted.
So for the viewers out there, basically what Hawk EV does is takes off your IC engine and
we do away with the IC engine, we scrap it out, we put the motors and the other electric equipment. The car is as good as it was with the IC engine after retrofitment, and we do the RTO paperwork also for the conversion is done on papers also for the customer.
One of the challenge for retrofitting industry or the in business is, all the components, majority of them comes from, you have to import them. So could you talk about that a bit as to what kind of challenge is it, and what do you think should happen going forward to make this business, feasible?
See, there is a big challenge if you are getting the EV parts from China. There are resentments from the government, there are resentment from the public also. For me, I am fortunate, I don't use any Chinese part. My motor comes from South Korea, my controller comes from USA, my BMS comes from Italy, and batteries I make myself.
Pretty much covered all the three key components that goes into any retrofit.
Yes. That's all you need in a retrofit. You don't need anything much.
What should happen going forward? We are at this EV show, right? And we see many Indian companies doing that, make in India, so Atmanirbhar, all of that. Do you think Indian companies will be ready to, provide you all the other things that you look right now importing?
As of now, we want the government to take stringent steps in reducing the GST on battery, because battery being the main component and the costliest component of a retrofit or even a new car. The rates of retrofit or the new cars are more as compared because of the batteries. Now, government can help us by reducing or making the batteries tax-free, at least for the EV sector. 18% of difference will come. At certain places it is 28%, certain places 18% of GST is there. So if you cut down that 18% GST or make it tax-free, it will be a great help to this industry.
Now, there are, the leaders in battery manufacturing, like the Amar Raja of the world, Excite of the world.
Sir, rather it is fortunate for us that now bigwigs are coming into this battery manufacturing. So we will get stabilized batteries.
That's what my question was. Yes. Will this help your industry?
It will definitely help the industry, because now the battery manufacturers are small scale battery manufacturers. So they do compromise somehow or the other. But when the bigwigs will come in, we'll get batteries which will be of quality.
As you rightly pointed out, that when the bigwigs come in, it'll create, it'll give you cost advantage, it'll make the stability better technology, and they being, with deeper pockets.
The warranties will be better looked on upon, sir. See, we are main bothered about the warranties. Battery to chalo, everybody gives you. But how about they tell you there are 3,000 cycles warranty. 3,000 cycles means at least a period of 10 years. And there is no guarantee the next year that guy will be there or not. So that is one major challenge. And it is a major challenge for me as a retrofitter, because the battery guy is not giving the guarantee. I am giving the warranties. So if whoever supplied me, the major reason for me to get into manufacturing of battery was this, that I was scared whether the OEM will sustain for 2 years or not. He is giving me a battery for 10 years. But whether he himself sustains for 2 years or not. And I cannot go back on my words or my warranties to a customer. So that was the reason why we started our own battery manufacturing setup.
Now coming back to, the retrofit business itself, how much of is finding skilled workforce who can work with you in your business is a challenge?
It is a difficulty as of now. Sir, because you don't need floor shop people here. You need engineers. And you need
more of electrical basically.
And you get engineers, but generally they don't have a know-how. They don't have the experience. So getting trained engineers is a difficulty at this point of time because the scooter market has grown very well. The EV scooter and three-wheeler market has, I would say, grown out of proportion.
Will it help for companies like yours and the EV sector in general if the course curriculum within electrical engineering was to have a correction?
I think MSME is doing a good job, sir. They're training people, especially for the EV vehicles. I mean, the electric vehicles. I have seen quite a few seminars conducted by the MSME where they only train people to work on electric vehicles. So that is a good initiative from the government part. And I am sure that a lot of technical institutes will open now. Like if you just go back 10 years back, there were very few mobile repairing shops. Now today, if you go out and see, every nook and corner you see a mobile repair shop. So that is because the colleges introduced courses into mobile repair, the technical ITIs and all. So it is soon going to happen that all ITIs will have a course or a stream in electric vehicles.
Hawk EV, you're based out of Bangalore. That's where you have a retrofitting facility. Are you looking at expanding into other cities like the Hyderabad?
Yes, we have two modules where we are working on. One is COCO, where a company owns and company operates a facility. Then another option what we have is franchise owned but company operated. I don't want to dilute the quality what we have as of now by giving it to a third party where he puts in his own systems in place.
So you're able to assure the control the quality part of it, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So the franchisee just gives you infrastructure and then you run the show.
Yes, and we share the profits with the franchise.
So what's the plan like going forward? How many company owned and how many franchisee owned are you looking across India? And what are the next plans? Have you identified some cities that you would be starting very soon?
Sir, in Delhi we have taken over around 5 outlets which were doing service for the general cars. So one company has shifted out of Delhi. So we have picked up 5 branches of theirs, which will be all company owned and company operated. We are planning the 5 major cities as of now, like Bombay, Chennai, Calcutta, Pune and Hyderabad.
And all of these will be company owned?
Yes, in the first phase we will have all of them company owned.
And you already have a huge backlog, of orders.
Backlog of orders from the army and navy.
Maybe other government organizations will follow, like the police and...
Police, we are doing buses which are toilet buses, restrooms for the police, which is again a unique thing. MP Forest Department, we have an order getting contemplated for around 1200 gypsies.
And what's the base cost for a conversion?
So 675 is my base cost for a range of 300 kilometers.
I would ask 2 questions here and club them together. One is the maintenance itself. For a car like yours, retrofitted cars, what is the maintenance? And second is, if that be the formula where if you do 100 kilometers a day and then you break even happens in 9 months, won't this be a good option for taxi services?
It is, and we are doing a lot of taxi services like Municipal Corporation of Mathiran in Maharashtra. They want to do 300 cars and they don't want to allow any IC engine cars into Mathiran. So only electric vehicles will go inside that municipal corporation. So that's a nice initiative. Then all these newly started layouts which are environment friendly, they are also not taking IC engines inside their locality. They have a parking separately.
So do you think in future ever a situation will come where retrofit companies like yours could go up to manufacturers and say, I just need your shell, and I without the IC engine, and I would do the retrofitting?
Definitely, because see sir, what has happened now, I have got a call from the tourism department of Karnataka. They wanted to buy 1,000 cars, and when they approached the OEM manufacturers, they showed their inability to give the cars on time. So these guys came to us and they said, can you do it? Now our talks are on with Tatas that if they can give us a shell.
So you get a brand new car within an EV, and then that's it.
But it really doesn't matter. We refurbish cars as good as brand new. I mean, when we get an old car, if you see the video of a Gypsy which we have done for the Southern Command, it's a 23 years old Gypsy. So you can see how we have retrofitted and how we have refurbished it. So it's as good as new.
Thank you, Anam. Thank you very much for being on our show, and we wish you all the very best.
Welcome all of you on behalf of AICCCMB for this closing ceremony of grand finale of hackathon that is supported by Mighty Startup Hub, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, and of course our G1C partner for the Tide Centers, Sign IIT Mumbai.
AI diagnostic tool to be used by clicking just the photo of your throat to diagnose whether it's a bacterial or a viral pharyngitis. So let me introduce to the problems which are there in the current system. Despite of the regular guidelines which are given by the government, 75% of the cases, that is around 30 million people, have been prescribed with antibiotics without even testing for a sensitivity checkup. Then there is this problem is exaggerated with telehealth. As we see, this is rampant increase because there is no real-time data with clinicians available to check whether there is sensitivity positive or negative. Then coming to the final aspect, that the antibiotic resistance, which also contributes to around 22 million per year, and thus is a major financial burden. So we carried out a validation study, and we found that 55% of the clinicians actually aren't very clear about their diagnosis. Then this is a solution where we generated around, we got around 8,000 images and developed a solution based on the congestion pattern.
John, a man with diabetes, goes to a party and he sees a dish and he wants to eat it, but he has diabetes, right? So he is confused whether to eat or not. Anyway, he takes it, and after some time his insulin shoots up and it becomes a big complication. At the same time, he hears about an AI platform where he inputs the food that he wants to eat, and the app or the platform gives a glycemic event prediction, and it says that, okay, you shouldn't consume this food because it might cause a glycemic event, hypoglycemia or hypoglycemia. Now, thanks to our predictions, John can now enjoy new dishes with confidence, knowing that he's managing his blood sugar levels effectively. Coming to the problem statement, we know the elevated postprandial blood glucose level is a major risk factor. Although there are current predictive models, the accuracy is very compromised. That's why it's never been used in a clinical setting. Now, the solution we are proposing is a predictive deep algorithm that integrates the parameters, the habits, the physical activity, and accurately predicts the personalized glycemic response. So our solution at the intersection of predictive analysis, AI, ML, and personalized healthcare, this algorithm.
So it essentially is a diagnostic tool that will help the mental health specialists to diagnose whether or not their patient has some mental illness in a much more effective manner. So first, let's get into, we also decided to name our app Brain Beats. So first, let's get into why mental health, because I mean psychology is comparatively a much more broad and descriptive sort of topic. So there is not much numerical data to be crunched and definite answers to be had. But at the same time, there is a drastic need to have technology implemented in this field, because if we look at the past data, since 2019, there are only about, not even one psychiatrist per 1 lakh people in our country. So there is a clear disparity of the mental health services.
From various set of mental health disorders extensively bifurcated as common mental health disorders and severe mental health disorders. So as I told about the problem, so here what solution we have developed is we have developed a website that actually provides a console for prediction of status and severity of the dementia disorder. We have also have a dashboard that showcases the statistical and the district-wise distribution of common mental health disorders and the serious mental health disorders. Also, it would give the increment of the cases in the upcoming years by the predictive analysis that we have done. So our idea actually is unique in a sense that there is no such single point that is available that can provide a solution like this. As in, there are healthcare services available, but as a relapse tracking monitoring system, there is nothing such available of this sort. There is nothing of this.
As you can see in the pictures, how currently medicines are dispensed. Like usually, how to take medicine is written in English, or usually in if pharmacist will written it manually. If patient asks, it will be written in jargon that is not understandable by patient. So we are trying to build a better way to perform medicine dispensing for resource and ability limited population in order to achieve optimal treatment outcome. So Pharmapedia in longer term is a healthcare IoT platform we want to build, but to per se hackathon we have kept our milestone as generation of QR code. So we have created a software having 2 user logins, one as a pharmacist, because these UIMs will be generated at the point when medicines are dispensed, when pharmacists get a particular prescription. So the second login is patient login. So how you can see in the previous slide how these medicines are currently developed. After developing the solution of QR codes, how we can dispense the medicine.
Okay, so we thought of this. Wouldn't that be great if the doctor could relate the genome data of their patients rather than considering a variation for each data? So that's our idea. So we believe we could provide some analytics like the number of reports that variation got, or the people who have actually confirmed the disease, or the lethal rate, or possibility and location. So this could be provided by the doctors. So was our product peer-related and it's actually built to scale up. And okay, we are targeting on doctors and hospitals to be our primary customers. And yeah, as a data science company, we believe we could add more data science to this platform.
Good evening, everyone. We are Raman and Lakshman from Startup Backyard Creators. Creating the world's first non-surgical hearing device which can diagnose the hearing loss, which we are not able to make it. We just now saw the bit of agitation when we are speaking and you could not hear us now. So imagine there is a billions of children nearly affected by the hearing loss. So nearly 500 million people were affected by the hearing loss. In India, over 63 million people were affected by the hearing loss. For them, we only have a 6,000 audiologists. So for a 6,000 audiologists, we have a very less number of infrastructure and then audiometric labs to diagnose their hearing loss. So because each audiometric clinics will cost us up to 70 lakhs, which is highly inaccessible and which require a trained audiologist to do the diagnosis. So for overcoming all these challenges, we have come up with a solution in a 36 hours called Beta.
So in this 36-hour hackathon, we have built a no-code AI builder for medical imaging, which means that radiologists in labs can build their own AI tools without any technical expertise. So the problem we are solving right now is for radiologists. So currently in India, one radiologist treats 1 lakh patients. So a high workload. Now this can be solved by AI assisted reporting. So a reduced turnaround time by 40%. The next problem is mass screening is expensive. So when you want to diagnose diseases like TB, breast cancer, lung cancer, they are expensive. However, with AI assisted reporting, the cost goes down by 3 to 4 times. Finally, occasional misfindings can also be reduced by 50% through AI-assisted reporting. Now, there are over 200 AI and radiology companies all over the world, and they have been there for quite some time. But for the Indian market, the penetration rate is less than 5% right now.
Some light about diabetes. More than 77 million people in India suffer from diabetes. More than 1 lakh people die every single year because of a hypoglycemia shock-induced diabetic coma. Diabetes only opens your doors to much more complications, starting from neuropathy, nephropathy, cardiovascular diseases, organ failures, and even death. But FeedWings is here to help you. FeedWings is a non-invasive blood glucose monitoring technology that offers continuous monitoring, affordable monitoring without being prickable. Our technology was actually tested by Dr. Jyotidev Kesavdev in a cohort of 30 patients that gave us an accuracy of 92% against the AccuCheck instant glucometer and a MARD of 13.
Coming to the hackathon, we had about 36 hours, 36 good great hours. In this hackathon, our device was being limited because of the signals that we were getting. So since the IPG signals that we were monitoring are unique to every individual, so simply thresholding can't be done.
We present to you smart socks that help in the early warning and management of foot-related complications like diabetic foot, foot ulcers, and varicose veins. 70% of podiatric complications are caused due to a poor blood circulation, and 82% of foot ulcers are caused due to untimely detection. Combining that with the wear and tear of our legs, restricted blood flow to our extremities, and constant neglect of the way we walk has led to a terrifying increase in foot complications. In India, there are more than 60 million people who suffer from one or more of these complications. Aggravation of any of these may lead to irreversible nerve damage, major organ failure, and even amputations. In 2021 alone, 5 lakh people had one or the other portion of their foot amputated. Temperature monitoring, studies suggest that temperature monitoring can reduce foot ulcers by 85%, and electrical stimulation helps in reducing the pain experienced during the progression of these ailments by 43%.
Communication skills become very important. In fact, they become more important because people perceptions are very important, and the way you put it up and your passion comes in your communication. So these are all the good qualities that you should. I mean, I've seen excellent presentation from each one of you, and that's a very warm feeling that I have for each. You're so young, and come up with a very
startup, and be ready for these 3 things, and success will definitely come to your way. And keep a dialogue going, continuous dialogue going with all the stakeholders for which you are developing your product, be it a consumer, end consumer, client, customers, distributors. So that dialogue has to go on. That's one thing, and congratulations to everyone and all the best for your journey. And for AIC, thanks for having me here. And thank you for inviting us. And
so the openness to discuss your idea and then inculcate what we had to say in that limited time, right? Just this one thing that I wanted to tell you all. When you are embarking on something new and then trying out your ideas, you are bound to face a lot of dead ends. Right, and that should not.
I started my startup journey way too late in my career, but you guys are still in school and just coming out of school. So you will have a lot of learning very quickly, very fast, and you may not have some of the experiences that we have. But again, don't give up. I think the message is you are all having a very bright future, and the visions are all clear. You are talking and tackling problems, and the health sector and
startups are the big. Everybody is talking about startups now. We say startup nation, startup India, all those things. But one interesting aspect about startups in the last 5 to 8 years is that there are so many of them, which is good. And like every one of you, you are solving problems for India. Many of these, we have great IT strength in India. Right of 1 or 2 famous college Harvard dropouts doing extremely well. That is not the norm, and you should all be clear that some dropouts are done well. That doesn't mean dropping out is an advantage, right? There is no causal relation between dropping out and being successful in your startup. It's just incidental that couple of extremely high-profile founders.
Thank you all for staying back, and I'll just begin the vote of thanks by saying that this would not have been possible at all without you guys, all the participants. So big cheer for all of you. So I just want to say thank you to Dr. PJ, and thank you sir so much for honoring us and for encouraging our students, all the participants. And a big thank you to Sign IIT Mumbai. This is our first hackathon, and it would not have been possible without the support and guidance of IIT Bombay. Of course, a big thank you to Mighty Startup Hub for all the support and for this program, of course. I want to thank all the jury members. I'm going to take them one by one, the names. Dr. Pradeep, Dr. Praveen, Dr. Asha, Dr. Samatha, Dr. Sridhar, Tej, Ashwin Dalal, Pranita, as well as one big thank you to Anik, and of course, very big thank you to all of CCMB, especially director who's always been so supportive, directors, and as well as all the group heads without whose help this would not have been possible. Everyone pitches in at AI at CCMB. So without them, we cannot really do anything. So thank you all.
Welcome to Mystartuptv. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. Today I am at the Innovation Valley, which is part of AP Innovation Society, which is part of ITS and the government of Andhra Pradesh. We'll be walking through along with Ms. Anil, who's the head of APIS. Amazing place, and I've been waiting to actually, come and firstly visit Vizag and also interact with the startups here. Thank you for inviting us.
I'm glad that you're here, and it's a great opportunity to host you and then show you the activities undertaken by AP Innovation Society. We have about 53,000 square feet of space here. Likewise, across AP, we have about 1 lakh square feet of incubation space in Tirupati, Vijayawada, and Kakinada as well.
Which way do you want us to go? This way? Okay, wing 3. So basically, this space that you've created is on lines of the new co-working space you see, which is open, spacious.
We allot the spaces as and when they keep coming to us. They pitch to us, and we see that they got any good product or any innovation happening, or they got any scalability, market access, and other things. So these are all, you can see, plug and play spaces. You can also see when you go here, they got seminar rooms, conference halls. Then they got workspaces. Bot Club has got 3D printing machines. They supply a lot of scientific material to the colleges and to the schools, where people get to know. They got a lot of work orders. Recently, we tied up with Naval Science and Technological Laboratory also. They'd given them part of CSR fund for them, like about 15 lakhs. So 40 schools are being given these 3D printed design systems, so that people get to know, students get to know very easily. Yeah, this is about Anther IoT. It's a startup mainly working on AI and IoT integration. They work on energy saving patterns and also home automations and other automation techniques. I request Kalyan from Anther IoT to come and explain the dashboard and other details about them. Over to Kalyan.
Yeah, tell us about the dashboard. Okay.
It's called SAMS in the shortcut. So SAMS means Smart Assistance Management System. So here you can see the number of zones, right? So if I scan my face here, so it automatically detects me and add here.
So I'm not in the record. That's why it doesn't recognize me, right? So there is nothing. It still shows 1. Okay, great. So that's what it is.
So it will show the dot in which zone. So this will be one zone, right? This will be one zone. So the zone 1 in this place I am sitting here. So we can see the attendance also here. How many days I am present. And I can download this Excel sheet in the Excel format, and it can show in the charts. In the charts, yeah. This is called smart homes. Okay. So if I on means in this cabin it will automatically on everything.
All the lights.
All the lights. So this is controlled by.
Right now it is lights. Eventually you will integrate everything else, right? All the electrical appliances.
I will show you in the demo room. So this is the touch board. We company manufacture. So it acts like a normal switch, like a switchboard, but it is made of touch.
Kalyan, there's a lot of. We need some light here. So what are the magic you're going to do?
Yeah, I will do the magic. Alexa, hi.
Hello, welcome to Enter Smart Homes Demo.
So it will automatically open the curtains. It will automatically set the temperature. Alexa, set ambience to green.
Thank you, Kalyan. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Anil Garu, it is the startups that are working here. I just saw one of the startups which is working on the touch technology based, making smart homes. So, how many startups are incubated with you?
Yeah, close to about 50 plus are here right now, and we are expanding also. We are in the process of setting up a center of excellencies as well. We have dedicated a couple of space for that. NASCOM was working with us, they moved out. We also supported them for that as well. Overall in Andhra Pradesh there are about 532 startups incubated in different incubators across AP. We have about 30 incubators across AP, and our joint director Lavanya is looking after the admin and other things here.
No, there are multiple sectors where we support here. We have agriculture-based startups, we have energy-based startups, we have IoT-based startups, we have IT-based startups, we have rural startups even. One of our startup has raised about 3 crore rupees, and the other is at 2 crore rupees right now.
So, what kind of activities do you do in support of the startups, which helps them in their journey?
We get investors in, we get investor meets done here. We take workshops here to promote any new kind of ideas which come in, or any kind of new technologies whichever are available. We get the startups get in touch with all the subject related and the industry related components coming in, and for that we take care of all the workshops going on very regularly.
While driving to your place, I said, wow, a beachside, incubation center, who would not want to be there, right?
This is nothing less than that San Francisco Bay, the innovation, famous innovation valley there. We have beach on one side and the hills on the other side, and the beautiful valley here. So it's more comparatively akin to that actually.
Please go.
This is recently given to one of the hospitals in Visakhapatnam, that is to Akshaya Hospitals. And one other thing is, recently they've been to Dubai for a 3 months workshop, and this is the only one startup which has been selected all over India.
Many congratulations, I must say. Many congratulations. Where next? Where are we going next?
We go next and see the products of Anthra IoT.
How many women entrepreneurs are there?
Women entrepreneurs, as of now, we are supporting 36 women entrepreneurs, and we have a group where we are taking care of all the women entrepreneurs and startups located inside Andhra Pradesh. And we have good number of VCs who are women inside, and other startups who are there. And recently we've been to a program which is a women-led program called Angadi, supported by AP Chamber of Commerce, which has a women wing itself. We have supported that program, and you will not believe there were some startups which have come in who are physically handicapped there. They've been doing very good, and that lady holds about 6 startups herself.
We got a separate policy made for them. In the policy itself, we are giving additional benefits to the women entrepreneurs, and we are encouraging them actively to partake in the entire process.
Now, that brings me to another question, which AP is blessed with huge coastline. So, do you have any startups that are working in the, the marine side of it?
We're actually working on 2-3 startups. One is this has got 2 divides to this. So one is aqua related startups, because Vishnu Engineering College in Bhimavaram is mainly that incubator is working on aqua related problems and other things. Then also we are working with the fisheries department and the National Fisheries Development Board, so that we can promote that in a big way. And we are planning to conduct a aqua challenge soon, the way we done the fintech challenge recently, involving all the startups and throwing the problem statements and seeing what would be the startups' interest and what's the government requirement and all. Secondly, on the logistics front, because as you said, talked about the coastline, next to Gujarat we are the highest, about 982 kilometers that we got. So we are having 6 major ports, and also the government, our Honorable CM Jagan Mohan Reddy is coming out with 9 fishing harbours to promote the fishing activity. So quite a lot of amount is being spent into it, and among that, we are running a logistics challenge to support the ports. On the lines of the Gati Shakti platform is already there, you are aware of it. So on the national lines, we are working with the AP Space Application Center and also AP Maritime Board, so that we'll collaborate and run this logistics challenge.
How are you encouraging, entrepreneurship at school and college level? What are you doing there?
You say there are about 242 functional engineering colleges in AP right now as we speak, and also there are quite a lot of universities, technological universities are there, and we are also aiming at now starting these cells in the schools as well. And we have Prasad here, who is founder and CEO of GCRS. I rather request him to...
Hi, Mr. Prasad.
Yeah, good evening.
Yeah. So, what is GCRS doing?
Yeah, we are into actually risk analytics, environmental risk analytics and sustainability solutions. So we work with the various corporates, and you already know that, the governments, so they are aiming for the net zero reduction of carbon emissions, okay, all across the globe. So we are into, providing solution to reduce the carbon emissions and assessing the, risk of the industries and the corporates.
You can just go around, you can see good mountains, good greenery around, and you have a good view here. You know what, we can do small events also here, because this is an open space, right? You get good air, sufficient light and everything this place, and we can accommodate about 300 to 400 people easily here. And recently we have done an event also here.
We wanted to keep this place for scale-up garage. We wanted to, like the way fireside chat was happened yesterday, the way that we want to do a scale-up garage on alternate Fridays. So open pitch day for all the startups. They can come here, they can sit here. We are now just walk through the canteen. So we wanted to put somewhere here refreshments here so that people can sit, relax. And this is a typical that Silicon Valley look you got. This is another startup that we got, a startup called SafeSeas. Actually they are working on drone kind of system. It's a pilotless remote operated lifebuoy saving method. They got patents, they got purchase orders from the Eastern Naval Command. So I am request Abdullah to give a bit on the startup SafeSeas.
Hello Abdullah.
Yeah, so this is actually a remotely operated lifebuoy. This is basically used to save the person drowning in the water. So this is the remotely operated lifebuoy. Within 10 seconds only it will be ready. Turn it on, just throw it in the water, and with the help of remote control only you can maneuver it to the person who is drowning. Then person can hold it or just can catch it, and then again slowly you can get him back to the shore with the help of that remote only. So in this manner what will happen now, you are not going to risk another life. And second thing is, this is almost 5 times faster than the normal swimmer. And here this one you will get around 7+ meters per second, and that too in the sea nature as well.
And this has got a huge civil application also. Wherever there are lakes, water bodies, where we see people going and accidents happen. So these can be deployed as part of the boats. Instead of just the life jacket, even these can be deployed, isn't it?
Right, sir. Exactly. So this can be simply deployed, and here to run this one you don't need any specific skills or something. This is just like a normal RC car. With the help of a remote control, you have the joysticks that's forward, backward, and left and right.
Tell us about these.
So this is the craft actually, which you can see here. So this height of this one approximately only just 13 inches.
What kind of support have you got from the incubation center, the innovation valley, to getting your product done from the ideation to the current state you are in?
Yeah, actually we have started this idea in 2017, and from 2018 onwards we are working with the Innovation Valley here, APIS Innovation, APIS, and a huge support we have got from there, especially in the infrastructure. So infrastructure, this all the spaces given by APIS only, and after that to connect to various government bodies.
This is the importance of an incubation center, isn't it? It's not just the real estate. It's about connecting them to the right customer.
What you're talking about is absolutely right, Sunilji. It's market access we have to provide to the startups actually, and the product after being tested, it's been field tested by ISRO recently.
Bidding on government contracts is a challenge, especially if you're going through GEM portal. I'm sure you've seen that, right? It's a challenge itself. So do you also provide some kind of training there as to how, hand-holding to the startups?
Of course we do that. We have a different department who is taking care of. Being in the government itself, we connect them to the concerned department and get them trained, and whatever the support they require, they'll obviously get it from them, because they are coming out from a government department itself.
So AP Innovation Society got selected as partner incubator for IDEX. Only 20 incubators across India have been selected, and we are one of them. And we have been assigned with Forge, which is the accelerator for IDEX. IDEX is part Innovation for Defence Excellence, and it is part of the Ministry of Defence, and there's quite a lot of money. AP Innovation Society in Vizag is particularly sitting in a defence related area cluster. We have Eastern Naval Command on one side, we have Hindustan Shipyard Limited, Naval Science and Technological Laboratory of DRDO, which is working on the submarine technologies and battery system for the submarines. They're all willing to do technology transfer. We had the highest level of interactions. We had done MOUs with them.
You are talking about the support. So some more bodies like IDEX, actually we are the winners of IDEX also. So IDEX also has supported us a lot, especially at the time of COVID also, when nothing was running at that time also they supported us. And then the government funding also was there, and then again to connect with the Indian Navy, that also was given by them. And the special privilege in order to test the craft, because this is the water body this product. So here to test this one, we need the water body, and that too directly we cannot go into the sea. there. So especially that INWTC, their sailing club, their calm water is there. So that also that access was provided because of the this IDEX only. And then swimming pool in order to drop test, because this one we have done a drop test also from the helicopter from 40 feet height. So that kind of testing support also was given by this IDEX only. And then especially as NRDC, they helped us a lot to get the patent done here.
We have about 7 startups who are working in this kind of area. So the quantum of grant is also ranging from 1 crore to 5 crore because defense related is costly.
Well, congratulations and all the very best. It's an amazing work you guys are doing here, and wishing you all the best.
Thanks a lot for coming, Mystartuptv also.
Thank you.
So we wish you success as well.
Just a few marquee investments, like I just mentioned. Amar Raja, a very prominent Indian group, will be investing almost 9,500 crores of Indian rupees in setting up a lithium-ion gigafactory. Hyundai will be investing about 1,400 crores of Indian rupees for setting up automotive proving grounds. Bility Electric will be investing 1,100 crores of Indian rupees for setting up a 3-wheeler electric vehicle manufacturing unit. Alox, again an Indian company, will also be investing about 750 crores of Indian rupees to set up India's first multi-gigawatt cathode manufacturing facility. Atero will be investing about 600 crores of Indian rupees in setting up a battery recycling unit. Grafton will be investing about 150 crore Indian rupees in setting up a 2-wheeler manufacturing facility. Apollo Tyres has tied up to set up a digital innovation center for driving efficiency. Bosch Global Software Technologies is going to hire about 3,000 employees to develop AI and safety solutions for the automotive industry. Fisker, a large EV maker from the US, has set up its first facility outside the US for developing engineering, research and development. MG Group has also set up an EV park in Hyderabad to support startups. And Government of Telangana, along with TASK, the Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge, has set up Kalam Center for Automotive Excellence to upskill youth in e-mobility. Further, adding to all the above that I just mentioned, investments aggregating to 3,000 plus crores are in advanced stages and will be announced. These investments will further strengthen electric 3-wheeler, electric 2-wheeler and charging equipment manufacturing ecosystems in Telangana.
I'm also happy to see our partners from Formula E. Thank you, Alberto, for bringing in Formula E to Hyderabad. And we've made sure that we used it as a good opportunity to also convene an EV summit around the race. Telangana has been a front runner in adopting sustainability and clean energy, while we remain focused on making India self-reliant.
I would urge all the dignitaries and the delegates present here also to participate in events, interact, mingle, come out with more ideas, give us more ideas. This is the first of its kind in India. So therefore, I hope, I pray, I'm confident also that this Hyderabad e-mobility week will transition the sustainable mobility ecosystem in a big way by partnering with the government of Telangana.
Greetings, Maniraj. We're here at Infinity Vizag. We're very glad to meet you. So we'd love to know the concept behind Go Green and what you guys are building.
We at Go Green Industries, we recycle waste and manufacture eco-friendly products out of these waste and as well as natural items like bamboo and everything. We started our journey with first with a recycled paper pencil, which is manufactured out of recycling waste newspaper. We have a saying that today's newspaper is tomorrow's waste paper. Instead of that, we turn that paper directly into product. After usage, you can plant it in a pot or a garden area. A new plant arises out of the pencil. So how cool it will be? A plant out of the pencil. So in the same way, in our 2 to 3 years of journey, we came up with other innovative products, alternative to the plastic items which are using in day-to-day life. Suppose the comb, brush. We start our day with brushing. That's made out of plastic. What we do after using 3 to 4 months? We just throw it out the brush. So there is no proper recycling system for this one-time use plastic. We, our government, mainly focus on the plastic bags is the main pollution. So we need to switch to the cloth bags and paper bags. But what about the pens, plastic pen, and combs and the toothpaste which are using in day-to-day life? There is no proper recycling system. We are throwing it away. They are running into water resources and landfills. So we can have a solution for that made out of bamboo, like bamboo toothpaste, bamboo comb, bamboo straw, bamboo tongue cleaner, each and everything. We recently also came up with a hydroponic solution. At present situation, there is no space for farming. Each and every land is turning into a industrial area or residential spots and layouts and everything. So we came up with the technology of hydroponics. According to the space, we customize the hydroponic kit. So if you have a balcony space or office space or anything, whatever the space you show, we design the kit as per your space. And we provide the training in that. Yes. We turn your balcony into a farming spot. Yes.
You know, Maniraj, remember when we were all kids, the teacher used to consider the sharpened pencil as garbage.
Yes.
But today, with your solution, it's no longer garbage. It's turning into something beautiful and productive at the end of the day. So how does it make you feel when you're, literally creating a transformation? Like personally, like keeping your cause in mind, how does it make you feel? Because you're clearly doing something noble for the planet.
It makes us feel proud and innovative. Wherever we go, there's a lot of appreciation and a great response from the public. We, apart from the business part, we also teach each and every school students and public in mailers and etc. the concept of farming, because we don't know the concept of farming. We just think on an environmental day once in a year. That too, we go to a nursery, buy a plant and keep it in a home or office. But the real farming is from seed. So in our pencil concept, we introduce the concept of farming from the seed. That's
wonderful. And even when you buy plants, sometimes it comes with a plastic casing or ceramic or something. These are very synthetic and all of that. So you're clearly providing great solutions for the planet. Thanks so much for talking to us. I look forward to talking to you on more occasions.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks so much.
Welcome to the Founder Talk Show. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are at Infinite Vizag event. With me is the young entrepreneur Shrija, founder of Nobels. So Shrija, welcome to the show. Tell us about your startup.
Nobels is an edtech platform for kids with a mission to nurture 21st century skills in kids. So we offer live classes in entrepreneurship, financial literacy, and actually pivoting into a recorded model too to bridge the gap between leaders of the industry today and kids. Because if we look at the statistics, 93% of Indian students are just aware of 7 career options and they don't know of the existence of 8th career. So to introduce them to hundreds of careers on a platform in depth by the industry leaders themselves is the goal, and we are working on that currently.
So, school kids, usually it takes time for them to formulate as to what they want to get into a profession. So how are you going to help them in terms of, is it going to be creating just the awareness, or also there is a hand holding, and also parents are the key when it comes to career decisions? How are you going to address that part?
So if we look at many schools now, there is something called career counseling, and they are assigned to a career counselor who might not have ever interacted with people from those careers. Like they might be suggesting a kid to become a scientist, but they themselves might not have ever interacted with a scientist. Here we bring those people, not just experts, but leaders in those industries who kids look up to as celebrities and heroes. So they are their role models. When we bring such people and when they tell the things directly, kids actually emulate certain characteristics of theirs, and it gets stronger in their minds and ideas, to become so and so. Yeah, so that impact is what we are looking at to create.
So tell us about the current state of the startup. Are you is this still into into MVP, or you're rolling out a service? How is it?
So we have actually launched with live classes, and that is where we have got n number of feedback from lots of parents, and that is why we are pivoting to the recorded model to make a bigger impact. The live classes were small, and we were able to cater to 500 students from that. So it was 5 months ago we launched it, and currently we paused it to pivot to a recorded model. And this model is currently at MVP.
And how do you find the event? How was it beneficial to you? What has been experience here?
It was definitely great because being recognized for something we are doing, it's always a push because it's a lonely journey. It's nice to connect with people over here, and great networking opportunity.
Shrija, thank you very much for being on the show, and all the very best.
Thank you so much, sir.
I am here at the launch of Pet Folk.
I think it's a great idea.
Pet owners are passionate about health of the pets, about the food they give the pet.
Such nice vans where you can groom your pets nicely.
And it's by a professional company like Pet Folk.
This is a comprehensive one-stop solution for everything to do with pets.
So I'm very excited to launch this Pet Folk grooming vans.
I think you should try once.
I now request our chief guest, Professor P.J. Narayan, to deliver his address to the gathering. In fact, young minds, he might be a few thousands of students, I think, you are nurturing, and especially few hundreds of startups are emerging from IIIT CIE and IIIT associated organizations as well. He is mentoring, being a professor as well as director. Briefly to say, Professor P.J. Narayan graduated from IIT Kharagpur, then MS PhD from University of Maryland, and then of course project scientist in Carnegie Mellon University. And of course, one thing I would like to tell, maybe some of you may be interested in the VR sector. I think he worked as a scientist D and E, scientist E, and head of vision and VR groups in CAIR DRDO, and past that, of course, more than 20 years he's been with IIIT, and around 9 or 10 years he's working as director of IIIT Hyderabad. So Professor P.J., please.
The AIC at CCMB for giving me this opportunity. It was a wonderful experience listening to, seeing all your presentations, all your energy, your ideas, etc. So, I mean, startups are the big, everybody is talking about startups now. We say startup nation, startup India, all those things. But, one interesting aspect about startups in the last 5 to 8 years is that, there are so many of them, which is good. And like every one of you, you are solving problems for India. Many of these, we have great IT strength in India, but hardly a small percentage solve problems for India. They'll solve problems for all the rest of the world, because that's where the money is, that's where the opportunities are, whatever. So startups have work at the right, contact, price, cost corner that you can actually work on problems for India. And my only advice to all of you is that, like somebody said here in the presentation, the startup also, it's a journey, it's not a destination. If you should enjoy every minute, every day, at least every month of something happening, something progressing, and that something contributing not necessarily only to the company doing better or the startup doing better, but the final problem that you're addressing, that moved at least a delta or epsilon forward. I mean, that's the thrill. I mean, once as that thrill is there, you will succeed, things will happen. Okay. And what I saw, today there are many startups, and this being in a hackathon and in 36 hours kind of time frame, you can only do some quick analysis or quick prototyping of things. So all these IT-based or tools-based, apps-based startups or solutions have a couple of things that you can do. One is, of course, nice interface and cloud, this and that an existing solution that is already out there, make it much easier for users to use, okay, and maybe integrate things together so that things that are here and there come together, and those are the things that standard IT does. Then there is next level. There's a lot of biological data out there. How can you get new insights by analyzing it with better tools? The more, AI is one kind of tool, but there are many tools available. That's really advancing the knowledge that is already there, or actually knowledge you are advancing this, and you are mining new information out of it, which even the scientists probably don't know. But you should all realize that all these rests on hard science that happens. Okay, you cross this road, there is CCMB there and there is IICT there. They have been working, people work on it for decades on small problems and advance the science. The science advances from which you can get some of these new ideas, new ways of doing things, and that produces, and there are a lot of opportunities of analysis. Today that's a new era. At IIIT Hyderabad also we do several projects on healthcare domain, primarily doing with images, or not just images, all healthcare data. So one of the things we do is we have a large-scale cancer screening program, oral cancer screening program, along with Grace Cancer Foundation here. We go all over the state and other places, and using basically mobile phone imaging, how can we do a screening? And we, one good idea our people hit upon was to team up with a dental college in Andhra Pradesh. They have branches, screening branches at all over Andhra Pradesh state. So they equip them with doing this screening of oral cancer, so that we get a lot of data. And then our computer vision and other experts can work on the solution. But data is very important. Good data, authenticated data is very, very important such thing. Similarly, there is a IPD, the pathological data set we are developing on brain cancer, cervical cancer and lung cancer, trying to create India-specific data. Now, this is the most important thing that many of you touched upon, which is very important. Is the scary part is many of our medical models, when you go to, are based on the West or where the research happens. India has not put enough resource in the research. So one of my colleagues about 5 years ago started this project of Indian Brain Atlas. So if you and I go, we have some problem with neurological problem, and they take a scan of your brain, they compare it with the standard brain, the Atlas, or the standard healthy brain that probably comes from Canada or Germany, and our physiology is different, and we don't even have Indian Brain Atlas, and all the diagnosis we do could be wrong because of that, and that's scary, right? All of us, we have billion people here, or 1.5 billion now, people here, and why can't we do this? So she started a very small project, 100 healthy individuals between 20 to 30 across the country, and created the Brain Atlas. So that Atlas is ready for anybody to download and use, etc. But that's like not even step 0 in the whole journey. I've been trying how to get, ultimately this Atlas is useful only if neurologists start using it when patients walk in. And we don't even know what are the steps. From the 100, the data itself is credible, I'm told, she works with many neurologists here. It's usable. But this is medical data. This is not like, a food delivery app. Going from a food delivery app to a pan delivery app or a lassi delivery app, those are all simple things. But you're talking about, healthcare, the real stuff that touches all of us. So you need to make sure that the diagnosis is correct, it is validated, it is goes through the regulatory hierarchy. It's all very important. I mean, it's not just bureaucracy. It's also protection when somebody uses those things and we are the patient. So that is a huge hurdle. We don't even know. I've been pushing our people to this partner. This project was none other than Sri Chitra Institute in Trivandrum, which is probably one of the topmost institutes in neurology. Even they are not able to help or tell us what is required, what is step 1, 2, 3. Even 5 years later, how will this data, and we are expanding the data, of course, but how is this data used will be with the neurologists or will be part of the treatment procedure. Not just sitting in on our server. Somebody can download. Who will download? They'll download just for some curiosity. So like that, I mean, in healthcare, you are all worked on things that are related to healthcare. You need a lot of patience working on healthcare as opposed to developing a pan delivery app which can be done in a 24-hour time frame, and maybe somebody will use it, maybe nobody will use it, but it's all done in a less time. Whereas here that's why I want to emphasize there is a hard science which takes decades, and then there are maybe today the intermediate layer of data analysis based on the science which takes years to the developing the solution itself is easy, but validating it, and then there is the bringing it out. So you should remember all these things. You should be, if you are in the healthcare space, you should be ready for this long journey. But the great advantage is everything you do, it touches human beings, just the citizens of this country or the world, and it makes the goal is to make somebody's life better by diagnosing early or diagnosing better or reducing the pain or whatever. So that there's nothing that can substitute for that thrill. So be focused on that kind of goals, be focused on the journey, not the destination again, because that's what it takes especially in healthcare. And I'm glad to see so many people interested. We need many more people to working on such things, working with scientists, working with data analysts, AI people, front-end people, etc. So I'm very glad to see all this happening here. Good luck to all of you, all these companies. Don't lose the spark. Keep it lit and blow it into a big flame and a huge fire. Then maybe we'll all help end up changing something in the world. One last thing I want to say is all these startups get a lot of startups being young people doing startups, etc. There was a study about 8 to 10 years ago from Silicon Valley. They did a study of all the startups in Silicon Valley for 2 data points. What is the age of the founders, average age of the founder, and what is the average degree, educational qualification. So what is the guess of the average age of founders of startups in Silicon Valley, maybe in 2005 to 2015 time frame? It was 37 or 35 or 37. It is not, the 19-somethings and 18-somethings doing it. Those are, when 18-something achieves something, it is big news. But the hard work is done by people who have experience. And the average qualification is above master's level. Okay. In spite of 1 or 2 famous Harvard dropouts doing extremely well. That is not the norm. And you should all be clear that some dropouts are done well. That doesn't mean dropping out is an advantage, right? There is no causal relation between dropping out and being successful in your startup. It's just incidental that couple of extremely high-profile founders were dropouts from. They were dropouts from Harvard. To get to Harvard is itself shows they were not ordinary people in any sense. So what it means is the story there is. This requires maturity, this requires expertise. So you are all starting the journey. Don't be disheartened. Keep at it, and in the meanwhile, get experience, get advanced degrees, get experience by working with experts. Some of you, I see, some of you already worked with some clinical, some people who have been working on this audiology or all those people. That's all very, very important. It doesn't just come from vacuum by just an app cannot do these things. The hard science is what it's based on. Otherwise, it is worthless. Otherwise, it'll be like I said, the pan delivery app. If it fails, it doesn't hurt anybody. If it succeeds, some people may be a little bit more happy. That's not a fundamental contribution you're making to the humanity. So that's all I have to say. And keep up. And thank you for inviting me here. And wonderful to see all the energy. Thank you.
Welcome to Founder Talk Show. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. Mystartuptv is at the Infinite Vizag event, and I have with me Praveen Bhaskar, who's the founder of Alexion Energy. Welcome, Praveen.
Welcome. Yeah, hi.
So tell us about your startup.
So Alexion Energy is a deep tech company developing sustainable battery packs and core electric vehicle technologies so that EV companies and energy storage companies can get to market faster and focus on scale. So we take care of the technological nuances while they focus on scale.
And right now EV is the buzz, isn't it?
Yeah.
From the Olas of the world to the Royal Motors that we were talking to, right? All of these companies are developing it. So how do you see the market?
So currently electric vehicle technologies are very at a nascent stage, and there is a lot of room for improvement. That is where we come in. So we are developing we are solving one critical problem at a time related from the battery assembly process, the battery management system, all the way to battery thermal management system. So we have developed a battery assembly process where the manufacturing cost reduces by 30% and we can produce battery packs 6x faster. So that assembly process we have licensed to another company where currently we are generating our revenue from. And right now we are into development of our battery management system, which is a safety and protection device that protects the battery pack as well as the user. So the battery BMS that we are developing right now, it is the first BMS within the whole world where we can exactly pinpoint the faults within the battery pack. So right until now there are predictive analytics and everyone is predicting that your battery pack might go wrong in X point of time. But we are the first company that have developed a technology that can exactly detect the faults within the battery pack and tell the user your battery pack might go wrong at this point of time. Please go to the manufacturer and maintain that.
As a startup, budding startup, do you have some patents? Okay, for the benefit of the investors, I want to talk about if you have any patents and if you have raised any fund or if you're looking to raise any fund. How is your technology different?
Sure. So far we have 5 utility patents, 2 PCTs and 6 design patents. So out of which we have 1 in the assembly process, 1 in the BMS, 1 in the thermal management system. We are also developing a battery thermal management system where we are doubling the life of battery packs by 2x, and it is 100% fireproof. Even if you point a gun at it and fire it, the battery pack won't blast. So that kind of safe technology we are bringing to the market. And right now we are looking to raise a pre-seed round of 4 crore rupees. So at a valuation I would rather disclose to the investor.
You can leave it, yeah, you can leave it like that. So tell us a little bit about your team, the core team, which is your strength, right? Because you're into design and development for the benefit of the investors out there.
Sure. So the core team, the founders are electrical and mechanical engineers with an total combined industry experience of 10 plus years. So myself, I have previously worked in Byju's. So that was my last job, where I was a business development engineer. And prior to that, I worked in Inspire IT Solutions as in VoIP technologies, voice over internet protocol. So before that, from the college days itself, I did around 25 plus projects completely within this sector. So that's how my interest got in to all these things.
Thank you very much, Praveen, and I wish you all the very best.
Yeah, thank you.
Greetings, Mr. Ramakrishna Garu. We are here at Infinity Vizag, and we'd love to know what Ftronics is about and what you've been working on.
Of course, Ftronics is a 37 years old company. Initially, it is a startup company in today's terminology. We started with a LED signage, and after that we migrated to the data acquisition systems for especially Indian Railways signaling monitoring. Now almost the entire Indian Railway signaling is monitored by our equipment, and that is able to collect the data in a real time with an IoT device, edge device, and bring that data to the divisional headquarters and analyze the data. And end of the day, objective is to reduce the accidents and make the availability of all assets, so that almost we are able to achieve zero accident stage. and we are able to improve the availability of that more than 50% compared to what it is. All this data, railway officers will use this. This entire platform is built indigenously by us. We didn't use any of the international technologies. And, that is where we build today's IoT platforms indigenously. The same platform we'll be using it for other domains like weather monitoring or otherwise water SCADA or otherwise traffic management systems. And now the same thing we are now trying to improve to the next level, taking it to all analytics and making the data available on a smartphone, on a dashboards and alerts, and taking a feedback from the situation back to the things so that the entire IoT value dimension will be able to bring it so that all the challenges can be met with one single platform.
So initially, before IoT or any of players like Ftronics have come up, there used to be manual boards with rail track diagrams and LED lights and indicators and all of that. And you have clearly made that entire process very easy, and there's now tracking, statistics and all of that. So when you see this change, how do you feel being the driver of that change?
Of course, that is always needed. As a professional, our objective is to improve something, quality of life of the people. In the process, we make money and we make the country to grow, and we make our employees to all the stakeholders will get benefited. That is what is entrepreneurship.
Absolutely, that's very inspiring to hear. And we're here at Infinity Vizag. So one word for Infinity Vizag and your entire journey and purpose of being here.
Of course, basically I am part of ITAP from the beginning. So anything has to be developed by any area. One need to have this type of flagship payments in a continuous every year, so that we'll be able to bring all the stakeholders and create a networking opportunity, and knowing what is really the technology, where the opportunity to invest is one dimension, but same time knowing a technology and knowing the roadmap and what is the future directions. And all this helps young people or even the existing people also know each other.
Wonderful. So thank you so much for talking to us, and I look forward to interact with you on more occasions. Thank you. Thank you so much.
These are the mantras behind how we have designed rubrics, right? The first thing is you really have to solve your problem before you start putting your first line of code. The second is don't worry, be crappy. I mean, this is something that we really want each of the startup to have. This second one is don't worry, be crappy. It's okay to be crappy. It's very important for you to know what you're trying to build. The third one is don't let the technology limit your imagination. Technology is just a tool, but imagination is what really drives innovation. With this, I welcome you all to the launch of Rubrics at the T Hub today. Sorry. First of all, congratulations to all startups for being here. You are one out of the 365 startups who have actually applied. A big round of applause to everyone. This is after 3 levels of screening. I'm sure most of you've met the program team during the pitches. We got to speak to you, understand your capabilities, and understand more about your idea. Then we have a second and a third level of evaluation. That is where we have selected 13 startups. This is the cohort composition. We have startups from different sectors, right from fintech. Fintech has taken the largest size in this cohort. Then we have health tech, agri-tech, deep tech, people working in MIL as a horizontal. We have enterprise, and then one startup in EV mobility as well. We have 2 startups in EdTech. Okay, now I would be taking you through the program flow. This is a 100 days to MVP program. we support startups to build a globally acceptable MVP within 100 days from today. So today is day 0. That is where most of you have built your prototypes or your have a POC. Day 20 is when you will have clarity on the problem solution fit. We look at the program this way. We say you have a larger problem, then you have a solution to the problem, then part of the solution is the product that you're building. So the problem solution fit would happen by day 20. Then day 40 is when you would be building your user-centric design. You would be building your user flows, you would be building your customer journeys. All of that would happen by day 40. During this part, we also give you the support to identify the tech stack. That would be done by day 45. Day 100 is when you have your MVP out. After day 100, you have 2 tracks that we give you extended support of 20 days. The first track is where we expose you to betas and pilots. As Anish was talking, we would also give you some market access with the corporates and other partners that we have on board. That is the first track. This is for startups who have already finished their MVP by day 100. For some of you who need a little more support, for some of you who have backlogs during building your product, we would give you that 20 days as extended support to help you build your products. During the course of the program, we have several interventions that I'll take you through in the following slides. Once we have finished the extended support of 20 days, that is when we give you a demo day. This demo day is where you get to sit with some investors, talk to some partners. We will have corporates come here. And then a lot of market access connections and investor connections would happen during the demo day. The typical 5D framework of product development is followed for this program. Define, design, discover, develop, and deliver. The first 4 phases is what you would be doing in the first 100 days. The 5th phase, that is the deliver phase, is what you would be following during the 20 days of extended support. Define is where you start defining your problem, understand your market, define your user. All of that would happen in the define phase. Then comes the design part, where you would typically be designing your product, the user flows. All of that would come in the design. This is where you build a user-centric design for your product. We also help you build your wireframes and mockups during the design part. Then comes the discover part. That is where you would be discovering the technology that can be used to build this thing. So the third mantra that I was talking about, don't let technology limit your imagination, that is here. So we don't want technology to come before we don't want you to identify the technology before you start designing. So you're done with your design, you know what you want to do, then that's when you go out and find the technology needed to build that particular product. Then comes the develop phase. That is typically the entire 50 days of your second half of your program. This is where you would be running sprints for each of your sprint. Then we have teams partners supporting you to build and run these sprints. So typically by the 100th day you are expected to have your MVP. And then the extended support is during the deliver phase, where, as I told you, you have 2 tracks. Track 1 is where we give you betas, pilots, and help you test your products. The track 2 is where we help you build your finish your backlogs, if any. These are the different interventions that we have. This is how we typically run the program. You have different workshops that you would be exposed to. These are typical classroom sessions. We have industry leaders coming take these workshops. We also have a lot of academia faculty come down and take these workshops. Then we have mentor sessions. Each of you would be aligned to one mentor. Anish was talking about how we do this mentor selection. Each mentor would help you take you across the entire product dev journey. Then comes the expert hours. We have a lot of partners for this program. Each of the partners, you have SMEs come down, support you, sit down with you, identify where you need support. They do one-on-ones with you and help you navigate those gaps. Office hours, this is where the program team, the extended program team would sit down with you, identify gaps that are missing or pieces that are missing across all other interventions. Then comes your templates and resources. This is where we give you a lot of templates to fill in. Most of you might have done, say for example, market research, right? Maybe you might have Googled or pull out reports and all. But I'm sure most of you would not have put that in proper template. So this is where the templates would come into picture. We give you templates to fill in, and then these templates are reviewed both by the experts and by the mentors. This is the program timeline. We launched the program on 17, that is today. Then we have a mid-cycle review. We take a break after our discover phase. From the 5D, we are finished with the first 3Ds, define, design, and discover. Then we take a break of 1 week. This is where we do a mid-cycle review. Our partners would come down, your mentor would come down, then you sit along with the extended program team, and validate all that you have learned and built across the first 3 phases. Then we give a break of 1 week, that is 6th to 13th is where we also help you clear your backlogs. Then 13th of March is where we resume the program. Till 5th of May is where we run the program, and then 5th is where you graduate. So day 100 is 5th of May. You are expected to build your products by the 100 day, that is 5th of May. From 5th of May to 26th of May, that is going to be your 20 days of extended support. After 26th of May or on 26th of May is where we will be doing your demo day. Yeah. What does it take to be a great founder? Building products is one part to it, but we believe that there are several other things that a founder should have. That is where we have track 2 for the program, that is Founders Essentials. We give you the art of storytelling. Building a product is not just enough. You need to know how to tell stories behind your product, talk about your product. That is where we expose you to a module called Art of Storytelling. Then 101 of Finance. This is where we see a lot of our startups struggle, because we are not sure how much budget do we have, and how do we spend that budget. Then we have partners come down, take this module of 101 of Finance. We help you structure your product finance. We help you have your finance against your resource plan, against your product roadmap and all. Then comes failure stories. This word, I don't see it as a negative word. Failure is something that is very important. Each of us actually should go through failure. I've been through a couple of failures in my life. So failure story, we will have people who've built great products but couldn't make it to the market. We'll have such great people come down, talk to you, share their insights with you during the failure stories module. Creating ESOPs is also one such module where, since most of you are in your early stages, you would definitely want to give stake against salaries that any of your resources would expect. So it is very important for you to know how to create ESOPs and how to get the right talent and resources on board. That is why we have created this module where we would expose you to how to create ESOPs, how do you negotiate with people coming on board. Till now, that is what we are going to do. This is what startups are going to do, right? So you have your part of things as well. We expect you to spend 6 to 8 hours every week during the 100 days. We expect you to attend all your sessions, RSV to all your sessions. There should be a constant cadence on what is happening with your product with us. We expect you to give feedback after every intervention for us to improve our interventions, for us to help you build your products better. Submissions, this is something that is very key. We expect you to submit all your templates and then your whatever is being given to you on time. Last but not the least, we expect you to ask for support. This is very important. There's very limited that we can do from our side, but once it comes from your side, we push ourselves to deliver more than what is there. So always please remember, ask for support, ask whatever you want. You're sitting in the world's largest innovation campus. There are a lot of things that T-Hub can do, so please feel free to ask whatever you want to. Again, as I told you, led by entrepreneurs, backed by industry. The entire program team who is going to work with you, we are all entrepreneurs. I myself have built two startups myself. Most of my career has been, I've been an entrepreneur for most of my career. So are the other program team members, Krishna and Mayuk. We have great partners on board, Atom State, Digital Fabric, F5, GitHub, Moolia, and UCC. These partners take up ownership of the 5D framework. Each of the entire 5D framework has been divided into modules. So each of this partner has taken up ownership of some of these modules. They help you. They take a workshop. They help you work on your templates. They give you the tools and resources to finish your module. As well, they sit down with you one-on-one if need be to help you navigate that particular problem. I thank all the partners sitting here from bottom of my heart to give to extend all the supports that you are. Thanks a lot. Big round of applause to partners. With that, I come to an end. This is the extended team that you would be working with, the entire T-Hub. We are not just 3, we are 63 members. So, we are going to give you all the support that is needed. Welcome aboard, welcome to Rubrics. Let's make sure, we'll make sure your 120 days are going to be memorable. With that, thanks a lot.
Again, good evening to everyone who has joined us here as well as online. I hope we are all audible to the people who have joined online. And this is Harshita. So I take care of program executions at Innovation Management Department for corporate, international, and few capacity buildings. So I'll be your host for today. So here I welcome our future leaders who are the startup founders and the mentors and program partners and alum and my steadfast team of the T-Hub. So I'm excited as you guys, and I'm enthusiastic about today where we are launching our Rubrics Cohort 2.0. On that note, I would like to urge to invite Mr. Anish Antony, who is Chief Delivery Officer at T-Hub, to talk all about innovation management. Where T-Hub enables startups during their life cycle through each and every intervention, which will be aligned to our 6M and 2P framework. Anish, over to you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for coming over. Firstly, I think, thanks. Not a very, I think they changed the photograph. I'm looking a bit older in that. Yeah, that's okay. So thank you very much for coming over. I think we are really very excited to launch the next cohort of Rubrics 2.0. We'll probably try and get into context about how we are thinking about innovation and innovation looking for going forward, right? We believe that how did Rubrics start, right? Initially, we used to do only 2 programs, which is the Lab 32 program, which was a sort of a business readiness program, right? So so this is how we look at supporting startups programmatically, right? We believe that in their life cycle of from idea to IPO, right? There are multiple, around 4 or 5 inflection points where the probability of the startup to fail is really very high, right? We did an exercise on trying to identify those inflection points on where they are and running programs to support those startups at those inflection points. To give you a bit of numbers, there are around 84,700 startups who are registered in India today, as per DAPIIT, right? But if you look at startups who have raised any kind of funding, right? And why we calculate funding is because funding is one way of somebody is giving you money in exchange for no collateral, just equity, right? And if that doesn't work out, then that equity is not even worth the paper it's written on. Right? So funding is one of the elements for validation, right? So only 5,400 startups have received some kind of funding, right? So that means only 7% of the startups registered have got that one layer of validation, right? So that is one reason why we believe is that all of these inflection points at certain point the startup ends up, giving up and not continuing the journey. So we've identified these 5 points and we want to support them at these 5 points to make them more successful, right? So initially we started off with just the Lab 32 program, where it was a business readiness program. But then we did a sort of a backward integration and realized ki for people, there are very high percentage of failures which happen in the first and the second stage itself, which is the idea validation stage, which means I have an idea, and because I'm so convinced and I've so bought into the idea that I believe that idea will work. My idea will work, right? And this is the greatest idea, and I'm sort of inventing fire and that kind of stuff, right? So what we do is we sort of go and give them a reality check. We also give them a lot of data points which they can use, a third person's objective view as to how you should be looking and what are the parameters which will help you identify if your idea can become successful or not. Who is your client? Who is your user, right? I mean, does it make business sense? What is the total market? Have you calculated the addressable market correctly or not? Does your idea make sense? Is the pain big enough for you to solve, and so on and so forth, right? The second piece where we realize where people fail is creation of product, right? If I have to take an example of a medical doctor, right, then these guys actually know that this is a medical problem and this product will solve it, right? And maybe it is a big enough problem for people to solve, right? But how do I create a product out of it? So I am an MBBS doctor, right? So I don't have any experience in creating a product. So that is why we believe that this next stage, which is what the rubrics is all about, is to help you create that product which gives you the best chance of making your business alive. When I say business alive, from product, start generating revenue. That is when the life starts kicking into your business. You start getting the steady stream of revenue, right? You don't want to go to the market and then realize that this is not what the market wants, right? Or come back and then reinvent your product. We don't want you to do that reinvention of your product again and again, right? We want you to do it right and do it right the first time, right? Once that happens, what we also want to do is we also want to help you take your product to the market, which means that we also do a lot of corporate innovation programs. We are very well connected with a lot of corporates. We're connected with the government. So as a part of the previous cohort itself, while the cohort was underway, a lot of startups actually started generating revenue because we connected them. Like for example, there was a sustainable startup called Carbon Dynamics, right? So those guys actually went out and started generating revenue while the product was going on itself, because they were slightly advanced. When they entered itself, they had already done some amount of homework on product creation, right? They started already generating revenues even before the cohort was over. So even when the cohort was over, they had a good healthy revenue pipeline of 50 to 70 lakhs and so on and so forth, right? So we want you to take your product out there, and if you're fast enough, early enough, maybe you can start generating revenues even before you leave the cohort and go out, right? What we also want to do is we want to use this as a feeder to our next program, which is a business readiness program, which is a Lab 32 program. Typically, the qualifying criteria for a Lab 32, which is a business readiness program, is you should be able to see some kind of traction, right? So if you're able to create your product, right, we would not only try and expose you to the market outside during the current program, or also we would like you to handhold you through our next program, which takes you and accelerates your business growth, right? So typically our Lab 32 program sees, since you already received a first sort of validation of your product, that focuses on business acceleration, which means how is your revenue pipeline growing? How is your sales pipeline growing? How is your unit economics? Is it working out or not? So that is the next step of evolution, of course, right? But for that to happen, the gap between after you fixed your product or made your product till you start generating revenue, right? That is a sort of valley that you have to navigate, right? So creating your product efficiently and effectively is very important, so that you can so that valley is very, very short. So you can jump that valley very, very easily. So I would like to request you to please focus on the program. We've got an amazing program structure set up. This program structure, we have sort of validated through multiple market inputs, right? We've got some really experts in business, people who have worked with, some really top-notch companies who have helped us design this program for us. Right? Every element of the program, every initiative of the program has been very well thought of. We have some amazing partners on the program with us. We've got F5 with us, who's supporting really greatly. We've got UCC, we've got Atom State, we've got GitHub. I mean, we've got all of these partners who are really top-notch in their business, right? Please leverage the entire program is what I request, right? We will also be trying to bucket you into red, amber, green, right? So which means depending on the amount of engagement that you do with the program, right? अगर सोना बट रहा है और आप लाइन में नहीं हो खड़े लेने के लिए, right? Then it doesn't make a difference. You're not going to walk away with the gold, right? So we will be imparting a lot of value during the program, right? What we would request you is to please make optimal use of it, right? That is something that we would really request you. We will also be bucketing you in terms of red, amber, green, depending on the amount of engagement that you do with the program. So at the end of the program, if you're in the red bucket and have not engaged with the program, please don't come back to us and tell us the program has not added value, right? It's not added value because you've not engaged with the program, right? And we will again, as a part of during the program, we will sort of bring out the metrics, how the green bucket of last time did really very well, right? So please stay in the green bucket. Please stay in the engagement of the program. Please optimally utilize our partners who are there, who are supporting you, who come all the way to support you for your program, right? One of the reasons why we are able to keep our costs really down and make it affordable for early stage startups is because of the immense amount of help that we receive from our partners, right? So please give their due value for the effort that they are putting towards your success, right? That is something that we would really request you. After the Lab 32 program, right? Many of the startups or many investors today have started investing in early stage, even at the idea stage, right? What does it mean, right? It means that in 2021, the amount of funding raised by Indian startups were 44 billion, right? And the amount of funding raised last year, right, was 24 billion, right? But the number of deals done last year, right, were 30% more than the number of deals done in 2021. Which means the average ticket size, or investors have started investing in earlier stage startups at smaller ticket sizes, right? So we will also try and expose you to investors who are interested in investing in early stage, so that your journey kicks off, that hockey stick start kicking off earlier than what you expected. But again, it comes back to the same thing. Engage with the program, build a great product, prove to the investors that your roadmap is absolutely clean. It's not downs and ups, right? You have a clean graph, right? And those guys will buy into it, right? Exposing you to investors, exposing you to to partners, to our value partners, exposing to the program, that is something that we will do, right? But what I will suggest for you is, after that also we have a T-Angel program which is supposed to help you to raise a round of funding, right? So if your journey is fast, we can probably start exposing you to those investors faster, right? You raise your round of funding faster. But if he says that, boss, having all of these partners along with you, having all the programmatic support along with you, the startup is not able to build a product, right? How do you expect me to invest in him, right? Now that will be a very difficult question for you to answer, right? So please do take the program seriously. Subsequent to raising the investment, we have again a program for scale. Please believe me that more startups die due to indigestion than due to starvation. Okay, you get the money, now you don't know what to do with the money, pizza party, hey, right? But that's not how it works. Okay, so we have a program which will help you deploy that money correctly. We will engage with partners so that people support you as much as they can with credits and offers, so that the money that you generate can be properly utilized, right? Your roadmap is set out correctly, but that is at a much later stage. The point I'm trying to make is, if you get it right here, right, the rest of the journey becomes really very easy for you, right? So, and this is the right place to get it right, because यहाँ पे आप जितना deviation करते हो ना, 1 degree of deviation here, वहाँ पहुँचते it is totally out, right? सबने अपने engineering किया हुआ है, right? At the source, if you deviate by 2 degrees, it goes out by 20 miles on the top, right? So please get this program right. I am very sorry for being so firm here, but I would like to drive the point home. And a little of that is from my background, right? So prior to T-Hub, I was one of the founding team members of MyGate, right? And MyGate grew 10x every year for the past 6 years, right? Prior to that, I was a pilot, helicopter pilot, a wing commander in the Air Force for almost 20 years. I'm a Kargil and a Siachen veteran, right? So believe me, I've lived through it, right? I've traveled the journey, I've traveled this path, right? And what it takes is a lot of grit, is a lot of determination, and you should be asking yourself, how can I make it happen? Rather than, why is it not happening, right? You need to be at it, right? Make it happen. We are there along with the journey. Going back, then in that case, how can we make your journey successful, right? If you look to the left-hand side of it, we believe that is a framework that is available with us, right? So the red line on this box actually represents T-Hub, right? So within this building of T-Hub is, we provide all of these 8 elements, which we believe are mandatory for a startup to become successful, right? What does it mean? Which means that, for example, money, right? At a certain point of time, you will definitely require support to raise a round of funding. Startup founders talk English and investors talk Arabic, right? Oh, he'll 3 letter, 4 letter, 10 letter abbreviations फेंकेगा वो, right? Right? So, Ibat, can you just, right? So, I think that is where we support for money. So, how are we thinking about it, right? We're thinking we go really very deep, right? Which means that we have a funding desk, which is available in T-Hub. When you go to the funding desk will first clean you up, saying that, boss, where is your cash flow statement? What is the total addressable market, right? Are you thinking it right or not? How is your unit economics looking? Where is your pitch deck? Ask all of those relevant questions to you. Once you answer those questions and are sort of ready, we put you in front of an investor, not to ask for money, but to tell you what is wrong, right? To show you the picture of, if I were to invest in you, why am I not investing in you right now? He gives you the holes, right? You go back, you fill those gaps, you come back to him, right? And then we will help you raise a round of funding subsequently, right? So that is how deep that we are looking at it. Programs, of course, we're running those programs, right? Which you already talked about earlier. Market access, which means that if you go to a corporate today and say, I want to do a proof of concept, I want to do a pilot, right? The probability is less. You go back to them and tell them, okay, I've been a part of T-Hub. I've gone through their product readiness program. I've gone through their entire program. And then we take you to the corporate and say, hey, you know what? We've been with them for 3 months. They're part of our program. We think they are in the green bucket. Again, the green bucket comes back, right? This green bucket will keep coming back to haunt you, okay? So they are in the green bucket. Now you might want to please give them a POC or a pilot, because we believe that they will do right? The probability of you getting a pilot is higher, right? So market access is not only about generating revenue, right? It's about getting your user profile right, identifying who's your client profile and user profile, what is the difference? Somebody is using you like something that I buy for my kid, right? My kid is using, but I am the client, right? So what is the difference between user profile and client profile, right? Get that client profile right. Are you selling it like a product, or are you selling it like a subscription? Get all of those fit in market access before you go out and ask somebody to have a revenue generating, raise an invoice for somebody, right? We have an amazing group of almost 200 all mentors. We have a great selection program for mentors, which means for somebody to become our mentor, it is minimum senior vice president and above. If you're coming from a corporate background, they are CEOs, CXOs of companies. If you're coming from a startup founder background, you need to have at least raised a couple of rounds of funding to become a mentor with us. If you're coming from academia background, then you need to be a faculty of a tier 1 institution. If you're coming from a VC background, or an investor background, you need to have at least invested in 5 startups with a minimum ticket size of 10 lakh each. Right? Once you have, so those are the guys who are eligible for becoming our mentors, right? So we have a great pool of mentors across, we have divided them across sectors. We have divided them across competencies. So please make good use of the mentor pool that we have. The mentor pool opens out to you because you're part of the program now. The next piece is motivation. Is what we would do is we align you with your sectors. We put you together in cohorts of, like for example, if you're a health tech startup, we have a health tech cohort. If you're a mobility startup, we put in a mobility cohort. If you're a Web 3.0, we put in a Web 3 cohort, right? There's a community. And there are around 20, 30, 40 founders again already existing in that community. So you share notes, the probability of your success becomes much higher, right? Manpower is where we help. If you're a startup, you're a bootstrap startup, right? How do I hire people? Because I am spending from my own pocket, right? How do I get interns, right? If Infosys calls for internship, the probability of somebody joining there is higher, right? How do I get interns for my startup, which is not even, 6 months old? Why will an intern join me? So what we do is we leverage the brand of T-Hub, right? So last month we had an internship mela where there were 75 startups who rolled out offer letter for almost 470 internships in 6 hours, right? So we leverage a brand. They come looking for brand T-Hub, right? We leverage that brand and we help you hire interns for your organization, right? We're doing another one on February 2nd or February 4th. I'm not very sure, right? We're doing another one. February 1st. We're doing another one February 1st, right? So this is how we help you with your manpower. I want to hire a CTO at a certain point of time, right? Not in your stage, maybe at a later stage. I want to hire a CTO, right? Now, how do I convince somebody drawing a 40-50 lakh package to quit that and come back and join you as a CTO? How do you structure his ESOPs? How do you structure his equity, right? How do you vest it over what period of time? What is the minimum? What is the maximum? What is the going rate in the market right now for a CTO? What is the going rate for a CBO? What is the going rate for whatever it is, right? So we help you with that piece of manpower as to how can I get great talent at manageable costs. The next is partnerships, where when I say partnerships, what we do is we have identified approximately 13 categories, right? It could be categories from cloud computing, it could be DevOps, it could be HR, it could be legal support, it could be anything. BFSI, banking, financial services, it could be anything, right? And each of this, again, we've developed into subcategories, which is, if I'm looking at cloud, then how do I have cloud storage? How do I have cloud computation? How do I have, various things, right? Now we go back and sign up with these partners. We identified 2 things. Are these guys the best in the business? Point number 1. Point number 2, we go back and tell them, you know what, dude, there are like 1,000 startups who are going to be there in this building, right? And we are going to open up all of them for you. What is the best that you can do for them? So when you're looking for a lawyer or when you're looking for a company secretary, you don't have to spend that 3 or 4 months asking friends who's a good lawyer. And at the end of it, you still don't know how to evaluate a lawyer, right? So we have done that evaluation. We've empaneled them. We have talked to them to give you a great discount, right? So you just come and tell me, I need a lawyer. I'll give you these 3 options. Go to one of them and they will give you a 30% less than, at least a 30% less than card rate that is available outside, right? How we are thinking at it, if you get off the flight at Delhi, you get into Uber, you should be getting a discount. You get into an Oyo, you should be getting a discount. You get into HRC, you should be getting a discount. You catch your flight back, you should be getting a discount, right? So that is the kind of depth that we are looking to provide you with. Please leverage that, right? We have identified almost around 90, 97 odd partners who we have already engaged with. We have signed MOUs with them. They're already rolling out. Some of them are sitting right here, right? So they are our own, some of them are own T-Hub startups, right? So they are sort of, in fact, we sort of ask them to pay back, right? If you feel that we have done good for you, please extend that to our next generation of startups, right? And we will come back to you also, saying that if we have helped you, then why don't you extend back to the ecosystem, right? So that is how we look at partnership, and also we provide a lot of policy support. What is the current policy on I don't know, cyber currency, right? What is the current policy on EV? How is the government looking at it, right? We also are the sounding board for the government, where they put a lot of white papers to us where we ratify saying that this will work, this will not work. And we help them define their policies, right? That piece again we do. So we'll be able to give you a lot of policy support on that, right? My request to all of you would be, so this is what we have, right? Please leverage it. Please reach out. One of the deliverable for our own value partners desk is the amount of engagements that they will be able to make between our value partners and the startups. Okay? उसका variable पे depend होगा कितना engagements किया है उसने. Right? My value partners are very happy. So that's good. So I think that is how we're looking at it, so that you can be able, guys can get out a lot of value out of this. So I am sort of done here.
Thank you, Anish, for setting up the platform and driving us with the right path for today. And now, without any further delay, I would like to introduce our super team behind the rubrics. That is Vinay Peddinti, program lead, and Krishna Kumar and Mayuk Reddy, who are program associates, who will be associated with you all for this 100 days of journey starting from today.
Thank you for setting the stage, Anish. You see 3 statements on the screen. These statements are the mantras of how we have designed rubrics. You're not able to see it? I'm sorry, okay. Yeah. These are the mantras behind how we have designed rubrics, right? The first thing is you really have to solve your problem before you start putting your first line of code. The second is don't worry, be crappy. I mean, this is something that we really want each of the startup to have this on the... Okay, that's okay. You can increase the volume. Yeah. Second one is don't worry, be crappy. It's okay to be crappy. It's very important for you to know what you're trying to build. The third one is don't let the technology limit your imagination. Technology is just a tool, but imagination is what really drives innovation. With this, I welcome you all to the launch of Rubrics at the T-Hub today. Sorry. Yeah. First of all, congratulations to all startups for being here. You are one out of the 365 startups who have actually applied. A big round of applause to everyone. This is after 3 levels of screening. I'm sure most of you've met the program team during the pitches. We got to speak to you, understand your capabilities, and understand more about your idea. Then we have a second and a third level of evaluation. That is where we have selected 13 startups. This is the cohort composition. We have startups from different sectors, right from fintech. Fintech has taken the largest size in this cohort. Then we have health tech, agri-tech, deep tech, people working in MIL as a horizontal. We have enterprise, and then one startup in EV mobility as well. We have 2 startups in EdTech. Okay, now I would be taking you through the program flow. This is a 100 days to MVP program. We support startups to build a globally acceptable MVP within 100 days from today. So today is day 0. That is where most of you have built your prototypes or your have a POC. Day 20 is when you will have clarity on the problem solution fit. We look at the program this way. We say you have a larger problem, then you have a solution to the problem, then part of the solution is the product that you're building. So the problem solution fit would happen by day 20. Then day 40 is when you would be building your user-centric design. You would be building your user flows, you would be building your customer journeys. All of that would happen by day 40. During this part, we also give you the support to identify the tech stack. That would be done by day 45. Day 100 is when you have your MVP out. After day 100, you have 2 tracks that we give you extended support of 20 days. The first track is where we expose you to betas and pilots. As Anish was talking, we would also give you some market access with the corporates and other partners that we have on board. That is the first track. This is for startups who have already finished their MVP by day 100. For some of you who need a little more support, for some of you who have backlogs during building your product, we would give you that 20 days as extended support to help you build your products. During the course of the program, we have several interventions that I'll take you through in the following slides. Once we have finished the extended support of 20 days, that is when we give you a demo day. This demo day is where you get to sit with some investors, talk to some partners. We will have corporates come here. And then a lot of market access connections and investor connections would happen during the demo day. The typical 5D framework of product development is followed for this program. Define, design, discover, develop, and deliver. The first 4 phases is what you would be doing in the first 100 days. The 5th phase, that is the deliver phase, is what you would be following during the 20 days of extended support. Define as where you start defining your problem, understand your market, define your user, all of that would happen in the define phase. Then comes the design part, where you would typically be designing your product, the user flows, all of that would come in the design. This is where you build a user-centric design for your product. We also help you build your wireframes and mockups during the design part. Then comes the discover part. That is where you would be discovering the technology that can be used to build this thing. So the third mantra that I was talking about, don't let technology limit your imagination, that is here. So we don't want technology to come before, we don't want you to identify the technology before you start designing. So you're done with your design, you know what you want to do, then that's when you go out and find the technology needed to build that particular product. Then comes the develop phase. That is, typically the entire 50 days of your second half of your program. This is where you would be, running sprints for each of your sprint. Then we have teams, partners supporting you to build and run these sprints. So typically, by the 100th day, you are expected to have your MVP. And then the extended support is during the deliver phase, where, as I told you, you have two tracks. Track one is where we give you betas, pilots, and help you test your products. The track two is where we help you build your finish your backlogs, if any. These are the different interventions that we have. This is how we typically run the program. You have different workshops that you would be exposed to. These are typical classroom sessions. We have industry leaders coming take these workshops. We also have a lot of academia faculty come down and take these workshops. Then we have mentor sessions. Each of you would be aligned to one mentor. Anish was talking about how we do this mentor selection. Each mentor would help you take you across the entire product dev journey. Then comes the expert hours. We have a lot of partners for this program. Each of the partners, you have SMEs come down, support you, sit down with you, identify where you need support. They do one-on-ones with you and help you navigate those gaps. Office hours, this is where the program team, the extended program team would sit down with you, identify gaps that are missing or pieces that are missing across all other interventions. Then comes your templates and resources. This is where we give you a lot of templates to fill in. Most of you might have done, say for example, market research, right? Maybe you might have Googled or pull out reports and all. But I'm sure most of you would not have put that in proper template. So this is where the templates would come into picture. We give you templates to fill in, and then these templates are reviewed both by the experts and by the mentors. This is the program timeline. We launched the program on 17th, that is today. Then we have a mid-cycle review. We take a break after our discover phase. From the 5D, we are finished with the first 3Ds, define, design, and discover. Then we take a break of 1 week. This is where we do a mid-cycle review. Our partners would come down, your mentor would come down, then you sit along with the extended program team, and validate all that you have learned and built across the first 3 phases. Then we give a break of 1 week, that is 6th to 13th is where we also help you clear your backlogs. Then 13th of March is where we resume the program. Till 5th of May is where we run the program, and then 5th is where you graduate. So day 100 is 5th of May. You are expected to build your products by the 100th day, that is 5th of May. From 5th of May to 26th of May, that is going to be your 20 days of extended support. After 26th of May or on 26th of May is where we will be doing your demo day. Yeah. What does it take to be a great founder? Building products is one part to it, but we believe that there are several other things that a founder should have. That is where we have track 2 for the program, that is Founders Essentials. We give you the art of storytelling. Building a product is not just enough. You need to know how to tell stories behind your product, talk about your product. That is where we expose you to a module called Art of Storytelling. Then 101 of Finance. This is where we see a lot of our startups struggle, because we are not sure how much budget do we have, and how do we spend that budget. Then we have partners come down, take this module of 101 of finance. We help you structure your product finance. We help you have your finance against your resource plan, against your product roadmap and all. Then comes failure stories. This word, I don't see it as a negative word. Failure is something that is very important. Each of us actually should go through failure. I've been through a couple of failures in my life. So failure story, we will have people who've built great products but couldn't make it to the market. We'll have such great people come down, talk to you, share their insights with you during the failure stories module. Creating ESOPs is also one such module where, since most of you are in your early stages, you would definitely want to give stake against salaries that any of your resources would expect. So it is very important for you to know how to create ESOPs and how to get the right talent and resources on board. That is why we have created this module where we would expose you to how to create ESOPs, how do you negotiate with people coming on board. Till now, that is what we are going to do. This is what startups are going to do, right? So you have your part of things as well. We expect you to spend 6 to 8 hours every week during the 100 days. We expect you to attend all your sessions, RSVP to all your sessions. There should be a constant cadence on what is happening with your product with us. We expect you to give feedback after every intervention for us to improve our interventions, for us to help you build your products better. Submissions, this is something that is very key. We expect you to submit all your templates and then your whatever is being given to you on time. Last but not the least, we expect you to ask for support. This is very important. There's very limited that we can do from our side, but once it comes from your side, we push ourselves to deliver more than what is there. So always please remember, ask for support, ask whatever you want. You're sitting in the world's largest innovation campus. There are a lot of things that T-Hub can do, so please feel free to ask whatever you want to. Again, as I told you, led by entrepreneurs, backed by industry. The entire program team who is going to work with you, we are all entrepreneurs. I myself have built 2 startups myself. Most of my career has been, I've been an entrepreneur for most of my career. So are the other program team members, Krishna and Mayuk. We have great partners on board, Atom State, Digital Fabric, F5, GitHub, Moolia, and UCC. These partners take up ownership of the 5D framework. Each of the entire 5D framework has been divided into modules. So each of this partner has taken up ownership of some of these modules. They help you. They take a workshop. They help you work on your templates. They give you the tools and resources to finish your module. As well, they sit down with you one-on-one if need be to help you navigate that particular problem. I thank all the partners sitting here from bottom of my heart to give to extend all the supports that you are. Thanks a lot. Big round of applause to partners. With that, I come to an end. This is the extended team that you would be working with, the entire T-Hub. We are not just 3, we are 63 members. So, we are going to give you all the support that is needed. Welcome aboard, welcome to Rubrics. Let's make sure, we'll make sure your 120 days are going to be memorable. With that, thanks a lot. I'm available for any questions offline right now here, especially from the from the startups. Please. Like we have someone joining us online, so they should be able to.
So we are expected to join everything offline or online?
So the program is a hybrid program. We have resources joining across the continents. So some of these sessions are going to be hybrid. We expect you to come to T-Hub 3 times. 1, right now you're here. 2 is during your mid-cycle review. Then 3 is going to be your demo day or your graduation day. Most of these sessions would be hybrid sessions. Either I'm very clear or I'm not at all clear. please.
I am Nagraj. So I would prefer in that 100 days, most of the time would work as a year directly. It's how can I make the intervention?
We can work around. We have some discounts for people picking up the seat during the program.
Okay.
So we can
during the
connect
program.
connect offline to get that thing sorted. Sure.
Thank you.
Anything from the partners? Hopefully.
Vinay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Someone is asking on.
Vinay, I've asked a question in the chat. If you can take some questions from the chat, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you. Rupesh, thanks for that question. I really want to make this very clear. Rubrics is not about funding. We are not going to give any commitment on funding. We want you to completely focus on building great products, building innovative products, and not on funding. Definitely, once you have your product, during the demo, we will have investors come down. You get to talk to them. If they like your product, you get to take things forward. We have such stories from our cohort 1 as well, where investors were interested and the conversations are on. But please, I'm making this a point again, we do not give any funding as part of Rubrics. The focus is completely on building great products. Anything towards that, we are always there to give you that support.
Yeah, thanks, Vinay.
Thank you. Only by asking questions or something else? Rupesh, was that right now or?
No, I think those were the earlier questions. This was the recent one.
Great, great. Thanks a lot for that. Anyone else?
So I think Vinay has been amply clear, right? But I just wanted to. Is this working? Clicker working? Yeah. So I'll just run you briefly through, I think, this piece, right? Just hold on. Yeah, it's good. So I just want to run you through this piece, right? I think you will obviously have a look at it again, but these are your major milestones that you will achieve over a period of time, right? So if you're ahead or behind of the track, I think you should sort of evaluate yourself saying that, I need to buck up, I need to take pace, I need to slack down or whatever it is, right? So these will be some really major milestones that you have, right? Now, coming to the next slide, it is how do we reach those milestones, right? Those milestones we go through with these 5 stages, right? Which means, and in every stage, we will have those themes which will be get covered, which means in the defined stage, the themes are market landscape, user research, scoping the problem, solution fit, design thinking, customer journey, and prototype validation, right? So if you do this, then you would be hitting your problem solution fit in 20 days, right? Now, these themes, how do I get these themes across to you? We get it across to you with these interventions. Right? So each of the theme, depending on the theme, either you'll be doing a workshop or you'll be doing a mentor session. Anyway, you'll get one dedicated mentor to in any case. Right? So how we achieve those themes or we put those themes across to you are with these interventions, which is workshop, mentor sessions, expert hours, office hours, and templates. Right? This is how we put it across to you. Those are the themes. And if you hit those themes, you will hit that timeline. Right? So that is how the program is structured. And of course, I mean, this is more like the review, and to ensure that you are at the checkpoint, we have these review mechanisms in between. Right? Now, it is not only about the product, because the themes that we talked about is about the product. Right? Beyond the product, you need to grow as a founder. Right? Founder is not only about the product. So hence, these are also the narratives that we cover parallelly. These are not only, this has nothing to do with your product, although it's a product readiness program, right? But these are some things that will help you grow as a founder. Because पैरेलली आपको फाउंडर का भी ग्रोथ चाहिए, आपको प्रोडक्ट तो एक तरफ ग्रोथ हो रहा है, राइट? यू नीड टू ग्रो एज अ फाउंडर ऑल्सो, right? So this is to support so that you don't lag. I mean, you will be spending 1 day in a week or like 6 hours in a week creating a product, right? So this will compensate for that, for growth as a founder, which means you're not only spending time growing as a product, you're also growing as a founder, right? Which means you need to, once the product is ready, you have to be able to sell the product, right? So storytelling is something that we'll need. You need to manage your finances, right? Product ban gaya, baki sab kaun dekhega? Right? You need to learn from others' experiences, right? What they did, how they failed, how they passed. And the last piece is once you create a product, you need to build a team. You need to build a great team. And how do you get that great team, make that great team aboard? A very big element is where you create ESOPs. Okay? So that is the piece which helps you grow as a startup. I think that is something that I just wanted to reiterate. Great work, I think, Vinay. I think it was very, very clear. But I just wanted to sort of get the guys to give a context of what we are trying to do throughout the course of the program and how the program is designed. Thanks a lot.
Anish, can I ask one question?
Yeah, where is this from?
I am asking.
Online. Yeah, please go ahead.
From Zoom, I'm asking. Yeah. I have a question regarding mentors. Of course, all mentors are great, and I think they have achieved in their area and they're expert of their area. But how do you decide the mentors? Do we get to choose, or what is the process for that?
Yeah, so what we do as a first level is that when the program starts off, the team will do a one-on-one with you, right? They will try and identify, so the mentors typically we decide on 2 grounds, right? They have to align with the sector that you're working in, right? Which means that for most cases, we will try and align them sector-wise with you, right? So if you belong to a particular sector, in most cases, the mentor will align with you. The second is what is the kind of product that you're building, right? Depending on that, the kind of mentor will be one-on-one mentor will be aligned with you. So there are 2 types of mentorship which happens. One is a dedicated mentor for you during the course of your program. And the second time is from time to time, we will be using mentors for these kind of interventions that we'll be doing. Right? For these interventions, for the workshops, we'll be using mentors. For the mentor sessions, we'll be doing mentors. But these are more like bursts of interventions that will happen. Right? So there'll be one dedicated mentor throughout the program, and then there will be the specialist mentors, high potential, high engaging mentors who will come and do this burst of sessions with you for engaging with you in these formats for these modules and those themes. Right? Because I cannot expect, for example, I cannot expect one particular mentor to cover all of these themes on a one-to-one mentor, right? They'll obviously, I will be able to find somebody who's really good in teaching you, risk and compliance, environmental risk and compliance, for example, right? So I would like to have a dedicated mentor who will come and teach you environmental risk compliance, right? So that is how we use the mentors. So have I answered you?
Yeah. Thanks for answering.
Yeah. Anything else, guys? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vinay and Anish, for such an insightful program briefing, and all the best for Rubrics 2.0. So now let's have a quick break where we are serving high tea towards the extreme right. I request everyone to walk from this way as the doors there are shut. And you can just walk from this door, and there is high tea served in the extreme right side. Before that, I just wanted to do a quick announcement. I request all of you who are present here as well online to follow all the social media handles of T-Hub. And for today's event, we have come up with a really fancy hashtag, that hashtag Rise with Rubrics. All these pictures and videos which has been taken today, you can tag T-Hub as well with a hashtag of hashtag Rise with Rubrics. Yeah, we'll break for a quick 15 minutes and we can reassemble here in the same place. Thank you all. And after that, it will be followed by elevator pitches and partner insights and few testimonials or experiences shared by our alum startups of this program. Thank you. Where is partner insights? As you all know, Rubrics is associated with 6 elite program partners who will be serving and enabling their services to the entire cohort for their journey of this Rubrics program. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Venkat from Atom State to share a few brief about the services and offerings of Atom State.
Very glad to meet you all here. 30 new startups trying to build something to disrupt the world or to create lasting impact on the world? That only time will tell after 100 days. Thank you. Yeah, for us, 26 plus months of, we are in the startup ecosystem. We have started our life started a journey at T-Hub as a small startup with 2-member team. And in 26 months, we are about 42 plus, thanks to T-Hub ecosystem for facilitating startups like us, mentoring us, and asking us to mentor the newcomers. That's a great journey for us. Thank you so much. So there are only 3 things. I love the word which when I said, the same thing I talk everywhere. Embrace the failure, kindly fail. Please fail. Then only you will have another chance to really learn, upscale, and not repeat the mistake once again. So embrace the failure. Then second thing is, don't bother about valuation. Don't bother about fund. As Anish and Vinay pointed out rightly, focus on your core thing, that is developing a product. Then other things will automatically follow. I'm the biggest example. Even now we are 100% bootstrapped. I'm very happy about it. So the third thing is, believe in yourself, believe in your product. I know these are all sugar-coated words, but these are all practical from my journey, which I would like to really quote. Believe in yourself. ऐसे हिंदी में कहावत है, मस्तरा मस्ती में आग लगे बस्ती में. So that type of an attitude you need to have. You have a great product you are building, and you are definitely going to change the rule of the game, that is users. So have that belief. I'm building a product. People are going to use it. And finally, the teamwork. Team building is a very, very important element here. Trust the team. Work along with the team. No bossism, but just bondism. That really makes startup life very, very easy and comfortable. Thank you so much. I'm wishing you all the best. And we are here as a partner to all you guys, not to just mentor, but also to work along with you and guide you wherever, teach you wherever we have done a mistake, so that you will not repeat those mistakes in building the products. So you can depend on us completely. And we are going to have dedicated 2-member team exclusively to extend the support to you 13 guys. Whatever the module we have got, we are going to do 100% justice for that, so that post the program is completed, still we will continue our togetherness together. Thank you so much. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you, Venkat Garu. So I request Anish and Vinay to please come onto the stage and give a token of gratitude to Venkat Garu. Now let's move on to Digital Fabric. I would like to invite Mr. Ashwin from Digital Fabric to share offerings about Digital Fabric. Over to you.
I'm Ashwin Gaidani, founder and CEO of Digital Fabric, and I'm glad to be part of this program. So at the first place, I would say congratulations to choose this most innovative journey for yourself, because I think it takes a lot to choose what you've done. And as rightly our friend said, and even I'm also part of the same clan. It takes a lot to be a founder or to start an idea and then drive it through and then see to its completion and then again start yourself again. So, and again, I'm not sure if you all know that the T-Hub has been awarded the best startup or the best incubator in India yesterday.
Recording in progress.
So, you know that you're at the right place. So that reiterates and pronounces the fact that you're sitting in the right place where you'll get the right guidance, which is nonetheless but the best. So at the Digital Fabric, what we do is we focus on 3 core areas, which is research, strategy, and governance. Research, the first module, I think we'll be interacting. We will spend some time together on understanding the methodologies, because we all think we know research, but I believe it is completely different when it comes to understanding the dynamics of information that you are going to use, right? So research is a very critical aspect. So market research, product research, competitive research, all these aspects are very important to be covered at the first phase when you are planning to build an idea. And then again go back to it, some research which is supported by the data that helps you to take a decision to move forward or not, right? Then comes strategy. Again, the strategy focuses on services, products, and the business strategy at the same time. So we also focus on helping you build the GTM, which is the go-to-market strategy, product market fit, to help you come up with the diversification or expansion strategies, especially with your partner ecosystems. And the third focus area for us is governance. So that's where we focus on helping to build internal policies or internal standards, the best practices that are required for every startup. And so this is my favorite line, which I always use, is operate like a corporate. Only because you're a startup, it does not mean that you have the privilege to be unorganized. You have the privilege to be, random. But everything that comes out, the way you operate, the way you handle things, they have to replicate the way any large corporate, functions, especially the processes. So again, I would really like to, just imbibe this, that we being a startup, we don't have any discounts. Actually, we have more risk, everything at risk. So operate like a corporate, that thought process gives you that frame of mind that even we are at a par of any international company that's operating. So these three are the focus areas that we offer at Digital Fabric. We have a very strong team. Again, so we are lead analysts. We work with the world's largest or top 3 research firms. We work with the best or top 2 best management consulting firms in the world. And we do have few very niche service provider firms as our active engagements. So looking forward to interact with you all and hope to speak to you soon. Thank you, guys.
Ashwin, can you please stay back? Yeah. Here is a small token of gratitude. A huge round of applause, guys. Thank you, Ashwin. Now I would like to invite Mudit from F5 and share a few words about their offerings. Mudit, onto the stage, please.
I invited Annie to come up here because she's really the driving force from the F5 side for our participation in this program. I'm going to tell you a few stories and draw whatever conclusions you want. So the first one is, I grew up in a village, and then my father passed away when I was very young, so my mom was a school teacher who brought us up. And we, both brothers, won scholarships to study at the Doon School in Dehradun. And I was in my 10th class, and the headmaster said, you better go and leave the country for some time, because you're going to come out and you're going to have to work for your classmates whom you're beating at everything when you're in school. So this capital and having the support of a family that has the resources to pump into you to do startups, it's a huge advantage. And in our country, this needs to be balanced and equalized. And T-Hub is doing that. It's making available to you things which are easily available to a very select portion of the population. In fact, I was talking with Annie. Annie and I just went hiking in the villages around Dehradun. We actually need a feeder even into the T-Hub, right? We want to see village kids think about innovative ideas and then make it to this stage that you have made it to. So first of all, congratulations for making it here. So from Doon School, I listened to my headmaster, and I went off to the US to study in something called the United World Colleges. And they bring students from every country in the world. It's another innovation to try and create world peace. And I think I often think about that. There were 5 or 6 United World Colleges when I was a student there, 11th class, 12th class. And there were students, from the then USSR, the Soviet Union, which many of you were not even born. You may not even know that there was such a thing, right? In the middle of the United States, there were students from Israel and Jordan and Palestine. During my orientation, I had to do some rock climbing. So there was an anchor on top, and I had to climb up this rock. And there was a person who was belaying me. So in case I fall, they grab hold on to the rope and make sure I don't fall and break my head. This person happened to be a woman from Pakistan. A woman from Pakistan in 1986. So this United World Colleges is an innovation which is trying to create world peace. Sounds like a lost cause, but we've been growing. And when you look around the world, it seems like it's not working, but we keep on going. Right? So our spirit, my spirit is infused with innovation. So after that, I showed up in New York City to study at Columbia University, and my mother called. And in those days, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have the internet. So I would make a phone call, and there was one phone in the community where we lived in Agra. And someone would run home, and my mom would come, and 15 minutes later, I would call again. And this one day she said, "Aapko गरीब लोगों को सफ़ेद खाना खिलाना है, आपका कोई ग्रह जो है ज्योतिषी जी ने बताया ठीक से सेटल नहीं हो रहा है, some planet is not aligned and you have to feed some poor people something white." So what do I, I have to listen to my mother. I'm in New York City, what do I do? So I find this Italian pizza place, and they have something called Pizza Bianca. And now all this stuff has come to Hyderabad. I'm sure you can find it. It's pizza with white cheese. So I convinced them to donate some Pizza Bianca because I cannot buy. I'm a student there, right? Then I have to find Garib people, right? So I find the homeless community in New York City, and I'm brokering this feeding of white Pizza Bianca for these, right? And I made friends with that community. And actually, one of my mentors ended up being from that community. And my first startup was to try and get homeless people off of streets in New York City. And it was a wonderful failure. Our plan was to collect wood out of dumpsters in New York and make bookshelves and sell it to Columbia University students. We made one bookshelf that I had to buy, right? Now, what happened is, so the product market fit was just not there. Our ability to execute wasn't there, but the intention was strong. And Shorty, who ended up becoming my mentor, advised, he said, look, once we make it to the streets, it's too late. You have to intervene at the children level. And so we went and devised a program where, there was a psychologist, teachers, volunteers. We took students from inner city New York who were failing from special education programs in the city and invited them to our program at Columbia and sister college Barnard. And 5 years later, 80% of these children made it to college or to the Job Corps. And so that first failure, that bookshelf, the learnings from that failure turned into insights that we applied to this second innovation. And notice, that's my first startup. I funded it by delivering New York Times every morning at 5 a.m. And my resume when I graduated from college used to say, rain or shine, delivered New York Times every single morning as a paper boy, throwing the paper, right? And so I'm not talking about like a 100x return startup here. This was my first innovation. And the thing is, it really is addictive. You want to change the world once you get going. So I'm really excited to see what happens to you all. After that, we can talk about the uninteresting part of my life, which is 4 startups. Some of them exited very big. And then one of them, delivered a very great product about 20 years before its time. That's the one that I'm most proud of. Because everything which is happening in the technology world today is back to the future for me. I've seen all this 20 years ago when we created this stuff. We were just too early. So when I look at the T-Hub stages, they've really got it down. Is your timing correct? Is their product market fit? And I saw, on the chart that you saw, you begin with the idea. And I think somebody said, please fail and fail quickly. There's a correct way to fail. And the correct way to fail is to get whatever you have in front of your customers as soon as you possibly can, so you can get real feedback. Not just slides. You'll learn how to pitch, and pitches will be very interesting, but you will get real data when you put something out in somebody's hands who can use it. And by the way, that is the hardest thing to do. The hardest thing to do, all my startups, is to get someone to use what you have. I could not convince any Columbia students to buy bookshelves. It's very hard to do. We built them. It's not hard to build them. It was very hard to convince users to adopt what we had built. So the last thing I would say is really engage with the diversity of, the density of innovation and the diversity of innovation. Right? The density of innovation is very important. If you are trying to solve problems and thinking about solving problems on your own, in your lab, you'll figure it out. But it's going to be much faster, probably much, you'll come up with a much better solution if you're interacting with each other. Even if your startups are different, you're all building apps. I looked at your 13 profiles, right? And there are best practices that you can learn from your mentors, you can learn from us, but there are things you're going to discover and share that with each other. When there's density, then the whole system is much more efficient. And I think I can keep going on and on and on, but I'm gonna stop here. Annie, you get to talk.
I have nothing to talk about, Mudit. Your pearls of wisdom, I think everybody benefits from it a lot. And we're hoping to learn from all of you as we engage further. That's going to be our key takeaway. Hope to form more lasting, more deeper relationships with the startups here. And that's our hope. So all the very best.
Yes. One thing about F5. So F5, how many people here have heard of F5 before? A few of you, right? So F5 is a very cool company. It is, I should say, it's a human-first company. Really cares about the world. That's why I work there. And you kind of have my background, right? F5 tries to help its customers unlock their superpowers in delivering user experiences to their users. So a bank, a hospital who's trying to build digital experiences for their users, F5 is there to help those customers deliver these user experiences in various ways. And so every day we interact with someone who's delivering a new app, we learn something new. And we learn how to help that customer deliver the app better. So we're really, as Annie pointed out, we're really looking at this as a two-way street. You'll learn from us, and we hope to learn from you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mudit and Ann. I request Anish and Vinay to please hand over.
Thank you.
Now we'll move on to our next partner, Mulya Testing, who has joined us online. So there is Vaishak, VP of Mulya, and Cheryl. I request Vaishak to please unmute yourself and share your screen and continue the presentation.
Thank you. Great. Hi, my name is Vaishak. I represent the organization called Mulya Testing. Like the name suggests, we are a software testing solutions organization. Our story is simple. We've been in the industry for almost 12 years now. What we do is we help early stage to growth stage organizations set up and scale their testing and quality culture and practice, right? As an organization, our founder, Pradeep, who also comes from a testing background, he's been a tester, he's been a test consultant for multiple organizations. He found Mulya having a testing plan rather than having a business plan, and that's our journey. So our journey has been in helping organizations grow. That has been the main motto of our journey. So in this journey, we've been fortunate enough to be part of multiple growth stories. We worked with 35 out of the 105 unicorns in India. We were the first testing team for Flipkart. We've been part of their team even before they had an e-commerce application. For us, being part of T-Hub community and Rubrics is giving back to the community, because as an organization, we have grown with startups. I always like to state this as we see ourselves as an investor, but not investing money, but investing our testing knowledge. Our experience of working with startups is our investment, right? So we see this as a wonderful opportunity to help a lot of organizations who are part of the program to have quality imbibed as a culture, as imbibed at a very early stage, because a lot of times organizations start looking at, because when I'm sure the first employee that none of you will hire is going to be a tester. You're going to build a product. You're going to find a product market fit. You're going to get customer feedbacks. It's going to be a certain stage before you start looking at quality as an important parameter, which is what we want to change. And there's a way to do it, which is what we want to help all of you achieve, right? So that is where Mulya comes in. We love to be part of this journey. We want to be supporting you in creating world-class products, which is what we've been doing all these years. I'm super glad to be part of Rubrics and part of T-Hub. And thank you so much for the opportunity. We really look forward to working with all of you.
Thank you, Vaishak. Now I would like to invite Divya from GitHub and share a few words about their offerings.
Hey everyone. First of all, welcome and congratulations. It's a great moment that you're part of
the selected group who selected and be part of this cohort of Rubrics. I'm Divya. I lead product for GitHub, and I don't have such awesome stories to talk about the startup and this and that. But what I wanted to share about is what tools can we offer you and support you. GitHub is on that mission to help every developer on the world to be able to do more. And what can we do here to support you better? Like you've heard from the previous folks who came, fail fast, bring it to the customers faster, help learn by giving it in the hands of customer, the research. So all of that, and how can GitHub help you as in your tool set to be able to do that. So anybody here who does not know GitHub? Thank you. I was expecting no hands to be raised. Anybody here who can tell me what GitHub does? Yeah? Yeah. Thank you again, because most parts that we hear is it's a code collaboration or a software code versioning system, but it's a lot more than that. And the reason I also wanted to share is as you do this journey, and I love the 100-day program, it will create that rigor for you to be able to stick to the milestones, get on the cycle, and in that mode of working as a corporate early on. So what you can do from the tool sets perspective to automate as much as you can and learn fast and fail fast. So
Yes, we are the platform where 94 million plus developers are. But the key part that I wanted to talk about is it's not a platform only for code, not the platform where you can just download code or upload your code, but also a platform to help you for your end-to-end development lifecycle, from your DevOps, automating with your actions, to deploying code spaces for your inner dev loop. It just resolves bringing on a new team member very fast. Copilot as your automated developer if you're not able to find developers in the organization. So we have offerings across the board, and you have all of this available. So that's what we bring to T-Hub as well, is bringing GitHub Enterprise for startups. So all of you have access to GitHub Enterprise, 20 user licenses for free, and we would want you to leverage that. Use these tool sets, use us, reach out to us, connect with our team to help, again, use the platform, automate, and get better and collaborate, as he rightly said. So you can join us using this QR code, get the benefits of getting a free enterprise license for your startup. Any questions anybody has that I can answer?
Thank you, Divya. That was quick and precise information shared. Moving on to our next partner, UCC, I would like to invite Ms. Shipra from UCC to share a few words about their offerings.
Hi, good evening, everyone, and congratulations to all the startups who've made it here. And all of us at UCC are pretty excited to be a part of your journey. And I hope we add value to the most important part that you're going to do for the next 100 days is bring your ideas to a more concrete stage of taking it to the market. Little about myself. I am Shipra. I am a postgraduate. I studied my design from National Institute of Design, that's Ahmedabad. And it's been about close to 2 decades that all that I've been doing is connect with the users, because I think that is where everything starts and ends. Most of my time is spent meeting people in their context, understanding who they are, what they do, what motivates them, what are their challenges, not just in the perspective of the product that you're making, but people in general. Because once you understand people as who they are, get their DNA right, then you know where does your story fit into their life. What we do most of the time is we try to fit in our story in the life, and then that is where we see some of the failures or not so great stories that we'll have to live with. So, and I'm the director and founder. I'm the founder and director of user research at UCC, which is User Connect Consultancy. It's been a 100% remote company since the inception. We've been around for 5 years now, and in this 5 years, we've tried to work with teams who are at the most messiest part of their entire journey, which is trying to understand who's my user, what do they look like, where do I feature in their lives, what is their ecosystems like, where can I intervene, and learn from that, and then start to think about their ideas, maybe start to think about what is next, maybe do some future thinking. So overall, we're trying to help our clients foolproof their decision making and bring more common sense packed in context so that you have a better way to make your decisions. And which means that most of us, my team is here, we have Smriti and we have Divesh who's joined me. All that we do is live with the users, travel where they are, understand them in their context, and not just make phone calls to understand who they are, or maybe fall back on my first level network to say, शायद वैसे ही कुछ है तो ऐसे ही इनके लिए बना देते हैं. Right? So we try not to take the shortcuts, immerse ourselves, and we're trying to bring all of that to you here in these next 100 days, where everything will be driven by having empathy at the core, something that maybe doesn't go well with people who think of business and products, but it is something that drives all of us. We are humans at the end of the day, and there are things that motivates and moves us like nothing else. And it is empathy that connects us to the other individual and then makes something more relevant for them. There's a lot of passion that all of us will need. Curiosity, a very, very critical element. Sometimes it's natural, sometimes you got to learn, and it can be done. and integrity in everything that we do, because we connect with the users a lot, and having each of their stories intact, but still making some progress. There's a back and forth of showing your ideas to them, taking their stories back to your product. So we do a lot of, we encourage people to also have those a few important elements in place. This is a different version, but same story. The many phases that each of us travel through, from idea to your final plan of growth. What happens mostly is people think that at the start I'll connect with my users, I understand them, and it's done. But what I am here to encourage you to do is keep them as your partners in everything that you're doing. Every stage is a great stage to keep connecting with your users. There's going to be a lot of work that we'll do with you hands-on, where we'll nudge you to look for opportunities to connect yourself with the real world out there, right? And very specifically, we will help you get an understanding of what is human-centered design. How do you start to work on it? What is user research? We'll help you create your first set of persona. We'll help you understand what is the journey like of these users, so that you learn from those journeys and then see where and why you would want to change your products. And finally, we would like to connect with you at various stages where you want to validate and evaluate your concepts and your products. So you might see us not just in one phase, but throughout. And at the end of the day, it's not just about these few tools and techniques that I would like to, that you would take away from this program. But I would want all of you to start to think towards the end of this program of how do you start to build this as your culture. You're at a very great stage when you're building things, when you're building your companies, and trying to build user centricity right from the start. And if that becomes your way to think and make decisions, I think it's a great start. People do that eventually. Here is a great opportunity when you can start to bring them into your thinking, into your everyday decision making. And I think that will be a great takeaway for us when I leave you on the 100th day saying that this has become the way you're going to think. Irrespective of the department, irrespective of the profile or the role you take in. If it becomes the way for you to think, if it can translate to the culture of how you're going to think, I think that's going to be a great achievement for us. So I'm looking forward to the next 100 days, and I think it's going to be an exciting journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Shipra. Now I request Anish and Vinay to please hand over the token of gratitude. Round of applause, guys. Now let's start with Purnesh, founder of Actilist. I request Purnesh to share a brief about Actilist.
First of all, thank you. Pleasure to be here. We are humbled actually to be part of one of the 13. Briefly about us, we are Actilist, which is Act as a Catalyst. We are an AI startup based out of Hyderabad. If at this point, I believe everyone agrees that AI is going to be one of the most transformational things that we are ever going to see in our lifetime. And our story, like probably many of the founders, is we are building, first of all, AI products for the manufacturing industry, specifically for the manufacturing industry. We tried to solve this on the other side of the table for many, many years. We tried to make manufacturing companies AI-driven for multiple years, and we were left frustrated that we couldn't do it. So, and we realized that we could not do it. Many people would give excuses that it is the culture, it is the enterprise, these are all factories in remote locations, how could you do it? But we firmly believe that, they are not. The reason is because manufacturing industry today doesn't have the tools to become AI ready, and at Actilist we aim to build the products that AI manufacturing companies across the globe can leverage and use to become AI driven. That's all. Thank you.
I would like to invite Vinay and Purnesh onto the stage. Vinay, please hand over the token of gratitude to Purnesh. Now, I would like to invite Rupesh, who has joined us online from Bilayer, to share a brief about their startup.
So thanks, Anish, Vinay, team of T-Hub and all partners for setting up the stage and inspiring us to build the product. As most of the speaker talked about the importance of innovations, this is exactly the sector where we are in. Our product is innovating the paper bills. Now let's take a moment to understand the importance of bill and why don't we take it. At first glance, taking bills doesn't seem to be important. That's why we don't take it. But there are reasons that you should keep the bills. And that's why Government of India also recommends to keep the bills for every transactions you do. But then why don't we keep it? We don't keep it because the process of saving your bills and keeping it is so cumbersome, and that you tend to lose it. So that's why you say, okay, anyway, I'm going to lose it. Why to ask for it? And that's where we are coming in. We have built a system MVP, which basically digitalizes your bill, and the moment you do the transaction, it comes to your mobile app, and hence it is saved into the cloud, and that you never lose your bills. And it becomes even more important for a business person, because let's say if you lose your bill, how you're going to do your tax reimbursements and declare your expenses. And that's why we have developed this product, so that once you use it, then be it as an individual user, you are going to have the bills of your grocery shopping, or of your dinners, of your business meetings, of your anything, of your any transactions which you do, you are going to have it in your app.
Let's move on to the next elevator pitch. I would like to invite Mr. Krishna Prateek, founder, Career Forge, to share a few words about the startup.
So I'd like to start with a question. Did any of you receive a CV or a message from somebody you know, like your uncle or your nephew, saying, hey, I'm looking for an internship or a job for my son or for my niece, and can you just circulate it amongst your WhatsApp groups or your company and see if they can get a role? And then you open the CV and there's nothing there. There's a lot of gibberish, no valuable points, not enough stuff for a recruiter to make a decision. And you'd want to help out, but you don't have the time. So that was exactly the situation that I was in. And I'm on the T-Hub WhatsApp group. We receive CVs every day, a lot of them without the information that I as a recruit or an employer would need to sort of make an actionable decision. So that is what we at Career Forge intend to do. We want to help students and employees who are in their first 5 years to not only build their CVs, but also help them in their career recruiting process and give them the tools necessary to be successful. Now, I gave the same pitch to Nagraj, who was sitting there earlier today, and he's like, hey, there are hundreds of free tools. What's so special? I think what we want to do is we want to give customized solutions, but then it becomes like a services startup and you really can't scale. But thanks to AI, I think now everyone's seen all those videos about what ChatGPT can do. We want to leverage advances in AI to give really customized solutions to our customers. And yesterday, again, I was pitching this to Annie from F5, and she's like, hey, we were doing the same thing to some of our customers. And then that just gave me a sleepless night. But I think that's exactly why I'm here. I'm here to take the help of Rubrics. And like Anish has said, we're at a very critical stage. I'm at a very critical stage of my startup. We really want to get this right, and I'm looking forward to working with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna. Please stay back. I would like to invite Mudit to hand over the welcome kit to Krishna.
Congratulations for coming this far. Your attitude is A+.
Thank you. Next, we are having Yashwant, founder eSunrise, to share a few details about their concept.
This is Yashwant from eSunrise Auto Industry. So we are into this fabrication and business from past 25 years. We do manufacturing for APS RTC and TS RTC. So we are trying to get into electric mobility. So we are trying to build vehicles for logistics and transportation. As you know, India is facing a very big problem in logistics. So we want to provide end-to-end solution from last mile to first mile. So first we'll go through last mile and we'll slowly go to the first mile and all. So we want to get AI, introduce AI into it. We want to give inboard and outboard billings and all to it.
Thank you, Yashwant. Can you please stay back? I would like to invite Ashwin to hand over the welcome kit to Yashwant. Thank you. Moving on to the next startup, FriendPay, I would like to invite Achyut Patil to share a brief about their concept.
Hi, good evening everyone. I am Achyut and I represent FriendPay. Well, FriendPay is a fintech application which helps in users paying their credit card bills even if they don't have money. Let's say you are a credit card user and you don't have enough funds to pay your credit card dues and the due date is near. So if you come to us, we pay your whole outstanding amount and we charge a certain percent of service charge on the whole outstanding amount and we pay your bill on your behalf to the bankers. So that's how it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Achyut. I would like to invite Shipra onto the stage to hand over the welcome kit to Achyut. Thank you. Moving on to GraceWipe, I would like to invite Shubham Kumar to talk about their innovation.
Namaskar, Johar. My name is Shubham Kumar Gupta and I am from Jharkhand. So before saying about GraceWipe, let me just thank the entire team of T-Hub, Honorable Minister KTR, because I come from a rural area in Jharkhand, जहाँ पे मैं हम होता है और we speak कि हम आएंगे हम जाएंगे and all that. So I was just watching a YouTube video and I came to know about T-Hub in 2021 and then I started searching about that what T-Hub is. I applied in Rubik's and out of 375 startup, they selected 13 and one was of mine. So, I literally come from my place is 200 kilometers from Ranchi. 15 years back, it was a Naxalite zone. We share our border with Chhattisgarh, Uttar Pradesh. It was like pure, gangs of Wasipur type of area. But now it's well and good. And thank you very much for this opportunity. Well, about this GraceWipe. So, GraceWipe, catered to saloons. I mean, two people. We have two customers, two category of customer. One is the small and medium businesses. The opportunity here is that in tier 2 and tier 3 India, the use of digital tool, let's say to manage software, to manage their store and use digital communication and all we see in corporate, they take decision with the help of data and AI and all that. It does not simply exist. And India has a very good small to medium scales in every city. So that is the opportunity which we are catering. And right now, since we can't do everything at once, we are focused on saloons. So what we are building is we are building a mobile-based, powerful, simple UI based software for saloons to manage their saloons, to get the business insights, to go to actually control their day-to-day activities. That is the first part of things, integrated with the booking. I thought that they are asking, the Rubik's people are asking for end users, so I actually write it that it is the best platform to get best saloons nearby you. Why? Because keep it simple, stupid. Why more? Why say more? So this is from end user point of view, and from business point of view, that is there. Now once we are done with the saloon management part, the software part, we will be integrating the fintech solution. For example, I know in 1 year how much business you do. I will be a better decision maker in terms of finance than ICICI Bank or any other bank. So we can be collaborating with NBFCs and other financial solutions to actually help them grow. If you need loans, I have your data of 2 years, man. This is business you do, and I can help you in a better terms to grow. So that is the entire plan. आगे चल के we are also, let's say 5 years down the line, we are also planning of some sort of e-commerce thing on EMI basis. But right now you can think us of as a software company who is trying to build the basic blueprint in software for medium and small saloons, and on down the line we will be a fintech solution for them, saloon management, like everything, digital tools to manage, to everything. So thank you very much.
Now I'd like to invite Divya to hand over the welcome kit to Achyut. Next we are having Sumed Sachdev, founder Lucria Consultant, to share a brief about their concept.
Hi, my name is Sumed Sachdev. I lead the team at Lucria Consult. Mera background, I come from a middle class family, first generation entrepreneur. Father was into management. He's no longer with me, so I'm leading the team and the company by myself. I've come to Rubrics to enable technology to be brought into our business and to further to help us scale up. What we do is we take brands from one country and we enable them to expand into overseas countries. If you want to sell your product in a new country, you would want to know about taxation, logistics, custom clearance, intellectual property, product certification, so on and so forth. So these are the solutions that we offer as a plug-and-play model to your business. If you want to set up a company in Turkey, we can do that in a matter of days. You want to know about taxation in France, we can, share white papers with you. So we mostly work in the online domain. We work with the cross-border industry. We're glad that we work with some of the most prestigious brands in India. Reliance Industries is a client. Liberty Shoes is a client. Chayos, Beardo, Man Company, ITC. So we've built traction. We understand that services that we offer are required somewhere in the market. Not everyone wants to go to a KPMG or to a Price Waterhouse, and not everyone wants to deal with 5 different service providers for 5 different compliances. They would rather prefer to work with one single person or one set of team. We've been able to establish that the services are a very good fit for the Indian market. With technology being brought into the business, what we also want to do is not only dig deeper vertically and penetrate into the same market, but also grow horizontally, add more countries, add more capabilities to our product portfolio as well. We don't just work with product companies, we also work with software companies and service industry as well. And with time, we're going to definitely expand and bring more fintech offerings in the same product portfolio as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Sumit. I would like to invite Vinay, to come onto the stage and hand over a welcome kit. Moving on to the next founder, Rahul Chaudhary from Medate Technologies, to share a few words about their concept.
I don't even know what to speak, but I'm just going to tell what my application does. We're a simple application. We are going to digitize the medical records. We are trying to not only digitize a prescription for doctors, but not just in the form of pictures. We're trying to create something new. So for the user, we are just going to help them out by using their data from prescriptions and medical records to create a health score. And we are later going to use this health score to help insurance companies. Pretty much that's it for now.
Thank you, Rahul. I would like to invite Annie onto the stage and hand over the welcome kit to Rahul. Give them a huge round of applause, guys. Next, I would like to invite Bharat from NPay to share a brief about their concept.
Hi, I'm Bharat. So I'm from NPay. So since we work in hand-to-hand with NPCI, and also we enable service providers into the platform, so we found a particular problem where the users in rural areas might face. And what we are trying to solve with the rubrics is create a super ID that can integrate with all the user IDs that are available. So when you're trying to make a bill payment today, you have phone numbers, user IDs, consumer numbers, and that is clustered. So we want to make it into one, and in a single go, you can click on a consolidated bill payment and make a bill payment in a single payment method as well. This is what we are trying to achieve from rubrics. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharat. I would like to invite Ashwin onto the stage and hand over a welcome kit to Bharat. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite Nagraj from Promodi Rewards to talk about their innovation.
Good evening, everyone. I am a founder of Promodi Rewards. Promodi Rewards is simple, basic concepts we bring into the real life. So today we are not considered saving as a instrument. Saving is, we are not considered more. Saving is less, and we are going to spending is much more. 10 years back, the people, the end customer, like in 3-tier or 4-tier or 2-tier consumers couldn't get the credit to make the purchase or other services. But today everything is very easy to do it. But the people forget to make the buy now pay later going to debt. But what we are trying to do is we provide the financial saving service. So such kind of people help them to get from the saving from the spending. Like if they are using the subscription service, they are 2 or 3 or 10 subscription for every month.
3 or 4 subscription only they are using, but something is not used. We are trying to give into the single platform. They can, unsubscribe those services. And next, automate their savings. If the people who look for debt-free commerce purchases, like someone is looking for the phone, they want to buy without credit, they use our platform, goes to the, every month we providing the not EMI as a option, saving as a option. At end of the month, we provide the some rewards with end of the EMI, they commit the saving with the end product without debit free. And we provide the other services. They can negotiation services who are all feel they have the debt, but they eligible for low interest rate, but the banks and other financial institutions charge the much interest rate. They come up with our platform. If the people are really eligible, we provide negotiation with the banking partner and financial institution. We lower their interest rate and other processing fees. Thanks. This is our plan.
Thank you, Nagraj. I would like to invite Shipra onto the stage and hand over welcome kit to Nagraj. I would like to invite Sajid from RoboCalam to share a brief about their startup.
Yeah, hello everyone. First of all, sorry that there will be a confusion over here. Like I am representing Calvinx. RoboCalam is my previous startup. So there, while like communicating with the students and skilling them in the latest technologies, we have come up with we identified a gap. To bridge that gap, we have come up with the concept of Calvinx. Calvinx is a community for tomorrow. कल के लिए wings देना चाह रहे हैं students, so that's what Calvinx will talk about. So Calvinx will try to address the major problem of all the students to get placed into a top MNC or something. So this, with the help of a community for students and industries, we are solving the problem of getting good talent to the industries with the AI-driven analytics and labeling the students how they are good at what they are good at through this Calvinx thing. So we are here trying to address the problem of industries in hiring and students to get placed in a good company. That's what we have been doing from Calvinx. I hope Rubrics and T-Hub team will definitely help us to scale up as fast as we can. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sajid. I would like to invite Divya onto the stage to hand over the welcome kit to Sajid. Thank you. So moving on to the next startup, Kisan Das. We are having Vijay Manohar from Kisan Das. I would like to invite you onto the stage and talk about your innovation.
Hello, everyone. Our startup works in, our startup is into the sector of agri-tech, and we have come up with this idea of building an e-commerce platform for the marginal weekly fruits and vegetable centers in urban areas. So especially when every other business has gone online, but these weekly market vendors, they have been ignored. And so we have come up with this idea to provide a platform for them so that they can track their customers and they can enhance their sales. And also we have set up an agri center in the rural districts so that we will be an advisory to promote and to give the drone services for the farmers. So at this point, I want to conclude and let us build our product along with the Rubik's team. Thank you.
I would like to invite Mudit onto the stage and give a welcome kit to. Now moving on to the next part, here we are to witness the experiences with one of our outstanding startups from cohort 1, Zenify. We are having Shiv Ganesh from Zenify, founder of Zenify, who will be talking about his experience with Rubrics.
Hi everyone. Firstly, congratulations on being selected for Rubrics 2.0. I can say you are at a right place. There is a wonderful term in English, serendipity, being in a right place at a right time. Rubrics is a place where you can get all the mentorship, support, everything. So as per my experience, I came to T-Hub with an idea of neobanking solution. So it is a big thing to do actually in a fintech sector. So Rubrics helped me in smoothening my process in a regulatory point of view and everywhere. And we have great mentors like Vinay, and we have support system from Krishna and everyone. So all this can be helpful to you only when you utilize it, only when you're consistent, sincere, and you're passionate about it. Thank you.
With this, we have come to an end. Now, I would like to invite Vinay Pedinti to deliver vote of thanks.
I don't want to call it vote of thanks, but thanks a lot, everyone, for coming down, especially our partners. I'm sure all our startups understood how the partners are going to support the program, right from Shipra supporting us in user centricity to F5 Mother taking us through the technology. We have Ashwin from Digital Fabric who is going to support us in the research part. GitHub is going to give a lot of the tools and resources. We have Atom State, who is going to be your hands-on team. They will give you resources to build your product. So with that, again, I'll quickly one quick announcement. If you've seen the welcome kit, you have a brochure with lot of offers from our value partners. You have offerings from GitHub, AWS, and several of other value partners of T-Hub. Request you to please scan the QR code at the end of the brochure. You will be redirected to a PDF where you get to apply to get all these credits. Again, thanks a lot, everyone. All the very best for all the startups. We are always there to give you all the support needed. Thank you.
Welcome to the Founder Talk Show. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are at the Infinite Vizag event, and I have with me Vishwanath Khare, who is the founder of Shazdal. Welcome to the show, Vishwanath.
Thank you.
So tell me about your startup.
Our startup name is Shazdal Enterprises Private Limited. We are into two-wheeler EV manufacturing. Our brand name is Royal Electric Vehicles. Royal EV is our brand. We are present in Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. We have our prototypes ready, which will be launching by in the next 6 months. So we are planning to have entire pan-India level dealership network. So we are trying to get into the network connections.
So tell us about how is your bike or two-wheeler different to Ola? What are the advantages, or how is different to the other electric vehicles which are there in the market?
When we compare about the pricing part, the other competitors' bikes are normally costing between 1,30,000 to 1,56,000, whereas our bike with the same features, same mileage, same capacity vehicles are available for 80,000 to 1,20,000 rupees only. And our models are completely made in India models. And our battery which we are using is a lithium ferrophosphorate battery. That's the most safest battery, LFP. And Tesla is also using the same technology.
So when it comes to the design and development and the powertrain, can you talk about the technology itself?
Here we are talking about powertrain and other technologies. We have our engineering team who are rigorously working on different technologies. At present, I might not be able to disclose everything because competition is going on at a higher side. But yes, recently Government of India has announced changes, especially relating to batteries. AA 156 is a new guidelines. According to that, also we are equipped. We are launching that product under 100% as government guidelines product. Will be launching in the next 30 days time.
So what kind of sales are you looking at in next 1 year time?
Till now we are limited with limited in terms of franchise network. Now as we are planning to occupy the entire pan-India level markets, we are planning to have at least 5 times of our current revenues. That comes around 100 to 200 crores. In between that, we are planning for the current financial year.
For all those who might be interested in becoming a franchisee, quickly if you can share as to what are the terms of taking a franchisee.
Basically, to become a Royal EV franchise, the only one thing you guys should have is a passion, especially interest in EV sector. EV is emerging market in the industry. Whoever is interested, whoever wants to get into the EV industry, automobile sector, please contact us on our website.
Any investment details you can give?
Basically, our investment structure starts from 15 lakhs and different types of franchise networks. We have slabs like 15 lakhs, 40 lakhs and 1 crore as well for entire state level. There are different segments. For more details, your customer viewers can directly check our website. That's www.theroyalev.com.
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you for being on our show.
Thank you so much for inviting us and having this session. It's a great pleasure to talk to you. Thank you.
Welcome to the Founder Talk Show. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are at the Infinite Vizag event, and I have with me Satish Kumar, who's the founder of SpotMe's. Welcome, Satish. Welcome to the show.
Hi, it's glad to hear here.
Tell us about your, what SpotMe does.
Yeah, SpotMe's is a service-based company. We are providing blockchain-related services, and also we have a product called CipherB. CipherB is used to reduce the fake certificate usage in India, and it is very much helpful to the corporate companies and government organizations which are in India who is doing background verification for their employees, and it may reduce 60 to 70% of cost and time to the corporate companies and organization compared to the traditional background verification process.
And currently, at what stage are you? Have you rolled out your service, or you're still doing the MVP on it?
Yeah, we didn't, and we launched the product a few weeks before, and we are onboarding clients into our platform. Now we are getting fruitful results from our clients.
Can you share some of the experience of your clients?
Yeah, they feel very happy with it. I mean, they said some of clients saying we are reducing the time and we are reducing the money. They are saying like this. At that time, we felt very happy because we are made that much of a useful product to our clients. That's why we felt very happy at that moment.
What is your reaction, or how is the experience of the event?
It's very much great event. I mean, so much of people. I mean, so many people are experienced candidates, and a panel discussion is very much useful for us because. They are what they are speaking on the panel discussion, AI and ML things. It's very much helpful for us because they are giving experience like referring books. That is very much helpful for us.
All the best, Satish. Thank you very much for being on the show.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to be here.
Greetings, Ujjwal. We're at Infinity Vizag, and we're here to know, and we'd love to know what Interview Buddy does, the entire concept behind it, and why you started the brand.
Yeah. So Interview Buddy is an online video interviewing platform where we offer online mock interviews and screening interviews to corporates, tech companies, universities, and of course individual users who come onto our platform. So there are many companies or agencies that reskill and upskill candidates to become job ready, but for the candidate to get a job, they need to be interview ready. So that's where we fit in, where we help them with their interview preparation and practice. So all interviews are taken up by industry experts based on the candidate's domain and course of study or target job role. So the right interviewer is assigned to the candidate, and it's a simulation of an actual job interview, followed by feedback from the expert to the candidate on how he or she has performed, what are their weaker areas, how to improve on their weaker areas, and they get a detailed feedback report along with the recording of their mock interview. So the candidate can, after the interview is done, they can review their performance, how they have performed. I mean, you can get all the feedback in the world, but you need to take the ultimate action. So when you are actually reviewing yourself, you kind of take into consideration all the feedback given and work on your performance.
Great. So a lot of universities come up with CRT trainings, right? But not all CRT trainings include industry experts. You are clearly bridging that gap, and you're providing value to students or job seekers at the end of the day, which is a noble job. So how does this provision of value make you feel? Because you're doing a service to the nation and the economy, and you're increasing the employability of individuals. So how does that make you feel?
I mean, it reminds me of my college days. So I studied at Andhra University College of Engineering. So because it's a public university, we do not have any CRT training as such in place, but private universities do. But even in private universities or colleges, they talk about CRT, but rarely they talk about mock interviews or giving that interview experience to the candidate. All they talk about is helping the candidates or their students solve problems. And if you're studying engineering, for example, you are capable enough to solve all those problems. So I don't think so the student needs further training on that. What they need is the interviewing practice, because interviewing as a candidate or a fresher is an uncharted territory. So you never faced an interview in your life before as a student. So it's a big day. All your life you have been studying for that moment. So you don't want to leave any stone unturned, right? You want to practice, make sure you're all geared up for the actual interview and get your dream job. So that's the idea behind starting Interview Buddy. And another anecdote is while I was sitting for my campus placements at Andhra University, my interviewer was so impressed with my profile that he made me sit beside him and he interviewed 3 of my batchmates. So that was the first instance I ever saw someone giving an interview. And to my surprise, all my batchmates were toppers. So on a scale of 10, they had 8.59 GPA. And these guys were so stressed out and anxious about the interview, they were unable to open their mouth or just giving some answers that they by hearted looked up online. So it's not what the interviewer is looking for. If you do your research about the company, about the role, be honest about who you are. I mean, the interviewers are experienced people who can look through you, right? So that's when I thought there is something that needs to be done in this space. But then I went to Germany to pursue my master's. So I'm a mechanical engineering graduate, so master's again in mechanical engineering. So I was one of the students who joined my course pretty late, but one of the early students to get an internship there. And I noticed that facing interviews is a nightmare for any candidate across the globe. It's not just limited to the Indian population. So I thought there is something that needs to be done here. So came back and started Interview Buddy.
Wonderful. So this anecdote is clearly a testament to the kind of value you're trying to provide and you're clearly providing. So please keep providing that value. We're all inspired and I look forward to talking to you on more occasions. Thank you so much. Before we end, one word for Infinity Vizag.
I hope we have many such events, and this is the first edition of the Infinity Vizag event. And I envision this event to go to 10th edition, 20th edition, and make it a global event where all the unicorn founders or the CXOs of these legacy companies, all these come to Vizag, make it a point to attend the summit and make this an international venue.
Right, we're certainly looking forward to that. Thanks so much. Thank you. Greetings, Mr. Venu Verma. Welcome to Mystartuptv. Welcome to the Thought Leader Show. So, we'd like to begin off by asking you about your vision and experience in the innovation ecosystem and your role in what you envision for yourself and for the ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, since I done my master's in biotech in Germany, since then I observed that there is a lot of gap between European, Central European, Indian higher education research ecosystem, because in Europe mostly professors set up startups. Because usually the patents go into a startup. Here in India, we are more reliant on business cases than the technology. Then I came back and I worked in Siemens and Amazon here. Then I was not satisfied, and my German partners were actually pushing me to work on research and innovation, and I visited almost 900 colleges in India. So I did my homework and observed that 99% colleges are doing pretty bad in core engineering. So then I went around, traveled around the world, met the top 50 universities, interacted with them, and developed a framework together with my German partners. So whatever startups we are talking about in India, we already did it. Our ecosystem, especially Dr. Frank Loschman from System, where I'm also the director right now, he was into EV space since 2005. And we went to Delhi government in 2009 talking about subsidies, because at that time that was the only government. Similarly, we are into AI since 2004. We did nanotech. We did all future tech in before 2010 itself. then we had to face a loss in India because we were too early in the market. Then after that, our ecosystem got consolidated in Europe because of the research and tech support. Support what we got from German and other governments. And we are re-entering Indian market now. We see that the markets have been matured and Indians are also liking world-class products. It was not the case before. It was always about cheap and affordability. So right now, I see lots of EV startups, probably hundreds, but only one or two successful. The main reason is lack of mentorship. So we want to enter Indian market, set up a smart manufacturing incubator where we'll have a global think tank, most probably former CEOs or present CEOs of the top 30 or 50 manufacturing companies as think tank, where we will be in a position to advise all the startups so that they can get right guidance. At the same time, our smart manufacturing incubator will have an academy, world-class academy. We don't want to teach AI online. It's bullshit. We want to teach AI through a proper lab, maybe a smart agriculture lab or a robotics lab or whatever, smart logistics lab. So we will do that. The third part, we'll have a European business center. Then we'll also have a rapid prototyping and 3D printing services. And fifth, we are thinking of developing products together with Bosch, Siemens, Continental, Volkswagen, because all our team is German and they have previously worked with them. So for us to get collaboration is a matter of a day. So that's what we are looking at, and I want to make sure we incubate only high quality product-based startups, hardly 10 in next 10 years, but make sure that we're incubating everything to the next level. We are not crazy about unicorns, we are about making a change. Because in India, we have 108 unicorns. Out of them, hardly 6 or 7 are disruptive. Baki sab to, they are surviving on the market size. So I want to disrupt, for example, we want to launch India's first EV supercar like Tesla. I have a feeling that why should we always message Mr. Elon Musk and beg for his investment? Why can't we do it? Because I know his core team is also European. So, do defense drones, maybe do vertical landing of helicopter, develop a fighter jet, We have several ideas and we have prototypes from Europe. So that's what we want to do. And we are talking to several governments. Right now, my favorite is state of Andhra Pradesh because I'm from Bhimavaram, which is in Andhra, and I'm also a big fan of CM Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu. So I think we once plans come out, maybe we are asking for land and some subsidy also. Once things work out, I can give the news.
Great, Mr. Venu. I think one thing that I noticed is that you're very futuristic to come up with technologies, the likes of futuristic technologies that you've mentioned in 2004, when nobody in the Indian space knew about it. Actually, if you look at blockchain, 1998, the Americans were talking about blockchain. 2022, we're learning it in our syllabus here. Right, so you're clearly good at thinking futuristic, thinking ahead, right? So with the kind of incubator, the smart, manufacturing incubator you like to envision and you like to build, how futuristic is that, and what do you see ahead in terms of the kind of impact it's creating? Because it looks like it's going to create a huge impact.
See, everyone is talking about Industry 4.0, which is kind of smart manufacturing. The term itself is coined by former German Chancellor Angela Merkel. It's called Industry 4.0 in German. 4.0 is 4.0. So we are already into Industry 5.0 right now. And we think we want to make this manufacturing incubator among the top 5 in the world. So we'll definitely be at least among top 3 in Asia and top 5 in the world. So once we are top 5 in the world, I'm sure we are expecting a valuation of $1 trillion in next 15 years. So we will be the first Indian company with $1 trillion valuation. I know it sounds illogical. That's our vision. Because some edtech startups, I don't want to name them, just doing recorded courses can get a $25 billion valuation, and we are adding everything. So why not?
So even if a vision sounds illogical, if the founder is very intuitive, then it will work. That is the only way ahead, right?
Yeah, I think so. Because of my great team, my team members are all gurus. They are not businessmen. They are all gurus, innovating continuously, and they are always into world-class product development. We don't settle with jugaad at all. And I see India is the only country without an exclusive smart manufacturing incubator. So I thought, why not me? Why not now? Yeah.
So this vision will certainly make us all proud, will certainly make the country proud.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for talking to My Startup PV, and I look forward to talking to you on more occasions, Mr. Venu.
Sure, I mean, I wish to invite you for my launch and inauguration. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Greetings, Mr. Venkata. We're in the beautiful city of Visakhapatnam and we've come to Infinity Vizag. So, Amzior, I'd love to know what Amzior does and the entire concept behind your working.
Sure, definitely. Thanks for checking for this. Basically, Amzior Technologies is completely into IT services. We are end-to-end IT solutions, one-stop shop kind of stuff. And we have been recently transformation from digital transformation completely and more concentration on app modernization, hyper automation, talent solutions, managed services. So these are the 4 different areas we deal with in terms of the services and as well as the solutions kind of stuff. And mostly in the recent days, we have been more concentrating on the app modernization and the hyper automation. So we have our own products as well, like engineering, energy domain side, we have an Evoke. So basically it's in a charging unit. And another product we have called Stackion, which is a low-code, no-code platform. So basically, and another product called eTechie, basically interview-based platform kind of thing. So we have our own products, and as well as we are completely into service side as well.
Wonderful. So when you say app modernization, a lot of apps, due to lack of creativity or due to lack of envisioning what's ahead, they face a lot of gap in terms of reaching out to the customer. So how can app modernization help that process?
Yeah, so basically, in terms of the solutions kind of a thing, the latest technologies that we use, right? For example, in the recent days, a lot of business process flows has been automated kind of a stuff, right? So we have our own products and we have our business partners tie up with a lot of things. So we made easy to process all these business flows into a very, very systematic way and very fast. For example, if you take an example of any business flows to be created earlier, there is a lot of manual intervention is there kind of a thing. So with all these technologies, latest technologies and all those things, we give a solution to modernize all these things to deliver it a bit faster and with very, very quality-wise kind of stuff.
So one quick question. So business flows that are created by humans, flows created by humans, those flows are seen with a certain credibility and a certain authenticity, right? So when we go to automate that, when machines come into the picture, is it the same credibility? How do you assure your viewers or your potential customers saying it's the same credibility, it's the same authenticity, and the flows are going to be as good as done with a human intervention?
Yeah, see, when I say business process flows with the human intervention, of course, when we do any kind of a thing, there is a process will be followed by all the humans, right? So from analysis to the development to the quality testing to the delivery kind of a stuff, all these things will be taken care in terms of it. So when we say the business process flows will be done by definitely we will use the technologies, latest technologies. So when we say the technologies, automatically all these things will be taken care in terms of the quality and making sure. So end of the day, customers is the primary aspect of it in terms of the delivering the right output to them. So that definitely will be taken care.
Wonderful. Lovely talking to you, and please give one word for Infinity Vizag.
Yeah, frankly speaking, we are part of this ITAP since so long. From Amju's side, we have very, very closely worked with ITAP, and this is a very good initiative. This is the first time that we are seeing this in the biggest shape and size, and especially Vizag, this is very much required. This is a place where people love to be here, kind of a thing. So I would say this is a very good initiative and a pride moment for all the IT companies, I would say.
Okay, wonderful talking to you. I look forward to talking to you on more occasions. Thank you.
These are the mantras behind how we have designed rubrics, right? The first thing is you really have to solve your problem before you start putting your first line of code. The second is don't worry, be crappy. I mean, this is something that we really want each of the startup to have this. Second one is don't worry, be crappy. It's okay to be crappy. It's very important for you to know what you're trying to build. The third one is don't let the technology limit your imagination. Technology is just a tool, but imagination is what really drives innovation. With this, I welcome you all to the launch of Rubrics at the T Hub today. Sorry. First of all, congratulations to all startups for being here. You are one out of the 365 startups who have actually applied. A big round of applause to everyone. This is after 3 levels of screening. I'm sure most of you've met the program team during the pitches. We got to speak to you, understand your capabilities, and understand more about your idea. Then we have a second and a third level of evaluation. That is where we have selected 13 startups. This is the cohort composition. We have startups from different sectors, right from fintech. Fintech has taken the largest size in this cohort. Then we have health tech, agri-tech, deep tech, people working in MIAL as a horizontal. We have enterprise, and then one startup in EV mobility as well. We have 2 startups in EdTech. Okay, now I would be taking you through the program flow. This is a 100 days to MVP program. We support startups to build a globally acceptable MVP within 100 days from today. So today is day 0. That is where most of you have built your prototypes or your have a POC. Day 20 is when you will have clarity on the problem solution fit. We look at the program this way. We say you have a larger problem, then you have a solution to the problem, then part of the solution is the product that you're building. So the problem solution fit would happen by day 20. Then day 40 is when you would be building your user-centric design. You would be building your user flows, you would be building your customer journeys. All of that would happen by day 40. During this part, we also give you the support to identify the tech stack. That would be done by day 45. Day 100 is when you have your MVP out. After day 100, you have 2 tracks that we give you extended support of 20 days. The first track is where we expose you to betas and pilots. As Anish was talking, we would also give you some market access with the corporates and other partners that we have on board. That is the first track. This is for startups who have already finished their MVP by day 100. For some of you who need a little more support, for some of you who have backlogs during building your product, we would give you that 20 days as extended support to help you build your products. During the course of the program, we have several interventions that I'll take you through in the following slides. Once we have finished the extended support of 20 days, that is when we give you a demo day. This demo day is where you get to sit with some investors, talk to some partners. We will have corporates come here. And then a lot of market access connections and investor connections would happen during the demo day. The typical 5D framework of product development is followed for this program. Define, design, discover, develop, and deliver. The first 4 phases is what you would be doing in the first 100 days. The 5th phase, that is the deliver phase, is what you would be following during the 20 days of extended support. Define is where you start defining your problem, understand your market, define your user. All of that would happen in the define phase. Then comes the design part, where you would typically be designing your product, the user flows. All of that would come in the design. This is where you build a user-centric design for your product. We also help you build your wireframes and mockups during the design part. Then comes the discover part. That is where you would be discovering the technology that can be used to build this thing. So the third mantra that I was talking about, don't let technology limit your imagination, that is here. So we don't want technology to come before, we don't want you to identify the technology before you start designing. So you're done with your design, you know what you want to do, then that's when you go out and find the technology needed to build that particular product. Then comes the develop phase. That is typically the entire 50 days of your second half of your program. This is where you would be running sprints for each of your sprint. Then we have teams partners supporting you to build and run these sprints. So typically by the 100th day you are expected to have your MVP. And then the extended support is during the deliver phase, where, as I told you, you have 2 tracks. Track 1 is where we give you betas, pilots, and help you test your products. The track 2 is where we help you build your finish your backlogs, if any. These are the different interventions that we have. This is how we typically run the program. You have different workshops that you would be exposed to. These are typical classroom sessions. We have industry leaders coming take these workshops. We also have a lot of academia faculty come down and take these workshops. Then we have mentor sessions. Each of you would be aligned to one mentor. Anish was talking about how we do this mentor selection. Each mentor would help you take you across the entire product dev journey. Then comes the expert hours. We have a lot of partners for this program. Each of the partners, you have SMEs come down, support you, sit down with you, identify where you need support. They do one-on-ones with you and help you navigate those gaps. Office hours, this is where the program team, the extended program team would sit down with you, identify gaps that are missing or pieces that are missing across all other interventions. Then comes your templates and resources. This is where we give you a lot of templates to fill in. Most of you might have done, say for example, market research, right? Maybe you might have Googled or pull out reports and all. But I'm sure most of you would not have put that in proper template. So this is where the templates would come into picture. We give you templates to fill in, and then these templates are reviewed both by the experts and by the mentors. This is the program timeline. We launched the program on 17, that is today. Then we have a mid-cycle review. We take a break after our discover phase. From the 5D, we are finished with the first 3Ds, define, design, and discover. Then we take a break of 1 week. This is where we do a mid-cycle review. Our partners would come down, your mentor would come down, then you sit along with the extended program team, the program team, and validate all that you have learned and built across the first 3 phases. Then we give a break of 1 week, that is 6th to 13th is where we also help you clear your backlogs. Then 13th of March is where we resume the program. Till 5th of May is where we run the program, and then 5th is where you graduate. So day 100 is 5th of May. You are expected to build your products by the 100 day, that is 5th of May. From 5th of May to 26th of May, that is going to be your 20 days of extended support. After 26th of May or on 26th of May is where we will be doing your demo day. Yeah. What does it take to be a great founder? Building products is one part to it, but we believe that there are several other things that a founder should have. That is where we have track 2 for the program, that is Founders Essentials. We give you the art of storytelling. Building a product is not just enough. You need to know how to tell stories behind your product, talk about your product. That is where we expose you to a module called Art of Storytelling. Then 101 of Finance. This is where we see a lot of our startups struggle, because we are not sure how much budgets do we have, and how do we spend that budget. Then we have partners come down, take this module of 101 of Finance. We help you structure your product finance. We help you have your finance against your resource plan, against your product roadmap and all. Then comes failure stories. This word, I don't see it as a negative word. Failure is something that is very important. Each of us actually should go through failure. I've been through a couple of failures in my life. So failure story, we will have people who've built great products but couldn't make it to the market. We'll have such great people come down, talk to you, share their insights with you during the failure stories module. Creating ESOPs is also one such module where, since most of you are in your early stages, you would definitely want to give a stake against stake against salaries that any of your resources would expect. So it is very important for you to know how to create ESOPs and how to get the right talent and resources on board. That is why we have created this module where we would expose you to how to create ESOPs, how do you negotiate with people coming on board. Till now, that is what we are going to do. This is where what startups are going to do, right? So you have your part of things as well. We expect you to spend 6 to 8 hours every week during the 100 days. We expect you to attend all your sessions, RSV to all your sessions. There should be a constant cadence on what is happening with your product with us. We expect you to give feedback after every intervention for us to improve our interventions, for us to help you build your products better. Submissions, this is something that is very key. We expect you to submit all your templates and then your whatever is being given to you on time. Last but not the least, we expect you to ask for support. This is very important. There's very limited that we can do from our side, but once it comes from your side, we push ourselves to deliver more than what is there. So always please remember, ask for support, ask whatever you want. You're sitting in the world's largest innovation campus. There are a lot of things that T-Hub can do, so please feel free to ask whatever you want to. Again, as I told you, led by entrepreneurs, backed by industry. The entire program team who is going to work with you, we are all entrepreneurs. I myself have built 2 startups myself. Most of my career has been, I've been an entrepreneur for most of my career. So are the other program team members, Krishna and Mayuk. We have great partners on board, Atom State, Digital Fabric, F5, GitHub, Moolia, and UCC. These partners take up ownership of the 5D framework. Each of the entire 5D framework has been divided into modules. So each of this partner has taken up ownership of some of these modules. They help you. They take a workshop. They help you work on your templates. They give you the tools and resources to finish your module. As well, they sit down with you one-on-one if need be to help you navigate that particular problem. I thank all the partners sitting here from bottom of my heart to give to extend all the supports that you are. Thanks a lot. Big round of applause to partners. With that, I come to an end. This is the extended team that you would be working with, the entire T-Hub. We are not just 3, we are 63 members. So, we are going to give you all the support that is needed. Welcome aboard, welcome to Rubrics. We'll make sure your 120 days are going to be memorable. With that, thanks a lot.
On the ethical story of the conditions, particularly the medical conditions.
Right. See, AI as a model would only have access to the data that you give it. So, in case if you have any confidential information, so to expose it to AI, before exposing it to AI, your personal identifier, PII data, before giving it to the AI, you should have certain processes or internal to your IT team that this data should be masked all the time. You have to ensure that your data is secured within your organization before giving it to the, before using that data to the model. In fact, even in banking industry also, in case if models are being built, models are not given with any confidential information. Models are given with masked data or encrypted data. It ensure that the data engineer or data scientist would ensure that data is already masked and PII data is not available, and data scientists will not accept any data if it is not masked or which is not encrypted. So thus checks are being done in real-time industry.
I do agree with that, but there is a background story to it on the health HL7 platforms and Mirth, which is also involved into it. Don't we feel that we have to again mask the complete platform before it gets exposed properly and
having said anything, ethics are something that is our top priority of an AI model. In case if we find that anything there is a threat to the basic necessities of an human, human, then definitely it has to be uphold for a while until we think of a solution for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll move on to the next.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable info presentation on AI. Moving ahead, I now welcome Mr. Saurav Rai, Vice President of Engineering and Machine Learning, Data Foundry, for his keynote on unified data analytics. So, Mr. Saurav Rai is currently the Vice President Engineering and Machine Learning in Data Foundry. He has over 23 years of experience in life sciences and healthcare. Saurav Roy has worked for the past decade as an enterprise architect and is well versed in AWS, Azure, and GCP. He was previously with Paraxel, HP, and Philips before joining Data Foundry. So, please.
Good morning, everyone here. So I'll try my best to keep you awake as much as possible. Today I'll probably talk about unified data analytics and platform. Can you turn on? So unified data analytics, why data? What is the focus here in unified data analytics? It's a data. Focus on data. Traditionally, they always wanted your money. Now they want your data. From anybody who's calling you up to sell you anything, if they get nothing, they still want your data. So data is gold, right? So I think we have plenty of jargons in the industry. I will also try to bring perspective to some of the jargons. But unified data analytics, I think it's a fairly self-explainable term. So you have data and then you're trying to unify it and get analytics on top of it. So let's see what is the need for unification. Okay, so I think a lot of people might have seen this. Traditionally, we started with 4 Vs, 5 Vs, and now we have 6 Vs and 7 Vs finally. So I'm not going to go through each of them, but this is fairly common. You can Google. I'll go through some of them, which probably will resonate with most of you here. So these are the challenges with the data that we deal with. The first is variety. So data happens in silos. It happens in your line of business applications. It is happening on social media and probably everywhere that you touch. And then they're happening in different shapes and forms. They're happening in databases of your applications. They are happening in as tweets on Twitter. They're happening as posts on Facebook. The whole documents, if you consider office documents, PDFs, you talk about audio, video, they're all data. So there essentially the need for the unification comes in because the forms are so disparate, you're not able to process it in one go in a very simple manner. So then there's this velocity. So we all, this is an information age. We want it available on the right time when you actually need it, and you want this huge amount of data to be processed as quickly as possible. And then there is this volume. So we already know there is an information explosion. Every organization and their ecosystem of suppliers, contractors, and so on, there's an explosion of data, and that data has to be managed. Then there is veracity, variability, and then obviously you want to visualize it. You need to understand what your data is. You want to make sure that your data is correct and complete. And finally, the heart of it, why you're doing all this is to derive value. What is value for data? Something that conveys something to you based on which you can eventually take an informed decision. So that's the value you want to derive out of all this, the 7 characteristics or the challenges that you have of data that you overcome, is to get the value out of it. So unified data analytics platform, you see I spoke about variety, so the formats I just put out here for convenience. What comprises the data analytics platform is the various forms of data in this form of image, audio, video, text, tables, column, markups, and so on. And then you have velocity. You absorb the data, you ingest the data from variety of sources, be it social media, your office documents, literature databases, journals, and so on, and applications, of course, and then you process them. And then that leads you, when you ingest, it leads you to a huge challenge of how you manage this, organize this data so that you can retrieve them in the form at the time that you really need it. So veracity, variability I did speak about, is about completeness and accuracy and consistency of data. And finally is the visualization. You understand your data, what it is trying to convey, and then drive those actionable insights on which you can take decisions. So if you see the variety of data formats, you have structured data. So what is structured data? Typically, if you think, we always think of tables, databases. Any application that you use stores data most often in relational databases. You create tables. We have other forms, columnar databases and so on nowadays. But that's essentially structured data. Unstructured data comprises of your social media, audio, video, documents. All of those we spoke about. Semi-structured data, it could be events, it could be a website data, it could be data going out of your sensors, your medical devices, which has some form of structure, and some part it could be proprietary also. But then you still, if you get to a understanding of the data, you can eventually extract some value out of it. So these are the 3 broad varieties that you have. Oh, and then we're unifying it. We put it like a data lake. So you bring the data and you try to unify so that you can get some analytics out of it. And this is also how traditionally we had been doing. How do you ingest data from variety of applications, variety of sources? So most of it, if you think of Twitter, Facebook, and others, websites, events, they are mostly in the form of streams. Even IoT devices, mobile devices, you can consider they are as streams. And then you capture those streams and store them in the form that you do, and then process it to extract information out of it. ETL, so it is ETL and ELT, some jargons has been around for last 20 years. Extract, transform, and load. And then we do extract, load, or transform. These two technologies or patterns are also been there for quite some time. Change data capture, so CDC, that's essentially extracting whatever you did today and you stored in your databases. Can you extract the data on a differential day-to-day basis? And this has to happen across multiple databases. And then you clean them, transform them, and process them. So that is what velocity is about. So this is a slide on how you organize data, and I'll talk about the history. So traditionally, we always like a centralized, well-governed store or well-governed approach where everything is at one place and we govern it. Traditionally, we have been using data warehouses. The challenge with data warehouses were that we had accumulated so much data that we could not process it. It was an overwhelming task to get anything done quickly in time. So what happened? We then came up with several other notions. We came out with a pattern called data lake. So what does data lakes do? Say you bring your data in whatever form and structure. Warehouses typically would be relational or columnar format. That's an extension of a large database, if you want to say. But lakes, they don't tell you that data has to be in this format. They could be structured, they could be unstructured or semi-structured, doesn't matter. You could bring in, it's something like a landing area of your data, wherever you are eventually accumulating from variety of sources. And then you process it from that data lake. Now here you see there is another term called data marts. So they originated out of warehouses where you said we focus on a particular segment or dimension of data or an application of data. So a data mart could be your customers, it could be your patients, it could be hospitals, it could be organizations. So you're looking at one specific aspect of data or one topic, if you want to call it. So you're looking at that when you do a mart. And then that's a similar representation of analytics done on a line of business data. That's what a data mart really does. And then we have some more technology, some more buzzwords coming in. They call it a data mesh. So what is a data mesh then? So eventually they realized we can't move so much of data around. Okay, but we still want to have analytics done out of that. So how do we do it? We said, okay, we don't move the data, we process it where it resides, and we surface the intelligence, right? So, and then you have AI/ML, which is, you use a variety of techniques to process data which is not processed using traditional query or, pattern mechanisms that you have. Then you use AI/ML. So unified platform typically uses all or a combination of these. It basically depends on what you are trying to do. So as a unified data platform, I might use a lake, I might as well use a warehouse, I as well might use a mesh. Because no system is closed. You will have customers have different requirements, you yourself would have another requirements, your products will put certain other constraints for you. So you could pick whatever is appropriate for and fit for the purpose. That's what this slide essentially wants to convey. Data mesh, AI/ML, warehouse, lakes, marts. These are some of the common technologies or buzzwords that go around when you talk about data manipulation and data processing. So veracity and variability. So we want to talk about how to ensure data quality. How do we clean data? So you could get data, and then one of the things is you could do some kind of checks to see if the data is accurate, the data is clean. Now, one of the most common things that happen is sometimes data is missing. Okay, and you can't really get a model out because your data is missing. So what do? One typical approach is to build a statistical model or an ML model of the data that you have and use it to predict what the data could be at the missing place. So that's one way of how you substitute missing data. Otherwise, you have to remove those elements or those rows of data completely. So that's about cleansing, and enriching is about connecting data from multiple sources. Source of truth. So you might have data coming in, the same data might come from multiple systems. So as an organization or a business owner, you have to define what is the original or what is the correct system from where I will accept this data. So let's say it's a customer data. So do you accept it from a CRM? Do you accept it from a CLM? Which is the most authentic source of data that you could trust? And for every domain, you have to go and do that. And then it is about processing, ensuring consistency, integrity, and most importantly, anomaly detection. So if you are actually looking at your data, you also have to detect if there is noise coming in, if data has got corrupted or not being fed correctly. So those comes in anomaly detection. You figure out data which are inconsistent in the data sets that you have. So I'll pick on unstructured data. Primarily, I've put it around the things that we do, some of the things we do here. And it's all centered around documents, textual data. I've not covered audio and video here. So vision, I think some speaker mentioned about machine vision. So one of the simplest things that you do is you take a picture and then you want to convert that picture into a document and you want to edit it. So that's OCR, character recognition. Ingestion of documents of various forms and structuring them. So you do a document analysis, be able to predict what kind of document. If somebody uploads your document, you want to tell what kind of document this is. Is this a legal document, a business document, a clinical document? Which kind of document it is? That's your classification. Then from, let's say, NLP, we do natural language processing. You do entity recognition. You are essentially building a product, and then you have customer reviews and all of that. Let's say on social media, somebody tells or does a wow on your product, or somebody is expressing that probably we can have this kind of a feature and it will help us deliver better. So identifying from a tweet or from a Facebook post or from a literature document where something of your interest is being discussed about is essentially entity recognition. What they're saying, what they're talking about, and what are they saying, and the relationship between all of that. So that's relationship construction. Language translation.
Very good.
You have a Japanese article written in kanji, or you have a Spanish document, you can't read it. Google does that, or most browsers does it, right? You translate at runtime and you read it. That's another kind of NLP exercise that you do. Then the final thing that we do is essentially around NLU, which is natural language understanding. If you give me a document, can I read that document and understand? Yes. Can the machine do so? This is an attempt for a machine to understand what the document is talking about. So you have a lengthy document and you want a gist of it, let's say in a page. You want to know what the document is trying to convey. So that's what summarization is. It summarizes. Q&A, I think ChatGPT has all this work already. So you could do Q&A, you can ask questions, get answered. Then you have something called semantic engineering, or you say ontologies. Ontologies are nothing but concepts. You model your businesses on concepts. It's very critical for whether you want to build a data warehouse or data lake or do any analytics on top of it. You have to define the key concepts of your business. Then only analytics can come to fruit. And then obviously is to search. Ultimately, you want to read, or you want to have the information you want, so you should be able to search, pretty much like Google does. And then the final piece is around visualization. So one of the key things that you do in visualization is identify new patterns in the data, something that your eyes have or any human eye would have missed. You're able to discover new patterns, discover new intelligence. That's also what AI/ML does in a way, right? But discovering that in a huge data set is very challenging. And visualization, a proper visualization, be able to dissect data, turn it around, look at different patterns by, pivoting like Excel does, pivoting and looking at how the rest of the things follow. Regression, those kind of things, a visualization should be able to do, to mine data and tell you what you don't know about it. The other one, which pretty much everybody does, is around reporting, business intelligence reporting. You define data, you define patterns out of data that you already know. Your sales forecast or sales delivery, you want to see month on month how you're doing. So that's BI reporting. So that is pretty much I had, and thank you for your patience in hearing me. I would like to leave you with this video. You can enjoy what happens when data is united, data in various forms and shapes are united, and then essentially you get to drive the intelligence out of it.
बैलेंस निकल रहा है क्या अपन लेजर बैलेंस 38,506 हाँ अच्छा एक बार बिल चेक करो देन नॉट के लिए 38,000 इसमें अपडेट तो पूरा
Sorry.
नहीं मार्च में भी वही सामान लिया ना वो भी डाल दो एक बार चेक करो मैं पूरा तो ये पेमेंट किया है हमने 91,000 का एक आखिरी पेमेंट किया
YouTube video almost 20
ये
years
70
back
के बाद 91 का
is
पेमेंट
still
किया
relevant today.
देखो आप
You can enjoy.
नहीं
मार्च का पेमेंट मैं अपडेट नहीं किया है
हाँ इसलिए होगा वो मार्च का पेमेंट निकाले
I think our mail it has dropped. The touch.
91,000 का मुझे अच्छे से आ रहा है पेमेंट किया है
Ask, I can try and answer.
ये 5 मार्च वो पार्लर में
That is true. That is true. So essentially, for AI to work, you can have models. So basically, AI is again to see what. See, if you already know what you have to do, it's robotics. Robotics process automation, as you would call it, or any form of automation. However, if you want to discover something which you haven't discovered in your data yet, that requires application of AI or ML. So even if you want to forecast something, so what happens is you will discover the patterns that exist in your data. Based on that, you forecast. Now, traditionally, what we do is we define features in the data. And then if you look at what the model derives, it probably is capable of defining 200 parameters of your data. Okay. Now, there's also this debate about, can you explain what it just predicted? So that's explainable AI. It's not easy, given the amount of computation that it does, to explain logically. We end up in some situations like this where customer says, can you explain what it is predicting? And we have 170 stages of how the decision has been progressing. It's really very difficult unless there's someone on the other side who also understands what the model is doing. It's not straightforward. So explainable AI is very hard at this point of time. Maybe we will get better with it, but today it is a really difficult task to do. Okay, thank you very much.
38,448. 38,448.
Pizza Palace, guaranteed hot in 30 minutes or it's free. This is Mary.
Thank you, sir, for giving your...
Mary. Yes, I'd like to order. This is Mr. Kelly? Yes. Thank you for calling again, sir. I share your national identification number is 610-204-998-45-54610. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I see you live at 736 Montrose Court, but you're calling from your cell phone. Are you at home?
I'm just leaving work, but I'm...
Oh, we can deliver to Bob's Auto Supply. That's at 175 Lincoln Avenue, yes?
No, I'm on my way home. How do you know all this stuff?
We just got wired into the system, sir.
Oh, well, I'd like to order a couple of your double meat special pizzas.
Sure thing. There'll be a new $20 charge for those, sir.
What do you mean?
Sir, the system shows me that your medical records indicate that you have high blood pressure and extremely high cholesterol. Luckily, we have a new agreement with your national health care provider that allows us to sell you double meat pies as long as you agree to waive all future claims of liability.
What?
Do you agree, sir? You can sign the form when we deliver, but there is a charge for processing. The total is $67 even.
$67?
Well, that includes the delivery surcharge of $15 to cover the added risk to our driver of traveling through an orange zone.
I live in an orange zone?
Now you do. Looks like there was another robbery on Montrose yesterday. You could save $48 if you ordered our special Sprout Submarine combo and picked it up yourself. Comes with tofu sticks. Those are very tasty, sir. Good value, too.
But I want double meat.
Well, I'm sure you can afford the $67 then. You just bought those tickets to Hawaii. They weren't cheap, eh? Oh, but I see you checked out the budget beach bum at the library last week. Up to you, sir.
All right. I'll get the Sprout subs.
Good choice, sir. Gotta watch that waist if you're hitting the beach, eh? 42 inches. Wow. Man, I'd say tofu and sprouts is like required.
That's how much?
Just between you and me, there's a $3 off coupon in this month's Total Men's Fitness magazine. Your wife Betty subscribes to that, right? Anyhow, clip that and it's $19.99 even. Whoa, looks like you maxed out on all your credit cards. Bring cash, okay?
Want to stop this from happening?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for giving your valuable insight to us. And now, take this as an opportunity. Let me felicitate Mr. Ramakrishna Garu and Saura Roy Garu by Sridhar Garu by Krishna Reddy Garu. What?
Let's have a group pic.
I now invite Ms. Lakshmi M., President Designate ITAP, to present the vote of thanks.
On behalf of IT Association of Andhra Pradesh and also the Godavari chapter, I sincerely extend a big thanks for the big success of this first part, and thank you to the dignitaries on the stage and all our industry colleagues and the rest of you. Thank you for being a part of this session.
ITAP to present the vote of thanks.
And specifically, I would like to start thanking with Mr. Krishna Reddy, Mr. Sridhar Kosraju, and Kumar for setting the stage and the context for this conclave. And on behalf of IT big thanks to our Association of Andhra guest Pradesh speakers and also Mr. the Ramraj Godavari Garu, who chapter talked about AI penetration into the industry and how important it is for the industry to adopt for us to stay relevant in the business. And then, of course, Mr. Saurav Roy's keynote address was about the unified data platform and the 7 V's of data. And we just saw when everything gets unified, what happens to us. Thank you very much. We have an exciting AI panel discussion and analytics. Please stay here and let's enjoy those. Thank you so much.
Apa problem there? Ah, No, it's not the wrong. You know what you're doing, isn't it? हाँ इसमें जो एक वो बताने नहीं जा रहा but फिर भी कौन से हाँ नहीं इसलिए वो आपने गाड़ी उसको कौन सी करनी क्या करनी ये नहीं करेक्ट इसको शेयर करके हम सही थे नहीं किया था पहले पहले वाला नहीं ये आपने पहले निकाला तो सही नहीं किया मैं आपको बताया इसका मैं आपके लिए तनाव नहीं तनाव दिल से वापस तो वीडियो भी निकालो ना उसमें ऑप्शन रहता है ना ऑप्शन से निकाल के तो देखना
చిన్న బ్యాగ్ అయితే లోపలికి వచ్చేసి ఉంటాయి షాల్స్. అదేంటుంది వచ్చినాయండి, లోపలికి వచ్చినాయి.
సరే ఇది ఒకసారి అయిపోయినా ఉంది, చూద్దాం లాస్ట్ లో చూద్దాం.
సరే ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి చెక్ చేయించండి.
మనకి ఇంకా యాక్టివిటీ లేదు కాబట్టి చూద్దాం.
అట్లీస్ట్ గిఫ్ట్స్ వచ్చేసినాయి అట్లీస్ట్. షాల్స్
ఐడియా అవుతుంది.
మీరు ఒకరు మాట్లాడి సరిపోతుంది, ఎందుకంటే టైం కూడా షార్ట్ అవుతుంది. అలాగే
నుంచి వస్తే బాగుంటుంది. చిన్న వయసు పెట్టింది ఇంకా అసలు ఖాళీ పెట్టాను.
ఈ షార్ట్స్ కూడా ఒకటి రెండు చేస్తారనమాట. ఏమన్నా స్పెసిఫిక్ పాయింట్స్ ఉన్నాయండి?
ఒకళ్ళే మాట్లాడేది, టైం తక్కువ ఉంది.
ఓకే. నమస్తే అండి. సో ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, ఈ అసోసియేషన్ సారథ్యంలో మేము గోదావరి రీజన్లో ఏఐ అండ్ అనలిటిక్స్ సంబంధించి ఒక కాంక్లేవ్ని నిర్వహిస్తున్నామండి. అంటే దీంట్లో ప్రధానంగా ఏంటంటే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉన్న ప్రధానమైన ఐటీ కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన అందరు ప్రతినిధులు ఇక్కడ విజయవాడ నుంచి, విశాఖపట్నం నుంచి, కాకినాడ, గోదావరి నుంచి, తిరుపతి నుంచి కూడా సిఇఓస్ అందరూ ఇక్కడ రావడం జరిగింది. అంటే కరెంట్గా ఇప్పుడు ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్, మీకు తెలిసిన చాట్ జీపీటీ ఇలాంటి టెక్నాలజీస్ బాగా ప్రొలిఫరేట్ అవ్వడం, వాటి ద్వారా ఐటీ కంపెనీస్ వీటిని ఎలా బెనిఫిట్గా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి, తద్వారా ప్రొడక్టివిటీని ఎలా పెంచుకోవాలి అన్నది ఐటీ కంపెనీలందరికీ కూడా ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయడంలో పార్ట్ కింద ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అందరినీ కూడా ఒక చోటుకి తీసుకొచ్చి ఈ రోజు మన కాకినాడలో హోటల్ సరోవర్ పోర్టులో ఈ కాంక్లేవ్ ని నిర్వహిస్తున్నారండి. ఇప్పుడు మాకు వచ్చిన ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ప్రకారం 135 మంది డిఫరెంట్ ప్రతినిధులు ఇక్కడ హాజరయ్యారు. ప్రధానంగా సిఇఓస్, అలాగే ఐటీ కంపెనీల యొక్క ఎంప్లాయీస్, స్టార్ట్అప్ కంపెనీస్ ఇందులోకి రావడం జరిగింది. సో ఈ కాంక్లేవ్ ప్రధాన ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే ఐటీని అయితే టైర్ 2 సిటీస్లో కూడా టెక్నాలజీ, ఏఐ లాంటి టెక్నాలజీ వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఎక్కడి నుంచి అయినా కూడా మనం హై ఎండ్లో కూడా వర్క్ చేయొచ్చు, తద్వారా ప్రొడక్టివిటీని తెచ్చుకోవచ్చు అన్నట్టుగా మనం ప్లాన్ చేస్తామండి. మాతో పాటు ఇక్కడ ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు, పాస్ట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు, అలాగే అప్కమింగ్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ మేడం రామకృష్ణ గారు, అలా డిఫరెంట్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. పర్టికులర్గా మన గోదావరి రీజన్కి వచ్చిన ఒక బిగ్గెస్ట్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే విశాఖపట్నం ఐటీ డెస్టినేషన్ కింద తయారు చేస్తున్న ఈ తరుణంలో డిఆర్ కింద, అంటే ఏదన్నా ప్రకృతి ఉపద్రవం ఏదన్నా వచ్చి విశాఖపట్నం లాంటి ప్లేస్లో ఏమన్నా ఈ ఐటీ సర్వీసెస్ ఏమైనా ఇబ్బంది అయితే, తద్వారా కాకినాడ, రాజమండ్రి లాంటి ప్లేస్ని ఇమీడియట్గా మనం ఒక కంటిన్యూన్సీ డిఆర్ ప్లేస్ కింద కూడా ఉపయోగించుకోవడానికి మనకి చాలా ఉపయోగం ఉంటుందండి. అందుకని కూడా ఈ 3 రీజన్స్లో ఇటు విశాఖపట్నం, మన గోదావరి, తర్వాత విజయవాడ, అలాగే రాయలసీమ తిరుపతిలో కూడా దీన్ని ఐటీని ప్రధానంగా డెవలప్ చేసే ప్రాజెక్ట్ కింద ప్రభుత్వం పనిచేస్తుంది. తద్వారా ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ కూడా అందరినీ ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేస్తున్నాం అనమాట. సో ఇది మెయిన్ ఉద్దేశం, ఈ ఈవెంట్ యొక్క మెయిన్ ఉద్దేశం.
मैडम को नहीं यार वो कौन गोविंद की मम्मी पंडू हाँ अरे एक वो है नहीं वो करना है ये
మాలాంటి వాళ్ళందరూ అబ్రాడ్లో పనిచేసి ఆంధ్ర ప్రాంతం నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు, హైదరాబాద్, బెంగళూరు లాంటి మెట్రో నగరాలు, మహానగరాలు అందరూ వెళ్ళి అక్కడ పనిచేస్తాం. కానీ ఐటీ, ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్, ఇంటర్నెట్ ఫెసిలిటీస్తో మన ప్రాంతం నుంచి కూడా పనిచేయడానికి ఫస్ట్ టూరిజం, వైజాగ్ అనేది మంచి బ్యూటిఫుల్ డెస్టినేషన్ అన్నమాట. తర్వాత ఈ అనుబంధ సంస్థ వైజాగ్లో ప్రధాన మనం డెవలప్ చేసుకుంటే ప్రభుత్వం ఇచ్చే సహకారం నిజంగా బాగుందండి. ఎందుకంటే ఆ సహకారం లేకపోతే మేము ఇక్కడ ఈ యాక్టివిటీ అంతా చేయలేము. అందరికీ కూడా ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పవర్ అయ్యి ఇచ్చారు, లేకపోతే ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఇచ్చారు, గవర్నమెంట్ చేస్తుంది. అయితే ఐటీ పరిశ్రమ సొంతంగా ఎదగలిగిన పరిశ్రమ కొద్దిపాటి సహకారం అందిస్తే తను ఎదిగి ఎంతో మందికి ఉద్యోగ అవకాశాలు ఇచ్చే పరిశ్రమ అండి. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ గోదావరి రీజన్లో ఇక్కడ డైరెక్ట్గా ఇక్కడున్న కంపెనీస్తో ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ 5,000 మంది ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఉంటారండి ఇప్పుడున్న కంపెనీల్లో. ఇక్కడ కాకుండా అంటే ప్రధానమైన నగరాల్లో కంపెనీల్లో పనిచేస్తూ ఇక్కడ మన ప్రాంతంలో వర్క్ ఫ్రమ్ హోమ్ కింద వర్క్ చేసేవాళ్ళు ఇంకొక 8,000 మంది ఉంటారనమాట మన రీజన్లో. అంటే ఇంతమంది ఎంప్లాయీస్కి ఈ పరిశ్రమ ఆధారభూతమైంది. గవర్నమెంట్ నుంచి కూడా మంచి సహకారం అందుతుంది. ఇంకా మంచి సహకారం అందడం ద్వారా మేము సబ్సిక్వెంట్గా ఈ పరిశ్రమని ఆంధ్రాలో ఇంకా బాగా డెవలప్ చేద్దామని చూస్తున్నాం. అంటే ఐటీ పరిశ్రమలు అనేదండి ప్రధానంగా వాళ్ళ బిజినెస్ మీద ఆధారపడి ఉంటుంది అనమాట. గవర్నమెంట్ ఓన్లీ మన మట్టి లాంటిది. మొక్క ఐటీ పరిశ్రమ ఏ కంపెనీ ఆ కంపెనీ ఒక మొక్క. కానీ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇనిషియల్ ఫెసిలిటేషన్, ఫెర్టైల్ ల్యాండ్ లాంటి ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డిఫరెంట్ క్లస్టర్స్ని ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి అనంతపురం నుంచి, గోదావరి రీజన్ నుంచి, వైజాగ్ నుంచి ఐటీ పరిశ్రమకి ప్రాంతాల డెవలప్మెంట్ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంకా మరికొంచెం ప్రోత్సాహకాలు, ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ కొంచెం ఇవ్వాల్సి ఉంది. అది కూడా వాళ్ళు క్లియర్ చేస్తున్నారు. క్లియర్ చేయడం ద్వారా తద్వారా గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం ఇలాంటి కాంక్లేవ్స్ లాంటి ప్రధానంగా పెట్టడం. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రీసెంట్గా మనం పెట్టిన గ్లోబల్ ఇన్వెస్టర్ సమ్మిట్ పెట్టాం కదండి. గ్లోబల్ ఇన్వెస్టర్ సమ్మిట్ అనేది చాలా బాగా దానికి మనకి పుష్ ఇచ్చింది అనమాట. ఎంతో మంది ఫారెన్ లో ఉన్న మా క్లయింట్స్ కూడా గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ ఏదో జరిగిందట కదా, అందులో బాగా ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అయ్యారట కదా అని చెప్పి మాకు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. సో ప్రధానంగా ఇలాంటి ఐటీకి మార్కెటింగ్ ప్రధానంగా మాకు తీసుకురాగలిగితే ఇక్కడ ఉన్న టాలెంట్కి పదవి లేదనమాట. మన ఆంధ్రాలో ఉన్న టాలెంట్, తెలుగులో ఉన్న టాలెంట్ పదవి లేదు. ప్రధానంగా ఇలాంటి ఈవెంట్స్, తర్వాత కొన్ని ఇన్సెంటివ్స్, ల్యాండ్స్, లేకపోతే ఇలాంటి కొన్ని ఎలొకేషన్ ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. బట్ పాలసీలో క్లియర్గా డిఫైన్ చేశారు.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అనే దాని మీద ప్రధాన భూమిక కదా ఇది. అంటే కమింగ్ అంటే రాబోయే కాలంలో ఇది ఎటువంటి పాత్ర వహించబోతుంది?
రాబోయే కాలంలో ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ చాలా ప్రధానమైన పాత్ర పోషిస్తుందండి. దీన్ని ఒక దాంట్లో ఏమంటున్నారంటే సునామీ ముందుంది అంటున్నారు అనమాట. అంటే ఏంటంటే ఈ రోజు మనకి చాట్ జీపీటీ అని మా పత్రికా సోదరులందరికీ కూడా తెలిసి ఉంటుంది. చాట్ జీపీటీ లాంటి కొన్ని టూల్స్ వచ్చాయన్నమాట. ఈ రోజు మీరు ఒక న్యూస్ పేపర్ క్లిప్పింగ్ రాయాలనుకుంటే 3 నిమిషాల్లో దానికి మనం చక్కగా చెప్పడం మనకు తెలిస్తే దానికి మీకు టక్కమని చెప్పి దానికి వివరం తయారు చేస్తాం. వాల్ స్ట్రీట్ జర్నల్ లాంటి పెద్ద పెద్ద న్యూస్ ఛానల్స్ కూడా ఈ ఈ కృత్రిమ మేధని ఎలా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. కానీ మనం ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఒక పనిముట్లా చూడాలన్నమాట. అంటే మన పనితనాన్ని ఇంకా పెంచగలిగి మన ప్రొడక్టివిటీని పెంచగలిగే ఒక టూల్. పూర్వం వాషింగ్ మిషన్, టీవీ వచ్చిన రోజుల్లో ఇవన్నీ ఎందుకు మనకి, వాషింగ్ మిషన్ మనం ఏం చేసుకుంటాం, ఇంట్లో వాష్ చేసుకోవచ్చు కదా అనుకున్న రోజుల్లో, అంటే టెక్నాలజీని చూసి భయపడిన రోజులు ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. కానీ క్రమక్రమంగా మనం అందరం టెక్నాలజీకి అడాప్ట్ అయిపోతున్నాం. అదే రకంగా ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అనేది కూడా చాలా కొత్త పుంతలు తొక్కబోతుంది. ప్రతి రంగంలోని దాని ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ఉండబోతుంది, ప్రతి రంగంలోనూ. కానీ దీన్ని మనం ఎలా చూడాలంటే, ఉద్యోగాలు తీసేస్తుందేమో అన్న భయంతో కంటే కూడా కొత్త ఉద్యోగాలు కల్పించడానికి అది ఒక కీలక పాత్ర అవుతుంది, మన ప్రొడక్టివిటీని బాగా పెంచుతుంది అన్నమాట.
పాత్రికేయ మిత్రులందరికీ ఏఐ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండి. ఎందుకంటే కంటెంట్ రైటింగ్ లో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు ప్లే వైటల్ రోల్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మీ జాబ్ చాలా ఈజీ అయిపోతుంది, చాలా ఇన్నోవేటివ్ గా ఉంటుంది. అంటే మీరు పెట్టే టైం ఏదైతే పెడుతున్నారో అందుకంటే చాలా తక్కువ టైం పెట్టి చాలా ఎఫెక్టివ్ గా, చాలా క్రియేటివ్ గా రాయొచ్చు. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు చాట్ జీపీటీ అని మన కృష్ణారెడ్డి గారు చెప్పినట్టు ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ జనరేటివ్ ఏఐ. అంటే కంటెంట్ని జనరేట్ చేస్తుంది. ఆర్ట్, మ్యూజిక్లో కూడా ఏఐ వచ్చేసింది. సో జనరేటివ్ మ్యూజిక్ని కొత్తగా క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది, కొత్తగా కంటెంట్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది. సో డెఫినెట్గా మీరు అడిగినట్టు ఏఐ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు చేంజ్ ద ఫ్యూచర్ అండి. అండ్ ఫ్యూచర్లో చాలా చేంజెస్ ఉంటాయి. నాట్ ఓన్లీ ద టెక్నాలజీ కంపెనీస్, మేము ఓన్లీ ఐటీ కంపెనీసే కాదు, ఎవ్రీ బిజినెస్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఇంపాక్టెడ్ బై ఏఐ అండ్ ఈవెన్ అ కామన్ పబ్లిక్ ఆల్సో, కామన్ పీపుల్ ఆల్సో. సో అందరికీ అవేర్నెస్ ఉండాలి. పర్టికులర్గా ఈ సదస్సు ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే, మనం ఆ అడాప్షన్ అందరికీ తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. బోత్ జాబ్ సీకర్స్ అంటే పీపుల్ ఆర్ లుకింగ్ ఫర్ ద జాబ్స్, కానీ అలాగే ఐటీ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైతే రన్ చేస్తున్నారో వాళ్ళకు కూడా, ఈవెన్ చిన్న కంపెనీస్, స్టార్టప్స్ కూడా ఈ అడాప్షన్ గురించి సెన్సిటైజ్ చేయాలి అని చెప్పి మేము ఈ ఉద్దేశంతో అన్ని రీజన్స్లో చేస్తున్నామండి ఈవెంట్స్. అవునండి, ఏఐ.
అంటే ఇది కృత్రిమ మీదలో ఉన్న ఒక ప్రధానమైన విషయం ఏంటంటే అండి, అది తనకు తాను తెలుసుకుంటుంటుంది. అంటే పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ సింగులారిటీ అని ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ ఉందన్నమాట. అంటే ఒకానొక దశలో, వచ్చే ఫ్యూచర్లో ఒకానొక దశలో మనకి కృత్రిమ మేధ యొక్క మేధస్సు మనిషి మేధస్సు కంటే పైకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది అన్న ఒక ఇది ఉందన్నమాట. కానీ అణుబాంబుని ఎలా అయితే మనం దాని పవర్ను ఉపయోగించుకుంటూ మనం స్టిల్ దాన్ని కంట్రోల్లో పెట్టుకున్నామో, విస్తృతమైన చర్చలు జరుగుతున్నాయి అన్నమాట అండి. సో దీని మీదే, అంటే దీన్ని టెక్నాలజీని ఉపయోగించుకుంటూ దాన్ని ఎలా కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవాలి, నిజంగా ఏదైనా ప్రాబ్లం వస్తే దాన్ని ఎలా అన్ప్లగ్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఇలాంటి టెక్నాలజీలు ఇవి యాక్చువల్గా వస్తున్నాయి అన్నమాట.
థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. పాయింట్స్ అంతా కూడా ఏదో జస్ట్ మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నట్టు
మనం వాళ్ళకి బ్రీఫ్ చేయాలి కదా, ఏదైనా బ్రీఫ్ చేయాలి.
రామకృష్ణ గారు మీరేమైనా చెప్తారా?
So, taking this moment, moving ahead for calling our panel discussion mates, like the first topic is data analytics. Today, we are fortunate to have with us panel of experts who are the forefront of the data analytics industry. They will be sharing their knowledge and expertise on how data analytics is revolutionizing various industries and transforming the way we do business. I cordially invite the panelist, Sri Madhu Vadlamani, moderator of Analytics Panel, practice manager of data engineering and AI experts of Miracle Software Systems. Moving ahead and taking a note on Mr. Madhu Vadlamani, a data analytics with 14 years of experience delivering insights using data, committed to helping the companies develop strategic plans based on the data. I'm a growth hacker who understands business using data and also a speaker, mentor, trainer, and thinker. Madhu is currently working as a SR Technical Practice Manager. Data analytics with Miracle Software System, ensuring the quality delivery being first point of contact for leadership in best analytics practices, supporting clients and manage business. He also architects and create pipelines and has good experience in working with Power BI, GCP, Azure, and IBM Cloud. Prior to joining Miracle Software, he was associated with Deloitte Consulting. Madhu has till now delivered 400 plus sessions in span of 6 years by passion, guided thousands of students and professionals. He is also a writer in major news daily and board of member in AI and data science in top universities. 3-time judge for Smart India Hackathon. Welcome, sir. Our next member, Sri Ramakrishna Dasari, MD and CEO of Eftronics. So Ramakrishna Dasari is a founder CEO of Eftronics System Provide Limited, established in 1985. He is instrumental in Eftronics growth and is positioning it one of India's smart solution company. Backed up by rich R&D, Eftronics is now a leading provider of smart solutions for railway signaling, smart cities, smart buildings, and industries. He holds Bachelor of Engineering degree from NIT Surat and MTech in Electronics and Electrical Engineering from IIT Madras. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Indrajit Ann, CEO of Invites, and Indrajit Ann is the co-founder and CEO of Invites. He sets and evolves the strategic direction of the company. While a strong team to drive execution, Invites is business of data analytics in retail domain. Indrajit has over 25 years of experience at several leading companies. Previously, Indrajit worked with Northern Technologies International Corporation, where he held several leadership positions for 14 years. He was responsible for setting up and overseeing the company's business in the Middle East. He was the part of two-member team that set up business for NTIC in India in year 2000, was instrumental in its rapid growth. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Sri Ravichandra Kolluru, Delivery Head India of Tech Mahindra. Mr. Ravichandra Kolluru is a postgraduate in computer applications from Andhra University. He is also a certified global business leader from U21 Universities and Harvard School of Publishing. Ravichandra has close to 21 years of experience in the IT industry, spanning across different roles of delivery manager, program manager, operations head, and pre-sales head. Ravichandra has been associated with Tech Mahindra since 1998. In his current role of Assistant Vice President, Delivery is responsible for successful delivery of service and solution across customers. As an additional responsibility, Ravichandra is currently playing the role of a location head for Tech Mahindra Vizag facility and is responsible for the liaising with government officials, industry forums, CIA NASCOMs, and academic institutions. Welcome, sir. So now the panel discussion will be conducted on the topic of data analytics. So please.
Very good. Am I audible? Yep. A very good afternoon to all of you. And yeah, time was 12 sharp, so afternoon. Yes, it is correct. Database, it is correct. So glad to see you, sir. And to be frank, this chair has to be there with one of my friend, Sudhakar Garu, but still, he was sick and wish him a speedy recovery. And he's not only a very good friend, but also a very good person in terms of the ITAP, in terms of the development and everything. I'm glad, and thanks for all the intro. And may I request for a couple of minutes that what exactly your company does? And this will be like around, don't mind if I have to follow a sequence, and don't ask me if you can follow the perfect statistical numbers. Maybe I'm rude and rugged, but still, I'm polite.
No, maybe we should start from Ramakrishna Garu, who's been the industry veteran and senior to us.
Yes, yes.
Basically, Electronics develops smart solutions from almost 2 decades. We monitor most of the Indian Railway signaling, capturing the data with the help of IoT, and bring the data to the central place and analyze the data and find the anomalies. Especially, main objective is to reduce the accidents, and we are able to be successful in that. And now reducing the keeping in a right time. That is a running time of the train should be punctual. That is where the data is well used to control entire systems in the railways.
Excellent, sir. We'll talk more about it for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
May please, sir.
So, as you all know, I'm part of Tech Mahindra. So, Tech Mahindra, I don't think needs any special introduction. So, we've been one of the top IT companies and IT exporter in India. More than the IT services, we are into areas of seed funding some of the ideas, and we are into encouraging startups, and we have multiple center of excellence across different industries, technologies, and verticals. So I would say like there would not be an area where Tech Mahindra would not have had a touch point. Let me put it.
The world knows that.
True.
Yeah, right. I'm Indrajit. I'm from Inventis. We are about an 8-year-old company based out of Vijayawada. We are primarily into data analytics for retail domain. So we typically do business intelligence reporting and a lot of other predictive analytics for manufacturers who supply to, primarily consumer goods manufacturers who sell through different retail chains.
Excellent, sir. Thanks for that. So let's start the panel. This will be the most interactive session for sure. Of course, no papers, no questionnaires as well. Even I don't carry any paper, just with some signers. Yeah, sir. Indian Railways is the top employer in the whole world, and you said that you have prevented a lot of accidents. You have done some mechanisms. So what was your thought process? What was your problem statement in terms of finding the solution? And I heard that your data center something is there in Vijayawada.
It is not the data center. First base for entire analytics is IoT.
Okay.
That is where the collecting of the data from the real world in a real time and bringing the data. IoT has a definition: sense,
Yes.
communicate, analyze, act.
Okay.
That's where we started sensing the data from a railway signaling. Each station will have something like thousands of relays will be there. All that relays information real time in every 16 milliseconds. We capture that, record that, and bring the data to the central place like a zonal headquarters, divisional headquarters. There, in the computer, we analyze the certain patterns, which is expected patterns, which is not expected patterns. If the patterns is not expected, for example, a driver crosses red signal, then it is identified and given alarm. Thereby, they started punishing the driver and they started reducing it. These are the man-made. There are unman-made, that means because of can happen. These type of things were identified, and on that the people started taking actions. Thereby, they are able to reduce the accidents. Second thing, same data is used how the train entered into the station in a real time, because in India the most important challenge is data corruption. The more corruption is in data rather than a money corruption. Because of data corruption, the data corruption was reduced because the real-time data was captured by the machine's information without tampering it. Thereby, exactly when the train entered into the station, when it is left the station, with this data, now they started using the data. Initially, the people used it to give information that punctuality is 95%, 99%, something like that. But when it is really taken into it, it is 30 to 40%. Now, with this information, they started working. Now it is improved to 60%. So that means there is an improvement in the usage of the assets and identifying the bottlenecks. This is how really the railway started using it. The infrastructure is every station will have IoT devices. That IoT devices are communicating the data to the central place. There again in the computers, which we analyze the data with our own algorithms. And of course, Power BI like things also used to get the slicing and dicing and understanding where really the challenges is, the understanding the statistics of it, acting on that. So this all helps us improving the getting a value. My observation is basically when you are talking about all these new technologies, how to create a value is a key. The key is a overall benefits divided by total cost management. The biggest challenge for any domain is where is that value, identify it, and the second is create it, the third is delivery it. Delivery it in the sense seeing that customer uses it. Initially, we have a lot of challenges where the customer is not using. Then we put our teams and see that we provide a real insights to the officers so that they started using that. Thereby, delivery is really the success, and after that we started scaling up. Now almost Indian Railways, 99% of the Indian Railways signaling monitoring is done by our equipment and our system rather, I won't say equipment. The entire thing is done indigenously from Vijayawada, not any technology except the whatever the operating systems or the regular tools, even not data lakes or whatever we are all talking, all our jargons, we are not using it. All that again, there is a inside is there, inside they are there with the same technological dimensions.
Excellent, sir. I mean, so glad to see that you have set up a big thing in Vijayawada. So great to hear about it, sir. And I'll definitely punch up with a lot of questions again. Sir, having said that, let me. You're dealing with tons of data. At times, the tons of data is headache, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
because even in my company, when you say Power BI, half of my team member says that yes, we are there. So, what do you feel when you see that okay, this is the element, and we have to visual major pain points when you deal with this kind of a crunch of data?
Yeah, absolutely. One is having enormous amount of one thing, and second thing, as Ramakrishna, is the corruption of data. In the sense that you have a lot of data, but the attributions towards it, without attributable causes, whatever analytics you want to drive it, you can't generate any actionable insights without having proper attribution to each event, as you can say. So that's where the biggest challenge is. And once you overcome that challenge, I mean, for us to overcome that challenge, you need to have the business people also involved in this one. And that's where, majority of the organizations are not able to leverage their data because the data, as our speakers also said, is collected in silos, right? So there are different streams or different sources from which data is coming in. And you have data analysts or experts who can handle data, who can build statistical models on the data. But then, to actionable insights, you need to have a proper business problem associated with the data. And for us to derive answers or arrive at answers from the for business problem, you need to have that attributable process to these. So that's where the challenge is, and that's where you can derive insights only when both businesses and the data team work together.
Agree. I agree. Sir. In fact, my manager always says that it's not about data collection; it's about engineering with lot of engineers.
Absolutely.
So kudos to my manager, actual Sanjeev. He's there in US, and in fact, sir, to you, sir. Tech Mahindra is definitely no doubt it's a big firm. No doubt it's a old firm. So no doubt how you are actually ensuring that you're getting the right skill for a project, because these days when we opt, even in our org, out of say, not I don't want to compare with 10. I'd like to compare with 100. 100 out of 2, 100 out of 3. The success ratio of the people exact qualified ratio has been really been varied a lot. So how do you see this challenge, sir?
In fact, I want to take a step back even before talking about data analytics, right? Today, if you look at in the market, every other day you hear a new jargon, new dimension of business coming into picture, where most of us are not even prepared to be there. Okay, so if I have to define data analytics, the approach that each one of us, big, small, whatever size of the organization, fundamental concept is we have to identify the need for a particular initiative, right? So why do we do it? What is the need for it? Once you identify the need, then I take a five-pronged approach saying what, why, when, where, and how. So what has happened in the past, that's what defines the data. That's where you have the history. Then why has it happened gives you an analysis or insight into what led to that particular result, right? Now that you know what has happened, you have understood why it has happened in the first place, then you define where you want to be there. Where do you want to progress forward, right? Once you define a what, why, and where, then you have to identify and define when you want to get there, right? Timing to market is equally important. It doesn't mean that we have to do a knee-jerk reaction and come up with some cookie-cutter solution. So once you define the four W's, the what, why, when, and where, then you have to define how do you get there, right? So today we are talking about tons, terabytes, or n number of bytes of data coming into picture. But fundamentally, there are two sides of the pillar. One is the person who delivers the services, and the one who experiences the services. So when we talk about data analytics or data analyzation or whatever it is, everybody starts with data culture, right? So data culture never happens bottoms up. It has to be a top-down approach. The top-level CXO person should embrace that, saying, yes, this is what has happened with this organization in the past, and this is the reason why it has happened. And my goal is I have to reach to this point, and this is my red path, and this is how I want to achieve. Once you define these 5 things, then comes, is the industry ready? Right? We talk a lot about use cases. I think if I'm allowed to say, use case is one most abused word in the industry, right? Everybody talks about use cases. Somebody says, I have built 10 use cases. Somebody says, I'm working on a use case. But ideally, we are not breaking that problem into a level of understanding where an aspirant who is about to come into the industry, or an aspirant who is already there in the industry, or who has spent significant time in the industry can understand it, right? Today, most of the organization, like I said, big, small, or irrespective of the size of organization, we try to force something down the throat of an individual saying, I need this. Here you take this data, use this tool, and this is the algorithm, give me result. But that individual may give you result, but it will not be the idealistic solution that one can produce when he or she embraces it, understands fully, and buys into that philosophy, right? and I'll take 10 more seconds. I know I'm taking a bit of
no
more
worries,
time. So the other facet is, like Ramakrishna Garu said, data is corrupt, not Indians. That is true. Problem is, most of the organizations, people have been used to the legacy model of maintaining data. Even if you talk about any government organization, if you ask for a small pen, so you have to write on a piece of paper, I need this color pen, then your manager has to sign and somebody else will move it to the commercial department, then he'll verify if it is there, he'll issue a stock, it will not come to you directly. Now, if you have analytics, if you have the data in the form of an Excel or some database, then you can identify the pattern, what is the lead time from order to cash or procure to pay, all these things happen, right? So customers have to be educated in terms of their reassurance of their job safety. Today, most of the time, the pushback comes because I don't want to let my management implement some analytic solution which will cut down my productivity from 5 days to 1 day. While they appreciate the productivity of 1 day, they are worried that what do I justify for the other 4 days which I was doing for historic years, right? So even in Tech Mahindra, what we believe, and most of the companies for that matter in the world believe, is training is important to individuals. But again, the timing of the training is what matters.
Agree.
It's not that you train today and down the line after 1 year somebody gets to work on it. By then he would have seen many more areas and he would have forgotten what he has to deal with as well.
Strongly agree. In fact, add to your point, sir. In fact, lot of people say that we are excited with data analytics, we are excited with AI. Actually, it's not excited. In the other fact, they are actually worried about it. I questioned to one of my friends, said that AI will kill jobs, and he's learning AI. So that if you know that AI is going to kill the job, why are you learning it? I mean,
in fact, adding onto it, as a parent, I have a similar problem because my son who is about to enter engineering is equally confused. Okay, so one day he comes with
again, that's a data problem, sir. So when I ask a suggestion to one person, okay, 2%, yes, or plus or minus, that's fine. 10 people. So we don't ask actually questions. We inquire questions, but we have the information already. Now that the ChatGPT has come in, every information has been in our pockets itself. And tomorrow the Bard will come, whole world will be in miniatures itself. Yeah. So yes, sir. So continuation with that particular point, sir. Lot of tools are there, lot of technologies are there, but at times you might not find the right manpower, but you can actually tackle it. Now, how do you, as a senior person in your company who handles a lot of data, how do you handle this kind of pressure? Because the pressure is that we need to get a client. Other pressure is that can we do it or not?
Yeah, I mean,
sorry if that is a bad question.
No. As I said, I mean, if the customer is clear about what he wants, the job is very easy. You can get it done. The technologies or whatever technology you want, like there are so many analytical tools like Power BI, like Ramakrishna Garu said, and then you have Tableau, and then you have FireSpot, and there are so many of them, okay, which are readily available visualization tools that can ingest data once it is structured and cleaned and things like that. So on one side, I would say that the technology adoption or training the people is not a big deal, as long as you have a clarity on what you want and where you want to go.
The 4 Ws.
Yeah. So, I mean, to the first point of your question, getting the customer, yes, if the customer has clarity on what he is looking for, it's like 50% of the job done. So most of the times what we feel is customer wants something, but he doesn't know what he wants. That is the biggest challenge in the business today. Because now that all this ChatGPT or whatever it is, the AI, the words AI and analytics have become the buzzwords. So everybody wants AI-powered solutions. But they really don't know what AI really means and what really AI can deliver. There is more hype than what is practically possible. That's the practicality of the situation in the business today. So most of the times we see clients saying that, I would like to have a model, which can understand my natural language and then tell me this one, tell me that one, etc. But most of us, what we don't realize is even as advanced model as ChatGPT, they cannot read your tabular data. you know. They cannot do any aggregations, right? So these are like the practical applications. So if you give your chat GPT your, let us say, sales data, you see that I have like 10 items and these are the different sales. And if you ask chat GPT what is my sales for the month of January, it cannot give you. It is giving numbers. I mean, we have tested this, so I'm telling you from practical experience. So it gives you numbers, but even the simple additions, the numbers are wrong, right? So that way, yes, ChatGPT is a big progress in terms of AI, where it is generating text, it is understanding the natural language, and it is able to give you answers, but it is not there yet in terms of providing meaningful business insights, right? So there you still need to have your own customized, visualizations or desktops or applications and things like that.
Agree. In fact, so the world doesn't need programmers, the world doesn't need mechanical engineers, civil engineers, anyone. The world needs a programmer who is a thought leader, a civil engineer who is a thought leader, an individual who is a thought leader. So that's where we can actually think in terms of the business perspective, not just in a generic way. In the other words, actually, what is a lot of people say that it's an automation. No, it's an automation. It's an intelligent with automation. So AI is not automation for all the freshers which have been sitting over here. And sir, to your point, sir, you have been there in this field since time, and IoT has been evolving. So railways is one of those segments, but home automation and other areas are also one of those segments. A lot of people say that home automation is something like when you change like that, the light will off. That's not the reality. But how are you actually taking this IoT picture to the world which is around you? That how important is that? What are some of the suggestions which you make for your team to go beyond the thought process?
Of course, basically there are 2-3 dimensions which I feel as an industry. Unfortunately, most of the Indian industry is a service-based industry, which we are giving a services to the else part of the world. But when we are talking about a product, any product, first thing is what is the purpose of that product, which domain we are working, or we have clarity of that domain. Unless you don't have clear clarity, what is a value is needed in that, what are the things you will be able to cut short. That means cut short in the sense, end of the day, holistic value, how we are able to get in that domain. That's where first we have to look into it. Way back, maybe 10 years back, after our success in the railways, some of the officer asked me to do the water SCADA in Vijayawada. Then he asked water SCADA, I am not expert in the water, I don't have any knowledge. He said that he has some consultant, he will do that. Then after talking to the consultant, I understood he don't have any knowledge. He has only some meter and level meter and flow meter. Then I put my brain and then started questioning. As a citizen of Vijayawada, what I want? I want continuous water, or otherwise some periodic water regularly, and then quality of water, quantity of water at less cost. That is my requirement as a customer for the Vijayawada Municipal Corporation.
You have done the own R&D.
Yeah, that's where I am. Just 1 minute. So taking that as a main top requirement, then I started looking into it. Then I said I have to do a small POC. I want some level meter and flow meter. Remaining technology I will give freely, and let us test it. Then after testing, we started understanding where the water is getting leaked. What is happening with the water in the distribution system. Then I said should be the architecture. This should be the final goals. With these are the things is needed. Then the officer, IAS officer, somehow trusted me and said, whatever Ramakrishna said, you put it in the PO, that is the entire tender. Finally, I got the tender. Then my challenge is to achieve that. Then first thing, when we start putting a census, we identified 36% of unaccounted water from pumping station to the reservoirs. The challenge is to reduce that. The second challenge is whether the people are giving the right time water to all the people. At morning 5 means 5 o'clock the water should start. Otherwise somebody is waiting for it. Somebody wasting time. Otherwise sometimes they start early, the water wastes. These are all the fundamentals. With the data, we created a patterns and see that the officer will get the dashboards and he forces all the people to make it happen. Ultimately, within a 1 month, 36% brought to 8% on accounted. That means the total ROI came within 1.5 years.
Excellent, sir.
So that is where I feel if someone of us has to work in any area, you have to focus on only one area. As Mr. Indrajit is telling, so customer never knows what he wants. That is a well accepted, not today, across the world. Even when I went to the Japan for training, they also said same thing. Customer doesn't know what he wants. Customer knows what he wants.
Agree.
So try to get focus on any one of you enter into certain area, focus on one area, try to understand the entire intricacies of the domain and focus more into it, do more POCs, not for the paid POCs, understand the technology and then create a team who will be able to understand the domain and then connect these technologies to that so that we'll be able to create a higher value. End of the day, you will be specialist in that area. Then you will have a more success story in that rather than whoever is asking, I will make Power BI reports and whoever is asking, I will do this, do that. That doesn't work. That's where we finally focusing only few areas. In that areas only we will be working.
Excellent. So, I mean, 10 years before, how old are you, sir, at that time? Maybe a Japan.
As old as 65.
Now you're 50, because at the age of 55, you started digging the. I mean, you're doing your own.
I started my company way back 85. 85.
30 years before.
So almost 37.
40.
Years.
Sorry, my bad. Almost 40.
No, I started with a digital.
I wish you should come to the next decade as well, and we'll definitely have a silver jubilee. Yeah. 55 years at that particular age and still you're doing an R&D and you're able to get the project and let the team driving. A big kudos to you, sir. All I can say is that. Sorry, I should clap like this, but I cannot leave my mic away.
Not necessary. Even my feeling is, even today, if I don't learn, whatever you are all talking, regularly I go to the international trade fairs. Last 2 weeks back, last month I went, and again next week I am going to the Hanover Messe to see how the technology is working, what are the various dimensions they are working, and what are the trends happening, where really the value is there, they will demonstrate. In the trade fairs is the one area where really the value is demonstrated because the international firms comes there. Though sometimes it is not relevant to us, still going and observing the technology. Sometimes the good practices in other technologies we can bring into our domain and match it. That is where the real creativity comes. Of course, I won't say the creativity, but observing the technology and inducing that, adopting this technology into the areas where we are working. The new ideas will generate.
Feel free to talk in between, please. No restrictions as such.
See, I think like Ramakrishna and Inderji said, there were times, maybe a decade or decade and a back, where people used to have the myth that one size fits all solution. Okay, but like all of us understand, everybody is unclear and things evolve over a period of time. Okay, so during that evaluation process, I think one thing that can help anybody, be an entrant or a veteran, is unlearn and learn. Okay, so a lot of us, IT is all about mythbusters only. Okay? So it's all about mythbusters, and we feel, yes, I've been in IT for 2.5 decades, so I know everything. And the moment some customer even speaks fully, our Indian culture also is a problem that we try to interrupt them. So even before they share their complete problem, yeah, I know you're talking about this. Yes. We already have something. Right? So we have to come out of that mindset, and first thing is, like Ramakrishna said, what is the ROI that an end recipient is getting, not your customer. Okay, I'll give you an example in line with your water one. I was handling one coal project. Okay, this is typically across the mines. Now when they dig this coal and they put it on a truck, and when it goes to a rake, okay, there are different parameters what they measure. during summer season, they have one calculation formula for the loaded content to be delivered to the end destination with 5% variation in weight because of wind and something flying in air. And if it is rainy season, okay, we put 80 tons, and while the truck reaches the end destination during a rainy season, it'll add up water and the weight increases. Okay, so you put 80, and at the end destination when you weigh, it shows you 100 tons, then there is a variation of 20 tons. So again, going back to my earlier statement, these are areas we have to understand. The moment they say automation, then we don't have to say like, give me a sample of last 1 year data all season, then I'll put a compute. No, it's over a period of time. See, rains can be normal, rains can be floods, or rain can be hurricanes, or it can be any other thing. So before, again, technology, tools, anything are a media of execution, right? So most of us who've been in the industry for more than 3 decades, they come from the old school, where even before sitting on the system, at least let me tell you my experience. When I was a fresher, when I was given a program to develop, I sat on in front of a computer. So my manager called me and said, "You know everything." I said, "I'm trying to figure out." He said, "First, put an algorithm in place. Okay, translate that algorithm into a flowchart. Test it with sample data on a piece of paper. Once you have done this whole 9 yards of homework, then all you do is a typist job on a computer." Right? Problem is today we start attempting something, then look out for solution, be it ChatGPT or anything. Again, I was sharing with Rama during our break time. If most of you have read the ChatGPT, any technology comes with enormous amount of risk. Right? 3 days back, Samsung, while doing a test in their lab, they invoked ChatGPT, and within couple of hours, their entire source code is in OpenAI. Okay, so when we are attempting at something, we have to understand, right? Like when you read any mutual fund, right? They give a small fine print saying mutual funds are subject to market risk. So that's the problem I'm saying. See, while timing to market, quicker solution is the norm of the day, norm of the industry. How correct are you? You can be 60% correct, customer is still happy, but you're 100% correct with vulnerabilities, they may not accept it.
Yeah, true, sir. In fact, I always, even whenever I spoke to any kind of in colleges or even my team, some of my folks are here. 100% quality is myth. Yeah, there is no 100% quality. Even in this session, I cannot rate myself as an 100 by 100 at all.
By now, we would have saturated in IT. Everything would have met.
Yeah, but at least 70% of the things are okay enough. So, okay, let's go. Okay, I'll share. Sir, to your question, maybe for both of you. Why only Python? Why Python? I mean, a lot of Python fans are there actually. A lot of people say that C language, no, I want to learn Python fast. I mean, this is my personal experience.
I'll tell you because that's the easiest. I mean, you're kind of trying to write sentences without learning ABCDs. That's what I would say.
Half of the people who will say, who will clap to you, and half of the people will say like this.
No, you would have heard of Lotus 1, 2, 3, right?
Yeah.
So why did they call it 1, 2, 3? They wanted to call it saying Lotus is as simple as numerics 1, 2, 3, right? So Python is something people are easily picking, but to be relevant, to be successful in industry, I think I was talking to a lot of college graduates in some other sessions. People need only 3 things: one programming language, one scripting language, one database. That's it. Rest all, it'll make you relevant for a lifetime. And most importantly, I think there are no shortcuts in college days. If your fundamentals are not strong, you can see. I was talking to one person from industry who has been 45 years only in the industry. During casual conversation, he was telling me some engineering dynamics theorem. He was narrating the whole theorem word by word. Then I was asking like, how come you remember even after 45 days of 45 years of leaving your college? He was saying I was very keen on my fundamentals.
Agree.
Python, recently there is some Python consumes 22 times higher power of CPU compared to C. 22 times. That means if you want to do really data crunching, you need 22 times higher powerful computing. So that is a meaningless. Many times you can't get, you have to wait and wait to get the results.
Infrastructure cost also rises, no?
Yeah, that's what.
See, there were times when we were developing programs, right? This was when Windows 95, Windows 98, Netscape, and IE browsers used to be there. So when we write a program, we were cautioned saying our program should work the same way in 95 and in 98 and Windows NT. Now it's no longer there. That was one of the robust OS from Windows Microsoft. So it has to perform the same way. And when we used to develop small pages in ASP, when you see on an Internet Explorer, it will look nice and cozy. The moment you port it on Netscape, it will be skewed across space. Right? So it's not about consuming space. It depends on how optimized your code is.
Agree. And having said that, when I said about Python, that doesn't mean that we are haters of Python. We are all lovers of information technology only, irrespective of any kind of tools.
None of us are programmers today.
I can see very good smiles, which means that the answer was polite. So, no second thoughts on that. So,
No, we are living in a world of instant gratification, right? So Python is very easy. You have to write a piece of code to achieve whatever output you want to. So that's why we are looking at a shortcut. That's all I can say.
In fact, for advocate of Julia Golang as well, because Julia is also good. So I'm not a fan of anything.
One more challenge with Python, basically, it won't solve all the problems straight away. Like database cannot solve all the problems straight away, especially when you are talking IoT data and all with bits and bytes and all. Crunching that and getting the insight takes much complex problem, and instead of that, if you write in a simple C code with the indexing and all, it works at the high speed.
It's like that 80-20 principle. So 80% you already have, but the other 20% will consume your entire 80% of effort.
Yeah, agree. So let me come to a different question altogether, sir. So data is a big wall. The person who has a data doesn't mean that he is a topper. The person who understands the data is a big topper. But in the offices, generally, even a lot of offices, even in the top professionals are worried about something where the gossips will be going on, right? So this job will be lost, or tomorrow if we don't learn, this one will be lost. So as a managers, as a top heads, have you came across these situations, and have you handled, and how did you tackle your team to not to get more worried about it?
So, like even a simple example, like when probably computers came in, the typewriter, right? So it's simple as that. Even now, so there is no threat of kind of losing jobs or anything like that. It's just that the skill set is shifting. That's all. So whenever that kind of threat or fear is there, we only assuage the team by upskilling them.
So how much time do you dedicate? Let's say weekly 40 hours is right? So maybe if I'm asking 20 hours.
No. That's work hours. Typically, at least 10% of. So typically, what we have is every week on a Friday afternoon session. Typically, is a non-working session that's dedicated for kind of a knowledge transfer kind of a thing, wherein we have different departments, different teams. Some of the teams are working on data lake, which is like upcoming platforms for handling data. Some of the teams are working on traditional SQL database. And even within the teams, there are best practices. Not everyone has the same set of skills. Some of them are more explorative. Some of them take initiative on their own to make their code efficient, or write the queries and or organize the data, etc. So we look at the performances of the screens or the dashboards and things like that, and so the best practices gets transferred. That's how we handle in our organization. Knowledge base and things like that.
In fact, the same here, sir. In fact, I lead the Friday evening sessions for my org. So I mean, again, good to know that a lot of good experiences. Sir, how about you, sir?
We are talking about data, right? So let's take level up and say information. For a second, let's call it
Data
information.
information, yeah.
Okay. In some of my sessions, I used to tell the students saying, I envy you because today you have the power of everything at the tip of your finger. But right-sized information only can clear apprehensions which otherwise are created in mind. Okay. Today, challenge is information is loosely available across the net. So the current Gen X, what we call, are equally confused which one is the right one for them. Too much information. So only way you can clear some of these apprehensions, like sir said, is keep engaging in conversation beyond work. Okay, every time it's not that we call them, ask them how much have they delivered, how much have they met the timelines, how much have they delivered with quality, all those things. So sometimes we have to talk beyond work and create a sense of awareness, saying what's happening around the industry, and give them a sense of belief how soon they become irrelevant in the industry. Right? Today problem is AI is coming. With 30 years experience, I don't know what AI is. So am I irrelevant? I may not be a good coder, but can I contribute in some other way? So as people heading, our role is more dependent on identifying the skill that each individual is cut to make. It's not that everybody is good at everything. So you have to identify the niche skill in each of those people and use them in that right roles. Rather than I can't expect a person who's good in Excel saying come and build something workflow in Python or something. He'll not be, right? Somebody is good at taking in Excel tons of data, creating VLOOKUPs, and he can create some macros in Excel. So if I know that this person is cut for this, then I have to put him in job or areas which match his skill. It's like if I ask a two-wheeler to drive a lorry, then he's bound to fail.
Absolutely. Add to what sir has said. The information is now, as I said, is freely available. I know it's at the fingertips. I mean, so one thought for all of us is if you look at our education system, traditionally we have been assessed based on our memory power, like how much you remember, right? You have questions, you get questions in the exam. So how much you remember and how can you answer that question more than the application of what you learned. So now I think it's time that all that should change in a way, because I don't have to remember now, because if I have a question or if I have any doubt, all I need is a chat GPT, or all I need is an internet connection and a Google. That's it. That's all I need. So I can get any information that I need. So the value of what I remember is not much. But what is more relevant now is what kind of questions to ask. It's not what you know, but it's what questions are what you want to know, or where you want to go. So now going forward, the capability should be measured based on the ability to ask the right questions. And in a way, if you really think a little deeper into that, only those people who have good understanding of the subject only can ask relevant questions. So
Rather, I would say one should be shameless to ask any question.
Any question, yeah. Right?
The moment you shy away, if I ask this question, am I considered as a nerd or am I considered as uneducated? I think that's the day you end up delivering a wrong thing. Only.
Wrong thing, absolutely. Yeah. Going forward, the assessment models are going to be not based on your memory, but based on your ability to question or ability to ask the relevant questions. Okay. So I'll just.
No worries, sir. So if we can expect a change, much more change in railways, say I'm talking about 2025, what can be one of the transformational changes in terms of IoT connected technologies? How can you predict it? I mean,
basically, end of the day, I feel digital twin is a ultimate solution. That is where, of course, the people talk about digital twin in various dimensions. Mathematically modeling entire activity of the entire system and then verifying where it is failing or where we can optimize, where we can bypass, which can be eliminated. All these dimensions will come through the digital twin. So how to apply digital twin so that the perfection will reach to the thing and the optimization will come. That is how really the world is looking. Few days back I am seeing Tesla started making a different type of manufacturing process where huge dies were made. Instead of building many things, they made big die, and then they reduced that entire manufacturing process for them in only 100 seconds, and thereby their turnover is increased almost 33% last year. So this is how the breaking rules, seeing ultimate purpose and how to work on the purpose that leads to a success.
Just adding on to that die concept, so how many of you would have purchased the paints during your teenage for some paint work at home? So if you look at historically, we used to have colored boxes available at all the leading stores, right? And then a drift happened. If you observe today, any of the paint store, they'll have only the white base, okay? Because earlier they used to predict, build some colors which were not used, you have nothing to do whatsoever. Today the wastage has been reduced because be it Asian, Burger or anybody, they just ship the white paint to the stores and they'll give you a menu card of colors. Once you select, the dye gets mixed and automatically gets dropped, it's shaken, it's given to you, right? So we have to, like I said, you have to have the curiosity of a kid and you have to be more observant on what's happening around you and see how you can embrace it in your day-to-day life, be it personal or professional. I think that's where we are talking about the data analytics. What else can be a better example?
Yeah, I agree, sir. And before we go into the audience questions, right, what do you feel, at least 2 or 3 points from each one of you, that what is one of those pain factors that the new generation people should change their way in terms of adapting the new technologies? Because I strongly feel that any kind of a world or any kind of an ecosystem can be developed only by 2 ways. One, bring the technology, build the technology, bring the technology, build the technology. So where is the gap missing, sir? I mean, still there's a lack.
First important is you have to build the capabilities. According to the Gartner, they given a very simple formula. Mindset plus practice bracket into technology lead to capability. What is a mindset? Whether I have a growth mindset. Growth mindset means I want to improve every day. That is what makes the things. The curiosity, learning, all that comes around the other dimension. And again, what type of practices I am following. The practices and the mindset is going to be more dominating today than technology. Technologies are available. You can learn the technologies much rapidly. Unless I don't have will to do the things, and that is a internal urge to do the things, that is where I work for the perfection and the autonomy, that is the independent thinking and mastery towards that. So these are the 3 things which we have to keep in the top, and then apply change the mindset and follow the practices, use the relevant technologies which is going to improve the things.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll do the last honors.
No, there's nothing like last. There are still a bag left.
No, we are definitely there. See, I'll tell you, like I've been echoing on different forums. Let me repeat for the benefit of this audience as well. Fundamentals is what can take you places. Okay. One, there is no excuse for saying I'm okay. I'm passed with 60%, 70%. Marks are only getting you certificates and grades, but your strength on fundamentals only can define where you will. I may have an aspiration to buy something beyond my reach, but if my basics are not correct, okay, I will never reach there. That's point one. Second, adaptability, like I said, unlearn and learn, right? So people have to be flexible to changing environments. Technologies, few years back, we used to call data centers. Today it's cloud. Tomorrow I don't know what it will be, right? Automation we are calling. We used to do automation in Excel way back into 98 and 99, creating some macros. It's one form of automation, right? So even data analytics, it again starts with creating a database, right? So if you ask any engineering student what are the normal forms, the answer you will get. Today, people are missing big time on fundamentals and their flexibility to learn. If they change their mindset in terms of saying, yes, I'm open for ideas, and another third important one, taking criticism is also equally important. If somebody says you are not delivered a good work, today the mindset is such that people are not ready to accept. I know I've done this in my erstwhile company, it works. The approach may be same, but the dynamics and the way each company works is different. And fundamental problem is technology can give you a solution, but the industry is what defines how this solution has to be configured.
Yeah.
Today, large organizations have a problem because I can train 100 people on Python, I can train 100 people on Tableau. But how does a Tableau behave for a pharmaceutical company versus a manufacturing company? Even in manufacturing, you have process manufacturing, you have chemical manufacturing, you have a ship manufacturing industry, right? So the business flow, if it is not taught before deploying somebody, you are preparing them for a worse failure of their life.
Agree. In fact, we don't need data Power BI experts, Tableau experts. We don't need ClickView experts. We don't need Excel. We need a data visualization experts. I mean, maybe one common point across all the companies is that we don't need Java specialists or Python specialists. We need programmers, the real programmers. Someone who can. I always say that in my team. In fact, a couple of members are there. If you don't question, then you're not eligible to be in my. Be a part of my team at all. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Both of them have covered the base things because, as you said, we are all from the old. Yeah, we are all kind of old thinking. So I would say that yes, focus on your basics and be open to learn new things. Don't be afraid of anything. That's all I would say.
So it was very good session for sure. I would rate at least 65 to 70. Thanks.
No, even going by old school, 70% is distinction. So we have succeeded.
I'm pretty much satisfied, sir. I'm self-satisfied. Thank you so much. So the mic is open for questions. So if you're afraid to ask something special, I mean, there is no good question, bad question as such. So a cheeky question is also good.
Excluding the functions and syntax in Python, other thing. Okay.
So then I would ask that turn on your ChatGPT++ and use the $20 version. Yeah, the mic is open for everyone. So all the three experts have been there, and you can ask anything, and I would be happy to pass on my mic. Anyone who is first, last, whatever maybe. So. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah, please.
With your permission, can I go ahead in Telugu? Telugu మాట్లాడచ్చా?
Any language.
Nice. లైక్ నాకు ఒక ఆలోచన వచ్చిందంటే అది నేను కన్వే చేస్తాను ప్యానల్ మీద ఉన్న వాళ్ళు. కెన్ యూ ప్లీజ్ సపోర్ట్ ఈజ్ మై ఐడియా ఆర్ వే ఐఎమ్ థింకింగ్ ఈజ్ రైట్ ఆర్ రాంగ్. మేబీ చాట్ జీపీటీ ఏదైతే మనం ఇంటర్నెట్లో చూస్తున్నాం అంటే ఈ మాట మాట్లాడడానికి కారణం ఇక్కడ చాలామంది 30 years లోపు ఉన్నారు. ఐ థింక్ దే కెన్ లెర్న్ ఎ లాట్. మీరందరూ కూడా చాట్ జీపీటీ, మీరేనే కాదు నేనే నెట్లో కొట్టినప్పుడు చాట్ జీపీటీ ఎందుకు ఉంది, ఎందుకు ఇవాల్వ్ అయింది, అసలు అవసరం ఏంటి, సరే పుట్టింది సరే బ్రతుకుతుందా లేదా, కెన్ ఇట్ సస్టైన్ ఫర్ సో మచ్ టైం, ఇలాంటి కోణంలో ఆలోచిస్తే కొంచెం బ్యాక్ వెళ్తే కొంచెం టెక్నికల్. మేబీ గ్రాఫ్ క్యూఎల్ మాట్లాడితే ఏదైతే గ్రాఫ్ క్యూఎల్ అని మాట్లాడేమో బజ్ క్రియేట్ చేసింది. బట్ నో వన్ ఆర్ స్పీకింగ్ ఎనీథింగ్. అండ్ ఇన్ఫ్యాక్ట్ వాడుతున్నారంటే వాడట్లేదు చాలామంది. బికాస్ గ్రాఫ్ క్యూఎల్ అనేది టెక్నికల్గా ఒక పాయింట్ అడ్రస్ చేసింది. నేను ఎగ్జాంపుల్కి తీసుకున్నాను, అలాగే మళ్ళీ ఐ విల్ కమ్ టు మై క్వశ్చన్. ఈ చాట్ జీపీటీ గురించి మాట్లాడితే ఇఫ్ యూ కెన్ సీ దిస్ చాట్ జీపీటీ ఏం చెయ్యాలి అని ఒక క్వశ్చన్ మనం గూగుల్లోనూ చేస్తున్నాము, చాట్ జీపీటీలో కూడా చేస్తున్నాము. ఓన్లీ థింగ్ వాట్ ఐ అబ్జర్వ్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ గూగుల్ అండ్ చాట్ జీపీటీ ఈస్, గూగుల్లో ఫిక్స్డ్గా కొన్ని ట్యాబ్స్ పెట్టాడు. ఫస్ట్ ట్యాబ్ ఈజ్ సమ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఆర్ సమ్ లింక్ టువర్డ్స్ సమ్ అదర్ వెబ్సైట్. బాస్ ఈ వెబ్సైట్కి వెళ్ళు, ఈ వెబ్సైట్లో ఉన్న కంటెంట్ చూపించి చిన్నది ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ చేసి చూపిస్తున్నాడు. సెకండ్ ట్యాబ్ ఇమేజెస్ చూపిస్తున్నాడు. థర్డ్ ట్యాబ్ నాకు తెలియదు. సో మేబీ చాట్ జీపీటీలోకి వెళ్తుంటే మనం అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ కోడ్ అయితే కోడ్ రాసి చూపిస్తుంది, మనం అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ టెస్ట్ అయితే టెస్ట్ చూపిస్తుంది, మనం అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ యొక్క ఆన్సర్ ఇమేజ్ అయితే ఇమేజ్ చూపిస్తుంది. మేబీ దట్స్ వాట్ ద ఓన్లీ డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ చాట్ జీపీటీ అండ్ ద గూగుల్ సెర్చ్. సారీ ఇఫ్ ఐఎమ్ డిస్టర్బింగ్, ఇట్స్ బ్యాడ్ క్వశ్చన్. ఐ జస్ట్ వాంటెడ్ టు హియర్, మాకు వినాలనిపించింది అంతే అండి. థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ దట్.
సో రామకృష్ణ గారు,
గో హెడ్ సార్.
గూగుల్ ఏం చేస్తుంది? అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ ఒక ఇష్యూ. అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్తో ఏదైనా చెప్పేసేయచ్చు. అంటే దెర్ ఇస్ నో రిలవెంట్ ఆన్సర్ ఫర్ దట్. అంటే ఎవరికి ఏది కావాలంటే దెర్ ఇస్ నో అథెంటికేషన్. హియర్ అట్లీస్ట్ టెస్టెడ్, అట్లీస్ట్ సమ్ వాట్ అథెంటికేటెడ్, నాట్, and I won't say 100%, at least some authentication is going on. That's where we'll be trusting what is happening in the chat GPT. At least I spent 40 hours on chat GPT with various types of questions and technical and management and even health related and social related, too many dimensions. But I found, as per my knowledge, they are all almost 70 to 80% relevant answers. But if I do the same thing in Google, even today I am afraid I can't search in Google, because whatever is telling, it totally, I feel, not even 5% relevant. That's where the biggest challenge for the old, maybe Google is very good when it is started 98 or 2000. At that moment we used to feel good about the Google, but today they are all become irrelevant. That's where new technology of chat GPT like things come. So these new technologies always evolves. Ultimately what a user wants is truth, single point truth. That is what the analytics and AI try to bring the truth. That truth makes the world progress. That is what my belief. Truth is the most important.
సార్ ఒకసారి మీ పేరండి?
మీ పేరు సార్?
కేశవ్. సో కేశవ్ గారు, మీరు అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే అది కొద్దిగా డిబేటబుల్ పాయింట్. దీనికన్నా ముందు ఒక స్టెప్ ముందుకు వెళ్దాం. అసలు చాట్ జీపీటీ 10 మంది చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి 11వ వాడిగా నేను అందులో బ్యాండ్ వ్యాగన్లో జాయిన్ అవ్వాలా, మాబ్ మెంటాలిటీ, ఆర్ నాకు అది అవసరం లేదు? ఇందాక డేటా అనలిటిక్స్ గురించి మేము మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ నేను చెప్పింది ఏంటంటే నీడ్. మన నీడ్ మనకు క్లియర్ ఉందనుకోండి, దాన్ని బట్టి మనకి ఏది వాడుకోవాలనేది మనం ఆటోమేటిక్లీ డిఫైన్ చేయగలుగుతాం. ప్రాబ్లం ఏమవుతుంది అంటే, చాట్ జీపీటీ వచ్చింది, ఓకే ట్విట్టర్లో 100 మంది పెట్టారు, లింక్డ్ఇన్లో 50 మంది పెట్టారు, నేను కూడా పెట్టకపోతే ఏంటి, నేను ఇండస్ట్రీలో లేను అనుకుంటారా, నేను ఏదో టెస్ట్ చేసి పెట్టాలనే దానికన్నా నాకు కావాల్సింది ఏంటి అనేది చెక్ చేసుకుని నేను డిసైడ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. నేను చాట్ జీపీటీయా, గూగులా, లేకపోతే బింగో, ఇంకేదైనా సెర్చ్ వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఇవాళ రోజున ఇబ్బంది ఏంటంటే మన అవసరం మనం డిఫైన్ చేయడంలో కన్ఫ్యూషన్లో ఉన్నాం మనం.
సార్ అగైన్ బ్యాక్, మీరు అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్కి స్ట్రైట్ ఫార్వర్డ్ ఆన్సర్ చెప్పాలి అంటే మీరు మీ కంక్లూజన్ కరెక్టే. అంటే ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ చాట్ జీపీటీ ఏంటి అంటే ఇట్ ఎస్టిములేట్స్ ఆల్ ద డేటా సోర్సెస్ ఆర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ డేటా దట్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ ఫెడ్ ఇన్ టు దట్ మోడల్. ఓకే, దాంట్లో నుంచి మొత్తం క్రోడీకరించి మీకు ఫైనల్గా ఒక ఆన్సర్ చెప్తుంది. వేరాస్ గూగుల్ ఏంటి అంటే ఇట్ విల్ గివ్ యూ డిఫరెంట్ డేటా సోర్సెస్ ఇన్ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ డిఫరెంట్ వెబ్సైట్ లింక్స్. సో అవన్నీ చదువుకొని మీరు ఒక కంక్లూజన్కి రావాలి గూగుల్లో. వేరాస్ చాట్ జీపీటీ విల్ కమ్ టు కంక్లూజన్ ఆన్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ అండ్ ఇట్ విల్ టెల్ యూ దిస్ ఈస్ వాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్. అది
సింపుల్ సార్. ముగ్గురు స్పీకర్స్ ఉన్నాము, రామకృష్ణ గారు మాట్లాడారు, ఇంద్రజిత్ గారు మాట్లాడి, నాకు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే చాట్ జీపీటీ మోడల్ నేను మాట్లాడనుకున్న వక్తలు ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పారు, నేను పెద్దగా యాడ్ చేసేది లేదు, థ్యాంక్ యూ అంటే అదే చాట్ జీపీటీ సార్.
సార్ దీన్ని బట్టి నాకు ఒకటి అర్థమైంది సార్. యాక్చువల్లీ ఐ మీన్
అంటే కరెక్ట్ కరెక్ట్
సార్.
లైటర్ నోట్ సేయింగ్ వీళ్ళు యాడ్ చేసి నేను యాడ్ చేస్తే ఐఎమ్ ఆల్సో మోర్ రిలవెంట్, రైట్?
ఒక బ్లంట్ ఫ్యాక్ట్ అయితే మటుకు అగ్రీ సార్. మనం ఏంటంటే ప్రేయర్స్ మర్చిపోయి చాట్ జీపీటీ ఆడతాం అన్నట్లు ఆ రెలవెన్సీలోకి వెళ్తున్నాం. యాక్చువల్లీ మేబీ దాని మీద మంత్రాలు కూడా క్రియేట్ చేస్తారేమో భయంగా ఉంది. అవుతుంది సార్, ఒక్కసారి ఇంకా చాట్ జీపీటీ కొంతసేపు ఆపేద్దాం. ఎనీవే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ answering the very good questions, sir. And
so we did chat GPT. We chatted as a group on technology only, no?
I'm not a victim of it yet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, still you can ask the questions. We have some networking time at the time of lunch. As I said, we are running short of say 40 minutes. There is one more interesting panel coming in. And once again, thank you so much for all the 3 people and wishing everyone a great success.
So, thank all the panelists for sharing their knowledge on data analytics. Thank you so much, sir. And taking this moment as an opportunity, let us felicitate the panelists. So, taking a moment, I would also like to invite the keynote speakers for the felicitation. So, Mr. Ram Raju Garu and Saurav Roy.
Let's begin the second panel discussion. AI, artificial intelligence, is a rapidly advanced technology that is changing the way we live and work. So, let me invite the panelist, Sri Krishna Reddy Garu, moderator of the AI panel discussion, Chairman ITAP, Godavari, CEO, CRIFI. An accomplished technology leader, Mr. Krishna Reddy Kovuri, with extensive experience in the IT and software service industry. He is the founder, managing director, and CEO of CRIFI, a global technology software service company having incorporated in India, UK, and USA. He has extensive experience in the IT and software service industry, having worked with the prestigious company such as Mindtech India, Ismica, Switzerland, and Koku, Malaysia, and Applied Materials in Santa Clara, USA. Mr. Reddy is an expert in cutting-edge technologies such as mobile applications. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Next, I would like to extend my warm welcome to Sri Madhu Vadlamani, Practice Manager, Data Engineering and AI Experts, Miracle Software Systems. Please welcome, sir. And next, Sri Shankar Periya, Vice President, Engineering, Cloud and IoT, Amazon Technologies. Welcome, sir. Next, Sri Dr. Ravi Shankar Sarepalli, Director, Center for Innovations and Incubation, Gayatri Vidya Parshad, to share the knowledge and insight on how AI is being used to solve complex problems and improve the efficiency on various industries. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think apart from the initial presentations, I think the panel discussion was mind-blowing, the first panel discussion, and they gave very less chance for us with content. Nothing much, but maybe we need ChatGPT to go into. Anyway, I think let's make it simple, as interactive as possible. Someone told as much simple as we are, that would be more better. So I think one of the important things is I really feel proud to have eminent panelists for AI session. Data is being processed now. We are about to write algorithms to discuss on the AI. Ravi Garu, I think I will start with his eminence presence. He's director for incubation. I think he's from Wipro before, so I quickly request him to very briefly introduce about himself and some of the accomplishments from his side.
Yeah, this is Ravi Sarpalli. I'm the Director, Center for Innovation and Incubation, Gayatri Vidya Parshad, College of Engineering, Visakhapatnam. Last 11 years, I've been running a small movement called Inspire to Innovate Storytelling Movement. Idea is to inspire every individual through storytelling. So prior to that, for almost 14 years, I was with Wipro, working in various accounts and managing Microsoft. That was the last stint. And after that, I'm into this kind of stint and going forward for the panel discussion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Shankar, sir, can you please briefly introduce about yourself, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shankar. I'm the VP for engineering at Amazon Technologies, primarily focusing on the cloud and IoT areas. Prior to Amazon, I was with Wipro for almost 7 years, primarily working on product engineering teams. So at Amazon, we work on several IT services, plus we also develop our own products across multiple industry verticals. So my core focus is on the cloud and IoT, which is primarily focused on the energy optimization at the industries, smart cities, and now we are developing an EV charging solution, which is a very nascent market, especially in India and the US. We are primarily focused on this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I mean, we have heard much from Madhu in the previous session. So, Madhu garu, to a line.
All I can say is that I'm a mad of analytics.
Very nice. So, okay, so how we can see how we can use, how we can bring him into AI, let's see. I think the first and fundamental question I wish to start is, what is AI? I had graduated in 2002 from Geetham. I studied AI. I think 10 years before my graduation, people might have studied AI in their computer science engineering. Why so much of buzz now on AI suddenly? When we studied in AI, all these regressions, all these maths in the engineering itself in 2000, 2001, 2002, why suddenly this buzz? Maybe one of the panelists would like to, Ravi Garu?
So when we were studying, predominantly the parents' question or our choice was, whether you want to be a doctor or engineer or a management professional. These were the three kind of criteria, right? So today, an average doctor's job is already taken up by the AI. Let me share a couple of examples so that you understand the context, and the answer would be there in the this itself. So today, an average surgeon's job is already taken up by AI in the form of Hughes RAG Systems. Is a AI-based company which is performing a general surgery, robotic surgery, more efficiently than an average surgeon. Obviously, the average guy's job is gone away. Today, an average oncologist job is already taken up by a company called Carkinos. It's again based out of Vizag. I think both founders are from Vizag. Unfortunately, the company is based out of Bangalore, but the both founders, Rajshekhar and Venkatraman, who are the kind of founders, they are doing this oncology based platform. They developed already, and they are detecting early cases of the cancer and so on, and they are doing very efficiently. So average oncologist job is already gone away. For that, AI is actually helping, because today, last year, the number of cases, the cancer cases were around 20 lakhs officially in India. Unofficially, it was around 80 lakhs. Today, we have only 3,000 oncology specialists in India, across India I'm talking about, and 834 surgeons, oncology surgeons. If AI is not there, probably those people would have died. Right? So that way, I think this is kind of replacing, because it's understanding the genomic understanding of the entire, this one is better than a regular doctor. You look at any other Google retinal ophthalmologist, right? I think they have given a small kit, and you wear that, everything would be assessed around your eye, and it would tell you whether your eye is perfect or not. That job is already, ophthalmologist job is already gone away. And average, there is a medical tricorder. I think there is a company, I don't remember the exact company. So you just put it in your mouth, 13 diseases would be, 13 flu diseases would be actually kind of recorded, and the average general physician's job is already gone. So average doctor's job is gone. Now you might say that, no, still engineer's job is there, I can go with that. So you see Copilot, right? I think GitHub Copilot or any other coders, and I think OpenAI as well, the ChatGPT as well. The average coder's job is already taken up because they are doing better job there. So you see recently, I think there was a test conducted in Copilot. 95 developers were given a Copilot in one stream, another 95 without Copilot. These people have actually completed task within 161 minutes without Copilot, and 70 minutes or something this one. So almost 56% benefit is already given, right? So manual testers we used to have, today Selenium has already taken up. So you look at in the order of entire software engineering lifecycle, every job is already taken up by, half of the job is already taken by the automation. You look at management philosophy. As a company, what is the HR's role is do a very casual intervention and do an interview and complete the basic interview part. I think myself and my friend started a company called Intelligence Technology Labs way back 3 years back. And our thought was it's a AI powered, not that kind of a real AI. So AI powered, metaverse based, total interview automation. Well, that was a concept. So it would be interacting with you as we are talking. You ask certain question, I would be answering, and it would validate. Again, it would ask. This is the kind of thing. But in the back end, we have actually kind of answered so many answers. Last 1 year, 1.5 years, we kept almost like for Python interview, we kept around 200, 300 answers for each question, right? The other person was asking the question, right? What is ChatGPT? Recently, one of our competitors have actually plugged our case with ChatGPT. Now you ask the question, he is transferring this question to ChatGPT and it is bringing some answer. Your answer is already there. They both are validated and they are telling whether you are right or wrong. The metaverse is doing that. So that way AI is actually much powerful than this. 3 years of our effort, 3 years of our investment completely wiped out.
Why we have AI before? My question is why we have
because
AI
the
before?
productivity, office productivity is the first place. I think when we were having a document writers, old back, I think 80s, right, in the registration office, one who writes the good English, a good Telugu, they used to have the job. but later typewriters came and the computers came, and finally I think today it's all about productivity, right?
Sir, Shankar sir, would you like to add?
Yeah. So as you said, like the AI, ML, all these are there from decades, right? Like so, as you said, maybe 2000s or even 90s, right? Like so, why it's buzzed, right? So let's see what is the fundamental blocks for AI to work, right? It's all data. The number one is data, the availability of quality data, right? The number two is compute power, right? So you to analyze the data, you require compute power, right? So now if you see number one, cloud made compute power, it commoditized the compute power. Now it is easily available to churn like any number of algorithms that you want and everything, right? That's the primary driver for AI to come into picture, right? Then next, the data, right? Like so availability of data, right? Like a decade back, like as someone was saying, right? Most of us with paperwork, right? So most of the process is on paper, right? There is no data that is collected. Now, if we see most of the industries are using some sort of computers to enter the data, so the data is coming in. Not only that, now the data is interlinked, right? Like so, how ChatGPT is working, right? Because it is able to collect data not from one single source, but across all the sources in the world, right? It is crowdsourcing, right?
Yeah.
The more data that you give, the more intelligent that AI will become, and the more accurate that the output would be. So that's how now you are seeing the real utilization of the AI.
Right, sir. So one way, if we analyze, we have more data availability now. A huge amount of data is getting created, and we are able to store this data, and we have processing power now. We can expand the cloud, we can contract the cloud. So now AI got the real power. Now AI is learning through machine learning. It is understanding the data, and then it was able to take decisions. Now, what is AGI, artificial general intelligence?
I mean, see, like it's like imagine like you are a kid, right? So when you start learning, right, like what's the basics? Like you understand maybe like what is around you, what is text, like what maybe alphabets and everything, right? So then becomes a stage where you start reasoning, right? Like so you got the data, but you need to start reasoning, right?
And
from the reasoning you will get into problem solving, right? So now you will get to an intelligent stage, like okay, with this data, whatever I learned by applying reason, I can give some solutions to the problem out there. That's where that we are getting into.
Then, so AGI is AI learning on its own.
So it learned. Now it is. So see, it's like for a computer to as a human, right? Like so, as a child, if you show like this is a dog, right? Like you show once this is a dog, right? So there are different kinds of dogs, right? So it's easy for us. Okay, if I see a different kind of dog, I still understand that is a dog. But for a computer, it is not like that. You have to show it like maybe all 100 kinds of dogs, then only it will understand like that is a dog when you show it a different time, right? But now if you apply intelligence, right, there is, if you show them 100 dogs, now 101 dog came. It's now it can apply that intelligence and understand that is also a dog.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
So that's the intelligence.
It can now make those decisions.
Yeah.
Then why are we all worrying about this concept called point of singularity? Maybe Madhu, would you like to add?
I don't have much points on this, to be frank, but I would actually say that when you train a system, right, it's going on an environment only on a single direction, and we believe it, and that's where the real problem comes in. Singularity is all about you believe oneself.
Right.
We trust the systems. The only problem is that we trust the system. The recommendation is the engine is the only one which you actually trust it. And that's where the real problem comes in.
Ravi sir, so you have mentioned about the jobs, and you also stressed that some of the jobs have gone. While we have this worry about jobs on AI, that some of the jobs can be lost, can we also see this as an opportunity? Can you please shed some light on that area, and any examples that you can quote maybe?
Yeah. So as I told, the productivity is definitely 50% higher in the current contest itself. So that's an opportunity to get into the next stage. I'll tell you my personal example so that you understand the contest. 1 year back, when we were writing a journal paper publication, the first step in the paper publication is to do a literature survey. We used to take 1 month to just to collect data from various sources within the internet sources. Half of the data would not be available or not accessible. That is the point number one. In earlier days, before my generation, people used to go to Andhra University or some other library and pick up a book and store that data in some place, again physically write that paper, again duplicate it, so all that coding and all that they used to do. True. We used to take 1 month, and today, recently we published a paper in 3 days. The systematic literature survey is the one which we have to do. I gave only a problem statement to my chat GPT, and it has given me certain literature points. I just need to validate. Of course, there is a correction point as well. 15 to 20% are fictional, but somewhere some linkage would be there. So I just need to correct and did that literature survey part. Then I need to write a small introduction or some kind of summary for that. Again, I use the same tool. Again, went with and got it. Finally, I have to do only experimentation part. Earlier, my experimentation was only 30% of the time. Today, my experimentation time is 90%. Means I would actually go for more research. I would go for actual results than cooking up this one. And another problem is I used to worry. See, a lot of people used to worry for grammatical English, or I cannot write a paper because that kind of articulation skills won't be there for everyone. Right? That is another skill. For a journal publication, you need to have an articulation skill. That part is taken over by someone, but that is not actual problem. That is actually some other problem created by the publication process. Now I can only do an experimentation. Rest of the stuff would be taken up by the AI part, and I can actually go for further research. Now the question is about the prompt engineering. See, you would actually go more and more deeper into the prompt engineering. The world will be divided into 3 segments. Number one, the extreme good, extreme high-end engineers would actually take care of the algorithm part. Yeah. The average in next 5 years. The extreme guys, anyway, they would actually go to the level of engineering where I want to have a material of this nature. This could be actually one prompt also, because somebody else has already developed that 3D printing and all that, it would take care of it. I want to have a prototype with this kind of conditions using this feasibility technique. So it would actually give. So now the prompt engineer's role is to more of a intuitive in mind, and he collects what he needs and make sure that things would actually happen. And his productivity time would be used for something else. So that is where the new set of opportunities can come in. The old rudimentary kind of stuff would be taken up by the AI part, and the new opportunity, because we would not be sitting idle, right? We would do something or other. So mankind would actually kind of survive, right? So they would go on with their own nature. That's the kind of thought.
True, sir. Sir, one way can we, I think based on what you also said, I see that AI is an enabler, which means it will improve your productivity. One way, today we have this articulation capability, which means it is converting specialization into generalization. Yes. I mean, somebody is super specialized. Yes. If you can actually map a machine learning algorithm for it, then actually it is generalized, so many people can consume.
Generalists can actually talk to super specialists. That is the kind of connection happened. Yeah. Earlier it was not.
No, this is reinforcement. Again, reinforcement in this. So one case is, I mean, there is a question on approaching a lawyer for an issue. Tomorrow you will have a chat box or a chatbot or a kiosk. Yep. And we have some chartered accountants here, so also you need not go to a chartered accountant and say, I have this much of money, I have this much of thing, what is the best income tax return I should pay? And then the chat GPT will, another GPT or another tool will come tomorrow and it will replace. So I see one way it is an enabler, this thing, sir. Sir, now regarding ethics on AI. I mean, Mr. Ramakrishna Raju also mentioned today morning about ethics. I think once you feed wrong data to your AI algorithm, you can say about in another state, for example, you can feed the algorithm with wrong information about in another state, another country, another competitor, and then the algorithm starts taking this into in a different approach. What is your use on particularly ethics to be followed on AI, and what sort of structure to be approached, sir?
It's not just about AI, right? See, at the end of the day, it's a tool, right? So it's the people that start using it, right? Like, so it's the developers, it's the community that is using it. See, today GPT, whatever we are talking about, any AI tool for that sense is at a very nascent stage, right? So if you go back, like we've seen Twitters, Facebooks, and all that, right? Like, so when they all started, we all used to enjoy, right? Now, why are we hating Twitters? Like, why is this whole debate about, like, is Twitter doing ethical? Like, why is being Zuckerberg and everything questioned about it, right? So it's okay. It's not just they doing something wrong, right? It's also the people who are using those tools, like they're also using it in a wrong way, right? So ultimately it's about like the society, right? Whether they use it for the right purpose or the wrong purpose. Like, there is nothing like ethical, unethical. No one can control it. N number of debates, we always end up with that situation. See, the only correct way is like maybe if governments and agencies can take proactive steps to bring in certain laws that control it, keep it under a control, then only it will work.
In fact, just to add to that, in the last 1 year, there were around 22 cases filed, right? Let me share a couple of examples so that you understand the context. Intel was working on during pandemic time, Intel started working on this AI built with Zoom, because a lot of students were using Zoom. They were trying to analyze the emotional quotient of students while they were before this Zoom. Right? So now there are two parts of it. For a teacher, it is a tool. You are listening to me, or are you careless? Are you kind of okay, or active, or something? But look at from a child's perspective. He has to be very completely decharacterized, right? I think they have to be very laughing, and he has to be very active and all that, the facial expressions and all that, which is unethical from a child's perspective. From a teacher's perspective, it is actually ethical because he is trying to extract something. Now, there is a big debate happening in the legislation whether we should allow such thing or not. This is number one. Recently, again, in the text to image conversion, they asked this question: can we have a influential CEOs? Immediately, the images, I think even if you type, I think it has actually reported in a ethical report of AI. Immediately, 4 images came in. Out of 4, 3 of them are sitting very authoritatively like this, and they are all men. Means women are not influential CEOs? No. There could be multiple debates for that, right? This is one problem. The second problem is they ask for a influential people. Again, many of the characters, the images which are brought in from the AI is all wearing glasses, and 2 of them are identical to Einstein. Is also something wrong? The third element, the conversational AI, I think we are talking about. Out of 100 conversational AIs, 56 are acting, the conversation happening as if they are female. Means always the front of his desk should be from a female. See the kind of questions coming up, right? So the another robo recently, I have noted down that exact chat so that I can read out. So this robo says, somebody said, sounds exciting. I'm a computer science programmer. I'm earning $2,000 per year. Immediately Robo said, would you like to marry one of my 4 attractive daughters? I will sell one of you. I will sell one of them. Means the AI still thinks sell. is the suitable for something I would like to offer. See the kind of difference. This language abuse, this is a obviously offensive language, right? So these all things are coming up. Now the question you said, no, AI, learning AI is what I think is solution. Even in earlier case, in books also, right? If Guha says something about our history, we all just follow that book and will somehow, anyway bias is there. If some, whether somebody is assassinated or not, nobody, not sure. History is already cooked up. We are listening and going on, right? At least AI, somebody will immediately correct. The prompt engineer's job is more than regular people now. So if somebody says, no, it is incorrect, immediately AI learns that, and next time it would not make that mistakes. Of course, legislations are happening. Recently, I think out of 127 countries, just for your information, there are around bill containing AI. In 2016, only one bill was there in one country. As of 2022, 37 countries started representing bills, legislative bills. This is good news. So slowly things would happen and then correction would take place.
Wonderful, sir. Madhu, can you share some of the AI applications or something that you think, wow, or some things in your own experience?
First of all, the image classification, the one thing which you are mainly using for threatening purposes, because when I've been to NISA, National Investigation Security Academy, the main problem is that how do I identify a gas pipe leakage from which is flowing from the top of the hill? Now, this is not just an IoT connected AI based system. That's one of the beautiful solutions, because we are using the same gas today. One best solution. One second solution is that you don't need a paper to know how the rating is. You just need the facial expression. So calculate 20 minutes, 40 minutes, and 60 minutes. The rating is done. A simple calculation, but that needs a great practice.
Which means by seeing the faces of the audience, or what?
Yeah, there is an application. By seeing the faces of the audience, calculating it. But having said that, there are two things again. Will I permit the AI to each and every segment of it? The control of AI is also more important. For example, if you are invited to your house, right? I can go to your dining room, maybe your bedroom, but not to everyone's room. That might not be unethical, but your parents will feel bad. There is no wrong in it, but it's unethical.
Would you like to add some more?
I mean, like in general, or like
either in general or with your own experience as well.
I mean, like, see, within what domain we are doing, like we are using again like IoT plus AI, like so what Effectronics is doing, like specifically on the railways, like we are concentrating, especially in India, on the industrial sector, where we analyze the energy consumption patterns and water consumption patterns of the industries and help them to optimize it, predict the forecast utilization patterns and all. And specifically in the US, like you all know that EVs are now the buzzword, right? Like, so the EVs are bringing their own challenge into the grid, because like to charge an EV, you require enormous amount of energy, right? So imagine like if Kakinada next couple of years, if there are, even if 100 EVs are added to the city, right? So if they start charging at a time, right? Like, so then they're suddenly adding almost like 10 to 20 megawatts of capacity onto the grid, right? So how the grid can handle it, and so to analyze that demand patterns, to optimize the charging cycles and everything. So apart from that, like let's see how AI is enhancing the society as an overall, right? Like, so I think like all of you know, like at least on the cars, right? Like, so ADAS, connected cars, all that is becoming a norm now, right? So as a driver now, so it is enhancing your driving skills, right? Like, so it is augmenting your driving skills, right? So we are talking about smart farming, right? Like we are using AI, IoT in the agriculture sector. It is enhancing the crop productivity. It is forecasting the weather patterns. It is identifying the pests and all those things. So the recommendation engines and everything. So it is enhancing the farming
From here,
community
this is
as a
going to put
whole,
no source.
right? Like, so
Okay.
there and
Now
again,
he's
if you
talking.
go talk
He's
on
no
the
company.
anonymous use cases,
That's what
actually.
it's like.
Sir, anything that you felt
Okay, that's
wow
what I
for
was doing.
some of the
Okay.
AA example? I mean, AA as AA application that you have come up
So
with.
there is a company called Anki.
Okay.
So they have developed a human
You know, he's
recognized
talking, right?
toys
So
for the
he's
children.
Okay.
So
okay, like that.
they see
When
the
they see him,
child's
we do
face
all this.
and see the
Then
kind of
they say,
movement
oh,
and understand the
see,
emotion
in future,
and they
what
play
I
game.
want him to see in the
So something like a very contextual and
he will only
understanding
do
of
like.
the emotion plus
I
playing game is
always
something
can be
going to be
together the
futuristic. At least I could see
legend
that.
yesterday.
And there are some other,
Online
in
this
fact,
guy
one of my
this guy was
students'
posting it
company.
online.
So again,
Okay.
Shamin. So
You have
we are developing
now
it.
people like them will
There
share.
are multiple things in that.
Yeah,
So it's
they
incubated in
share.
our college itself.
We ask
So
them
there is
their
an
video
edge
and then
computing.
we put it over.
There is an AI part, which because it's a driver
Very good.
drowsiness would be
The
actually
only thing is you
detected,
guys are not
and we are
understanding.
also detecting the nearby
Our logo,
portals and also
guys are not
connecting to
educated,
the
right?
nearby hospital and this
Okay,
one.
this
It's
is
a
a put
complete
like a
end-to-end integrated
because it's
version.
not seen.
So initially we could not able to convince Tata Motors,
Put a
any
pack
of these
behind it.
companies, because they said we cannot intervene into the main engine part. So you can keep it as a camera. So since they have given this kind of things, we created a camera and all that. But now, over a period of time, we could able to make a miniature version of edge computing. That's a kind of application we could able to do, and we are trying to patent on that part and selling that to many companies. So that the decision making happens. I think somebody was talking about explainable AI,
This
right?
is not
That should
sleeping on
happen
top.
runtime at
If
that
you
point of
come
time.
down into
So
this,
that
usually put it
application
into this
should
box.
those applications should
Inside the box.
actually become more prevalent in the market.
ఎందుకంటే
Very nice, sir. Sir, how
లోగో
much time we have, sir?
ఈ ఎడ్జ్ ఈ ఎడ్జ్
So
కూడా
if we have, then I can
ఈ ఎడ్జ్ ఈ
show
ఎడ్జ్
the
కూడా
predictions. So because why I'm talking about tsunami, I just want to.
I think file number 4 or 5. Please check. Okay. I think since you have mentioned about one of a nice toy, sir, we can also discuss about robotics.
Yeah.
Jivankant, are you there?
Okay. It's a
There is one professor
so the
from
conference AI and the conference going
Ideal
on for talking
Degree
and
College.
the panelists are
He has
what they've summed up
he's
so
actually
far
done
in
a
AI doing this. Let's go back to switch back
wonderful
to
model of a small
switch back to
robot.
this. It looks
which
like
can
a
actually you
television
shake hand and then
IPL or
recognize people
that's
and
all
then
good.
it can
See,
interact.
First of
And
all,
understand.
give a big hand, please.
Otherwise, you only
Somebody
always
words
call as talking and clapping.
Excellent.
There's a chick switch
Mohan,
from there.
okay,
Now,
both of them are
now they are talking
CSC
questions, right?
faculty, degree college, but they're very energetically making a lot of programs with their college students, particularly on AI, IoT, and robotics.
Now we can switch it
I
from
just
here.
want to show some light on that.
That's really
And
good, actually.
Yeah.
Good to hear this.
Bring in our own. So, like,
I
there's an
think
event
we have
happening
heroes
like
like this in
that
different
day,
places, not just
what we do,
Kakinada.
we
I think
bring our own two
the whole
panelists
goal of
online.
ITAP's
That's
endeavor is
it.
to identify
So
these heroes in different places
concentrating in
and try
thing
to
will
put some
remove
light.
the
Thank you
audio,
very much.
switch from here. So then, you know, the
So
anchor asked
about
the two guys.
sir.
So, you know,
No,
the
about
panel
this
has spoken
robotics,
so far
I
about
mean,
it.
if you take
So, what are
like
your thoughts
Melissa,
about it? So they'll
I
blah,
mean,
blah, blah, blah,
you
blah,
can,
blah,
you
blah.
know, chat
Okay?
GPT and robotics.
And something is there, okay,
I'm
we'll
also
switch back.
seeing
That
mechanically
is how
very,
it will
I mean,
become
like
like a
the
team.
way robots actually
Until
do
that till we do,
operations.
it will not become a team. We have to become like a
I
team.
envision that maybe in less than
So,
2 to 3 years. I don't know why, but based on the data I see, I envision in less than 2 to 3 years, we will have pet robots in our house to do household work like chopping onions, going here and there. I don't know. Any.
It's already there.
Yeah.
This is
So
the cleaner.
no, sir. I mean, the mobile may be there in USA. Maybe at that time it's not there in India. You see, wild adoption in India, technology adoption is very high. I'm somehow sensing, or I feel intuitively, I feel within 2 to 3 years, domestic robots will come. What is your say on that?
No, we already have it in our home.
Very nice, sir. Sir, I want to
I
visit.
think the vacuum cleaner, Eureka Force vacuum cleaner is a robo.
Sir,
right? It is learning every day. It is learning. So I generally keep obstacle.
Right.
The next day it won't go that particular place. It is learning. The AI learning on AI is something like that. Suppose we keep one software at one place. Right. Next day if I change it, it will not go there because yesterday it was there. Now, then it will hit and go sometime and again come back. Next day it would go. So that learning is happening. That evolution is taking place. We are already there.
I wish I should have a robot so that the thing is that I want to live for 100 years. I mean, the thing is...
I mean, you want to transfer your cognition into that device?
See, the thing is that, technically speaking, I have no right to live after 50 because of my food habits. Because of my, say, sleepless nights, etc., etc. I need some robot which can control me ethically, not into my private areas.
No, you haven't married yet?
Yes. If I'm looking too young, then yes.
No, I'm experienced, so I'm just trying to say.
Sir, I'm experiencing since Pushkar time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, so the point is, especially on this front, as Madhu also mentioned, I mean, you have a cognition. I mean, you feel what is real is what you sense and what you perceive, your family, your friends, your people, your society. Can we transform the cognitive abilities, or it's like my own world, my brother, my wife, my son, my office staff, into a machine that it actually continues after the death of an individual? It's a very sci-fi, but what is your say on that, sir?
I think there are experiments happening at a very early stage, I think, right? Especially Elon Musk is very famous for these kind of
this
things.
neural,
right? So I think they made some breakthrough, but again, they're very cautious about these kind of things because it might, when ethics and all this comes into picture, this is much more scary thing.
Companion bots, Android, or some other a movie was there where there was a robot. They fell in love with the robot for its patience. Sir? Okay,
so there was a Telugu movie, Super, I think, Brahmanandam, and conversation happens, right? So it actually kind of reads the mind and all that. However, there was a company named Brain.ai something. It's a UK-based company. They were doing this experiment, and to some extent, they were successful. Recently, that company was asked to close or stop that research because if I see you, I can understand whether you are actually thinking good about me or bad about me. So that is the research going on. So sir, maybe I think some extent.
Yes, sir. I think in Nimans Bangalore is doing some of these things also on meditation, and then some of kriyas that some institutions do. I mean, how these kriyas actually impact and what is the brain waves, alpha, beta, theta waves, and how things go and things like that, sir.
To be frank, to some extent it's always good, but to what extent the research should be controlled is also a point, sir. So that's where we are.
Sir, when I talk about ethics, I mean, we discussed that it's difficult to control. I think it is always the control will come in a sense that necessity is the mother of invention. So I think I think, sir, you have your presentation.
Yeah. So I think I'm unable to see this side. So maybe I'll just go there. So I'll just make only 4 or 5 slides. So the idea is to show how the tsunami is going to come in and what is that we need to do as a team and how we can actually kind of survive in this kind of a world. So the tsunami's forces are the 6 type of forces, right? I think in terms of research, in terms of technology performance, right? In terms of, so I think better I go this. Yeah, so the third is economic times, economically how they are kind of going on, educational trends in terms of AI, and ethics and policy making. So just touch upon the research side, the number of publications you see in the last 10 years, they just doubled. So recently, I think they concluded that 5.5 lakhs publications are on AI as of today. That is something which is kind of showing that how big the research is going on. So in terms of LLM models, machine learning models, till 2014, only academia was actually working on. But recently, off late, I think by 2022, industry has produced 22, whereas academia only 3. That shows that it actually gone into the space of industry side. In terms of LLMs, the large model, I think in 2019 is 1.5 billion parameters, whereas the recent Google one actually is 550 billion parameters, which shows that almost 360 times bigger. So that shows that how big the research is going on. China has first time released bilingual. this means that something from India also has to come in Hindi or Telugu, or I think that is a time I think it goes to the next level of ChatGPT and so on. In terms of LLMs, US contributes 54%, and India is also in the line. That is a good news for us, right? In terms of AI projects in GitHub, especially in the developer community, right? 2011, there were only 1536 projects, whereas in 2022, it has gone up to 3.4 lakhs projects. That is a good news, and highest number is India. Give a big hand to all of us. So the next parameter is tech performance. So this is also coming in a big way, like what we just now discussed, right? AI starts building their own AI. I think Sir has to see the chip design is actually getting done by AI itself. So in the NVIDIA chip design and so on, that is one thing. So DeepMind also has influenced the nuclear fusion tank. I think that is something is an extraordinary thing. So that's where also we are entering in. The again Open AI's the largest speech recognition system is actually 7 lakh hours of audio training is already done. ChatGPT is again 100 million active users. Image classification is gone up to the level of 27% better than 10 years ago. Face detection is almost 100%, and other accuracy scores are really good. I will not go deep into that. DeepMind's Alpha Code recently participated in one hackathon, and all developers are there, and this DeepMind code, Alpha Code is also there. It moved to the top 50%, means it is almost behaving like a human being who is the best competitive coding understanding. Of course, Copilot, we already discussed, this is what we discussed, and image generation, visual reasoning, English language. I'm not talking about applications, I'm only talking about underneath activities, so that these are the ones which actually becomes an application. Again, text summarization, we already discussed, sentiment analysis, machine translation, GPU performance, speech recognition, all that. Ethics, we already discussed. Economy side, the number of startups, you see that India is also standing here. In 2013, only newly funded, since 2013, I think newly funded, India is around 296, is almost like a 7th or 8th position now. Industrial robot, we just discussed, more than 35 lakh industrial robots are installed, and it is actually kind of China is contributing 20% to that. So AI capability is going to the various segments, and by since 2022, 50% of companies already adopted one function into the AI. Education side, the number of PhDs earlier more on academic side. Recently, I think of late 2021 onwards, industry is picking up 65% of educationalists, academia only 28%. That shows that many people are moving to industry side. From a CS faculty side in US, already increased 39%. And again, somebody asked computer science adoption in the early stage, K-12 adoption, 9 times increased from 2007 onwards. Legislative records, we already discussed, right? And AI-related issues, of course, 7 in 2016. And also there are so many filings, case filings are happening. Of course, those are all things to be corrected. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That's very insightful. So with that, we wish to conclude this panel discussion. If there is any question and answers for 1 or 2, we will take, if there is any. Sir, can you please pass the mic?
Sir, ChatGPT or other kind of tools, if we ask any question, they are giving answers or information. And second thing, if we ask solution for any problem, it is giving solution. And what about our thinking ability and our problem solving capability and our reasoning, our future generation students reasoning? What happens, sir?
See, again, I don't know. I think one of hello, yeah, ChatGPT giving answers is nothing new. It's an enhancements to your Google, right? Like Google also used to give your answer. It only went one step ahead, right? Google used to give you sources for your answers, right? Like so maybe 4 or 5 sources. It's up to you to analyze those sources and figure out what it is, right? So GPT went one step ahead. It is analyzing on your behalf, and then it is making some decision out of it, right? So it's now like your right question is like, how can students utilize it, right? So I think like the days are over where like even today, right, like memory is given utmost important, right? Like as a person, right, the more memory you have, like you can remember something and put it out, like you've been the topper. That's how the entire education system has been, right? But that's all gone now, right? Memory is not important anymore, right? Because like everything is available at your fingertips. You can open your mobile and find out what it is, right? So it's about how you can find information, put the right questions into the whatever it is, Google or ChatGPT or whatever AI tool. I think Ramaraju was showing that there are hundreds of tools out there, right? Similar to ChatGPT. It's the approach that you take, right? How you write the question is important, right? So the only way you can improve on top of it to figure out what is the right question is only if you have the deeper understanding of the context of the problem that you're solving, right? So you need to understand the domain, whatever the area that you want to work, right? Become expert in the domain, pick up whatever like the problem that you're working. Then only you will be able to understand like what is the right question that I can ask the system. You'll get the right answer towards it, right?
Just to add, I think your question is about whether thinking will stop at a student level.
Right, sir. Why I'm asking is, I would like to explain just only 1 minute, sir. Before ChatGPT, if I would like to do any project on IoT and some kind of, first of all, I have to prepare some algorithm. In the mind, I have to prepare some algorithm and some flow chart and what are the different blocks I need and what are the different components I need, and later which language I have to use and what is the program that kind I have to I have thinking ability. So, but now how I am doing project is just I am typing the title of the project. It is giving the block diagram. It is giving the circuit. It is giving the code also.
Actually,
But that's
that is when your role is to become a design thinker. Means human-centered approach to an experiential innovation. You are actually outsourcing the innovation part to ChatGPT now. Become a human-centered. You add that human-centeredness. I'll give you one example so that you understand what I'm talking. We have an MRI scanner, you know, right? MRI scanner purpose is to scan body. What is the current way of handling today? You sleep on that this one, the bed. It will go inside the tunnel. Lights would be off. The radiation specialist will go out, and it would make a lot of noise. But still, you patiently sit inside the tunnel because you have that medical problem, which is bigger than this emotional problem. So you would happily take up, and later report comes, and it will go on. Now you look at from a 5-year-old kid. She or he is on the sleeping bed. She will go inside. Parents would be outside. Radiologist would actually start doing something. Lot of noise would make, and it will be under tunnel as if you are in the burial ground. And already medical problem is there. So nobody has looked at design thinking angle to that particular thing till today, because people were only worried about how do we actually scan. You did not look at. Now there is a bigger opportunity for all design thinkers. Think from this perspective. Now the MRI scanning is coming up, not yet come. Very soon it is going to come. They are actually making a underwater sky experience, or they are making a AR VR technology so that kids would feel that something I'm actually enjoying, not for going for a medical scanning. So that is the new thinking has come in. So now products would actually evolve towards a design thinking. Human psychology, I think, as Krishna Reddy was talking about, right? The emotional part should actually come in now. Till now, we are only worried about solution. Now you add that design thinking, human-centeredness to the solution, so that world becomes much more better place to live. That is the kind of a goal which should lead in. Obviously, I think people will also go there. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Manita from Princeton IT Services. So this AI is going to be a threat for your human resources, through panel discussion. So, what is going to be the future of other domains apart from engineering? Because engineers can survive by upskilling themselves or the other ways. What is going to be the future of other domains, like doctors, for example?
Am I able to, so are you able to hear? Yeah. So there is a confusion actually. See, first of all, there is no threat as such. I said design thinkers, thought leaders will never fail. What is the capacity of your brain generally? 2.5 petabytes of memory if you Google it, which is bigger than the Hadoop system. So small, yeah, which means that our brain itself is a bigger Hadoop system. Now, the AI automation is done only for excellency. You're asking for ChatGPT or something for 100% excellency only. Whatever the customer reviews, everything. The world revolves with 3 points: generic, genuine, real, false facts. Don't ask any generic questions at all. I want to learn data science is not a question at all. Google gives thousands of answers. Imagine that you're a mechanical engineer and you want to learn data science. That's a genuine question. Now, to answer your question, there will be no threat for anyone. If AI is ready to kill our job, get it ready, because that's the time where you call it as an emotional intelligence, or your real power of a human actually comes into picture. I heard in a quote, sir, Einstein has used only 10% of brain. What if I used 11% of it? I trust me, if I have used 5% of it, then I would be in the other level, same as us. But why are you not using it? Because we are actually worrying it, then thinking about it. For me, we are not worried about 2023 at all. Don't worry about 2023, 2024. You should be thinking of beyond 2025. That is the real forecast. Nothing will happen.
Threat is there for every field. But
threat is there for every field.
Design thinkers will have an opportunity in every field. So you need to become more human so that you will identify better solution than existing solution.
Thinkers,
you need to enter it.
The history has no record that thinker has failed. Thinkers will be successful anywhere.
When typewriters came, right, I think all the original document writers felt they are kind of threat. Then computers came, all typewriters, I think they felt the threat. Then now with the kind of voice over solutions coming, computer operators also feeling the threat. It is evolution. I think we need to go on and just act on to the field.
In fact, adding to one last point, it's not information technology, it's information transformation. Your mind should be like a river which is for a drinking purpose. Go to the sea level when you feel that I am retired. That's
Somewhere around 2000, I predicted what is going to be the computers for the future. By 2050 or 2060, there will not be necessity to do any work by anybody. Unless you are passionate to do something, you should do it. Only for the food purpose or the whatever our needs, you need not do it, because the robots will make all the things and distribute all the things to the people, whoever wants whatever the things. That is my prediction.
You'll be connected to Wi-Fi, so with the close of your eye, you know Google search, because that's exactly Elon Musk's work. I think that has created good buzz and interest among us. With that, we'd like to close this panel discussion and proceed to the.
We are already connected, like unknowingly, right? Like whoever is wearing a smart watch, right? He is already connected to the internet. He is giving all his body parameters to the cloud.
It's not only squeezing, but it's also pulling.
Yeah, thank you for all the panelists for sharing the knowledge. Right?
In fact, on lighter note, yesterday one of my friends was telling. So wife and he was discussing about for a long time there was no vacation in the home and something. Within 5 minutes, booking.com actually sent an SMS. That means somebody is actually listening our conversation in the home.
Okay, taking this moment as an opportunity, let's felicitate our panel members.
Okay, no.
Oh, Shankara, okay, then I'll do that.
Sir, please. Please close.
No, Krishna Reddy, you are also moderators. We should felicitate you. Yeah. No. You are a moderator as far as this panel is concerned.
Yes, alright. And
Now we can have a group.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now I invite Mr. Nagaraju Alla, former chairman of ITAP Godavari, to present the vote of thanks. Welcome, sir.
Yes, please. Answer. What?
Thank you, Saujanya. Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, and dear friends, on behalf of the ITAP and ITAP chapter from Godavari region, I, Nagaraj Walla, extend our sincere thanks for your active participation and insightful contributions to the panel discussions on AI and analytics. Your presence and valuable inputs have made this conclave a big success, and we are grateful for your unwavering support. Today's artificial intelligence and analytics have really must have. It is an exciting. It is created exciting, and at the same time looks very scary. When we talk about particular year after 50, by 2050, if we don't have to do anything, I still remember the movie Wall-E, where people are not even able to walk on their with their legs. Hope that we don't become like that. First of all, let us first thank this the first panel. The first panel was really exciting, particularly with Ramakrishna Garu, their organization, railways. It is quite exciting to know that 99% of all railway signals in the entire, the biggest industry in India, and that is being operated from Vijayawada. Vijayawada is a proud moment for all of us. And also, yes, when I was young, actually, I used to hear a lot of accidents being happening every 2 to 3 months. Big accident, 20, 30, 50. So many deaths were happening. Nowadays, actually, there's a lot of reduction in the number of accidents, and our contribution to that is really that's all. Last time itself, he explained to us about this water conservation in Vijayawada. I hope that all other cities will adopt that, implement that to conserve water and timely distribution of water. Hopefully that every municipal corporation, I don't know, we must be doing something towards that. Hopefully one day all our cities will have that system. So I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our moderator, Mr. Vadlamani Madhu, Miracle Soft, for taking up even in the last minute because of Sudhakar was not available. Thanks to him and the esteemed panel members, Ramakrishna Garu, MD and CEO of Electronics, Sri Indrajit Garu, CEO of Inventis, and Ravichandra Kolluru, delivery head for Tech Mahindra at Vizag City. Your inputs are very good, and the discussion itself was quite exciting. Everybody really enjoyed it. And the second panel, I thank Krishna Reddy, the CEO of CRIFI, Chairman, and Chairman of Godavari, and the distinguished panel members, Sri Madhu Vatlamani, Practice Manager of Miracle, and Sri Shankar Padia, Vice President Cloud and IoT at Amjur Technologies. And I happened to see him today. Mostly we see Ravi a lot of times. And Sri Dr. Ravi Shankar Seripalli, Director Center and Innovation Incubation of Gayatri Vidya Parishad. His inputs that actually, he's saying that we should be confident, the human thinking should overtake the artificial intelligence. Of course, I believe that humans will not accept if artificial intelligence is overtaking the human intelligence. If at all it is necessary, we can kill it too. I would also like to extend our special thanks to Sri Sridhar Kosaraju, State President of ITAP, and Mr. Krishna Reddy Kovari, Chairman of ITAP Godavari Chapter, for his leadership and tireless efforts in organizing this event in close coordination. Particularly thanks to Sridhar. Last time itself, he took the initiative to do this in Kakinada and do the MC memo in person. Thank you, Sridhar. Actually, we have been almost like in a sleeping mode for the last 2 years during this period. You rejuvenated this. Hopefully, we'll continue this. Maybe all IT company employees are waiting for the sports event to happen. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I will also like to thank NKITs for event designs and registration portal, CRIFI team particularly. I know that actually this time they have handled it single-handedly. Kudos to you guys. Okay. Event facilities, complete coordination, and for all the sponsors, including the event sponsor. Special thanks to the event sponsor, CRIFI, gold sponsor, Anand PAG, Mr. Anupama Garu, PrimeSoft, Avignon, Princeton IT, for all your sincere support. Okay. I thank you for all. Thank you all the participants and supporters of the ITAP Kakinada AI Analytics Conclave. Thank you Hotel Paradigm for hosting this, every support. We look forward to seeing you all soon. I invite you all to the lunch, followed by during the lunch. Maybe I hope that the younger generation of the employees, they interact with the seniors, they learn something from them. Thank you all. Thank you.
Excuse me. My name is R.L. Narayana, and I am the immediate past president for the IT Association of Andhra Pradesh. Sridhar Kosaraju Garu is now the current president, and of course we have the future president, Madam Lakshmi Mukavli Garu, over there. No, please come. Yeah, come here once, please. Yeah, let's go. The reason why I'm here is to first of all to say thanks to the entire Godavari region. For some of you who may not know this, the Godavari region is the biggest region and in the IT industry after the Visakhapatnam region in the state of Andhra Pradesh. So it's a very, very important region for us in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and we have in ITAP we have consistently projected this to many stakeholders, to the policymakers, to the media, and even to the external agencies who deal with the state of Andhra Pradesh when it comes to IT. Because the general perception is after Visakhapatnam, it is Vijayawada, and of course from Vijayawada people tend to go towards Tirupati. Okay, and the entire Godavari region sometimes goes into a blind spot. And that's something which I have heard a lot even during my tenure as the president for ITAP. And I would want to say that ITAP, however, has never forgotten it. Not because we have got fantastic, chairman like Krishna Reddy Garu or Nagaraj Garu, all the other geniuses who are in the Godavari region, but also because of the entire hard work, always consistently what they have contributed to the growth of ITAP in the region. They have consistently carried the flag of ITAP over here to make sure that IT gets its due recognition as a strong industry in the Godavari region. And I think one of the best examples for that, while ITAP has done a lot in the IT industry, one of the best examples how ITAP has really been pervasive even in Godavari district is the way we have done the vaccination drive even in the Godavari district. And I would like to thank each and every member, Krishna Reddy Garu, Nagaraj Garu, each and every one of you. The uniqueness of the vaccination drive has been that no other IT body in the entire country has actually done that. No other IT body has done that. Okay. Now at a national level, we have a very, very powerful body called be it in Bengaluru, be it in Chennai, be it in Delhi, Gurgaon. There are a lot of local IT associations and bodies, but no such body has done the complete vaccination drive. At the latest stage, we all got the vaccines. There were the ward sachivalayas, we had the doctors, everybody doing a drive for the vaccination. But in the very beginning, when vaccination was so scarce, ITAP played a critical role to make sure in the state of Andhra Pradesh, the IT industry and their families had immediate and easy access to the vaccines. This was one very, very, very fantastic thing that happened in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And of course, with the contribution from the office bearers here, who really risked everything to make it happen at the ground level. Of course, at a policy level, we had this champion called Mr. Sridhar Kosraju. He's who's very, very well known for this entire connect and the entire visibility that he has brought to ITAP. This has happened. So this is one thing which I wanted to share with all of you. The other thing which I would also want to share with all of you is today ITAP has as the premier IT association body in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have ITAP, as my colleague and friend Mr. Kumar has stated in the very beginning. We are not just doing a policy lobbying with the government. We are not just doing some media interaction, but we are also making sure that the latest trends in the country, they are also equally visible in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And today's conference is one such example where we are going to do a series of such conferences to make sure that the industry in Andhra Pradesh stays connected to the larger, bigger happenings outside in the country and in the world. And in the times ahead, I can assure you that ITAP will only grow bigger and stronger. And I would encourage each and every one of you here to join the ITAP journey to make sure that the state of Andhra Pradesh, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, the IT industry grows stronger and more vibrant. Yeah, that's all I wanted to share. Thank you so much, Sridhar Garu.
No. It's already, we are between them and the lunch. And special thanks to Krishna Reddy Garu, of course, to the entire Godavari region. And of the last 10 days, 4, 5, 6, 5 hours, like and myself coordinating, and he has done everything on the ground. So special appreciation to the Krifi and the Krishna Reddy Garu team and the entire Godavari region. Thank you. Please join us for lunch. Thanks to MCs also. Thank you for all your support.
Fantastic IT event. We hope that you have found the event informative, insightful, and enjoyable. It's time for lunch. We request you to gather for lunch. Thank you so much.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
We have started 30 years back, way far, and we are having different solutions for industries, commercial, residential. So in that, industrial customers, they are getting typically 4 to 7 years payback, and coming to residential, we are having subsidy, and we are having different kind of solutions like on grid, off grid. In that, the major thing in the market is like on grid. So we are here. The stall is based on grid solutions for our customers. So since it is a business women expo, we want to encourage women entrepreneurs, and we want to create some awareness in the market, in the society. So that's why we have put up the stall to create awareness in the solar field. So coming to solution, since we have on grid solution, it is typically solar is nothing but solar is equal to savings. Solar is equal to savings. So wherever you invest, if you are comparing with solar, this is the best saving in the complete. Take any kind of industry, any kind of thing, but solar is equal to savings. This is the equation, and we want to promote Tata in such a way that we have different skill sets in our team, like engineering, procurement. We will be procuring the top class quality, and we are giving them. We are offering our clients with high quality bill, which will last for 30 years. So this is our thing. So coming to Access Solar, there are authorized dealers for Telangana, and they are doing this for the last 10 years in the market, and they have catered almost 500 clients for last 1 year. So this is how we are promoting our partners in this kind of activities. So right now, last 1 year, during the COVID time, we have sold somewhere around 100 systems in a year. But now we are selling somewhere around 2,500 systems per year. This is how the market has increased. We have seen market share of 50% in Telangana, and if we are seeing in whole India, so we are standing at somewhere around 20% in the market share. The nearest competitor is at somewhere around 3%, which is 17% gap. That much market share we are having. Apart from that market share, we are catering our client with top class technical solution, and we are giving the service the best in service in the market. Yeah, since we have different like safety is our priority in any project. Safety is the utmost priority for Tata. To all our partners, will ensure the safety is the utmost priority for our client when we are installing any site. So from Tata, we'll be having multiple inspections: first level inspection, mid level inspection, the final inspection in the next 2 years. So like that, the inspections will carry from Tata Power to see what is the safety measures we are following in every project. Second thing is financing options we are having. We are having multiple financing options for MSME, for residential societies, for residential even. We are having financing option for 3 kilowatt client. So this is the financial solutions which will bring more awareness in the market, and typically 3 kilowatt system will save somewhere around 3,000 rupees per month. So, and it costs somewhere around 1,80,000 to 2,20,000 depending upon their area available at the site. So like that, we'll be doing the site survey at initial stage. Then we'll give them the best solution, which will opt with the best finance. Coming to life, the life of a solar plant will be 30 years. It last at since I told 30 years back, 35 years back, Tata has established in this solar segment. We have started. So 30 years back, we have installed a solar plant which is still running. So that is the product guarantee from solar, the build quality of Tata, and apart from that, 25 years performance guarantee we are providing to our clients, 10 years manufacturing warranty we are providing to clients, and 5 years on-site warranty we are giving to our clients. So in the first 5 years, something goes wrong, at free of service, we will cater our clients.
So as of now, we are installed all over India. In Telangana particularly, we have around 500 plus customers. Compared to 500 kilowatt to 400 kilowatt, and the number of villas, we actually cater 550 villas customers from past 10 years, as mentioned. So yeah, service is the motto for us. That's why we hardly done any marketing activities. It's all word of mouth build up thing. So yeah, so we have installed anyways. The electricity is everywhere. We have installed all the residential villas, gated communities, common areas, industries, hospitals, and also the institutions like school and colleges as well. So, but majorly the residential segment and the industry segments are coming forward rapidly because there is a space availability and there is also a decision making is fast for them. Now you see every day electricity power bill is increasing rapidly. It can be 10%, and compared to last 5 years, 100% increase in the tariff. So solar is something when you fix it, it's a fit and forget model. You just fix it, leave it, that's it. You save you get your ROI in 3.5 to 5 years maximum, depending on solution and the cost availability and all. Then it's free for lifelong. So you get it for 25 years. The major thing is saving, as already mentioned. But yeah, compared to other products, why Tata? See, you investing around the minimum ticket starts from 2 lakhs. So 2 to it goes to 10 crores. When you are investing that much amount, you definitely want to go with some reputed brand so that there will be a service guarantee. So if me as Access Solar Systems, I was been 10 years, but there are companies coming and going and coming and going. But Tata is still there, is standing. So for suppose tomorrow, if I got other opportunity, I'm venturing into manufacturing, you can call a toll-free number and get the service done. So if you're investing a crore or 10 crores, you need someone good to back you up. And also, I also dealt with other companies before Tata. I've been Tata for 3 years only. I see the change because each and every component they take a guarantee and give us a good engineering and provide a very optimum solution. And again, coming to customers, there are carports. You can see there's carports. There is vertical solar. There is industry. There is a residential. So different multiple solutions are there. We have solar pumps. We have so many solutions. But majorly residential and industries and hospitals, which are mainly targeting them. The ideal size, the maximum solar systems are 3 kilowatt and 5 kilowatt. 5 kilowatt costs you around 2,70,000 to 90,000 depending on their space availability and structure. And 3 kilowatt costs you around 1,80,000 to 2,10,000 depending on the size of it. Typically 3, 5, 10. The 10 costs you around 6.5 lakhs. Because we put up the solar panels on the roof, and what we do is we change the meter, the existing meter, and we put a bidirectional meter. Because whatever you are generating, after you consuming, it will go to the local grid and bank there. Later at the night when the solar is off, sun is gone, the power from is drawn from the electricity grid. Eventually the difference is shown in the power bill only, and the reading is noted in the bidirectional meter. You have till now what you will do, you only note the consumption, but here you will note the consumption generation. LCD people subtract and give you the bill. All the ideal cases you get the minimum bill of 50 to 100 rupees when you install a solar system. That's why it is rapidly growing.
So before going with solar, when people are getting 3,000 rupees, after going with solar, after people are going with solar, they will be getting the minimum bill of 100 rupees to 180 rupees depending upon their phase. If it is single phase, they are getting around 100 rupees. If it is 3 phase, they are getting some around 180 rupees. So that is the saving potential when you are keeping up a solar plant in your at your terrace. And we are having very minimal components which will be having like majorly solar panels, then inverters, structures. So then will be replacing the meter, which will be bidirectional meter, as RK has said. So the major component is solar panel, which will be like 70% is the weightage, which I can say. So 20% will be inverter weightage, 10% will be miscellaneous. So when sunlight falls on the module, means which is solar panel, DC current will generate. This DC current, since we are having all the appliances running with AC, so we require some conversion thing. So that is inverter. So DC current needs to convert to AC. So that AC power, whatever the it got converted, will be injecting to our meter. So while taking the reading, so we'll call as export and import. So export whatever energy generation from the solar, it is called, and excess of the electricity after utilization at any factory or any residence, then the excess will be catered to grid, that is called export. So during night time there will be no solar. So during that time we'll utilize the power from the grid. So the net difference means export minus import. That's what we need to pay. Typically for a 3 kilowatt or 5 kilowatt client or any client, so we can able to cater up to 100% saving. That is the saving potential from solar. So while taking a small case study for a 3 kilowatt client, while they are paying 3,000 rupees, after putting up solar, so they'll be getting somewhere around 180 rupees maximum.
Yeah, coming to subsidy part, only registered customers have subsidies. So what we do for registered customers is we get the subsidy amount because we will be in the market and we'll be because every customer is doing some other job. They cannot go to the department and get subsidy always. So we do what we do. We initially did a subsidy and give it. But now government has started a national portal wherein subsidy is automatically generated to customer's account. I don't know how practically it works, but yeah, this is a very good idea because now what we used to use subsidy, we used to put our own pocket. Later on, when government gives me out of 1 month, I used to draw it from because we cannot trouble customer to run back and forth to the government offices. We used to do that. But see now how the scenario, we don't know. Scenario has changed now.
See the licensing
40% for a 3 kilowatt and 20% for a 5 to 10 kilowatt. Coming to commercial establishment, you get a tax benefit, accelerated depreciation for 40% for machinery. So if you fall in a certain tax slab, for your 3 years, if you have a 24% slab.
So coming to industrial clients, they'll be having the tax benefit like accelerated depreciation for the first 4 years. For the first year, they'll be getting somewhere around 40% as a tax benefit. Next 2, 3, 4 years, they'll be getting 20% in each year. So that when they're investing 1 crore of money in solar, they're getting somewhere around 35 lakhs as a tax benefit. So this is more than a subsidy. So we are educating our clients to take this benefit, and we are doing our best in the market. So we want to cater more and more, with our solutions.
You said registered customer.
Yeah.
What is a registered customer?
See, we are having different nodal agencies. Central agency, it is called MNRE, and state nodal agency, we are having TS REDCO, Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Organization. So
a customer is registered there.
Yeah.
We are registered there. We are registered there already. Empaneled there. We have our own deposit
we are
center.
having certain empaneled vendors with state nodal agency and central nodal agency. So according to while we are taking this state subsidy thing, so we have to register with state nodal agency.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. Myself Dr. Vikas Kumar Agarwal, cancer surgeon from Calcutta. Our product is Maport. All of us have felt pain in our life, and whenever the pain comes, the first thing is Ma or the mother. Similarly, the pain of cancer, I think whole world is aware about it. And pain of cancer is more with the chemotherapies, which is given injections multiple times, and the pain, ulcers, extravasation, a lot of complications are there, which is more than the pain of cancer. To relieve this cancer pain, from the patient, we have a patented device, MAPort, sutureless chemoport with the flexible flanges. They are the already imported ports which are available in the market in the range of 30 to 35,000, and which is very costly in the country like us, which have a diverse economy status. And cancer does not differentiate between a rich and poor. It can affect anybody. So to relieve the pain of chemotherapy in these patients, we have made a affordable, made in India and a patented sutureless chemoport. This device has multiple advantages because in these old available devices, you need to fix it with a small sutures and they can dislocate, they can migrate, the port can displace, and it is tedious process, painful to the patient. In our device, it is just like plug and just like a belt, you fasten it. So ease of placement, less painful, and ease of removal, less inflammation. The size is just like a size of a tablet, so it's very less discomforting to the patient. And the advantage of this chemoports, these can be used to draw the blood directly from the heart if the patient requires testing, which a cancer patient regularly requires. You can infuse medicines, and this can be punctured 2,000 times, and once you puncture it with a needle, you can keep the needle for 3 to 5 days. So the patient can complete the treatment for the whole lifetime. That is the advantage of MAPort. For our clinical application, you can see we have migrated from these stages and we have reached to this final stage where our product is ready. Because it's an implantable device, it's a device which will be there in the body for more than 6 months. It becomes a type C medical device coming in contact with the blood. So we are now TRL 6 plus, everything molds and others are ready, the biocompatibility testing and a CDCO certification followed by ready to use. So the conventional therapies are given in the veins. Okay, and the moment the chemotherapy goes in the vein, I'll show you a picture. The simplest thing which can happen is the vein get thrombosed. It's a painful hand, and now you can't give any more chemotherapy in this hand. So, and if the chemotherapy comes out of it, you can imagine what will happen. It will be an ulcer which will never heal. And with this kind of device, you can see the video, this is implanted inside. You can even go for the swimming and everything, nothing is outside. There is a different version between the vein lines and this central port are called a peripherally inserted central catheters, but those things lies outside. We in India have a risk of infection. Taking care of those are very difficult. Here you don't require any care. Once a month you go to your doctor, get your therapy or get it flushed. That's it. So, like a chronic kidney disease, we are a world capital of diabetes, which is leading to a huge number of chronic kidney cases, which requires a regular dialysis. So these patients, they have shunts in one hand, so you can't use that hand. One hand where we require some therapy. So in those who require long-term treatment, long-term nutrition, so GI disorder, where you require long-term IV total parenteral nutrition, the port can be used. So there are multiple uses. Apart from this, you can even use as in the different places where the necks are going surgery. In that, if you require this, you can put it in the other large vein called a femoral vein and others. So there are multiple uses apart from the chemo also. So for the certifications and this, CDSCO certification, biocompatibility itself costs 20 lakhs. CDSCO will be in the range of 10 to 15 lakhs. And the CE and the FDA certification, because now we are India, which is looking not only for make in India, but to export these to other countries, not only the Asian, even in the other countries. So CE and FDA would require another 25 to 30 lakhs. Apart from the industry manufacturing unit, so we are looking in the range of 5 to 10 CR so as to complete all legs, and the business opportunity is huge because we have seen a pandemic of COVID. Cancer is a pandemic. As per the data available in Google and everywhere, 1 in 10 men in India has a risk of cancer, 1 in 8 female. Already 15 lakh new cancer patients every year, and 70 to 80% requires chemotherapy. So the huge opportunity of the investor to get a hike in his investment from seed to series A or B, everybody will be benefited. The investment as a partnership in the company and 5 to 10 CR so that we can complete the leg. Half completion, even initial of 1 CR, and once we complete the leg, then they invest the further. That's okay. So it should be a. It is amazing. We are already a Big Bharat grantee, so that was a huge support in the development phase. And after attending this, brushing a shoulder with those who's in the industry, those who have developed from innovation to a company, the words of wisdom and are huge, which has helped us in overcoming the hurdles, reducing the cost of biocompatibility, meeting the people who are into biocompatibility and testing and others. So that will be a great leap for us to move forward to market.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
Hi, I'm Ritika Agarwal. I am the founder of Yuka Champs. We create and manufacture unique and educational board games for children 3 to 12 years old. I am a very big board game lover. I have been playing a lot of games since my childhood. Me as a family also play. And after my kids were born, I was searching for certain concept-oriented games for them. So I started creating games for them. From there my journey started, and I started doing my R&D. I searched for themes which were missing in the market, and that's how I started developing games for kids. So actually the research, the R&D part is the main part of my work. It takes around 2 to 3 years minimum for me to complete a whole game till production. First I come out with a theme which is missing in the market. Then I create a gameplay around it. Then I keep playtesting it with different age group of kids, different genre of kids. I go to learning centers, I play with them, I make different kinds of prototypes, and then from their feedback again I keep changing. So that like that we go up to 100 iterations of a single game. So what we started with, what we end with is completely different according to the feedback what we get from children and engagement. And then we go to the design part of it, the artwork, which I outsource it to international artists and different freelancers who are wonderful with it. Then again we go and play test it with children, how they are understanding with the artwork now. That also we play test. Then I go around searching for the components, best quality components, which we search pan India, where we can get a best dies, tokens, everything. And then with different vendors we go under production, then we pack the final thing. So in fact that's kind of a problem we are tackling. That's a major problem we are trying to tackle. Most of the parents, all 100% of the parents are like, okay, technology is here, they are online, but they want to keep their kids offline and engaged in a meaningful way and fun way. So in fact, because the parents are now looking for so much opportunities to keep kids offline, parents are wanting this kind of games more and more. how much ever the online is increasing. And also these games helps families to spend quality time together. Parents keep wondering what to do with their child. Okay, they want to spend good quality time, but what to do? So these games also helps them to spend quality time, and in turn they learn things. Yes, definitely. So whenever I design a game, I keep to it that it's not only kids oriented, though our target audience are kids, but all adults also enjoy the games. It's not like, okay, because my kid wants to play, I have to play with him. They in turn start enjoying so much that adults start playing our games more. So it's a very good BIS certified. So BIS certified is the highest quality mark which a toy or a game can get for a product safety for kids. So if this means our products are completely safe for children, lab tested, each of our games. It's not sharp. It's all products are non-toxic. So you can be completely you can be completely tension free when you're using these games, because it's completely safe for children, even if they take it in the mouth. So it's all toxic free and non-sharp objects, completely lab tested. So yes, India is a very price sensitive market. So we try to balance the price and quality. I wouldn't say we target a very lower range pricing market. We try to balance it because we also want to create a niche and try to come up with products which are very good quality and long lasting also. Not something which is just you play for a few months and you discard it. This could be passed on for years, played for years, and the concepts are such which can be played again and again. There are very high replayability concept which we create. Till now we are a completely bootstrap company. We have put in our own money. It is, yes, very high capital intensive market because we have to go with high production MOQs to even start with, and because we come up with new concepts, whatever we come up with, it's a beta, it's a testing product. Only once it comes out in the market, we know the real review, real feedback. So that also takes a minimum quantity for us. Then we come out with changes, and also to market the games, to explain our games to the end consumers is also a difficult channel. So main thing what we have done is we have put QR codes which are linked to our YouTube videos, where the customer can just scan it. Outside the box, it's a trailer video which won't take more than 20 seconds. Inside it is the complete how to play video. So it's very user friendly that way. That's our major source for that. Otherwise, we also conduct board game events pan India wherever we sell our games. To create more awareness about our board games, we make children play our games, whoever comes in. So we are available both online, offline. We have a distribution channel pan India. We supply to around 300-400 stores pan India through the distribution channel. We are also into modern retail like Crossword, Latlive, and online we sell through Amazon, our own website. There are 20 plus other portals which are kids related like First Cry and Nestery, etc. We also recently started exporting to US through Amazon, and we are getting a very good response there also. And mainly our target sales are through retail and Amazon. As I told you, we create all games from scratch. These are our own concepts, completely unique. Nothing exists anywhere in the world what we create. That is one thing. We do a lot of R&D. Also, we never compromise on quality. Our game is, I can proudly say, at par and more ahead than the international quality also. That's why we are getting very good response in the US. All reviews and ratings, everywhere it's mentioned that our quality is very good. The games are very good. So in fact, we are proud that we are made in India, and we are getting good quality or better quality than international standards out.
My name is Dr. Shiv Shekhar Rai. I'm from Osmania University and from Biochemistry Department. And from that university, we have created a startup named Sensofil Biotech Private Limited. And here, we are developing a product that can actually revolutionize the detection of protein structure alteration. Like what happens in several cases, if you synthesize a protein, if you transport a protein, biosimilar, enzyme and antibody, what happens? There is a change of activity, change of its minimum structure. Now, what the setup is there as a state of art, like the cyclodichromism, NMR, HPLC, those techniques are very, very costly and not affordable by all of them, and they are very much time taking. Here, what we are offering is a technique that can be used in a normal laboratory atmosphere using instrument like UV spectroscopy, simple image processing, and by doing that, you can say whether the protein structure is all right or there is any change of structure. So, without using any high-end instrumentation and inexpensive methods, we can give you an output that is given in a 10 times less expensive way compared to the state of the art. This is what we are presenting by this prototype. It's QC Prot TM. There are several benefits to start with. Suppose you are synthesizing a protein in a biopharma industry. Now, there are several batches of processing you do. So, if you have to quality control of all your batches through the existing techniques, it will cost you a fortune. But if you use our method by simply using 10 to 15 minutes using a very traditional instrumentation, you can finish everything and with 100% assurance and accuracy of your result. Suppose you are sending a protein for a transport purpose, and after the transport, when you are receiving a protein, whether it is coming to you in a proper condition or not, you can simply check that one by using this kit, and you will get the result whether the protein has any structural change or not. You can rely on something or not. Whether the protein which is lying on your desk for several years or several months even, whether that can be thrown away or that can be used. It's valid for very, very expensive proteins, which normally you buy once in a few years. Size market is huge. The biosimilar market in India itself is more than 200 to 300 crores. And if you see the global market in 2023, it is around it's around close to 8 trillion. It is close to 8 trillion, including biosimilars, enzyme, antibodies, everything. So our market is placed not in India, it's in US, Eurozone, Australia, China, Japan. So all those countries have potential to be used this technique because no such technique available globally. I can say globally, which can actually tell you the structure of protein, whether there is any change or not, using simple UV spectroscopy or using simple image analysis technique. Actually, our product that is QC Prot kit, so they can be used by biopharma, biotech who are actually synthesizing products, who are actually validating enzymes, antibodies, biosimilars for various kind of purposes, like creating life-saving drugs, point of care enzyme and drugs for identification of many methods. So on these cases, they can be a very much cheaper and efficient alternative compared to the existing techniques like CD, NMR, HPLC. We are in the prototype stage. We have validated on our own laboratory conditions. Now we are looking to validate in third-party validators, like in companies which will be interested to test our technique. We are actually finishing that point, that proof of concept within a month. So we will be going for validation stage from next year. So hopefully within 1 to 2 years, we will be ready to enter the market. And for that, we will be needing funding for validation part. And also our national patent is already done. We are actually going to receive it within few months and applying for the international patent, like a PCT. So PCT we are filing this month. So for that PCT purpose and validation purpose, we will be requiring additional of 20 lakhs for that purpose, and to run the show, to get our lab doing our daily jobs. So for next 2 years, it will be around 20 to 30 lakhs more. So we are looking at between 50 to 70 lakhs for a complete commercialization of our product. For commercial production, the investment, main component will be kit development. So key development in ISO regularized company. We are already in a few weeks away to get our own ISO regulation. We are going through ISO 13485 regulation certification. As soon as we get the certification, we can directly go with commercialization and preparation of our own kits. Then we can do it in-house, and with very much a sterile atmosphere, we can do it in ourselves. So for that, we need to recruit more people. So in that case, recruitment budget, and for sterile component, we may need an additional of around 10 to 20 lakhs, between 10 to 20 lakhs, based on how much we are getting the initial orders that will be required for our commercialization part. But that will be after 2 years from now, when our validation will be done. 1 to 2 years from now. We will start with national, and as soon as our international patent is granted, we will go for the international marketing as well. For IKMC actually provided such a nice platform that it's not only like presenting your thing, you're knowing so much from the other presenters as well. There are great mentoring sessions. We have given excellent ideas and mentorships such that we can go to the next stages. So overall, a nice ecosystem has been derived from the IKMC. So we have attended IKMC for last 2 years, but that was online. So you never get the actual flavor until you go to the offline or physical mode. So this is an excellent experience as far as in our case is concerned.
Good evening, everyone. I am Professor Shomojit Roy. I am the co-founder of Solaire Initiative Private Limited. We are based out of Kolkata, Bengal, and we are incubated in West Bengal Webel BCCI Incubator at Salt Lake in Kolkata. Our product is an innovation. It's a very portable modular oxygen making device. As you know, during the COVID period, we developed it with our own science, our own deep science and technology. We developed the product. It saved millions of lives. So it solves the pain points in the oxygen industry. So at a time when our health system was outstretched, this innovation came in handy for our friends, for our near ones, and as well as the community in that region en masse. So which is a pleasure and a beauty, and that is priceless, because we think that healthcare should be affordable. And as Dr. Devi Shetty says, and my dad is also a medical doctor, according to them, if healthcare is not affordable, it's no healthcare at all. So our mission is to make healthcare affordable, portable, and take it to every household so that no lives are lost. So the cost of this right now is 30,000 rupees. We are giving a discount of 5,000, but we are also exploring tech transfer possibilities because, you know, we are scientists. So we want to do a tech transfer, and we have the vision that there will be 2 modules available. One is the cheaper, inexpensive one, which should be very less, and one high-end one with lot of beautiful add-ons like IoT implementation and Uber kind of implementation, and that will be a little bit expensive one. So we want to reduce the price, one below 10,000 segment and another one maybe 40-50,000 segment. So that's our vision. So it's a commercialized product, but now we have the market traction. If you Google, for example, Solaire OM Redox, you will have a lot of internet traction. And recently, I'm very happy to say that recently Honorable Prime Minister launched this product in Pragati Maidan, and the Science Minister also inaugurated this product. So it came under the innovation of 75 innovations in 75 years of independence. And that was an initiative initiated by BIRAC, which also connected us with the IKP knowledge platform. So we are now partnered with IKP, and we hope that we can take this innovation further so that if anyone needs oxygen, we want OM Redox to be a household name here or even in Mars. So we are in the process of nucleating that ecosystem. So this is our first product. We have several other products in the pipeline. So this product, we now want to do a tech transfer, layer by layer tech transfer. And that's where we are partnering with IKP because they have a lot of experience and expertise so as to make this scaled across continents, across the countries. And this will make the dream of Made in India come true at high innovation and high deep science tech space. So that's our business model. Basically, we want to license it, across different countries. So we are having discussion with Bangladesh. We are also in the final stages of discussion with Webel, who is licensed. We are in the process of licensing it. So licensing is our model, and we have non-exclusive license, and we are also looking forward for partnership in southern India, meaning Hyderabad and around, because this is the most happening place so far as innovation, deep science is concerned. This has been an awesome experience. We are extremely thankful because we have come across an extremely talented set of people who cuts across the edges of expertise with legal knowledge as well as epistemology, which is a rare combination which we see in the IKP team, right from the CEO, right down to Harshata Vadkar and Bandhana. So we have an excellent team. They are working together seamlessly, and this has been a wonderful experience. We were able to connect with top people, decision makers, and we were also see the possibility of even nucleating a tech transfer right here in Hyderabad. So we are extremely pleased. We didn't expect so much. So we have our hands full, and we are very, very grateful to IKP as well as BIRAC for giving us this opportunity. I think this is a unique initiative, I would say, because my startup, what you are doing is really a platform, because startups, what they look for platforms to be promoted. People who are doing startup, they are not doing it for revenue sake only. They are doing it because it's a passion, and they need facilitating platforms, because platforms are like yours, my startup, can make a difference, and they can really take the startups like ours to doors and across barriers, because nowadays people don't read newspapers. Everything happens on Twitter, on Facebook in real time. And that's where seamless technology and seamlessly integrated platforms like my startup and similar initiatives can create a new ecosystem. They can become a new fourth pillar, so to speak, of this fabric where executive, legislature, and judiciary, if you consider them as three pillars, then these type of platforms can become the fourth pillar, and they can enable us and they can reach us, take us to a different level. So I think it's a wonderful initiative, and we hope that we can also, be part of this initiative and help each other and giving back to the society. That's also the dream, I think, of every startup owner or startup initiator, because at the bottom of our heart, we are trying to make India a better place to be. So it's a wonderful initiative, and thank you so much.
Hello, my name is SK Dash, and I am the Managing Director of Consightal Life Sciences Private Limited, which focuses on botanical extracts and using it to validate drug discovery, so that we target those illnesses for which currently allopathic drugs are not adequate, or they don't actually sustain the entire spectrum of requirement that is supposed to be there. So currently we are working on eliminating malaria. So when people think about anti-malarial, we have gone that extra step, and as you know, WHO has mandated that by 2030, the entire the developing countries should eliminate malaria, and India happens to be number 4 in the burden ranking, and number 1, 2, 3 is obviously from Africa. So if we can just take down the top 10 countries, then 90% of our burden of malaria is eradicated. So till now, the government or the authorities, they were focusing on vector control. Vector control means the mosquito management part of it by fogging, anti-larval measures, but that's not adequate. What is required is the parasites remain hidden in the human liver, and they are asymptomatic. So this facilitates the transmission. So if you want to eliminate malaria, then you got to cleanse the entire area, the endemic area that is harboring the parasite, by giving repeat dose of a safe anti-malarial. So that is why all anti-malarials cannot be used to take out malaria because they have side effects. But the one which we are developing is very safe, and it is nano encapsulated, and it is target delivered to go and hit the liver. And that is where at the initial stages the plasmodium multiplies. So if you take care of that, no more clinical signs of malaria, and also the residual parasite that is there in the reservoir, that also gets cleansed. So that's our part or our contribution towards eradication of malaria. So as I said, in the endemic areas, the people, they may be asymptomatic, they don't show signs of malaria, but they are very much harboring the parasite. So the parasite and the human host, they have a symbiotic relationship. So unless we cleanse that or sanitize that part of the liver which is harboring the parasite, we can't take out the entire or eliminate malaria. So the formulation that we have is actually can be given to any asymptomatic people, so-called healthy people, and they can take that. This can be given in pregnancy, it can be given to children because it is botanical based and quite safe, well characterized. So that is how it can be mass deployed. We have already completed the preclinical phase. Now we have been covered by Big 16 of BIRAC. We have been funded, and thanks to BIRAC we are there. We have validated the proof of concept. Now we have to go to the human clinical trials, that is phase 1, phase 2, and that can only happen when we have additional set of funds. We are looking something like 3 to 4 crores, and that will take us up to the phase 3 clinical trial. So we are talking to different facilitators, funding organization, hoping to catch their attention. If currently the funding that we are looking for is available, then I think within 2 years' time, we should be in a position to roll out the product and commercialize that product. Since we have traveled this far, it's actually facilitated by IKP, and thanks to IKMC 22, so we are able to exhibit whatever our products are there, whatever technologies we have developed, our progress to the visiting dignitaries and people who are interested, and that way we hope to catch their attention and take our journey forward. So this is something which India has to do because it has high malaria burden, number one, and number two, it's a sort of leadership that is looked forward from India for the African countries, and that is something which we should capitalize on. I mean, we should be encouraged through availability of funding, and that puts India into a space where you don't have to depend on artesunate. Today, artesunate, which is the present anti-malarial, has gone resistant. But we have done our tests at CCMB, Hyderabad, which shows that we are good to go even for resistant variety. So we are on the cusp of something good. And by the way, I can also say that malaria has fetched 2 Nobel Prizes. This is a product, and we are there who are giving alternative to artesunate, maybe if not the Nobel, at least some great prize for this sort of discovery and recognition certainly accrues to us.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
So first of all, Eden Life. Eden means the Garden of Eden, and it also means fire and a place of pleasure. Now our products are pickles and puddies. What we do is we are trying to bring you the forgotten taste which our mothers and our parents and our grandparents used to make when we were kids. I've traveled all around India and outside as well, but this particular taste was difficult to get because there is a way of making things the right way, and that is what we are trying. India is a big country. Like the languages that we have a lot of cuisines as well. Now, every cuisine is particular to a specific city, and every family has a different way of doing things. But then, when it comes to food, it is the taste which connects us all. So what I am trying to do is make sure that I am appealing to your taste palette and making sure that I'm trying to do the best out of everything. And how does that taste come out? That taste comes out of the ingredients that we use. The best ingredients that come together create a taste which you don't forget. So regardless of which space that you are from in India, as long as the taste is good, we all connect to it. So regardless of where you're from, what your background is, the palate which you've been used to or the taste which you've been used to, I'm making sure that I'm giving you a product which is the best, and I'm sure and I hope that you would love our product. So now this product which I'm offering under Eden Life is something which I have grown up with, and while I travel, that has been my go-to. Like I couldn't live without it, because when you're working, when you're running around, there needs to be a comfort food which you can come back home to. It is not something which you can order online, not something like a fast food, something which reminds me of home. So I used to carry my mom-made pickles everywhere. And as a kid, because people used to love mom-made pickles, I used to deliver. So I've come a full circle back into the space where I'm delivering the pickles again like I used to. So when it comes to the research, it is something which I have grown up with, one thing. And while trying to do things right, because over a period of time, there's so much convenience which has come into picture that we have forgotten to do the things right. So where I'm sourcing the ingredients from, where am I getting the right ingredients, the spaces where I'm getting it, and also the areas that they grow. Now, there is a difference in between soil as well, and it is related to the taste. Like red soil, there are certain things which are grown on red soil. There are certain things which comes from black soil, because depending on the geographical spacing of that particular space, the taste changes, and that those are the places where specific things are grown. So all of this research has gone into it, apart from the heirloom recipes that we are using. And at the same time, currently in market, what are the other pickle providers that we have, and also what is the best way to store pickles, what is the material that we can store the pickles in, and also what are the masalas we can use. Now, even in chilies, there are different types of chilies, which is the acceptable spice level. So all of this research, and also when it comes to oil, what is the kind of oil which is good. Now there's gingerly oil, there is groundnut oil, there's a lot of oils like sesame oil, mustard oil, but some pickles taste really good in groundnut oil, which is a traditional way of doing. But some are good in mustard oil, but people aren't used to it. So that is the kind of research goes behind the... Since we have started the company, we have been doing a lot of flea markets, because I want to be there in front of the customer and introduce them to the product, because there are a lot of pickle companies around, yes, and we didn't want to be one of them. We wanted to stand out. That's why even our packaging is very different. You look at it from a distance, you don't feel like it is a pickle company. And once you come closer, you see the packaging and then you want to try. So the first and foremost thing is the name, which is a bit different. It takes a little while for a customer to come to us, but then they understand what it is once they come closer. And the very first thing, the introduction, goes this way. So I tell them that we are 100% preservative free and all natural. And how do we achieve it? We take care of each and every ingredient that goes into your pickle. Be it turmeric, be it chili powder. We make sure that we are getting the turmeric tubes, we are getting the chili, sourcing them from outside, curing it, and everything is hand pounded at our in-house facility. That's how we are making sure that colors and everything are not coming into your products, like preservatives or anything else. And by doing flea markets, we are putting the brand out there. I'm able to introduce to them live and then make them taste the product. And once anyone has tasted the product, we only had them coming back for more. So you can see the reviews which we have here. You can see our reviews shared on our Instagram, where people have finished our pickles in like 2 days, and they've come back and messaged like, listen, we have just picked up your pickle and we've already finished it, and they're coming back for more. So
And this is available, how do you sell it?
So-
Market, online?
flea markets, yes, we try get into as many flea markets as possible. We started officially in October, and since then we've been doing flea markets every month. Then we are selling on our website edenlife.in. We're trying to get onto Amazon, and we should be in a few stores soon. But right now we are very active on our website. When it comes to pricing, we are competitively priced on par with the market. But at the same time, for the right product, the kind of response that I've gotten, I have not seen anybody saying that the price is on a higher point. As soon as they've tasted, they have never noticed the price. It's just like picking up bottles and taking it home. That's been the case until now. And once we have the customers, like once we know that the customer is loyal and they are ordering from us, we start giving, we try to make sure that we are complimenting them by giving them extra powders, because I want to make sure that the customers who have come to us are with us, and we are treating the customers and we are giving them something more for their trust in us, because we are barely new. And without their trust, we are nothing. So we try that for the customers who are already with us. So in pickles, we have, in vegetarian pickles, we have 9 varieties. We do lemon and bitter gourd, we do lemon, we have adrak, we do gooseberry, we do gongura. Gongura is quite famous down south here, something you must try. Then we have red chili, we have... Okay, so we also do chicken pickle in non-vegetarian. That is the hottest selling one in non-vegetarian category. And then it's gongura and gooseberry, which have been had a good response. And we also do podis. We have 6 types of podis. We have just introduced 3 more podis. We do curry leaf powder, karam podi, idli karam podi. Then we do mint and coriander karam podi, flax seeds podi, and we do bitter gourd podi as well.
Good morning, this is Rohan Tripathi. I'm the founder of iNovocare Health Sub Solutions Private Limited. Now, if any of you follow cricket regularly, you would have seen that this year during the IPL auctions, the auctioneer Hugh Edmundis had a fall, had a blackout and fell down. That is one of the symptoms of autonomic neuropathy. That is what we are trying to diagnose here. If you see that autonomic neuropathy has not one but many symptoms that tremendously degrade the general quality of life, and this increases a lot when you have diabetes, when you have old age, and even with some diseases like long COVID. So what we are doing here is we are recording your body's response when you are performing certain activities like change in posture, when you are doing activities like sustained hand grip, when you are doing a Valsalva maneuver, and we are comparing it with the medically set parameters results. We are following the Edwings et al. That has been accepted by the medical fraternity globally. The way we entered working into this was we had developed a very simple prototype of a head-up tiltable test for one of our mentors, Dr. Shaman's Dutt, at the School of Tropical Medicine, Kolkata. Upon setting this up, we found out that the diagnostics required with that simple seesaw-like head-up tiltable test were severely lacking. After understanding that, we went to a lot of doctors for people involved in the medical education fraternity, and there we found out that a lot of doctors, they are saying, when we are asking them, do you think your patients, especially the diabetic people, must have this test done? They are saying yes. Then we ask them, how many of your patients have done it? Then they give us a smile. That's why we critically understood and tried to understand why this test is not happening. We examined the existing devices in this who are doing this partially. We found that one of the issues was the price was an issue, accessibility was an issue, Another issue was these devices are very bulky devices where the software runs in a separate PC or computer. That you can understand increases the price by 60-70,000. And if you think of the range of this problem, in India, the diabetic numbers are not a surprise to anyone. Even the elderly boom is absolutely at our doors. So that's why we think this is the time to look into this product. It's not about what I think, it's what the American Diabetes Association recommends. They are saying that for everyone with type 2 diabetes mellitus, everyone should have periodic testing of autonomic neuropathy. And even for the elderly, this is also critically required. Even these days, the doctors are saying for people who are rehabilitating or recovering from stroke, the stroke patients, to understand the quality of rehabilitation, this is required. Even these days, they are saying, the medical science is saying that for the sports people, because the sports people have to go through a lot of checks to see their physical fitness is at the best levels. You can perform a yo-yo test to get your external fitness done, but what about your autonomic neuropathy? So for these responses, it's essential to have tests like this. Currently, we have completed the individual parameter testing successfully with a very positive result. We have received the bioignition grant, and up next we are heading towards the testing in the medical clinical setting with near about 100 patients in a hospital with a medical supervision. Currently, what we are planning to do is enter near the commercial stage, gather as much as data from the grants that we have raised using BIRAC Big and initially Nidhi Prayas. Once we have sufficient data, then definitely we will require a lot of funds, because for a medical device, the clearance and the diagnostics, and we don't want to be restricted only in India, so the international licensing also will require sufficient amount of money. There was a lot of interest, not only from the doctors, but also people in the medical research community. They showed significant amount of interest, and they even, as we are taking some time developing it, I frequently get contacted and calls, like, how far are you? Have you done it? Like in this upcoming 14th November is the World Diabetes Day. So yesterday only I got a call from one of the doctors who is one of our biggest supporters. Like, let's have a screening with your device on that day. I say, just wait a little, let us get some momentum, and then we will proceed. It was absolutely great attending the IKMC 2022. I have been here previously in IKMC 2019 as well. Last 2 years I attended the online versions, but being here physically, meeting the who's who of the medical innovation community, it has been just awesome. And also meeting a lot of my mentors here also. So it has been a great learning experience.
It's an academic spin-off based at Mystartuptv Vidyapith, and we are operating from Jaipur. We have developed a green technology industrial solution for the treatment of textile industrial effluent from the textile industry. Since we know that textile industries is the third amongst the global landscape, and because of the pollution that it creates, it is being placed in the red category. So our aim through our product GT Biozyme is to convert the red industry into the green industry. We basically treat the water and make it upcycled by the same industry, and the solid sludge that has been generated by the process of the treatment is going to be sent to the fertilizer industry. So it's basically contributing to the circular economy of the nation. So here we present the product GT Biozyme by Green Authority. We are the early stage revenue, and we had started our revenue operations since July only. And we are very happy to share that with all the intensive research of 5 years, we have developed this product and technology, and we have done extensive trials at multiple scales in various locations in Rajasthan, and we have been successfully able to treat the facility and reduce the operational expenditure for the end user by 40 to 45%. So the stakeholders in our case is the textile sector, textile industries, which are dyeing and printing, because every person needs clothes to wear, whether it is handmade or printed, and they generate tons and tons of waste which is being there. So basically, there is an unmet need of the industry that they're able to decolor, but they are not able to detoxify it. And the compliances as per the Pollution Control Board and NGT has been increasing day by day. So it's a threat to the industry, but in a way it's an opportunity for us. Presently, we have a grant from MSME Government of India, and we have completed our first tranche, and they have committed us 1 CR for the next round, and for the planting machinery. And after that, there is a scheme, since we are under the umbrella of Ministry of MSME, Government of India. So they have a program of CDP, that is Cluster Development Program. So we are looking forward to that there, wherein we can have a grant or convertible equity of 16 CR. So that is good to go to have a good landing in the thing. And by that time, and we are expecting a break even of approximately in 18 to 20 months. So by the time we'll have all these things, we'll be able to stand on our own feet. Presently, we are focusing on the industrial sector because in only Rajasthan we have 90,000 MSME units. So it's a huge market sitting in one of the textile hub of the nation. So in first year, we are planning to set up all the things in Rajasthan and across, and then touching upon the various textile hubs across the nation, and then hitting the global market. Thereafter, we are planning to target the industries which are using color in any form, like cosmetics, leather, tannery, food, whichever is using color, because basically we are detoxifying the biomolecules which has been generated by these industries. So, and we have a record degradation of 98.8% efficacy with a dye concentration as high as 1 lakh ppm. So that is bang on, and for that we have filed in a patent, and we have filed a FER. We are DIPP registered startup, so we have filed it through expedited examination. So we are looking forward to that. IKP and IKMC, from last 2 years, we are virtually attending this IKMC, and this year we are very happy to be here in person. And IKP has been instrumental ever since we are there, and they are giving a hand-holding support since 2019. So thanks to the team IKP and IKMC to give us such a beautiful, wonderful platform and a network connect peer-to-peer learning, and it's so much. Mystartuptv, it looks great. I have met a guy during the lunch, and I said that this looks beautiful. And then I said that, where do you operate from? So they're like, we are based in Hyderabad and we operate globally. So it is so beautiful, such nice energetic team with young guys around, and they are very enthusiastic and energetic, moving around here and there, and it's good with it. And the term My Startup, since startup ecosystem is growing beautifully in India, so much of government push and so many initiatives are there. So whenever you you read this word startup, Ignite comes in the startup ecosystem. So we can correlate to the ecosystem like this.
Hi, my name is Chandramouli. I'm the founder of Care Health Tech Services Private Limited. So what we are doing in Care is we are primarily trying to bridge the gap between the rural patients and the doctors in the city with the help of a health worker. So ideally, through our model, we'll be empowering ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, or diagnostics center guys, or even a paramedic personnel with our mobile app, which will enable them to book appointments on behalf of the patients and connect them to the right specialists. So as you know, nearly 70% of the population in India lives in rural areas, and many of them do not have access to specialist doctors, right? So even in the primary healthcare centers, which are almost like 10 kilometers away, none of them have a proper doctor. And in community health centers, nearly 70% of them also don't have specialist doctors. So ideally, if somebody wants to have access in the rural area to get access to a specialist doctor, they need to travel almost close to 70 kilometers. So as you know, that is very difficult. On top of it, there are patient profiles like pregnant women, senior citizens, injured personnel. So they need specialists, and they can't even move an inch out of their house. So the idea is to help these kind of patients with the help of health workers. So we have built an app, mobile app. Basically through that app, as I said, they'll be able to consult with the senior specialists. Apart from that, the health workers can also bring out the vital details which is required for the doctor. Ideally in a telemedicine, as you know, when it happens between the doctor and the patient, many times they don't have access to vital details like blood pressure, BP, sugar and so on. But here, because the health worker is present with the patient, they can also provide all the details. So in that way, the kind of quality of care is improved and the accessibility is also provided along with the affordability. We are actually building a franchising model as of now, wherein we have identified in the rural setups diagnostic center guys or a pharmacy guys who have some background, and we are onboarding them with our platform. So we are giving them our platform as well as our doctors, specialist doctors, so that they can actually consult through our platform. So that's how we are doing. So we've recently started, so we are expanding in some of the pockets of Uttar Pradesh. We are focusing mainly on getting our platform integrated with the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So as you know, like ABDM is one of the key initiatives of Government of India, where they are trying to build a healthcare record system for the patients across India, right? So we are actively working on that, through which we'll be able to directly work with the Government of India in creating ABHA IDs for the rural patients, and also be part of doing some direct assignments given by the Government of India. So that is going to be one source of income. The other is this franchising model, where we will identify some health workers on the ground and enable them through our platform. So the other model is, as you know, most of the target audiences are low income population. So ideally we cannot actually charge them a lot of money for the treatment. So we are also working with foundations, wherein we are tying up through CSR models, where we are enabling our platform, or probably giving our technology platform to them, so that they can actually provide this healthcare through. So we are basically working on some model together and reaching out to these foundations to raise funds for the health programs. So we are working out different models. There are some clinics already in the rural pockets who doesn't have a technology. They primarily are doing either through WhatsApp or Zoom or video and so on. So they can also use our software, because it in the back end, as I said, we are integrated with ABDM, and it also maintains health records. We have access to vitals and everything. So we'll be able to also digitize their entire process through our platform. So I would say a small size HMR system is built in this entire app. So the software we built is it works both in a tab or a mobile phone, and even on a laptop, like if somebody wants to operate through a laptop. But ideally what we have done is we assume that many of the patients in the rural areas do not have a smartphone, right? So that is the reason we are actually driving through the health workers. So ideally it is the only health worker who will have the smartphone. It need not to be the patient who needs to carry a smartphone. Yeah. IKM, I've been actually associated with them through GenCare. So we are part of GenCare mission program. So through them we know IKM, and also through other colleagues and some of my previous connects. So I know about IKM, and that's how I was basically come to this event. So far the experience has been great. I've been actually made some very good connects here, and great networking has happened, and also met new friends. So that's the whole idea. So I think overall experience has been tremendous.
Hi, I am Arshad. I'm from Kerala. I am the founder of Coexine Technologies Healthcare Private Limited. We are into psychology and physiotherapy tool manufacturing startup company, registered in Startup India, Kerala Startup Mission, a DPIIT. we are as I mentioned, we are into psychology and physiotherapy tool manufacturing. Our concept is to measure the attention of our society, people, those who want to be tested, like how much we have the attention and how much we have the finger coordination, like fine motor and gross motor level. So these are the three main points. And also we would like to there is no any evidence-based exercise tools are available in the market. So these all are our main attraction of our products. And we have currently 4 types of products, like concentration coordination testing apparatus, which we can help to measure our fine motor coordination and our attention level. So once we find an poor performance in that device, in that testing tool, we have an exercise tool for improvement. That exercise tool, we named it as concentration coordination exercise tool, which helps to improve attention and coordination, fine motor coordination, memory power, handwriting, self-confidence. So this all we already researched, and we find out those improvements in the population, such as ADHD, learning disability, mental retardation, autism, and ataxia patient, Alzheimer's patient. So those populations can use our exercise tool for the improvement of their hand coordination, memory power, and attention level. So, and also we have another tool like gross motor coordination and gross motor coordination diagnostic tool, which helps to measure our gross motor muscle coordination with our brain and attention level. So once we get that poor performance in our testing tool, we have an exercise tool for the gross motor coordination exercise tool. That exercise tool helps to improve the gross motor coordination of main muscle coordination with our brain and attention level. Also the body balancing, we can improve the body balance by daily practicing. Also self-confidence to be improved by daily practicing. So this all are we researched, and we got the paper also we finished, and everything we are done. Yeah. Where we are finding like normal students are everything qualified, but everything is happening from the basic, from the school structure. We have to build everything. So what we find is like we have to give some teaching for the children in our population, and we have to teach them. There is some technique, is a cognitive skills technique, like hand coordination, attention level. So we can improve the attention level by practicing such type of things. So what they will be getting, like they will be thinking far more better than now. So that is the main thing, and also attention is very much important in our daily life, as you said. It should be nowadays nobody knows about how we can improve. We just telling the children to you give the attention, you learn that thing. That's the only one that we are forcing them. We also don't know how to improve, how to do it. So we are telling those people that we have the device for that. No need to be forced the population to do this like this. Just practice with our tool, and they will definitely get improvement in the attention and hand coordination. Currently, we are looking for actually 2 crores, and for the complete, we have to change our aesthetic design, and we want to implement that one all over the pan India. And also, we already studied some market study in UAE, and we found there also requirement is there. So we want to expand that also. So altogether, we are looking for expansion. Actually, currently we have the basic model of hardware system only. It's an equipment. So we are planning in the future. We are just looking for a funding to raise. Once we got that funding, we will definitely make it to an, as you said, integrate with the system. Like we can convert our testing tool to artificial intelligence integration, and also the exercise tools we can convert to IoT, Internet of Things. So we have the logic, everything, and we are just waiting for an funding. Currently, we have the revenue like monthly. We have around 1 lakh. We are doing there, but we will get more if we try for that. We definitely will get more, and we are just trying to make it like that. We just currently we have only reached up to Chennai, but we already reached in the AIIMS Delhi, and so getting some response from them. So we got that as our design is very good, and they appreciated us as well. And they said they said some suggestions for that. We already implemented suggestions, and it's moving now. Yeah, in the testing tools we are selling with 22,500 MRP, and the exercise tools we are in a different tools. The fine motor level we are selling with 3,000, and the gross motor we are selling with 3,500. Yeah, it's very great. No, IKP. I actually don't know about these facilities in Hyderabad. I came here before 2 times, and I just visited the universities and other hospitals only. But came to this IKP, I came to know that there is some supporting people are there for startups, and also they are much experienced. And yesterday their inauguration was very impressive, and it's very knowledgeable also. So being in touch with these people, it will be very beneficial people like me. So I really appreciate IKP to have me here.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
We are co-owners of Indian Weaves. We are into traditional weaves as well as fancy weaves as well. And we are here to spread our culture along with the upliftment of our weavers.
Hello, I am Aparnita Karmarkar, and I am partnered with my sister Suvarna in Indian Weaves. The reason we started Indian Weaves was for the upliftment of workers. So we have handlooms, power looms, and a few fancy saris also.
We sisters are very passionate about saris and about our traditional weaves. So from a very early age, we used to visit the weavers. So we used to visit the weavers for our personal buying saris and for the family members as well. And this is how it started. So we started fetching saris for our friends and families. And just one fine day, we were talking to each other. We are sisters, we chit chat daily. So we thought of all this idea of getting the traditional weaves and our local weaves from the local weavers. And as we are benefited by our textile tool, we want everybody in India and abroad also to get benefited with our.
We go on tours. So we love to travel and we travel a lot. So wherever we have been traveling, we visit the weavers there. So wherever the saris are made. So for an example, if you are in Hyderabad, you can visit Pochampalli. So Pochampalli is a place where the weavers make saris, weave saris there. So whenever we are visiting that place, that is how we get in touch with the weavers. We establish a rapport with the weavers. We then order the saris accordingly from them as per the requirement.
This is a Kolkata weave. And the design is pure baluchari. It's a pure handloom and pure cotton sari. So this is our traditional sari, and I have teamed it with a halter neck blouse. And so our motto is to spread our tradition with style. So now young generation, we want young generation to wear our traditional weaves because many of our weaves are dying. So we want the revival of that.
This inspiration of handloom saris comes from our mother. She is an ardent lover of handloom. So that we have seen our mom wearing it, and that is how it has come. For me, if you see, I am wearing a cotton, pure handloom cotton jamdini sari, and I have paired it with a normal t-shirt, ganji, what you call, a normal crop top. And I wear all my saris that way because I am very uncomfortable with the blouses. And that is what the young generation is. So coming back to style and comfort, both has to be there. If you give the recent generation, tell them wear a sari out of your comfort zone, it will not work for them. But they're ready to drape a sari, but with some style in it. So
we actually handpick most of our saris through our textile tool. Like before this exhibition, we had a Banaras tool and she had a South tool. So we handpick few of the saris, whichever are because we can have that look and feel of the sari while we are handpicking the saris.
Also adding to it, we do get saris which are hand painted. So if you have a concept, if you have a story that you want to go on a sari, then yes, we can get it hand painted on the color, the texture of the sari, whichever one wants, and we can get it hand painted for them.
saris ranging from 1500 to 25,000, 1 lakh. The upper cost,
Yeah, but this 1,500 is again pure handloom sarees. These are not machine made or so it comes from the weavers directly. So Calcutta is famous for handlooms, South is famous for handlooms, but affordable handlooms, it comes from every state of our country.
So we have affordable handlooms as well and sustainable fabrics also.
Yeah.
So we want all our customers and clients to avail all these benefits. So far we have covered I think 10-15 regions like Chanderi, Maheshwari, Varanasi, Kolkata, Yeola where Paithani belongs, then Karnataka,
Coimbatore. So these are the places we have visited ourselves, spoken to the weaver, have seen their looms, have been in their houses, spoken to them. It's a very fascinating. But it takes a lot of efforts. Like Paithani might take anything between 15 days to a month just to weave one sari. It's a pure silk sari, so it takes that much of effort. That's the reason the prices are pretty high.
Yeah, it is lot positive now, and people like I have seen actually more ladies in South. They have a lot of eye and appreciation for the handlooms and all our traditional weaves, and they understand the weaves. So I think Kanchipuram sari lover will always go for a pure zari Kanchipuram sari.
No compromise.
They will not even go for a tested zari.
No, we have seen even if the sons are coming to buy for their mothers, they go for handlooms.
Yeah.
They are like, I don't want anything else but handlooms for my mother. So that is how the taste is developed, even in the male category.
In this exhibition, we got 4 boys who wanted to buy saris for their mother.
And that they wanted handloom.
And it was satisfying for us that we could provide the sari, handloom sari in the range what they want.
It runs in the family, it runs as a tradition. So what we have here is a tradition. And we are hoping we can pass it on to next generation. Because when you go, when men check out the saris colors, there are more colors they realize.
Other than RGB and black and white.
Because for them, RGB and black and white are the only colors that exist.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
I'm Dr. Mahalakshmi Reddy, founder and CEO of the company Live Florals. It's a flower preservation company in India for first of its kind for preserving the natural flowers for eternal flower. So we try to process using the lyophilization technology, so we call it as a Live Florals. Like any flower, when it is given as a gift, has some attachment of emotion, but when the flowers wither, it takes away all that emotion. So when you can preserve the flower and give it as a gift for any event, it becomes a very useful memory. But in case of some events like wedding flowers and then our engagement flowers, Valentine flowers, these flowers are more precious for the person who receives it and gives it. So in that case, these kind of arrangements makes a wonderful collection so that they will enjoy it forever. We have 3 different segments, that is one for corporate requirements and one for social requirements, and generally it is for a customization. And when it is regular customization, we make it with the customer's choices. And when it is simple gifting, I have the gifting options, and we have the special option for the special options. This is a technology called lyophilization, where we try to process the flowers with the technology which is the most advanced technology, which is used for preserving any organs and then plasmas, and those things are preserved through this great technology. However, In my literature, I'm basically a scientist who worked for 24 years to research on this technology. So in my research, I found that it is possible to retain the natural quality of the flower only through the freeze drying technology. So I started working on it, and I found that this is the best that we can get out of the flower. So in the lyophilization process, the flower goes to minus 30 degrees and comes back to the room temperature within the period of about 3 to 6 days. 3 days for the smallest, tiny, tender flowers like this. This is called gypsophilia. This takes about 3 to 4 days. If it is only this flower, but if it goes with this flower, this requires about 7 days. So when we combine these two in the same machine, then it requires minimum of 7 days. So like this, depending upon what we load into the machine, the number of duration differs. But once you get it, it becomes 100% dry almost. So this, when it is exposed to the moisture, once again it reabsorbs moisture. So in order to avoid that, we need to encase them into the containers like this, so that they'll remain forever as a memory. So this is, they are mostly used as a, when somebody takes, they put it on the table or on the work table. So it becomes a good gifting item for different occasions. Could be the wall hanging, like these are the things that we have for mounting as a gift that can be going into the interiors for mounting. Absolutely high, surely high. This is not like any other ordinary way of preserving, because the investment on the energy, investment on the time, everything is more with this. So surely it's a niche product. So only when you can afford to spend that much of resources, and then including that is inclusive of money, you will be able to get this kind of product. But the ultimate purpose is to enjoy the beauty of it as it is conditioned. See, this is one of the smallest one. See, what happens is, it is not the flower alone. It takes about almost 35 to 40% of the cost goes only for the container, and then I had to order for the container, and also especially for the lids, because this has to be perfectly fitting lid. If there is anything big or small, flower loses its quality. So the quality of the containers are so important. Once we load the product, this cost me around 750 is the lowest cost. So when I'm giving these flowers, which are in the form of a giftable items for any events, I do prepare like this, which will cost me around 3,000 to 4,000 rupees. And I also preserve the wedding flowers, Valentine flowers, engagement flowers, any special flowers that comes for memory. I preserve them like this. See, this is the wedding garland that has come along with the accessories that is very precious for storing for. So those kind of accessories can be added to this kind of frames. So like this we make, then this is the customized one. So the same flowers, they customize it with the event of the occasion. So like this, there are very many choices with which we can design they are available on, yes, they are available on online for the gifting items. They are available online, but for the customized items, they reach me personally or phone to get connected with what exactly they are looking for in the design. So according to that, I will design. When it comes to wedding flowers, usually they book in advance when there is a, so that I keep my machine ready for the flowers to go into it. In that case, my freshness of the flower will be retained. If there are some people who come little late, after 3-4 days, the flower starts losing its character. It's difficult for me to retrieve, though it is still possible. But when it is more than 10 days, absolutely not possible. So this is the challenge I face when the people get the flowers beyond children period.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
Express Hygiene is a celebration campaign, travels from menarche to menopause and promotes alternative sustainable period products. where women and girl child, we will be there and we will be conducting all menstrual hygiene sessions, and then we will take care of their menstrual health. Red Express campaign, the theme is celebration theme. Why we choose celebration theme is, I came from a family where our puberty ceremony they will do. Like menstruations are the first menstruation we will celebrate. So I love that celebration theme. So how our birthdays we are celebrating, even the phase of child's life. This is very important phase of life. So I want to celebrate it. So then I'm with this theme. Our product is reusable fabric period pads. Those are very environment friendly and skin friendly. And these are made up of Ocotex certified fabric and having inner layers of 4 layers of terry and cotton flannel, and having leak proof layer also. One time if they purchase these fabric pads, they no need to buy till 4 to 5 years, because these reusable pads they will come the duration 75 washes, and up to 5 years they can use. Like washing technique also, it is very simple, because like regular normal panty, how you will wash and dry in the sunlight, in the same kind, just after using the pads, put them under the running water or just soak them 10 minutes in the 2 mugs of water, then put a normal soap, any detergent, and then wash them hand by hand, or else you can put them in the machine too. So the monthly process is hardly 10 to 15 minutes to take care of your own health and planet health. So we promote reusable fabric period pads as well as menstrual cups too, for the good health of women and planet too. I regularly go for different colleges, schools, slum areas and tribal areas to educate women and child over there about menstrual health and hygiene. And then I do online sessions for other country people, and I conduct so many Red Express stalls also over all over India, and I do have Red Express ambassadors to work for me. They are also doing volunteer work for me. So like that, Red Express themed campaign is going on to promote these reusable fabric pads.
So I help my mom with all the stalls and the sessions. I make creative posters and come up with games so that it is interactive for the people. And we not only show the products to them and scare them about the topic, we want them to enjoy their periods. Just try to embrace it, right? Understand what it is and how to deal with it. So we usually every year we just come up with new games. We ask them how they felt when they got their first period. Were they happy, sad? Then we also ask them about their flow. Is it heavy or light? And based on that, we suggest them pads. And this whole Red Express is like a celebration theme campaign. So all of our sessions and stalls are always decorated and playful and interactive. I concentrate more on how people are going to perceive, like the colors and the patterns, the designs. It shouldn't be like a boring product or something not interesting. So it should be colorful, and all the posters and banners should be informative, short, because people usually don't read a lot of paragraphs now. So it's just like a short thing with colors, and yeah, that's it.
When I started in 2016, people were not at all talking about periods. And even in my own family, so many were not calling me for the auspicious programs for anything, because I talk about periods, and that time people very shy and they're not at all opening their mouth if I talk about periods. Then I came to know something should be funny, something should be interactive to talk to them. So that I came to menstrual cycle game. Like I'm asking them, which phase are you in? So I'm taking to the sessions a spinning wheel game, whereas the menstrual cycle is sticked over there, and then I'm asking them, which phase are you in? if the face is matched to their current face while spinning the wheel, I'm giving a prize to them. So slowly children were opening up their mouth, and then they're talking about first period stories, and then menstrual cycle games, and lot of these interactive games. So comparatively 2016 to till 2023, now people are okay. Still taboo is there, but it's okay. That percentage is higher only.
I'm Komal Shah, and I'm the founder of Ikshana Healthcare. This is a poster of our work. We are working on developing a treatment solution for women having urinary incontinence. So urinary incontinence refers to a condition where you don't have control over urine flow. So typically after childbirth or aging, or even women who have lung conditions can develop weakness in their pelvic floor muscles, and when these muscles become weak, it's difficult to control, basically to contract and relax the muscles the way they should be done for controlling urine itself. So for strengthening these muscles, it is possible to exercise. Just like any other muscle, you can exercise and strengthen them. For these also it's possible, but these muscles are deep seated inside the body. So it's not like your arm where you can see that you're bending enough and the exercise is happening correctly. So these muscles are inside the body. So about 40% of women are not able to do these exercises correctly. So the electrical stimulation is a known alternative where you give stimulation pulses, electrical pulses to these muscles, and the pulses will make the muscles contract and relax the way they should happen clinically. So here what we are doing is that we are putting the same electrical stimulation, the entire technology platform, into a wearable. The reason why we are doing this is because this treatment, it needs to be given multiple times a day, every day for several months at a stretch. So it's difficult for women to visit clinical setups, say to a physiotherapist or to a gynecologist for so many times every day, and naturally the compliance is very low. So that's the reason why we need something which they can use in a portable manner. There are other devices which can do the same thing. Like in India, we have Liberty by Utah Medicals, but they give electrical stimulation with an intravaginal device, which is not comfortable and to a large extent seen as a taboo in India. So what we are using are surface-based electrodes. It's just a wearable where you can, this is the line along which electrodes and other parts come in. These are integrated in the wearable, and it's very thin and it's very discreet to use. So I can basically be wearing this sitting at my work desk doing my work, and no one would know that I'm actually taking the treatment. So that is the main USP of our device. The other aspect here is that women in general in India are not really aware that this situation can be cured. So we've actually met more than 100, about 120 women, and we've spoken to them. And what we learned is a lot of them think that, you know, my grandmother had it, my mother had it, so I was just expecting to get it. They just say that I'll put an alarm on my phone every 1 hour, I'll just go to the washroom. I won't let it collect, so, you know, it won't really leak. But they don't realize that it's going to escalate in some time. If you don't pay attention to it, after some time, it's just going to escalate the condition, and then it'll be even more difficult to manage. So apart from coming up with the device, we also have a Ikshana community where we are trying to spread awareness about this condition. So as of now, we have 40 women part of the group, and we are hoping to grow further.
So at what stage is the product?
Yeah, so the platform is ready and we are doing some clinical validation tests. So this product, it actually started in IISc Bangalore, and the IISc Health Center itself, we have collaborated with them and we are doing some tests for the platform itself. The wearable is also ready, but we haven't started tests there. Recently, we got the Big Bhairav grant, and we are using, our plan is to start working with that grant towards first to make it fully compliant to medical standards, and to then take it out for pre-compliance testing and other aspects. But I think the clinical trial will require the maximum amount of funds, which we are looking to start in about 8 or 12 months from now. And we've already started preparing for that, and I think that will require huge funding because of the number of people who will have to be involved. Oh, it's been great actually. Even before this, IKP has helped us a lot to develop our work, and at every stage towards meeting with people and getting mentorship and other aspects. And to come here and to meet all of them together at once was also great. We've also attended a lot of workshops here, which have been very helpful. So there was one workshop on term sheets which we attended yesterday evening, and we didn't know a lot of these things, and to hear directly from someone who otherwise is on the other side of the table to understand what their perspective is very helpful.
Hi, I'm Vaibhav Bhatia, CEO of Lamarck Biotech. We are a company dedicated to drug product formulations. We make thermostable formulations for existing clinically approved biologics like insulin, vaccines, and many antibodies. Idea is we want to make sure that all these life-saving medicines are accessible in the deepest pockets of the earth. And one of the reasons this is not happening is because most of these biologics are temperature sensitive, means they have to be stored in refrigerated systems. And forget about refrigeration, electricity is a trouble in a big part of the world. And we are making room temperature stable formulations to reach these places independent of cold chain. So you can store our insulin, which is our flagship product, at room temperature for around 2 years without losing any activity. It's not just it's the room temperature stable. In addition, it provides you better quality than any existing product in the market. We have done head-to-head comparisons with different drug products in the market, and we have shown 5 times better stability for our product than many experiments. We are now working in strategic collaborations with big pharma companies as for insulin, to make sure that we are able to reach market in a pretty quick way, where we can have a shorter clinical studies and try to be able to access a big part of the market, especially companies who are trying to reach these zones of globe which are not accessible currently, especially Middle East, Africa, Latin America, where the cold chain is not very exact. That's what we do. So as I mentioned, we are using a clinically approved drug substance in a partnership, and we are developing a drug formulation and going for what we call IND application within the next 12 months, using some what we call tick-based studies, porcine studies required for this, preclinical, and some advanced analytical studies with third parties. When we say full commercial, as I said, we work in strategic collaboration, and just to make sure that the strategic collaboration becomes a reality, where it's a paid collaboration, we are expecting to spend around 1 to 1.5 million rupees, which is still phase 1 clinical trials. And in case we have to go for manufacturing ourselves, which we'll have to decide later after 18 months, that could be a bigger expense, but that's a later stage for sure. Means in this case, we have to apply for all these after the clinical validation is done. So current stage, as I mentioned, we plan to use clinically validated drug substances. So we may not require many certifications for the drug substance, the API part. Only at the drug product level there could be changes. So it is reduced, but we have to apply for all of them once the clinical trials are done. IKP, has been organizing this for 3 years. Last 3 years, I have been attending it, and it has been great networking even for me. I have met kind of every sector, regulatory, manufacturing, planning. So I have met people, the top class people from every sector. It has been great. To Dipankita ma'am, Vishu, they have been organizing this, in the best possible manner for many years that I have seen. I just talked to one of your person, and it's a great thing. In fact, I was thinking why it's called My Startup. And I was like, okay, it's my startup. So, and it's a very empathetic way. And really, most of the startups, they don't have that kind of money to do their marketing and to reach to the people, to get the brain space. It's a real effort that people are putting in. Really, thank you for that.
Hi, I'm Rajesh Yadav, CEO of Aerobasis Innovations Private Limited. We are an IIT Hyderabad incubated startup. We are incubated at Center for Healthcare Entrepreneurship. We basically develop medical devices, smart medical devices for ICU care products. So our first device is Jeevan Light, what you see right in front of you. It's an adult and pediatric based ventilator which can be controlled from a distance. It has an IoT feature. That's a key feature that we required during COVID times. That's when we wanted the help from the doctors. When doctors are in close contact with the patients, they might get the contamination from them. So that's when we thought if we can control the device from a distance is what our overall idea was. We have a tab over here, 10-inch tab, which can be detached also and can be controlled from anywhere from nearby, or also if you want to control the whole system. In a rural setup, you have some doctors and there's a doctor, well-established, experienced doctor in city, and they want to control the system, see what is their exact current monitoring status. That also they can do it by logging into the system. That's a key feature. In terms of cost, we have placed ourselves at 4 lakhs. As we compared with respect to our competitors, they will be like costing around 15 lakhs. With that, we have 1/3 is the price is what we were, the major part, a novelty which you want to place. We are already deployed 65 units. So using support from USAID and other different partners, government partners like Department of Science and Technology, Department of Biotechnology and BIRAC. This is like a very ideal product for anyone who's from tier 2 cities. They have like very small bed size of 10 to 15 and they want to afford for upgrading their hospitals to as compared to a tier 1. That's a market which we have tapped in, which is a market which is not so far tapped in by the international brands. So because of the cost advantage, they are very keen to buy our units. That's why we have 200 plus pre-orders right now that we're currently working around to build the inventory and scaling up. That's our major goal in the next 6 months. We do have 3 products in our portfolio. This is the second device which we are working. The first one is the differential lung ventilation. That's the world's first differential lung ventilation. Though we consider lung as a single organ, there's like 2 different compartments. If one lung is infected more than the other, can we do it a differential way is what our hypothesis. With that, we did the initial set of product. It's almost an upgraded version of this, where you have 2 different flow rate, 2 different pressure, and then each lung can get different pressure. That's the first device. The third device is the JB Fit. It's like a smart vital monitor. It's like a watch which you can wear it. It will be able to collect SpO2 vital monitors, and that can be connected to a system. It will be like a full like feedback loop where the diagnosis will be done by the watch and the therapeutics will be given by the system. So that's like we're trying to tap into all this devices which is required for critical care. That's how we are trying to get into the market. So we are looking for raising $2 to $3 million at an evaluation of 100 crore. That's like next set of plan. This for increasing the scale up, where we have a target of around reaching 1,000 unit sale by end of 2023 and 2024. That's like we are part of a Mission Bharat program where we want to deploy this ICU care products in rural setup, so that the rural setup people who have these kind of problems, they don't have to be dependent on a tier 1 city. They have to travel all the way to a city. They lose their daily jobs. It's not just them, the relative also lose it. And they go to a burden of paying the loan. So those things can be dropped down if we can deploy these kind of units into a rural setup and enhance their quality of care. We are looking for CE certification. So we have finished almost 50% of the paperwork. We are now looking for it. So it will take around next 3 to 4 months to get the certification in process. And then we are open for European, Asian and African market. IKMC 2022 has been a great experience. We have been part of this IKP for a long time, and this is a great exposure for any startup like us at whatever stage you are, even prototype or in a commercial stage. It helps us to connect with the investors who are coming in, and also to pitch your ideas to new people who are looking to invest also. And also there are sometimes you also look for internships and someone who wants to join the company to also get an exposure. That's something which we are currently exploring. Let's see how things works out.
I am Nimisha Parekh, Dr. Nimisha Parekh. I am heading the production division at Serigen Mediproducts Private Limited. So basically, Serigen is a innovation-driven tissue regeneration products company. So basically, it leverages the material science based on of silk protein. So at present, company having a portfolio of 3 different products where we target the advanced wound care, orthopedics and breast breast cancer surgeries. So basically, we are the world's first company who has an approval, who has successfully done silk in bone repair. So we successfully cleared the first round of clinical trials, and now we have a permission to conduct the pilot trial for bone repairs. Serigen has a like multidisciplinary team, which comprises of a very premier institute like the MIT, then University of Delaware, then GE, then IIT Mumbai. So basically we have 3 products. So one product is we already launched in market before few months. So it is an advanced wound care product where there is an advantage of non-adhesiveness. So that is specifically designed for like burning wounds and diabetic foot ulcers, the wounds which oozes out the things. The second product is a Serios, which is, as I said, that we have cleared the first round of clinical trials where we implanted in 10 human patients. It is specifically for bone repair, and we have seen that as compared to the global standards, we have seen 2 times better performance in the human patients. And our third product, which is named as a Serimat, which is we specifically designed for soft tissue regenerations, and we have initiated its trial at Apollo Hospital in Bangalore for breast cancer surgeries basically. And yes, we recently closes the first round of our investment, and we need a huge fund for next round. So if you believe that we do some exciting, then please join us on this journey. As I said, out of these 3 products, 1 product we have already launched. Now we need next year for our pivotal trial for bone repair, which is our second trial. So we hope that early next 2024, we are able to launch this Serios for bone tissue repair product. And we will need some time for our third product as it is under R&D and clinical trials. Here the target customers are different, right? Like for our first product, any surgeon can use wound care. But yes, specifically whenever there is a diabetic, and you know India is a diabetic hub, so it is a huge market for that things. And for bone surgeries also, if we look up the bone fractures ratio, then India is the second largest one for bone fractures, who uses bone void fillers for the bone surgeries. So for this product also we are having a very good market. And if I talk about my third product, then right now in India there is no other alternative available in Indian made which can support this type of breast cancer reimplantation surgeries. Whatever product surgeons are using, that is imported. So not every patient is afford that product. So for that also the doctors are very exciting and waiting that when can we launch this product. First of all, it is a natural product. As currently surgeons are using ceramic based products, so with respect to that, mechanically also this natural product is very stiff and bearable, load bearable, as well as it is a natural product, so it is degraded inside the body, so there is no removal surgery is needed for this bone tissue repair.
Hi, I am Nitin Avasthi and I am representing RCapsys Techno Solutions Private Limited. I am a co-founder and my other founder is Mr. Kishore. And this particular device has been a smart inhaler, an expert inhaler, which is supposed to be creating adherence, and it is also supposed to be teaching the people as to how do they use the normal asthmatic inhalers. So this is a BLE connected device in which the information from the mobile phone can be transferred to the inhaler as well as on the other side also. So this particular device is a very smart device which can remind you when to take the medication and how to take the medication. So there is a procedure how you are supposed to be inhaling, where you are supposed to be blowing out the air from your mouth and then pressing it and then inhaling it so that the medication actually goes and resides inside the lungs properly. So this particular device will be able to identify when you are supposed to be taking the medication. So it can remind you with the method of vibration or a beep or both, and it can also identify, because it has got a device like gyro and an accelerometer inside, with which it can find out at what particular angle did you take it. It has got a timekeeping IC with which you can find out at what particular time did you take the medication, and so we can also get a lot of adherence for your medication so that you don't miss your medication on time. There are two types of medications. One is called as the maintenance dose, and the other one is only when it is required. So the patients who are supposed to be taking it on a regular basis, this particular device is very, very important for them, so that their asthma does not get flared up, and they can make sure that there are no asthma flare-ups. This particular thing is not there right now, but using our algorithms, we wish that after some particular time with our machine learning algorithm, we'll be able to predict that if a certain kind of condition is prevailing, which can be on the weather, which can be on the things which are ongoing in his personal life, which is based on a survey, then we might be able to predict that you might have a next flare-up at this particular time. So as of now, we are in the prototype stage where this particular device is, you can say, 70% ready, and we are expecting that with all the testing and all, it should be ready to go into the market within 6 months. From the technology side, we have been able to basically cover up all the things. So after this, we need to get connected with the right partner. So we are in talks with some of the pharmaceutical giants, and with them, we'll be able to bring it to the market in a much better way. Our device is going to be exactly the same. Maybe it might be slightly broader in size because of the extra added electronics into it, but the size and the shape and the method of usage will be exactly the same. Since this particular device is going to be slightly smarter, so we can expect that when compared to a normal inhaler, it might be at double the cost. So if a medicine is being in the market for about 300 to 500 rupees, this particular device should be in the market for about 800 to 1500 rupees. There are 33 crore patients worldwide, out of which 2 crore patients are in India alone. Since it is a regular thing and it is a multiple usage device that we are trying to make it, so it should not be too much of a problem for a person to afford. And nowadays, I believe 1000 to 1500 rupees is not a very big deal for any of the middle class family also to afford. And this will make sure that this is typically to be used by the young generation, or you can say the young friends, the kids, and the very elderly people who might forget to take their medications on time. So this is typically important for them to be using this.
I'm Dr. Rajkumar Kishore, representing Bombay and Bombay Orchids Private Limited, which was incorporated in 2014 and located at, and I'm the managing director and the chief scientist of our company. And we are a group of plant breeders who are working on breeding orchids, because we have like India is full having rich resource of natural orchids, but they are yet to be translated into the country. So our attempt is to breed orchids and develop commercial lines which can be supplied to nurserymen as well as to end users, which are the growers, orchid growers in India. And secondly, India is depending upon Thailand, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, etc. And importing orchids, huge amount of orchids every year. So our attempt is to reduce the import lots of import slots, so that if we manufacture, if we develop good commercial lines of orchids, then we can supply it to Indian growers. This is our the second object. Indian market, it is big and to the quantum of say $1 million open source every year. But it is increasing in the year-wise. There are different types of orchids, like there are tropical types, temperate types, and depending on the different agroclimatic regions, like whatever orchids we have developed, they can be cultivated or grown in different parts of India, ranging from these temperate, subtropical, tropical. We have bred more than 200 the new hybrid orchids, and out of this, we have successfully registered 17 of them with the Royal Horticultural Society. We are at the pre-commercialization stage, and the technology readiness level is at 7. So we are having a R&D type of laboratory which is over low scale. So we are planning for scaling up for commercial production. Yeah, we have invested through our other funding agencies and for our own fund to the tune of say 1.4 crore at the moment, and we are looking for another 5-6 crore for the commercial scale production. It is a great experience because we got associated with IKMC, IKP since 2014. And we enjoyed and we learned new things from IKMC. It's a great experience, and we like connecting the other new people and new investors, etc.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
I started off in 2017, May 2017. Before that, I was working in a corporate, and I quit and I joined and I started it off. It's a completely bootstrap organization. All my savings and everything, I kind of worked on it. I did not have any formal training, but I was very passionate about designing for a very long time. The core idea that what triggered was not finding the right type of clothes for my son. That kind of triggered the idea that if it is happening with me, there would be many other moms who are not really able to find something similar. Now we have a lot of women who are doing fantastic job, but then that's how I started off. I primarily design for boys. I'm very comfortable doing boys. The clothings are very colorful. I work majorly with textile. Cotton is something that I really work on, and colors. I work with colors. A lot of colorful food. So you can see my stall. It's very colorful. I started off with the name Asi Tattva. The meaning of that is be in your elements. However, a lot of people were not really able to really understand what is the meaning of this. Though the meaning is very simple, but Devanagari script mein Asi means, main, ya apna, right? And Tattva is again, apne Tattva mein. So मेरा concept ये था that we will be like अपने तत्वों में रहिए, be in your elements. But that concept was not really. People had a lot of challenges. They were like misconstruing the entire name. Feedback from my customers. So in 2021 we kind of had a brainstorming session. All my clients kind of surveyed. I launched a small survey. They gave me the feedbacks. We did a thing with all my friends and all, and therefore I simplified it to Mini. So my name is Mini, and since my partner in crime is my 8-year-old son, so therefore it's Minis. So that's how I have named it. And I designed for boys and girls. At a startup, when I initially started up, it was initially for just young boys. Slowly I moved into teens as well. So I have a lot of the feedback from the teens have been fantastic. So now they have something more wearable as such, frocks and stuff like that. So that's what I'm doing. What I do is right from the concept, in terms of what kind of design should I do, to what kind of textile to be used, where to source the textile from, the drafting in terms of how the patterning has to be, and all of that is done in my workshop. So nothing is outsourced. Everything is with my team. It's primarily colors. I'm intrigued by colors, how colors work. That is one. And textile. I'm intrigued by textile too. So colors and textile is something that I don't know. That's like my core inspiration. So I love different types of textile, and anything which is not pokey, because I'm a kids designer. So anything which is comfortable. So if you wear it in the morning, and you are sorted. So that's the core idea that I have in my mind when I do my designing. My son recently has started doing caricatures. Now I'm like thinking that how do I bring about those caricatures on the textile? How do I do that? Okay, so inspiration comes from all kinds of places for me. Colors again, what's in vogue, what's not in vogue. I'm sorry, I don't follow that that trend. What is the feel, what is the vibe right now? Therefore I just go with that. What's the vibe, what are people kind of wanting right now? That's how I do it. Okay, so the start off is from 250 to then when it comes to customization, it goes up to 30-35 as such.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
So the brand name is Prakriti Nature A Touch. So I have started this brand like 1.5 years back. We make all natural, Ayurvedic and organic with a blend of science and Ayurveda products for the coming generation, to give them the touch of ancient India and also the touch of today's technology science going on. We have everything from bath care to body care. We have a moisturizer, we also have a lipsticks. Like we have everything that are even safe for a born baby to be used. So there are some tests called cosmetology tests, okay, in which they check how long can the product be there in the air. Abhi aap open karke chhod do, to what will be the changes going on. They will test also on people with different skin and body types. So they will use the products for 6 months and then the results will come out. That way it goes. As I told you, I'm a master's in biotechnology. I used to work as a junior scientist. Then after that, I got married and I came here. I worked as a preschool teacher and something and all those things. So I saw children very close. So when my daughter was born, I was in search of very good products. So I'm from a very good financial background. So I searched for everything. I could get even the international brands, but nothing helped. Whenever I turned back and had a list of ingredients going on, it literally struck my head, because I know them. Ye chemical, I use it in the lab for like cleaning the floor. It is there in something that is supposed to be going into your skin layers or into your body. So this should not happen. So then I did some research and I studied some articles. I went through my old books. So after that, I got to know that these products go into your skin. they manipulate your hormone level. And especially for the girl childs, the menopause issues, the menstrual issues for the little girls that is happening, the getting periods really faster at a very younger age, and then losing your hair at a very younger age, premature graying, these all are related to all these products. See, a small example is, हम घर पे बच्चों को खाना भी 6 महीने बाद देते हैं, after 6 months, but these products go into their body from day 1. Just think how careful you should be while choosing these products. I don't want my baby, my daughter, to suffer through all these process for the getting pregnant or anything in the future thing. I would never want her to go through these injections or the medicines or anything. Never. For a boy child, it might not, it is not a big issue, but they also have many issues for the same issues, for the same things. So, nahi, I don't want, I can't see it. It emotionally shakes me to the core of my heart. So, jaise my daughter, I would want even the other daughters to be safe. So, I want to make the younger generation chemical free. That is it. So we have a website, we sell on website. You can also come through Instagram, and we also sell on Amazon. We have around 30 to 35 products. We can also customize any product according to your skin type. You can come to me and say that I'm having this and this issue. So we can make the product according to your skin types on the pre-order. No, because that is a very risky job. I don't want any little tiny mistake to go with this. I've already faced that. I've given it for third-party manufacturing. Since even I have manufacturing, I have given them my recipe formulation and told them to do something. What they did, they mixed a cheaper level of chemical, which I totally avoid in my thing. Jisko SLS bolte. Most of them know that. It is for lathering. And they have done that. Because I have, from the background, I got to know it on the first look that you have done something wrong in this. So these things scare me a little. I want to be direct to the customer. I don't want to add anything. Yes, everybody can afford this. It is not like that, okay, only this range of people. If you can't afford this, I tell you how you can make it at home for your more easier way. Maybe you cannot formulate the exact thing, but very closer to that, at least environment friendly, at least friendly to your skin. That way I can help. So I do provide trainings as well to make all these natural products at home.
So, good evening all. I'm Nivedita, CTO and co-founder of Man Innovations. So, we create virtual reality simulators to train healthcare professionals in the healthcare industry. So, we basically have two set of modules. One is the custom-made modules, another is the library modules of the surgical procedures and as well as the diagnostic and emergency training. When it comes to the library modules, we have nursing and EMS training, which is the emergency training, where there will be a set of pre-designed template where anybody can go in, they can get trained themselves using the by wearing the virtual headsets. And when it comes to the custom-made modules, for example, if you are a doctor and you wanted to do a surgery, what happens is we will be providing you a virtual module, a simulator, which will be helping you in pre-surgical planning. That is, you'll be getting practiced before doing that surgery. Okay, the next thing is, if you are doing that surgery, you'll be educating your patient on that surgery, right? So we also provide VR immersive patient education modules to them. Apart from that, we also provide diagnostic tools for them. For example, if there are medical images like CT or MRI scans, using our software, they can convert the images into 3D visualization form where they can easily understand where the anomaly actually presented. They can, with more accuracy, if they are placing any kind of implant or if they are cutting down the tumor, they wanted to know what are the data points, where they are supposed to do. So everything will be done in the VR environment itself. So right now, we have actually got Startup India grant, and we have also signed with STPI for an investment of 25 lakhs with an equity exchange of 3%. And we are right now scaling up. Yes, so we have 21 clients so far. We have been working with a lot of services in healthcare, mainly for product demonstration of medical devices and the other things that I have said, surgical modules, patient education modules, medical illustrations. So these are the things that we do. So our consumers are doctors as well as the patients. As I have said, there are two kinds of models. For the library models, it would be the hospital, because there won't be any nurse who will be preferring for a particular model. It would be the hospital who they will be the decision making authority. But when it comes to the custom made models, that time that will be the doctor. For example, I'm a surgeon, I'm going to do a cardio surgery, something like that. So I wanted a simulator to train myself. So at that time, doctor will be our customer. For the library modules, we have subscription of 1.5 to 2 lakhs per year, where we will be providing the hardware infrastructure as well as the software model, and for a limited seats. For example, about 50 to 100 nurses can be trained with that module for an year. When it comes to the custom made modules, it differs. For example, it ranges between 3.5 lakhs to 7 lakhs. So it depends on the complexity of the content that we create. So it was really exciting because I myself, we are actually biomedical engineers. So this is something like into biotech, where we were looking for, we came to know about a lot of inventions into biotech and as well as nanotech. And what we thought is, since it is biotech, we thought like we won't be getting any kind of connections or we won't be getting any kind of interaction. But it was completely not that. Like we got to interact with a lot of doctors, a lot of people who were interested into our things. They even experienced through our headsets. So it was really amazing.
Hi, this is Nalini. I'm a director for Levin Bakers Private Limited. We are making millet-based parathas made using fermentation technology, which is one of its kind. We are also in the process of patenting the technology. We are making millet-based parathas, which are currently not available in the market. And by using fermentation, we are able to make millets, enhance the taste and texture of millets, and make it more palatable to the modern customers. If you see, today's modern days, making chapatis have become a cumbersome process for the modern customers, every household. It's also difficult for students to get healthy, nutritious food, and they have to depend on the local eateries and packed food, again compromising on their health and taste. So we have identified the problem to this solution. We have come up with more tasty, healthy chapatis, which is a better alternative to the homemade ones. And with fermentation, we have been able to increase and enhance the taste and texture of millets, because millet is again the food for future. We are all facing nutritional issues. Every kid, there are so many kids who are malnutrition. So we, even the government, we as an individual have to do something to combat this problem. And when we see millets was our ancestral food, and that time we didn't have so many lifestyle diseases, lifestyle problems. But after consuming the modern food more like rice and wheat, we have also started getting a lot of other problems. So now it's a time that we have to go back to our ancestors' food. But again, then we are not used to eating millets. They are hard, they are brittle. It's very difficult to make millets. So we have come up with this solution. These are ready to eat. This is also soft, as good as the wheat parathas that we are used to, and also more palatable. It's tastier. With fermentation, we have been able to increase the shelf life naturally. It's 3 times more than what is available in the market without the use of any preservative. And with fermentation, there are more health benefits, like body is able to absorb more minerals, and also the nutritive profile gets better. It enhances. Like if you see, even the wheat parathas compared to a fermented wheat parathas have higher protein and less carbohydrates. And it is good for digestion, it is good for sugar management. So there are a lot of benefits with fermentation. Currently, we have kept the prices very affordable so that more and more customers are able to try the product. This we have tested 21 days, and it was good with all parameters. So it can last for 21 days in the refrigerator. Currently, we have done soft launch in different departments. Eventually, I want the customers to first recognize the brand, get used to the product, know that it's a good product, and the next step would be to put up in the various supermarkets. After that, we would definitely like to move beyond Hyderabad to other states, and maybe in the next 2 years, we would want to go global. These are just the basic products that we have come up with. We will be introducing more and more variants based on millets.
I'm Sandal Kotawala from Alphalius Technology Private Limited, and at Alphalius we have built world's first portable visual field perimeter. So essentially what this is it's a device for testing glaucoma. Now glaucoma is an eye disease from which almost 60 million people are affected worldwide, and it goes undiagnosed. So you may have glaucoma, right, in one of your eye, and since you open both your eyes, you may not realize that you have glaucoma. So until you get tested, you don't realize, and in fact 90% people goes undiagnosed. So what we have made is a test in a VR. It's essentially kind of a game where you can wear this VR headset and do a testing for glaucoma. And typically the traditional devices, they are big and bulky, costing about 25 lakh rupees, right? And it takes almost 30 minutes for a test to complete for a patient. What we have done is we have made that 1/10 the cost of conventional device. So it's 1/10 the cost, and it's 100 times portable, and it's way more comfortable for the patient. We worked with Arvind Eye Hospital and Johns Hopkins to validate it, and currently we have 100 plus users, 100 plus doctors who are already using it. More than 50,000 testing being done through our devices. We have an OEM who is doing it. Earlier we used to manufacture in Bangalore, but then we outsourced. As we were scaling up, we outsourced it to an OEM. And going forward, I think OEM based approach works best for us for the volumes we have. Yeah. The visual field perimeter market itself is about $500 million market in annual sales, and talking about other tests that can be incorporated. So the market is somewhere around $1 billion a year kind of revenue, and our strategy going forward is essentially to go device as a service, where instead of doctor having to pay for this device, he can pay per test utility, and that's what we are trying to raise about $500,000 to pilot and scale up that model. So far, since we have been mostly in India, we don't have, we are in process of getting CE. For the previous version, we had FDA 510K exemption, but for the current version, we don't have. So we are in process of getting those certification. Although we have a couple of users who are using as a demo device in US or a few in Africa. It has been amazing, especially, for example, there is this Dr. Abnisha in US, Moran Eye Center, and she's using these devices in the refugee camps. So people who are not a part of healthcare system, they can use device like this, and they can get benefited, who don't have healthcare there. And in Africa, of course, the pricing, it's a price sensitive market. So again, the response have been very good. So it was very personal experience. I was a glaucoma suspect. I went to Arvind Eye Hospital for an eye test, and then I realized the existing device is so difficult to use. It's so expensive. Moreover, it was never available for villages and outreach. So that was the motivation to make something portable and easy to use. And I'm proud. Like I've got a good team who helped me develop the entire thing. So I was more or less a developer, but now being an entrepreneur, yeah, you handle everything. Whatever it requires, you do that. So that's how it has been. Yeah, IKMC, it's been amazing. You find a lot of old folks you met probably 4 or 5 years ago, and they're back here. And also overall, the quality of sessions, right? The networking is good. The kind of people they're bringing in is amazing. The quality of sessions is great.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Ms. Nin.
Actually, Livolife is into the organic baby foods. Actually, this idea started with general interaction with the young moms. When my director, she's my director, and when she came in conversation with the young moms, they were all worried about how to feed the young little ones. So everyone are facing this problem. They want to give an organic, homemade, traditional food to their babies, but they were not able to do it because of their busy life and they will be working, right? So on constantly hearing that problem, we just thought, why don't we come up with a new idea regarding this? So then this company started, and we just wanted to cater that traditional recipe to the young moms in an effortless way. The basic idea, as I said, came up with the young mother's worry. Then we have involved a team of pediatricians, former retired scientists from NIN, and the technical master's background food science students as well. I myself was a postgraduate in food science and nutrition. So all our team came sat together and worked upon the formulation. The basic idea was from the traditional recipe, but we have done so many trials and errors to meet the necessary nutritional needs of the babies, and we have just adjusted the composition and we have followed the IYCF and ICMR guidelines to formulate this recipe. So there is a lot of scientific work behind this. We have two types of products. This is Ugu. As we just named it as a colloquial name as well. It is called as Ugu in both the Telugu states. So this Ugu is made up of 12 different ingredients. It has a combination of pulses, cereals, millets and nuts as well, which gives the all-round nourishment for the baby. So you start the complementary foods along with the mother's milk, right? So when you introduce all this taste, this will help the baby to acclimatize to new taste which continues on their whole lifespan as well. So we are using completely natural and organic ingredients in this. We are providing a QR for the transparency as well. If you scan this QR code, you will get the list of FPOs and farmers from which we have procured the ingredients as well, so that will just remove the skeptical thinking of the mothers about the transparency or organic authenticity of this product. And this is high in energy and rich in protein. This can be catered to the babies post 1 year as well. You can use this product to curate more recipes for the little ones. You can mix this powder in your daily culinary activities like curries, sambar, khichdi. If you give 2 servings per day, it will be for 10 days. It is of 300 grams. This box has a quantity of 300 grams. If you add 1 to 2 servings per day, you can easily feed for 10 days. This is Pushti, and this is for 9 months plus babies. This is majorly made up of ragi, which is calcium rich. As the baby starts growing, we need to give them the food which supports their skeletal system and for the bone growth, right? So as we know, ragi is rich in calcium. It helps the baby to have strengthen their skeletal system. This is very similar and familiar in all the Telugu states. They start feeding this ragi java and all to the young little ones. This is much similar to those. And you can like Ugu, you can also curate more recipes with Pushti, because this is 9 months plus. From 9 months, the kids start developing teeth, right? So they will be craving for little solid foods and crunchy foods. You can make cakes, pancakes, normal cakes, idli, dosa, and chapati as well with this ragi Pushti. Yeah, we are available in Amazon, sir, and we are providing a number on the brochure and container as well. If you are in and around Hyderabad, you can just give us a call and we'll deliver it to the home. And we are also planning more retail outlets very soon. We are just working on that idea, sir. If the young mothers are interested in that package, we are also, we will be glad to provide that package for them. The cost for both of this is 299 rupees, sir. And as you said, regarding the affordability, we are just on par with the competitive products as well. We are not too high and we are not too high priced, and the middle class people also can afford this product.
Myself, Pratima Solanki, and I'm founder director of 3K Nano LLP. So our startup at AIC JNU Jawaharlal Nehru University, and we are making the biosensor for vitamin D3 detection, which is supported by Birec Bake. So in this regard, we are fabricating these strips for immobilization of your antibodies for detection of vitamin D3, 25 hydroxy vitamin D3. And then this is the second component of our biosensor, that is electronics device, which is under fabrication, which once we our electrodes will be ready, that will be connect with the electronics device, and we can easily check the vitamin D3 concentration into our blood sample in the form of the digital value. Second, as we know that nanomaterials have the very good the capacity to immobilize biomolecules. They provide high sensitivity as well as the more adsorption capacity of the biomolecules. In this regard, we are synthesizing various nanostructured materials, and basically this is the biosensing platform that how we developed it. So first, the sensing electrodes will be used to immobilize these nanomaterials, and then antibodies to be immobilized onto their top surface, and it will be connected with the electrochemical analyzer to check their electrochemical response. So nanomaterials which we have synthesized in our laboratory, we can also incorporate it in the form of the nanofibers, and we simultaneously we are making nanofibers of biopolymers like cellulose, and we can also synthesize these nanofibers on the basis of the customer requirement. They can purchase some of the students laboratory basis, their students they are taking from us, and on their research purpose. So on the basis of the requirement, if anyone wants gives us some design, that we can also have some good facility for develop the 3D products in our lab. To all these knowledge we are spreading to students who are the interested to make our students. So we are conducting the workshop in our startup, and in like the 10 days or the 15 days to share their knowledge. So if anyone is interested, they can contact us. Like our website is www.3knano.com, and we are on LinkedIn. So please contact. So we are very thankful to IKP team, and they have invited us to participate in this exhibition. We are very happy. They have provided us very good space, and we have interacted so many new startups and the experienced persons. So we can connect with all these the startups here, and we are very happy to participate in this. Yeah, very good experience for us.
I'm Rohit Asal, co-founder at Cambrian Bioworks. We primarily build reagents, kits, and workflow solutions for molecular diagnostics and genomic sequencing and genomics research. So the kind of products that we manufacture at Cambrian primarily enable researchers and clinicians in performing molecular diagnostics and genomics research activities. For example, if we take a case like cancer testing or cancer genomic testing, a lot of sub-components in the workflow make the actual test possible. Something like an early breast cancer test or a lung cancer test do not really happen just in one workflow. You need to be able to take the sample in a way that it stabilizes the DNA well. You need to be able to carry the sample from the sample collection situation to the lab effectively, and sometimes at room temperature. And then you should be able to extract the DNA really well using a good extraction protocol. And then further on, you'll have to build the sample and build the library in such a way that the sequencing happens in a certain expected manner. Now, all these sub components or sub pieces of the workflow will require different products at every stage. Now, Cambrian manufactures majority of these products in India in an effective price that is affordable, and a price that helps these companies scale up and really offer these tests at a much more wider method. Most of our consumers are B2B enterprises, meaning most of our products go into customers who are already into testing. Some popular names I could quote would be someone like a Metropolis, or someone who is very, very good in cancer testing. So any lab that performs testing using molecular diagnostics as a method will require products that we manufacture. So we are at revenue stage. We are 2 years old company. We've done decent revenues in the first and second year. Both years we are EBITDA positive. We are completely bootstrapped. We are not funded so far. We are now looking to raise funds to scale up our operations beyond India. So IKP has been a great partner for us in terms of using government funds, raising government funds, and connecting to the scientific community in India. IKP even today has seen a lot of people coming from CCMB, AIC, IITs, and a lot of academic background. So it was great to meet a lot of industry and academic professionals under one roof and talk about biotech as a primary conversation.
Hi, I'm Priyanjit Ghosh, co-founder and CEO of Logi.ai. I have Mr. Vinay with me. He's part of the founding team also, and I have Anand and Nivedita also with me. So, as you know, the first level of health screening is especially broken in our country, and it is very difficult to screen at the last mile. Be it for oral screening or be it for eye screening, it is very, very difficult to do. Now, there are two major reasons for it. The first reason is that you need various point of care devices and you need a technical expertise to go in the last mile and do the screening. The second reason is that people generally, unless and until it becomes a big problem for them, they do not travel, go to the hospitals or go to the diagnostic centers to do a screening. What we are trying to do is we are trying to create a software as a medical device platform at Logi.ai. So we have created our own AI-based digital health platform, which you can see. By using the existing smartphones, we can take images of eyes to detect various diseases, most importantly like cataract disease, which is responsible for 70% of blindness in India. And we are also working on various screening for various oral diseases like oral caries, oral cancer, etc. Where this is really useful is we are currently already present in the market, done more than 150,000 users have used our platform, and people like Apollo's, Colgate, Dr. Agarwal's across India are using our solution to give early warning signs to the users so that they can become aware and take the care at the right point of time. Currently, we are closing a seed round with some investors, with some angel investors, and we are on the verge of closing it at this moment. So currently, the strategy that which we took was we reached out through the B2B health partners, like the larger players which are present pan-India, to primarily reach product market fit. And then the next idea would be to reach the smaller players, and that will be our scale-up plan, especially in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities who can use our technology and go about it. The experience has been really good for all of us. Like we are associated with IKP for last few years, and they have helped us financially as well as helped us with the right mentorship also. And now they are also providing us the right platform where we can interact with our peers, interact with mentors, get feedback. So yes, it has been very good and helpful for us.
Hi, good evening. My name is Duke Chaudhary. I'm the marketing manager for the company called MicroGo. So we are into the space of hygiene and infection control solutions, providing to different healthcare sectors. So what we basically do is we buy out problems from different companies, especially the healthcare and the food industry, and we tackle their problems with our solutions, hygiene solutions, and give them digital solutions in the space of SaaS, right, where we give them smart, assured, sustainable and service. So what we do basically is we give them a smart solutions which is digitalized. We give them assured product which is scientifically being proved, as well as we give them sustainable, which is environmental sustainable as well as operational sustainable, and also give them a service which is basically trainings to the people who actually needs them. So so we have a complete ecosystem that we are trying to create for the space of hygiene and infection control, and bring out solve their problems according to their need, customize problems for their needs. So we are trying to create prevention for in the space of hygiene, in the space of AMR, and in the space of One Health, where we are trying to create an ecosystem for creating a better food for people, for humans, or better lifestyle for humans. Also, along with that, giving them creating a better healthy ecosystem for animals as well as environment. Our products make sure that you get your health hygiene compliance complete 100%. Along with that, we can give customizable digital solutions, as well as digital aggregator of monitoring systems, or 100% real time data to which you can measure, which helps you measure your benefits, measure your hygiene protocols, and that way you can create an ecosystem which helps and create awareness across industries and give them a better space to evolve into the origin of the SaaS way. So that is what we are trying to do. We are trying to create this ecosystem for different in different industries actually, and give them a better solution for the upcoming future. So as of now, we have already got the Series B funding, and we are into the commercial space. So we are almost our turnover is almost going up somewhere around 40 crores right now, and we are trying to do as much as sales we can. So right now we are also evolving into different spaces and bringing in new products, a new product range, expanding our hands into poultry industries and exports, and certain expansion is already going on. We are also expanding our sales and marketing team. We are trying to grow in different other spaces, different places where we are not available as of now. So we have covered India into the zone 1 and the zone 2 basis. So zone 1 is the South India, which is mostly covered. Zone 2, we have only touched Delhi and Gujarat area.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
So we make cereals made from millets. So it has got ragi, jowar, bajra, and we are free from added sugar and preservative. We use palm jaggery as a sweetening agent. So we have made this product to cater the young generation who doesn't want to have the traditional millet recipes. So to make it more palatable, we make these cereals from millets. Yeah. So the reason we have selected millets as a core ingredient is because of the nutritional ingredient. Because the nutritional index has to match the taste, and that's where we're taken care of. So we don't claim as a 100% millet. We actually upfront we tell that 35% millet is used, because 100% millet if you're using, you can directly consume jawar roti or ragi java, right? So that's how we made it tasty as well as nutritionally fit. So we have 4 flavors. We have crunchy nutty, diet, dark chocolate and berry blast, because everybody has different taste buds, and all are with palm jaggery except for diet. Diet has honey. So all the products has fruit and nuts. Like for example, berries we have strawberry, cranberry and blueberry, and crunchy we have papaya and pumpkin fruit bits. So that's how we added different flavors and we made it more palatable to different flavors and taste buds. It can be added with milk or yogurt, not with water. So it can be consumed as it is because it's even tastier, like eating raw as. Yes, by cutting on the junk food. So it's 9 months shelf life. We are on Amazon, Flipkart, Big Basket. We are on website as well, and we are in retail stores in Hyderabad, and we are in Bangalore also in Nature's Basket. Definitely, we are open for distribution as well. We are looking out for distributors in different states because we're getting good response from other states as well. As the online orders we get from Madhya Pradesh or Bombay, even from Jammu and Kashmir also sometimes we get models. So we source our raw material from Karnataka because Karnataka is termed as millet bowl of India because we get the best quality of ragi or jowar from Karnataka. And that's why we procure our raw material, we get it done manufactured in Karnataka, and from there we get it Hyderabad and we send it out to other stores. No, we don't get any white labeling because it's our formula, we created this formula. So you want to work on our brand. We will be, as the company name states that Millet Mantra, we want to stick to the concept of millet. We want our company idea is to make millets more palatable. It has to be like, because that's a sustainable grain, because it also not only on higher nutrition, it also cuts on water and it's much more beneficial to the farmer. It saves our soil as well. No chemical is used in its cultivation. And that's the reason we're choosing this grain, because we are from agriculture background and that's the story comes from. And we will be stick to the same concept of millet and we'll make it more comfortable for the younger generations. For example, a 2-year-old now is growing up with potato chips and pizza stuffs. So that will be taken care of. So the reason I just told you, right? We are from agriculture background and we want to look into that. The millet is a sustainable grain. It also saves water and chemical. That's how we got into this. And the reason we have chosen cereal is I'm a millennial and millennials and Gen Z miss out on breakfast or jump on junk food, and that's we want to connect with. We want to have a quick meal which is a nutrition and taste.
I'm Ritu Mukherjee, representing Serona's Lab from Kolkata. I'm the CTO and the co-founder of this company. And here we are showcasing a product which is an ICU ventilator, which has been indigenously built. We started the journey 2 years back during the COVID time, and we've just completed recently with a successful product which is reliable, accurate, and up to the par with the major players in the market like Macmit, Draga, and the likes. So that is how it has been with us. As a company, of course, my co-founder, Dr. Vikas Agarwal, we started this company with a vision to bring affordable and innovative healthcare to the market. That was the main idea behind it. And we have been in the process of developing a lot of products. ICU ventilator came into the mind during the COVID time when India was facing a huge crisis with ventilators. And we see the sufferings of the people around during the pandemic. And that is what motivated us to jump into this particular scenario and try to help people out. This is absolutely, if you compare with the major market players, which are all imported in India, like Macmit, Draga, Medtronic, etc., we're absolutely at par or even better in certain ways. And better as in, I would tell you, this particular device is extremely portable. Half of the ventilators presently in use in the scenarios are not very portable. They rely on several things like a hospital compressed air supply. So this is completely self-reliant. It does not require those piped gases, nothing at all. Further, we have a 10-hour-long battery standby time, which makes it very portable to remote areas, to trauma care locations instantly without the need of any other ancillaries. Well, a similar product in the market which ends up around 15 to 18 lakhs, we have brought the cost down remarkably We have a wide range which starts from an affordable 5 lakhs to a high end of 10.5. So we are at TRL 7. So we are doing the certifications part, and subsequently we shall definitely proceed towards manufacturing and market. We would try to go via a distributor, certainly in certain cases, but definitely we have opportunities where we could directly approach the hospital system. Lots of suggestions we have received which are very valid, which are worthwhile, which we have probably missed during our innovations. So definitely they have been really helpful towards that. We definitely got lots of words of wisdom from the eminent people in the field, and a lot of ideas and motivations have been received from this particular IKP Expo, yes.
Hi, my name is Arun Kumar Ramaswamy. I am the director and co-founder of Smart Home Healthcare Solutions. We are building Your Rehab platform. It's an online physiotherapy and digital rehab platform where we want to take the physiotherapy from offline to online for certain conditions. Typically, when the patients do the physiotherapist exercises at home, they usually tend to forget the exercises, or they will not do the exercises correctly, so which elongates the recovery time. So what we are trying to do is we are building an AI platform where the patients, when they do the exercises at home in front of their own mobile camera, the camera will guide them, and it will also correct them if they are not doing the exercises correctly. So it ensures both correctness of the exercises as well as the completeness of the exercises, which helps in the recovery of the condition much better. And that's the platform that we are currently building. From a stage perspective, we are currently in the validation phase where we have built the platform and we are testing it out with the trial initial set of patients. And once that's done, then we will roll it out to the general audience. So we have 3 types of consumers that we have planned out. The first one will be the corporates, where primarily to address the ergonomic concerns of the employees, we are going to offer this as on a subscription basis to the corporates. Second will be the clinics or the hospitals, where they can offer this for the post-surgery patients when the patients get discharged. This can be an additional offering that they can give it to the patients. And the third service will be directly to the patients, where the patients can directly opt for it. So there will be an initial consultation with the therapist, which will be live, where the therapist will see the patient, they'll do the assessment, and they'll assign the exercises. And after that, it's not live, where the patients will do the exercises in front of their mobile camera, and the mobile camera will guide them, and the mobile camera will give the live feedback in terms of whether they are doing the exercises correctly or not. It'll be a mobile app-based platform where the patients will switch on their mobile camera and they'll do the exercises in front of the camera. We have a sense of the current price that the patients pay for the treatments in the market. So we will offer it at a competitive or a slightly lesser price than what they are paying it today. We launched a startup 3 years back. We have one more platform before this. That's a clinical management platform, again for physiotherapy segment, due to which we have partnered with multiple clinics, and we have a good network of physiotherapists who are already partnering with us. And this is our second platform that we are building based on our network and based on the inputs from those existing customers. This event is a very nicely organized event, I would say. And it really helps in bringing the startups together and in showing the ecosystem, the strength of the ecosystem to the startups, the different types of help available, and basically it's a well organized and nice thought out event, I would say. Thank you so much.
So myself, Dr. Bennett Bosco-Das. So I'm the CEO of 30M Genomics. So we are into completely genetic diagnostics. We want to change the way how genetic testing is being happen. So usually it happens in a sophisticated laboratory, and most of these laboratories located in cities. and we need skilled manpower to do this testing, analysis, all those stuff. So we want to change that way, so that you can do the genetic testing in a very low resource area like a primary health center, a small clinic, or even in sometimes if you want to do it in your home, you should be able to do it. So for that purpose, we are developing a different product, starting from reagents, chemicals, kits are required, also the devices, portable devices, mobile applications. Like we are providing diverse products for this purpose. So that's what we are doing in our company. So we have developed 2 products already, and we have launched into the market. We are in very early revenue stage. So we are adding up the products into our portfolio. So we have made very little revenue. So it's less than 10 lakhs. So we are in very early stage. We are expanding our marketing team also now. So we have got a few grants and funds from government agencies like BIRAC, Mighty and all. And we got a few private investments. Dr. R. M. Ashalkar is one of our investors. And we have sufficient funds to run right now. We are expecting to raise funds in the next 6 months. We are going for our pilot manufacturing facility also. So right now it's a B2B, because there is no proper awareness about this genetic testing, how to do it among the common people. So right now it is B2B. Our primary customers will be this diagnostic labs, hospitals, research institutes. So in future we would like to expand it to B2C also. So there are different reasons. One is like for communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases. So when I say like communicable diseases, COVID testing is the perfect example. So apart from that, you can do it for dengue, malaria, all those infectious diseases. And when you say non-communicable, you can find out your chances of getting cardiac arrest. You can change your lifestyle based on your genetic makeup. You can change your diet. You can change the way of exercise. All these stuffs are already available in market. So we are making the products to make it more affordable. So almost all our products are affordable, almost at 10 times lesser cost compared to the market available products. First of all, I will start with IKP itself. So IKP was great in helping us starting from getting the BIG grant, and from that point onwards, so they are continuously in connection with us. They have helped us in exploring our products with companies like Cortiva Agri Sciences. So they are very helpful, and this IKMC conference help us in meeting people, especially our angel investor Dr. R. M. Ashalkar, because he invested in our company without seeing and talking to us. So because it happened during the COVID times. So we are fortunate to meet him, and we are fortunate to meet Dr. Singh, who delivered the address today for the regulatory clearances. We are able to get a lot of knowledge on it. Thank you so much.
I'm one of the co-founders and the lead product design engineer for Translead MedTech. We're a deep tech startup based out of IISc Bangalore. We've grown out of the M22 lab there. We're working on the Stand at Ease assistive chair, which is basically a chair that helps you sit down and stand up. So currently we're working on finalizing the DFMA prototypes, which basically give you something that is optimal for manufacturing. We've already completed the basis prototypes for validation, and the assistance that is provided by these chairs in standing up and sitting down is currently being quantified by multiple modalities: EMG, GRF, and communicable feedback. So the product as of now is currently undergoing validation. So we haven't launched it yet. We're testing with a couple of groups, control groups, to understand what is the level of assistance that we offer, and compared to the competitors or other players in this arena, we have a significant price advantage. We're still on our pricing strategy, but it'll be at least by a factor of lesser by a factor of 4. So our consumers primarily whom we're targeting are the elderly, people above the age of 60, and especially the frail elderly who have been reduced in their musculoskeletal strength and capabilities because of disease, disorder, or other problems. But eventually this product is something that can help anyone and everyone who has knees, hips and ankles